Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 6087 to Chapter 6137. The chi of the Hong Tian Celestial Stone was terrifying. It was a special treasure, so Lin Feng had to be careful when dealing with it. When he sensed the strength of the Hong Tian Celestial Stone, he shouted, "Hurry up and move away." Everyone quickly retreated when they heard Lin Feng's shout. That was why the vast Heaven Immortal Rock didn't hit Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng arrived above the vast Heaven Immortal Rock. He originally planned to enter the rock from the entrance. If he could enter, he would be able to defeat the vast Heaven Holy Mother. However, Lin Feng discovered that the entrance had disappeared. This made Lin Feng very depressed. What was going on? Lin Feng thought, this vast Heaven Immortal Rock is really strange. It seems like it has blocked the entrance on its own. Lin Feng took out the Pengu axe. With the axe in his hand, he seemed to have transformed into Pengu Immortal Sovereign. Lin Feng swung the axe at the vast Heaven Immortal Rock. Clang, a loud explosion shook the sky. Lin Feng's powerful attack landed on the vast Heaven Immortal Rock. However, such a powerful attack couldn't even shake the rock. The vast Heaven Immortal Rock was too extraordinary. After the attack, Lin Feng quickly retreated and shouted, "Attack together! Trap the vast Heaven Immortal Rock!" Hearing those words, the crowd immediately unleashed their powers and formed chains of order. Those chains of order seemed to be capable of sealing off heaven and earth as they coiled around the vast Heaven Immortal Stone. The vast Heaven Immortal Rock vibrated violently. Every time it vibrated, the void seemed to be shattered. However, it failed to break those chains of order, mainly because there were too many of them. Therefore, even though the power of the vast Heaven Immortal Rock was incomparably terrifying, it wasn't easy for it to break so many chains of order. After the vast Heaven Immortal Rock was trapped, Lin Feng swung the Pengu axe again and again at the rock. The vast Heaven Immortal Rock's defensive power was indeed shocking, but Lin Feng was too strong. Moreover, he was using an ancient treasure. Therefore, the vast Heaven Immortal Rock couldn't completely neutralize Lin Feng's power. A portion of the power must have entered the vast Heaven Immortal Stone, and this power could cause harm to the vast Heaven Saintess. This was like many cultivators wearing defensive armor. If they were attacked and their armor didn't break, why would they die? In fact, it was because the armor only blocked a portion of the power. The rest of the power could still injure them. They couldn't resist this power and were killed by the powerful force. This kind of thing was quite common in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng didn't find it strange at all. The specters also attacked and cooperated with Lin Feng to launch powerful attacks. Lin Feng and the undead joined hands and released terrifying strength. Their strength penetrated into the Hong Tian Celestial Stone and penetrated into it. Then, they attacked Hong Tian's Holy Mother, who was hiding inside the Celestial Stone. The Saintess was able to resist for a while in the beginning, but as time passed, she couldn't resist anymore. The powerful force caused serious injuries to her. She vomited blood several times and her face became as pale as paper. The Saintess's situation didn't look good. She knew this very well. She knew that she had to resolve this predicament or she might really die in Lin Feng's hands. She said loudly, "Lin Feng, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Truth be told, I have some extremely powerful means in my possession. If I use those means, both of us will definitely suffer. I don't think there's a need for us to make things so awkward. Why don't we each take a step back? What do you think?" "Take a step back?" Lin Feng sneered. He looked down on people who were full of confidence when scheming against others. When they realized they couldn't deal with others, they would say things like, "Take a step back." There was no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let the Saintess off. He wanted to kill the Saintess and snatch her vast Heaven Immortal Rock. "Stop daydreaming," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered in response. He and the group of undead continued to attack the vast Heaven Immortal Rock, bombarding it one after another. As the rock was bombarded, the power it could withstand was constantly being depleted. At the same time, the Saintess's injuries were becoming more and more severe. The Saintess was as pale as a sheet of paper. She wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, she seemed to have forgotten that she was the one who attacked Lin Feng first. Now, she hated Lin Feng for not letting her go. Many people were like this. No matter what happened, they liked to push the blame onto others instead of looking at themselves. The saintess had a gloomy expression. She actually had a desperate method to use the vast heaven immortal rock. She wouldn't have used this method unless she had no other choice. This method was very taxing on her body and consumed a large amount of her blood essence. Blood essence had a great impact on a cultivator, but did she have a choice right now? Hong Tian saintess began to burn her blood essence. As her blood essence burned, her aura grew weaker and weaker. Her face grew paler and paler. Even her cultivation showed signs of falling. However, Hong Tian saintess knew she couldn't stop. She didn't have much time to resist. She had to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, the situation would become even worse. A large amount of blood essence condensed into strength and penetrated into the Hong Tian celestial stone. After that, the Hong Tian celestial stone started shaking violently. When Lin Feng sensed the Hong Tian celestial stone's strength, he was astonished. Hong Tian's Holy Mother had probably used a powerful technique to increase the strength of the Hong Tian celestial stone. Increase the power of the chains of order, Lin Feng said. The specters didn't dare to hesitate and increased the power of the chains of order. The chains of order became stronger and stronger, wrapping around the vast heaven immortal rock like a rice dumpling. However, the vast heaven immortal rock was too terrifying at this moment. Its power seemed to be able to crush the void. The chains of order around the vast heaven immortal rock couldn't hold on any longer. They all broke apart and the vast heaven immortal rock broke free. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. Lin Feng, just you wait, I'm not done with you. The saintess voice came from inside the vast heaven immortal rock. Her voice contained deep hatred and murderous intent. She had never hated anyone as much as she hated Lin Feng. The saintess didn't dare to stay for too long. She was afraid that Lin Feng would hold her back. Under her control, the vast heaven immortal rock jumped through the void, wanting to leave. Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. He hastily used a space Dao to seal the void and trap the vast heaven immortal rock. However, when Lin Feng used his space Dao, he still couldn't trap the vast heaven immortal rock. The vast heaven immortal rock tore open the void and left. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The saintess had actually managed to escape. However, Lin Feng didn't care about her at all. Lin Feng sent the specters into the Book of the Dead. Then, he put the Book of the Dead away and returned to his cultivation room. Duguruashui was still imprisoned there. When she saw Lin Feng return, her pale face became even paler. Said Duguruashui. Lin Gongzi, I didn't agree to deal with you. I was forced. Lin Feng sneered. Haha, do you think I'll agree to that now? Eh? Fiving body? Lin Feng looked at Duguruashui in shock. Fiving body was an extremely rare body constitution. It was the best cultivation furnace. Lin Feng hadn't noticed it before. Lin Feng guessed that the reason he hadn't noticed it before was because Duguruashui had deliberately concealed it. She had used some special divine ability to suppress her body constitution. But now, she was being suppressed. She couldn't suppress her body constitution anymore. That was why Lin Feng had noticed it. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there to be such an unexpected harvest. Lin Feng laughed heartily. He temporarily threw Duguruashui into the 4 vicious cauldrons to suppress her. Lin Feng then left and headed for the palace where the Hong Tian Holy Mother had been cultivating. Lin Feng planned to look around and see if there were any other good things left behind. Hong Tian's cultivation palace was gigantic, but Lin Feng realized that apart from a gigantic cauldron, there was nothing else. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Then, Lin Feng looked at the only cauldron in the palace. That cauldron was burning with the strength of the earth. Below the furnace, flames were surging. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was a seal on the furnace. Wasn't it supposed to be used to refine pills? Why was there a seal on it? It was extremely strange. The seal on it was very ordinary. It wasn't hard to break. And so, Lin Feng opened the furnace's seal. As soon as Lin Feng opened the cauldron, a horrible shriek came out of the cauldron. Save me! Somebody save me! When Lin Feng heard that voice, he was surprised. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Very quickly, Lin Feng remembered who that voice belonged to. Wasn't that Long Outyen's voice? He hadn't expected to see Long Outyen here. Lin Feng hastily opened the cauldron and a meter-long golden dragon flew out. It was Long Outyen. When Long Outyen saw Lin Feng, he couldn't help but be startled. An old acquaintance. Fuck, what are you doing here? Asked Long Outyen in shock. He hadn't expected to see Lin Feng here. He immediately felt like he was from the same hometown as Long Outyen, and tears welled up in his eyes. Said Lin Feng. Back then, Hong Tian plotted against me and I drove her away. I came to her cultivation area to see if there was anything good there, but I didn't find anything. I just found you, said Lin Feng. Long Outyen said, I was also tricked by that venomous woman. She actually wanted to refine me to death, then use my essence to refine pills. Fortunately, she was scared away by you. Otherwise, I would have died without a burial ground this time. Lin Feng said, we can't stay here for long. Let's go. Long Outyen hastily nodded and quickly left with Lin Feng. They met up with Du Zhu and the others. Du Zhu and the evil Zun Saint recognized Long Outyen. As for the Plague God and the Broken God, they didn't know Long Outyen. Lin Feng introduced them to each other and then told them about how he had been schemed against by Hong Tian Saintus and Dugu Ruashui. When they heard that Lin Feng had been schemed against, Du Zhu and the others immediately started cursing. They had thought that Hong Tian Saintus was just helping her juniors, but now it seemed that Hong Tian Saintus had done a lot of things behind their backs. Lin Feng said, the others probably don't know what's going on. There's no need for us to make a big fuss. Let's leave quickly. Du Zhu and the others nodded. Lin Feng took out a map with the location of the third talisman and asked around. Lin Feng really did find it. The location on the map was called the Devil Valley. It was an extremely dangerous place. Lin Feng summoned the Xianyuan ancient ship and they quickly flew towards the Devil Valley. After Lin Feng and the others left, Hong Tian Saintus returned to the 100 Immortals garden. When she saw that Long Outyen had disappeared from the cauldron, she knew that Lin Feng had released him. Damn it. Damn it. Surprisingly, you let the Eastern Godly Dragon escape. I worked so hard to capture him. Lin Feng, I will make you pay. Hong Tian Holy Mother's face twisted slightly. I'll go see Her Majesty right now. Hong Tian Saintus' eyes flashed with hatred. After thinking about Migra's Empress, she couldn't help but be frightened. She didn't want to casually come into contact with Migra's Empress. However, she couldn't think of any other way. Perhaps only Migra's Empress could deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally didn't know about Hong Tian Saintus' plan. Lin Feng was thinking about breaking through to the 10th level of Great Saint. Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy, but because Dugu Ruashui had a fighting physique, Lin Feng saw hope. After that, he would have to prepare to break through to Saint Monarch. Outer Saint, Inner Monarch. Saint Monarch. If he could break through to Saint Monarch, then Lin Feng's battle prowess would soar. Lin Feng released the imprisoned Dugu Ruashui. Dugu Ruashui's complexion was deathly pale. Clearly, she was incomparably worried and fearful of her current situation. Dugu Ruashui wanted to say something. Lin Feng interrupted Dugu Ruashui. He didn't want to listen to Dugu Ruashui. Lin Feng said indifferently. You just need to remember that you have to pay the price for doing something wrong. What happened next was needless to say. They cultivated for a while. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his cultivation level was starting to rise. These cauldrons could help him cultivate. But it was only the first time he cultivated with them that the effect was better. Dugu Ruashui had a sorrowful look on his face. But that was the price she had to pay. She had to ask. She had done something wrong. Do you think it's possible to get away scot-free? It wasn't that she wouldn't pay the price. It wasn't time yet. Any one of them would receive the punishment they deserved. Lin Feng had successfully broken through to the 10th heavenly layer of the Great Saint Monarch. Lin Feng was very happy. If he could find a Xiandao martial talisman and evolve his martial spirit, would he be able to break through to Saint Monarch? He had to sort everything out. Lin Feng looked at Dugu Ruashui and said, I can give you a chance. You can choose to be my maid. Du Guruoshui ignored Lin Feng. Since you don't want to, you can leave. Lin Feng said. You're really letting me go? Du Guruoshui looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She felt that, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Would she be sucked dry and die, or would she be killed? She had thought of all the possible endings. But she hadn't thought that Lin Feng would let her go. Lin Feng said indifferently, of course, I'm a man of my word. Du Guruoshui looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. She bit her lip and quickly left. She stood outside and looked at the ancient starship Xianxia in the distance. Suddenly, she felt a little empty in her heart. I can't be pure anymore, Du Guruoshui suddenly cried. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have schemed against Lin Feng. The current her, she was extremely regretful. But now, there was no way to change this. In this great world, women were superior to men, and many women were bold and unrestrained. There were even many men who were concubines. But that was someone else, not her. Du Guruoshui. She had been waiting for the person she loved to come back. If he came back, she knew that she was no longer pure. What would he think? Would he hate her? Would he despise her? When she thought of this, Du Guruoshui felt her body turn cold. Lin Feng came out. Du Zhu said. Du Guruoshui just ran out. Why did you let her go? You were too soft-hearted. You should have just killed her. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't say anything else. He had his own principles. The thing he didn't like to do the most was to destroy a flower. Therefore, a beautiful woman. She did have some special privileges. 1 month later, the ancient ship, Xianxia, arrived outside the primitive forest where the Fiend Valley was located. That primitive forest was very dangerous. There were powerful restrictions everywhere, and many terrifying vicious beasts lived inside. Moreover, there were all kinds of terrifying poisonous creatures. Many of them were extremely terrifying. Once poisoned, a cultivator might die a miserable death. It turned out that there was an extremely powerful sect in this place. The most terrifying thing about this sect wasn't how powerful the cultivators were or how powerful their inheritances were. Instead, it was how good they were at cultivating all kinds of highly poisonous creatures. It was rumored that this sect had built poison mountains to cultivate all kinds of poisonous creatures. For example, some poison mountains were used to cultivate vegetable-type poisonous creatures. Some poison mountains were used to cultivate animal-type poisonous creatures. Some poison mountains were used to cultivate insect-type poisonous creatures. There were quite a lot of such poison mountains. The various poisonous creatures they cultivated were naturally strange and varied. Later on, this force seemed to have offended an extremely terrifying person. In the end, this powerful force that was known for its ability to cultivate highly toxic creatures was destroyed just like that. During the Great War, those poisonous creatures escaped one after another and finally gained a foothold in this primitive forest. Therefore, after entering the primitive forest, Lin Feng and the others were very careful. Although they had a powerful person like Du Zhu, it was impossible for Du Zhu to neutralize all kinds of poisons. The poisons that Du Zhu could neutralize were only a part of all kinds of poisons. After all, there were too many poisons in the world. Du Zhu was known as the ancestor of all poisons. However, there were more than 10,000 kinds of poisons in the world. It was far more than what one could imagine. Lin Feng and the others encountered some poisonous creatures along the way. However, their methods were powerful, so those poisonous creatures didn't pose any threat to Lin Feng and the others. Finally, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside the Fiend Valley. Looking from afar, they saw 2 mountain ranges that were hundreds of miles long. They were intertwined. They formed a huge valley. That valley was the famous Fiend Valley. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a huge valley. After seeing such a huge valley, he couldn't help but be surprised. It was also Lin Feng's first time seeing such a huge valley like the Fiend Valley. Lin Feng and the others entered the Fiend Valley. Inside the Fiend Valley, there were snakes, insects, rats, and ants crawling everywhere. After seeing those poisonous creatures in the Fiend Valley, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He ordered Du Zhu to disperse those poisonous creatures. After receiving the order, Du Zhu went to disperse those poisonous creatures. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the two Xiandao martial talismans were trembling. When the distance between martial talismans reached a certain distance, they would be able to sense each other. Obviously, this was the reason why the two martial talismans were trembling. The third Xiandao martial talisman was indeed here. Lin Feng and the others increased their speed. When they were about to reach the center of the valley, Lin Feng and the others were attacked by a large number of poisonous spiders. They were a kind of terrifying poisonous spiders. Ordinary poisonous spiders were the size of a palm. Their bodies were pitch black and densely packed. Their defensive power was incomparably shocking. The bigger ones were the size of a wash basin. The bigger ones were about a meter in height. Above that, they were 3 to 4 meters long and were as tall as a person. The biggest ones were 7 to 8 meters long and 2 to 3 meters tall. Clearly, as these poisonous spiders grew in size, their strength would also continue to increase. These poisonous spiders were not to be underestimated. Lin Feng and the others engaged in a fierce battle with a group of poisonous spiders. These poisonous spiders were indeed powerful, but after a fierce battle, a large number of spiders were killed by Lin Feng and the others. In the end, the Spider King let out an ear-piercing cry. This was the order to retreat. Hence, the poisonous spiders retreated one after another. They quickly left. Lin Feng and the others continued to move deeper into the valley. As they moved deeper, Lin Feng could clearly feel that something was secretly spying on them. However, as to what it was, Lin Feng did not know. He guessed that it was some kind of terrifying poisonous creature. It probably saw that Lin Feng and the others had killed a lot of poisonous spiders and repelled the group of spiders, so it did not dare to appear. Lin Feng and the others smoothly reached the depths of the valley. However, the depths were empty. Lin Feng did not see any cave dwelling. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng thought that there should be a cave dwelling in this place. Long Outyen said, "There's nothing in this place." The others could not help but nod. That's right. There was indeed nothing in this place. Lin Feng said, "Perhaps there are some hidden secret places. I'll use the dragon-seeking incantation to look for them." Searching for the dragon-seeking incantation is like looking for a mountain. If there are 1,000 locks on the door, there must be a noble living here. After Lin Feng used the dragon-seeking incantation, he began to search for the location of the dragon-seeking incantation. Found it. Lin Feng looked in a direction and revealed a happy expression. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. He arrived in front of a cliff and suddenly swept his right hand. Bang! The cliff in front of him collapsed. A cave dwelling appeared, but the moment the cliff collapsed, a black warrior appeared. He was extremely fast. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng and slashed his blade towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to quickly dodge, but he failed. Lin Feng then wanted to use the heaven patching technique to quickly leave. However, he found that after being locked by the blade energy, his body was completely locked. The heaven patching technique was actually unable to be successfully used. It was an extremely dangerous situation. At the critical moment, Lin Feng retreated. The Black Warrior's blade was originally aimed at Lin Feng's neck. However, this slash directly hit Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng was wearing a soft armor. Therefore, although this attack hit Lin Feng's body, it was only able to send Lin Feng flying. It was unable to cause any damage to Lin Feng. But even so, Lin Feng was still shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, it was really too dangerous. This Black Warrior's cultivation was very strong. The Black Warrior wanted to chase after Lin Feng, but he was stopped by Du Zhu and the others. The Black Warrior fought against Du Zhu and the others. He actually suppressed Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, the plague god, the broken god, and Long Outyen by himself. Lin Feng said in shock, "This Black Warrior is actually a puppet. This puppet's battle strength is very strong. I really don't know how it was forged." Lin Feng adjusted himself and also joined the battle. He planned to suppress this Black Warrior and then study it. He wanted to see if he could research the forging method of this puppet. If he could research it, he might be able to create such a Black Warrior puppet in the future. If he could create hundreds or thousands of Black Warrior puppets, that would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng was very strong, so when Lin Feng joined the battle, the black warrior puppet was unable to withstand his attacks. After all, no matter how strong the black warrior puppet was, it was only a puppet. It was already very difficult for it to suppress Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, the plague god, the shattering sound, and Long Out Yin. It was impossible for it to suppress Lin Feng as well. In the end, the black warrior puppet was suppressed by Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng used a powerful seal to seal the black warrior puppet. Now wasn't the time to study the black warrior puppet, so Lin Feng stored the black warrior puppet in the space-time space. When he had time, he would carefully study the black warrior puppet. When the time came, he would think about creating one himself. "Let's go in and take a look, but be careful," said Lin Feng. Everyone nodded and entered the cave. The tunnel was very deep, and because it was very quiet, Lin Feng and the others' footsteps could be heard clearly. They were worried that they might encounter other dangers, but Lin Feng and the others didn't encounter any danger. That made them sigh in relief. When they reached the depths of the cave, they found a huge mountain. Lin Feng and the others entered the mountain. There was a huge stone tortoise in the mountain. It seemed to be a black tortoise. When Lin Feng saw the tortoise, he was astonished. "There's something behind the tortoise," said Duzu. Lin Feng and the others quickly walked over. Indeed, there was something behind the tortoise. To be more precise, there was a stone coffin on the back of the monument. Stone tortoise monuments were very common, but a stone tortoise coffin? It was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a thing. Was there some kind of profound mystery behind it? Lin Feng wasn't very sure. Said Long Out Yin. "How about we open the coffin?" Lin Feng nodded. Since they were here, they had to open the coffin. Duzu and the others went forward, intending to open the coffin. However, they discovered that the restrictions on the coffin were very special. They couldn't be broken. Lin Feng went forward and carefully studied the restrictions on the coffin. They were very complicated, and even after countless years, they were still very powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful they were at their peak. Lin Feng planned to break the restrictions himself, but just as he was about to do so, suddenly, Lin Feng's vision blurred. Then, he discovered that he seemed to see some images. Those images were blurry, but Lin Feng saw the world shattering, and a stone tortoise carrying a coffin rushing out of the shattered world. That stone tortoise was originally alive. The images disappeared, and Lin Feng's expression changed. Wasn't the stone tortoise in those images the same one in front of him? Lin Feng's expression changed. Duzu asked, "Did you notice something wrong?" Lin Feng said, "This isn't a simple stone tortoise. It's a creature from the stone tribe." Duzu and the others' expressions changed. Stone tortoises and creatures from the stone tribe were two completely different concepts. Stone tortoises could have many origins. For example, they could have been carved by humans. However, the stone tribe's origins were frightening, especially since stone tortoises were relatively rare among the stone tribe. "Is it still alive?" asked the heretic diviner saint. Lin Feng replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps I can try to sense if it's still alive." Lin Feng placed his right hand on the stone tortoise's body. Then, Lin Feng tried to use the Great Life Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. This was one of the 3,000 auxiliary Great Daos, and it possessed an extraordinary might. When Lin Feng tried to use the 3,000 Great Daos to sense the stone tortoise's life aura, the stone tortoise was still lifeless. It didn't transmit any life aura to Lin Feng, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. This meant that the stone tortoise was truly dead. For such a powerful stone tortoise to die like this was truly regrettable. Lin Feng said, "The stone tortoise is dead." He frowned slightly and thought to himself, could it be that the stone tortoise exhausted all of its life force when it escaped with this coffin? Then who was inside this coffin? Why would the stone tortoise risk its life to bring this coffin out? Lin Feng knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. It was no longer as simple as opening the coffin and retrieving the Xian Dao martial talisman. Who knew what the hell was sealed inside the coffin, but no matter what it was, Lin Feng decided to open the coffin and take a look. Right now, he could only hope that everything would develop in a positive direction. If possible, Lin Feng hoped that there wouldn't be any corpse inside. but Lin Feng knew that the possibility of that being the case wasn't very high. Lin Feng began to study the runes on the coffin. After studying them carefully, he discovered that the runes on the coffin actually had runes that isolated the flow of time. It was extremely strange. Since it was a coffin, the person lying inside should be dead. Why would they place runes that isolated the flow of time? The person who had placed these runes back then probably had their own thoughts, so Lin Feng didn't want to guess what they were thinking. After studying the runes, Lin Feng began to decipher them. These runes were truly extraordinary. Even with Lin Feng's abilities, it was still quite difficult for him to decipher them. From this, one could see how difficult they were to decipher. But in the end, the result was pretty good. Lin Feng successfully deciphered the runes. After deciphering the runes, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He, Du Zhu, and the others pushed open the lid of the coffin. When they looked inside, their faces were immediately filled with shock. This was because a woman in palace attire was lying inside the coffin. She had a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her face was simply too beautiful. Even when compared to the peerless beauty of the Empress, she didn't lose out in the slightest. The most shocking thing was that this woman didn't look like a corpse at all. She looked like a very normal person who had fallen asleep. This was what made Lin Feng and the others feel incredulous. Lin Feng grabbed the woman's hand and sensed her life force. He tried to sense her life aura, trying to sense a trace of life energy. In fact, there were many undead who seemed to have been dead for a long time, but that was not the case. Those undead often had some life aura in their bodies. Some of these life auras were strong, and some were weak. Even if it was only a weak life aura, it could not be underestimated. That life force. It could bring a living dead back to life. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to confirm whether this woman was a corpse or a living dead. Lin Feng used the Great Life technique to carefully sense her, but he didn't find anything. Lin Feng couldn't sense any life force. Was she really a corpse? Lin Feng let go of the woman's hand and began to search for the Xianxia martial talisman he needed. Lin Feng noticed that there were 2 boxes in the coffin. Lin Feng picked up the box on the left and opened it. Lin Feng's face immediately lit up with joy. He found that the box contained the Xianxia martial talisman. It was exactly what he needed. He finally found the 3rd Xianxia martial talisman. This time, his martial soul could continue to evolve. Lin Feng put away the Xianxia martial talisman and looked at the other black box. The box containing the Xianxia martial talisman was very ordinary. The other box was different. It was obvious that the box was very high-end. The box itself was very likely an incredible treasure. What was inside the box? Lin Feng reached out to grab the box, wanting to see what treasure was inside. However, the woman suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's wrist. This sudden action scared Lin Feng half to death. This woman. She clearly didn't have any life force. Why did she suddenly come back to life? She didn't open her eyes. This is mine. Don't try to steal it from me. Lin Feng's face became serious. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He quickly pulled his hand back. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a low voice. How could they dare to stay? They turned around and ran outside. After Lin Feng and the others ran out, that woman actually opened her eyes. She grabbed the box and slowly rose from the coffin. She landed in front of the stone turtle and looked at it. It was no longer breathing. She couldn't help but sigh. I've reincarnated, but you've all died. She continued, logically speaking, I shouldn't have been able to reincarnate, but when he grabbed my wrist, I did. There's only one kind of bloodline that can allow me to reincarnate. In other words, he's the owner of that bloodline. I never thought that there would actually be someone in this world who could possess such a legendary bloodline. I wonder who this person is? While the woman was wondering about Lin Feng's identity, Lin Feng and the others had already left the area. The woman's identity was mysterious. She had suddenly revived, which made everyone's hair stand on end. Fortunately, nothing terrifying had happened during this time. However, their harvest this time was huge. Lin Feng planned to find a secluded place to cultivate. He didn't cultivate in the forest, but in an ancient mountain range tens of thousands of kilometers away. Du Zhu and the others were guarding Lin Feng. Lin Feng summoned the 3 Xiandao talismans, which floated around Lin Feng. A powerful energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. When all the energy had been absorbed by Lin Feng, the 3 Xiandao talismans flew away. For a long time to come, he would have to lay low and accumulate strength. Once they had accumulated enough energy, they would wait for the fated person to appear. However, if the era was destroyed, they probably wouldn't be able to wait for the next fated person. Under the effect of the powerful energy, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose rapidly. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that his cultivation level had reached the peak of the 10th heaven, and he was about to break through to the King's Sage realm. At the same time, Lin Feng's 7th devouring martial spirit was constantly condensing. From the looks of it, it was about to succeed. This scene made Lin Feng exceptionally happy. Lin Feng began to burn a large amount of high-grade immortal stones to provide energy for his breakthrough. The energy required to break through from the Great Saint realm to the King's Sage realm was definitely an astronomical figure. However, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about the energy required because Lin Feng had enough immortal stones. Lin Feng's 7th devouring martial spirit was the first to condense. He had finally condensed the 7th devouring martial spirit. Lin Feng had waited for this day for more than 100 years. It was really not easy. Then, Lin Feng began to break through to the King's Sage realm. 3 days later, Lin Feng's body emitted a sound that was like a surging river sweeping through the heavens and earth. Lin Feng's cultivation level had finally completed an extremely important breakthrough. Lin Feng's cultivation level had broken through the shackles of the Great Saint realm and reached the King's Sage realm. However, to be honest, he wasn't really at the King's Sage realm yet. This was because Lin Feng had yet to pass through the lightning tribulation. Outside, thunder rumbled. Lin Feng's lightning tribulation had already descended. Lin Feng could go through the lightning tribulation now. Very soon. Lin Feng came out of seclusion and planned to pass through the lightning tribulation. Du Zhu and the rest also flew out. Looking at the rumbling thunder in the distance, Du Zhu and the rest couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was really too frightening. Every time it happened, the momentum was so great. If it was someone else who was going through the lightning tribulation, they would have already given up hope. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation really made people despair. However, Du Zhu and the rest also knew that Lin Feng's lightning tribulation had always been so heaven-defying. They were naturally very confident in Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had many divine abilities that could resolve the lightning tribulation, these divine abilities could help Lin Feng resist the threat of the lightning tribulation. Sure enough, although the following lightning tribulation looked extremely dangerous, these lightning tribulations couldn't pose a fatal threat to Lin Feng at all. In the end, Lin Feng successfully passed through the lightning tribulation. His cultivation level stopped at the 1st heaven of the King's Sage realm. This made Lin Feng very happy. He had finally broken through to the King's Sage realm, although it was only a gap of 1 realm. However, breaking through from the Great Sage realm to the King's Sage realm was equivalent to breaking through from the initial Sage realm to the intermediate Sage realm. It was really important for a cultivator. It was one of the most important breakthroughs in the Sage realm. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng sensed his combat strength. His combat strength had indeed improved greatly. It couldn't be compared to when he was in the Great Sage realm. In addition, the dragon elephant arm had now evolved. He could use the dragon elephant arm to fight against the enemy with 7 times the strength. This was an extremely important transformation. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng and the rest didn't continue to stay. They boarded the Xianyuan ancient starship and quickly flew towards the foreign world. Mobile version website. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to raise his cultivation base to the Sage Ruler realm before reaching the Immortal realm, but now it seemed that the result was much better than expected. Lin Feng was still some time away from reaching the Immortal realm, but he had already completed a breakthrough in his realm. This was an extremely important matter for Lin Feng. The breakthrough in his realm made him extremely happy. In the following period of time, he could continue to raise his cultivation base. If he continued to break through, he would reach the Dao Saint realm. The Dao Saint realm was an extremely special realm. Everyone knew that the 3,000 great Daos were the foundation of the Dao. The 3,000 great Daos had a great effect on a cultivator's cultivation base. Once a cultivator reached the Dao Saint realm, the Dao created by the cultivator would undergo an earth-shaking change. The cultivator's Dao would complete a sublimation and could even be raised to the same level as the minor heavenly Dao. The minor heavenly Dao was the 3,000 great Daos mentioned by cultivators. At this moment, a cultivator could enlighten thousands of people, become a god in the eyes of countless people, and create an immortal force. When others talked about you, everyone would say that you were a god, the embodiment of the great Dao, and everyone would worship you. Therefore, the importance of breaking through from the sage ruler realm to the Dao Saint realm was self-evident. The ancient starship Xianxia successfully entered the starry sky world and continued to fly in the direction of the Buddha realm along the starry sky route map. Lin Feng was cultivating in seclusion. Because Lin Feng had just broken through not too long ago, he needed to stabilize his realm. Lin Feng was already familiar with this kind of thing, so stabilizing his realm was not difficult for Lin Feng. In addition to stabilizing his realm, Lin Feng also needed to comprehend and cultivate the two powerful superpowers that he had obtained previously. The importance of these two superpowers was self-evident. As for the poison ancestor and the others, they were also cultivating. Or perhaps, the desolate starry sky world was the most suitable place for cultivation. This way, time would pass faster. Otherwise, sailing in the dark and cold starry sky world would be extremely boring. Bang! Suddenly, the ancient starship Xianxia shook violently. It was as if it had collided with a planet. Everyone was alarmed. Lin Feng and the others quickly came out of the room. They did not know what had happened. They quickly went to the deck outside. Then, they saw a woman wearing an imperial robe and a crown appeared in everyone's sight. When they saw the woman, their faces could not help but show a solemn expression. The ancient starry sky ship, Xianxia, was sailing at a very fast speed. Its collision force was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was in a stealthy state. Once they discovered the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship, they forced it to stop. This was an extremely difficult task. Lin Feng was convinced that those people were extremely strong. Besides, Lin Feng believed that people with good intentions didn't come here with good intentions. It was obvious that this woman in front of him was one of them. "Why are you blocking our way?" Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression. The woman in the imperial robe and crown did not speak. She looked at Lin Feng as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, a cultivator flew over from afar. After the cultivator flew over, he quickly bowed to the woman. Lin Feng looked over and saw that the cultivator was none other than the Hong Tian Holy Mother who had fled earlier. After seeing the Hong Tian Holy Mother, Lin Feng quickly thought of the woman in the imperial robe and crown. That woman. She should be the Migra's Empress, right? Lin Feng did not have a deep impression of the Migra's Empress, but he still had some understanding of her. It was the existence of the Migra's Empress that made the great darking planet. It became a world where women were superior to men. Then, what was the origin of this Migra's Empress? According to the information Lin Feng obtained, the Migra's Empress was very mysterious. She had appeared not long after the end of the Immemorial era. After she appeared, she quickly unified the entire planet. Because she was too strong, many of her policies were smoothly implemented. In the following years, people's views changed dramatically. The status of men continued to decline, while the status of women continued to rise. Lin Feng roughly guessed the origin of the Migra's Empress from some rumors. First of all, the Migra's Empress must be an expert from a very long time ago. At the very least, she must be an expert from the Immemorial era, or even older. Lin Feng originally intended to sense the specific aura of the Migra's Empress. For example, he wanted to know if she was a creature from a foreign domain. Or a creature that had transcended epochs? The auras of these creatures were a little special. Under normal circumstances, they could be sensed. However, there were exceptions. For example, these creatures deliberately hid their auras because many of them were stronger. If they wanted to hide their auras, it was possible for them to hide their auras so that others couldn't sense them. This kind of situation was quite common. Therefore, when Lin Feng tried to sense the aura of the Migra's Empress, he could not sense the specific origin of the Migra's Empress. He only felt that the Migra's Empress was like a vast sea, vast and boundless. The strength of the Migra's Empress was unimaginably strong. Therefore, he had to be cautious when facing a character like the Migra's Empress. At this time, the Migra's Empress glanced at the Hong Tian Saintess and said, "You may rise." "Thank you, Empress." Hong Tian Saintess hastily replied. A character like the Hong Tian Saintess was extremely powerful, but she was still so respectful when facing the Migra's Empress. It was as if the Migra's Empress was a foil to the Migra's Empress' strength. The Migra's Empress looked at Lin Feng and said, "I lack a servant by my side. Looking at you, you barely meet the qualifications. If you submit, I will let the people around you live." Domineering, overbearing, unquestionable. This was the Migra's Empress. She did not give Lin Feng a chance to refute her words. Her meaning was very clear. Lin Feng had to agree whether he wanted to or not. This attitude infuriated Lin Feng. It had been a long time since he had met someone who dared to be so self-righteous in front of him. The Migra's Empress was the first such person. Although the Migra's Empress was very strong, Lin Feng's side was not weak either. Lin Feng and the others flew down from the Xianyuan ancient starship. Lin Feng put the ancient starship away. Lin Feng looked at the Migra's Empress and said, "You are too self-righteous. So you don't agree? Fine. Today, I will first kill your companions and suppress you." After saying that, the Migra's Empress took a step forward. Countless tentacles appeared between heaven and earth. Those tentacles. They all coiled around Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng summoned the Book of Undead. All the undead flew out and attacked the Migra's Empress. Lin Feng and the undead attacked together, breaking the Migra's Empress attack. Then, Lin Feng and the undead condensed a powerful divine ability and attacked the Migra's Empress. All kinds of powerful divine abilities gathered together. It was easy to imagine how powerful they were. The attacks converged into a torrent that rapidly attacked the Migra's Empress. But the Migra's Empress waved her sleeve. Bang, the combined attack of Lin Feng and the others and the undead was instantly destroyed. The Migra's Empress only used one move. After seeing this, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but gasp. This Migra's Empress was too strong. The Migra's Empress didn't have a cultivation surpassing realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to talk nonsense with them. She could have suppressed them in an instant. However, the Migra's Empress' power was definitely far beyond that of a cultivator who was close to surpassing a realm. There was only one explanation. The Migra's Empress. She was definitely a powerhouse who had fallen from a surpassing realm. After thinking about this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the Migra's Empress with a gloomy expression and said, "You are not from this era." "That's right. I have already crossed 2 eras. This is my 3rd era." The Migra's Empress said. How terrifying, Lin Feng was shocked. Du Zhu and the others were also shocked. Even the Hong Tian Saintess was shocked. Although the Hong Tian Saintess knew that the Migra's Empress cultivation was heaven-defying, she didn't know the Migra's Empress' specific origin. Only now did she know that the Migra's Empress was in existence from the previous era. "In the past, you reached a surpassing realm?" Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked. Empress Migra said, "That's right. My cultivation level used to surpass my cultivation level, and I used to stand at the peak of my era. Unfortunately, the world is heartless and treats all living things like straw dogs. Even people like us who have surpassed our cultivation level have to face some terrifying disasters. I'm still considered to be in a better situation. It's just that my cultivation level fell. I know some people who have died. It wasn't easy to cultivate to this level, but in the end, they died miserably. It's really sad." "What kind of disaster?" Lin Feng asked. The Migra's Empress didn't answer Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't mind. He continued to beat around the bush and said, "Logically speaking, it should be very difficult for experts at your level to encounter a disaster. Could it be that someone from the Mastermind's world killed you? But with your cultivation level, even if someone from the Mastermind's world wanted to kill you, if you just focused on hiding, you shouldn't have encountered such a great disaster, right?" The Migra's empress said indifferently, this matter doesn't have much to do with the mastermind's world. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard that. Killing these surpassing experts didn't have much to do with the mastermind's world? Who was it that killed these experts who had surpassed their cultivation level? Could it be that there was an even more terrifying existence lurking in the dark besides the mastermind's world? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Lin Feng adhered to the principle of asking questions if he didn't understand, so he decided to ask Migra's empress. Of course, whether or not she told Lin Feng was up to her. Lin Feng couldn't change her mind. Lin Feng asked, what kind of existence is targeting someone who has surpassed their cultivation level? Migra's empress sighed and said, I can't tell you, but if you want to know, I can make an exception and tell you, but you have to recognize me as your master. When Lin Feng heard Empress Tianquan, he rolled his eyes. How could Lin Feng accept Empress Tianquan as his master? That was impossible. Lin Feng would never accept her as his master. Lin Feng said, since you don't want to say it, I don't want to hear it either. Hee, do as you wish. Migra's empress sneered and was about to attack Lin Feng again. She was an extremely strong and domineering woman. Once she set her mind on something, she would never give up. Wait a moment, shouted Lin Feng. Migra's empress looked at Lin Feng and said, what? Have you thought it through? Lin Feng said, give me some time to think about it. Hong Tian Holy Mother, who was standing not far from Migra's empress, immediately said, Your Majesty, Lin Feng is clearly stalling for time. You mustn't believe his nonsense. Stalling for time, Migra's empress thought so too, but a top expert was extremely confident in herself. So, even if she knew that Lin Feng was stalling for time, so what, she had absolute confidence in herself. She believed that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, so what was the point of giving Lin Feng time? Migra's empress was such a confident person. She said, it doesn't matter. He's a smart person. He knows what to do. In her heart, she wanted Migra's empress to kill Lin Feng immediately. However, Migra's empress had already made her decision. What could she say? If she dared to question Migra's empress, wouldn't she be courting death? So Hong Tian's only hope was that Lin Feng wouldn't submit to her. If that happened, the two sides would inevitably fight. Although Migra's empress wanted to subdue Lin Feng, when the battle started, things wouldn't be so simple. When the time came, the possibility of Lin Feng being killed was still very high. Lin Feng's TSSSSS TTSSSSSS. Migra's. Twos. To Migra's. Lin Feng crushed the 5 void teleportation talismans. After the 5 void teleportation talismans were released, they enveloped Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Saint, Plague God, Broken God, and Long Out Yin. Lin Feng told them to leave separately. Lin Feng was sure that Migra's empress's target was him, so she wouldn't chase after Du Zhu and the others. Lin Feng didn't choose to use the void teleportation talismans because Lin Feng knew that even if he used it, Migra's empress would still intercept him. Young master, we will find you. The moment Du Zhu and the others were teleported out, they already knew Lin Feng's plan. They were both moved and helpless. They were moved because Lin Feng was still thinking about their safety at this time. They were helpless because they couldn't help Lin Feng resolve the crisis in front of him. This made them extremely angry. But they really couldn't do anything. They could only hope that Lin Feng would be fine. They had to work hard and increase their cultivation level. They believed that Lin Feng would be fine. If I wanted to kill them, I wouldn't be able to kill all of them, but killing 1 or 2 of them wouldn't be a problem. But I didn't do that because I thought that since I wanted to subdue you, I should give you some benefits, said Migra's empress. Said Empress Tianquan to Lin Feng. She looked calm. Sometimes she looked furious, sometimes she looked calm. Empress Tianquan was temperamental, which was why Holy Mother Hong Tian was afraid of Empress Tianquan. If a person had a good temperament, then no matter how strong they wouldn't have to worry about that person's temperament. But Migra's empress wasn't that kind of person. Hong Tian Holy Mother wasn't the only one who was afraid of Migra's empress. In fact, all the experts who had come into contact with Migra's empress were afraid of her. Lin Feng said, actually, I'm very curious about something. Can you explain it to me? Said Migra's empress. What is it? Tell me. Lin Feng said, if an existence like you wants to subdue powerful subordinates, what kind of people can't you find? Why are you so fixated on me? Migra's empress smiled and said, because I think you're more interesting. In actuality, Empress Migraz thought to herself, that's because you're too extraordinary, and your fate is too great. The people behind you are also too extraordinary. If I subdue you now, I'll have enough capital to make a good deal with the people behind you. Of course, that was all. Migraz Empress didn't tell Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng's explanation to Migraz Empress, he didn't really believe it either. It was obvious at a glance that he was just brushing her off. Lin Feng said, actually, I also think you're very interesting, Empress. Why don't we be good friends? If we have nothing to do, we can write letters. What do you think? Hong Tian Holy Mother was speechless when she heard Lin Feng's words. She looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. This guy really had the nerve to say something like that, his skin was really thick. The Empress wouldn't agree, right? Migraz Empress naturally wouldn't agree. She coldly said, so, you're already planning to reject my good intentions? Lin Feng said, is that considered good intentions? You're full of malice, yet you have the nerve to call it good intentions? Your skin is really thick. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and fled. You think you can escape? How laughable. Migraz Empress sneered when she saw Lin Feng running away. She sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. In truth, she had been secretly preparing for Lin Feng's escape, so she had prepared all kinds of countermeasures. The powerful palm strike formed an extremely powerful force that ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body fell uncontrollably into the dark starry sky. Migraz Empress sneered when she saw this. She knew how powerful that palm strike was. Lin Feng would definitely be seriously injured after taking on such a powerful strike. Now that he was no longer a threat, she looked at Hong Tian Holy Mother and said, go and capture him. Yes. Your Majesty. Hong Tian Holy Mother hastily said and flew towards Lin Feng. Hong Tian Holy Mother couldn't help but think, should I kill Lin Feng? Since there was such an opportunity, Hong Tian Holy Mother naturally wanted to eliminate Lin Feng to relieve the hatred in her heart. However, Hong Tian Holy Mother quickly cut off such thoughts. Killing Lin Feng wasn't a problem, but how would she face Migraz Empress? Hong Tian Holy Mother believed that she understood Migraz Empress quite well. She felt that Migraz Empress wanted her to capture Lin Feng for more than a simple mission. It was more like a test. Previously, although Hong Tian Saintess had also been on the Great Profounding Star, she hadn't recognized the Migraz Empress as her master. This time, she had gone to look for the Migraz Empress and recognized her as her master. Hong Tian Saintess believed that the Migraz Empress must be using this opportunity to see if she was complying with her orders. Thinking of this, Hong Tian Holy Mother took a deep breath and sped up towards Lin Feng. But at this time, Lin Feng jumped into the void and disappeared. This scene stunned the Hong Tian Saintess. Even Migraz Empress couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't think that Lin Feng would still have the strength to escape after taking such a terrifying blow from her. It was truly unimaginable. However, she believed that Lin Feng's injuries weren't light after taking that blow. Migraz Empress revealed a cold expression and said, you want to escape? Dream on. After saying that, Migraz Empress jumped through the void and disappeared. Clearly, she was chasing after Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew out of the void 300 li away. In fact, he wasn't injured because Lin Feng was wearing a soft armor. The armor's defense was amazing and dissolved part of Migraz Empress' power. The rest of the power was neutralized by Lin Feng. Therefore, although Migraz Empress' attack looked terrifying, it didn't cause any damage to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had fallen into the depths of the void in order to confuse Migraz Empress. He hadn't expected to succeed. However, Lin Feng also knew that it wouldn't be easy to shake off Migraz Empress. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop and flew forward at full speed. Sure enough, Migraz Empress appeared before long. As for Hong Tian Holy Mother, she didn't appear with him. Although Hong Tian Holy Mother was powerful, she wasn't good at speed. It was normal for her to not be able to catch up to him immediately. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't surprised to see this. Mikra's empress gloomily looked at Lin Feng and said, "Why must you put up such a pointless struggle?" Lin Feng smiled icily. He didn't pay attention to Empress Tianquan. Instead, he continued flying forward. However, Mikra's empress speed was ridiculously fast. Lin Feng's speed was already fast enough, but Mikra's empress was even faster than Lin Feng. The distance between her and Lin Feng was shrinking. "My fever is over 39 degrees, and I've developed pneumonia. I can only update as much as I can in the next few days. Brothers, please forgive me." Lin Feng's face became extremely gloomy as he watched the Mikra's empress draw closer. The Mikra's empress was far too powerful. If she caught up to him, the situation would be very bad. Speaking of which, this Mikra's empress was much more powerful than the Fate Demon and the Vengeful Demon that Lin Feng had met before. Fate Devil and Resentment Devil were also cultivators who had fallen from the Transcendence realm. However, their battle prowess was far weaker than Mikra's empress. This was mainly because the empress was a relatively powerful existence back then. Thus, even though her cultivation had fallen, she was still heaven-defying. As for Fate Devil and Resentment Devil, they were lucky enough to break through the shackles of the Transcendence realm during the end of an epoch and the birth of a new one. Although he had broken through the Transcendence realm. However, to be honest, they had been in the realm of Transcendence for too short a time. They had not stabilized their realms at all, and their cultivation levels had fallen. Therefore, when the Fate Demon and Resentment Demon levels fell, their battle prowess could not be compared to the battle prowess of the Mikra's empress after her realm had fallen. The difference between the two was extremely huge. Lin Feng wouldn't mind fighting against cultivators like Fate Demon and Resentment Demon. However, against Mikra's empress, forget it. He was simply no match for her. However, Lin Feng couldn't shake off Mikra's empress just because he wanted to. This woman was simply too terrifying, leaving Lin Feng speechless and helpless. Anyone who encountered a powerful character like Mikra's empress would feel depressed. The Mikra's empress looked like she had everything under control. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, listen to me. Don't continue to struggle. Why don't you obediently acknowledge me as your master? I won't treat you unfairly." Lin Feng sneered and replied, "Mikra's empress, I also want to take you as my slave. How about this? Acknowledge me as your master. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly." The Mikra's empress said coldly, "You're quite bold, daring to say such things." Lin Feng said, It's not that I'm bold, but I'm telling the truth. Think about it, your cultivation has fallen. It's basically impossible for you to recover your previous cultivation unless a miracle occurs, But, the possibility of a miracle. I'm different from you. Your potential has been exhausted, and you don't have much hope in the future. I, on the other hand, am like the rising sun. My future potential is limitless. So, if you acknowledge me as your master, I might be able to help you when I become a Transcendence Realm expert in the future. Do you think my words make sense? She asked herself. In fact, the Mikra's empress felt that Lin Feng's words made sense. She knew how great Lin Feng's potential was, and Lin Feng had a high probability of breaking through to the Transcendence Realm in the future. At that time, if Lin Feng helped her, she might really be able to break through the Transcendence Realm's shackles. But knowing didn't mean compromising. The Mikra's empress's personality couldn't be forgotten. The Mikra's empress had turned the great Darking planet into a world where women were superior to men. This meant that the Mikra's empress was a person who agreed with the concept of women being superior to men. Since she was a woman who believed in men being inferior to women, how could the Mikra's empress submit to a man? This was even more unbearable than killing the Mikra's empress. Therefore, in the Mikra's empress's world, there was absolutely no such thing as submitting. Even if she had to choose death, she wouldn't choose to submit. A few words from you won't be able to sway my heart. If I suppress you, I can make a deal with the people behind you. At that time, I'll still have a chance to recover my cultivation. Lin Feng said, "Since you know how terrifying the people behind me are, you still chose to be my enemy. You're simply digging your own grave. However, you've chosen a path of no return. It seems that you have a reason for refusing to submit. Let me think, what is it? You're a person who believes in women being superior to men. Why are you so different? Whenever there is a problem with a person's personality, it's usually because something happened. Then, the person was stimulated by these things, and in the end, their personality changed greatly. In that case, it's very likely that you were deeply stimulated by something back then. That's why your personality changed. If my guess is correct, it must have been a man who stimulated you, right? Could it be that a heartless man stimulated you? That's why your personality changed so much. Shut up. The Migra's Empress said angrily. Her voice contained a dense killing intent. Obviously, Lin Feng's words had thoroughly infuriated the Migra's Empress, a woman who killed without blinking an eye. However, the Migra's Empress knew how important Lin Feng was to her, so she quickly suppressed her killing intent towards Lin Feng. From this point alone, one could see how extraordinary the Migra's Empress was. Suppressing her killing intent as she wished. Was this something that an ordinary person could do? Lin Feng could also see that the Migra's Empress was stubborn, so he didn't bother to pay attention to her. One ran, the other chased. The Migra's Empress caught up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng summoned many powerful undead to deal with the Migra's Empress together. However, the Migra's Empress was so strong that it was almost despairing. Even if Lin Feng and the undead joined forces, they were still no match for her. Bang! The Migra's Empress seized an opportunity and sent Lin Feng flying. Then, she quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to suppress Lin Feng. Many powerful undead rushed towards the Migra's Empress, hoping to repel her. However, those powerful undead were repelled by the Migra's Empress instead. The Migra's Empress once again sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. The situation was dangerous, but at that moment, the void in front of Lin Feng trembled slightly. The next moment, a woman in white stepped out of the void and sent a palm strike towards the Migra's Empress. She and the Migra's Empress exchanged a blow. Then, the woman in white and the Migra's Empress each took 3 steps back. They were actually on par with each other. Mobile version update website. When he saw the woman in white, Lin Feng was shocked because he recognized her. She was none other than the woman who had revived in the coffin. Lin Feng didn't know who she was, but he had been worried that she would attack them. Therefore, as soon as she had revived, Lin Feng and the others had quickly left. Now that she had appeared, Lin Feng was extremely surprised. Moreover, she had helped Lin Feng neutralize Migra's attack. It seemed that she wouldn't harm him. Thinking about that, Lin Feng's mood improved a lot. Who are you? Migra's looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared with a gloomy expression. She could sense that the woman was terrifyingly strong, so when she saw her, her mood worsened. She had been about to capture Lin Feng, but this woman had suddenly interfered and ruined her plan. The woman in white said, "Go back." Humph, Migra snorted coldly. She looked at the woman in white coldly and said, "Don't meddle in other people's business. It won't do you any good," said the woman in white. "What if I insist on meddling?" said Migra with a cold smile. "If you insist on meddling, I don't mind teaching you a lesson that you won't forget for the rest of your life." Migra had an extremely strong personality. She was extremely confident in her own cultivation. Although she knew that the woman in white was extremely strong, so what? She wasn't afraid of the woman in white. Said the woman in white. "It just so happens that I want to have a taste of your ultimate move. The way of Migra's, boundless imperial chi." The voice of Empress Migra's rang out. Her voice was filled with a vast and majestic chi. After her voice faded, a boundless emperor chi condensed and soared into the 9 heavens, stirring up the wind and clouds. Who could compete with her? Migra's main divine abilities and techniques were extremely domineering. For example, the divine ability she was using now was condensed with an endless amount of imperial chi. It was extremely domineering. This divine ability could explode with a heaven-defying battle prowess. When the endless sovereign chi came crashing down, the woman in white also used a powerful divine ability. The divine ability that the woman in white used was called Clear Water, Clear Sky. It was a divine ability that she had created herself. Just from its name alone, it seemed to be filled with an artistic conception. And this divine ability, it was indeed incomparably extraordinary. When the endless royal chi of the Migra's Empress came crashing down, It was all blocked by the water vapor that engulfed the heavens and the earth. The method used by the woman in white was the art of using softness to overcome hardness. All things in the world reinforced and countered each other. Naturally, the same was true for divine abilities. The divine ability of the Migra's Empress was vast and boundless, and its power was boundless. However, when it was countered by the divine ability of the woman in white, it instantly lost its power. Migra's Empress naturally noticed this as well, so her expression was quite ugly. However, Migra's Empress' combat strength was amazing. Even if she noticed this, she wasn't particularly worried. After all, a character like Migra's Empress couldn't only cultivate a few types of divine abilities. She must have cultivated a variety of powerful divine abilities. Since the type of divine ability before couldn't achieve a particularly good effect in that case, she could use some other divine abilities to deal with the woman in white. Migra's Empress began to condense other divine abilities. A starry sky chart emerged from the body of Migra's Empress. This starry sky chart was a meridian diagram. The diagram of the centaur shooting the sun appeared. After seeing the starry sky chart, Lin Feng's face showed a surprised expression. Different starry sky charts had a huge difference in power. For example, the starry sky chart condensed by Migra's Empress was absolutely a top-level starry sky chart. Behind the Migra's Empress, a huge shadow of a centaur appeared. The centaur phantom held a bow and arrow in its hand, then pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk arrows condensed from energy quickly condensed and then shot towards the woman in white. The energy arrows condensed from energy were very special. They weren't as simple as pure energy arrows. They seemed to have integrated with a very special energy. Lin Feng couldn't specifically name this special energy, but it was extremely terrifying. The reason why the energy arrows were so powerful was actually related to this special energy. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This woman, Migra's Empress, did have a lot of means and was really powerful. He didn't know if the woman in white could keep resisting the attacks of Migra's Empress. If the woman in white showed any signs of defeat, then Lin Feng would immediately take action. Lin Feng, together with so many powerful undead, and the woman in white, couldn't deal with Migra's Empress. At least, Lin Feng felt that there should be no problem in dealing with Migra's Empress. But soon Lin Feng found that his worries were actually superfluous, because the woman in white was strong enough. When the dense arrows shot towards her, an 8 trigrams diagram condensed from the energy of heaven and earth appeared in front of the woman in white. The 8 trigrams diagram rotated quickly. The arrows shot on the 8 trigrams diagram one after another. All the attacks were blocked by the 8 trigrams diagram. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face was immediately filled with shock. The woman in white's cultivation was very powerful. Moreover, she had just awakened. In fact, her current combat strength had fallen greatly compared to when she was at her peak. As time passed, her combat strength would continue to increase. Migra's Empress had attacked twice, but her attacks had been resolved by the white-clothed woman. Moreover, the white-clothed woman seemed to be at ease. Migra's Empress immediately knew that it was basically impossible to defeat the white-clothed woman. Ha 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 ha. Migra's Empress, it seems that you are going to be captured by us. Are you ready to be my slave? Lin Feng laughed loudly. He led a group of undead to surround Migra's Empress. Humph. A motley crew dares to boast shamelessly? Migra's Empress snorted coldly. Then, she leaped into the void and disappeared. In fact, if Lin Feng wanted to stop Migra's Empress, he could have done so, but Lin Feng didn't do so. The reason he didn't do so was because Lin Feng had discovered that the woman in white had no intention of stopping Migra's Empress. If the woman in white didn't want to continue attacking Migra's Empress, then Lin Feng and the others wouldn't be able to do anything even if they managed to stop her. They wouldn't be able to do anything to Migra's Empress, so they might as well let her go. After Migra's Empress left, Lin Feng put the undead into the Book of the Dead. Then, he looked at the woman in white. It seemed that she didn't have any hostility towards him. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng flew towards the woman in white. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help, fairy." The woman in white smiled sweetly. She was already extremely beautiful, and when she smiled, it made even the flowers around her pale in comparison. Lin Feng didn't show any particular expression. The current Lin Feng was no longer the Lin Feng of the past. The current Lin Feng was different. He could pass through a field of flowers without a single leaf touching him. The woman in white said, "Now, we don't owe each other anything." Lin Feng was somewhat dazed. The woman in white had already walked off into the distance. What did she mean by, "we don't owe each other anything"? Did she owe him something? If he really wanted to talk about it, wasn't he the one who had taken her Xiandao martial talisman? The woman in white's words had left Lin Feng baffled. Lin Feng wasn't someone who would worry about things for no reason. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Lin Feng watched as the woman in white gradually disappeared from his sight. He said loudly, "My name is Lin Feng. How should I address you, fairy?" The woman in white replied, "So you're called Lin Feng? I'll remember your name. As for my name, if we meet again, I'll tell you my name." Soon, the woman in white had completely disappeared. Lin Feng smiled wryly and thought, that woman is so mysterious. Could it be that there's something she can't tell people about her social status? Lin Feng didn't continue to stay. Who knew if Migra's empress would appear again? Lin Feng quickly left. He didn't know where Du Zhu and the others were, but Lin Feng didn't need to look for them. Since they knew that he was going to the Buddha world, it wouldn't make any difference if they met there. Lin Feng summoned the ancient ship, Xianxia, and it quickly flew through the starry sky. At that moment, Lin Feng was meditating in seclusion in the Xianxia ship. Lin Feng planned to try to open the seal in the Samsara Devil Hall. Previously, when he tried to open the seal, his cultivation wasn't high enough. Now, he could give it a try. Lin Feng arrived at the 4th level of the Samsara Devil Hall, where the seal was. He tried his best to open the seal, but he failed again. Lin Feng was speechless. How could the seal be so powerful? However, Lin Feng wasn't discouraged. Since he couldn't open the seal, he would wait a little longer and see if he could open it. Lin Feng believed that with his ability, it was only a matter of time before he could open the seal. Lin Feng entered the City of Darkness and tried to comprehend some of the innate techniques in the city. Previously, he had obtained some innate techniques, but Lin Feng wasn't particularly satisfied. That was because the City of Darkness had records of innate techniques at the level of the primordial epoch. But as of now, Lin Feng hadn't comprehended any of them. Time passed slowly. A month later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. This time, he didn't gain much. Lin Feng decided to rest for a while before trying to comprehend something. That's... Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on Lin Feng's face. That was because he saw an ancient ship floating in the starry space. That ancient ship exuded a deathly aura and floated in the starry space. The word Jiang was written on the flag of the ancient ship. That word attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Jiang Yuti. He wondered how she was doing now. Lin Feng flew towards the ancient ship and landed on it. The entire ancient ship was filled with a strange black qi. Lin Feng walked towards the interior of the ancient ship. When he entered the cabin, he instantly smelled a foul stench. In the cabin, there were piles of corpses. After seeing those corpses, Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. There were too many people who died here. Before they died, their eyes were wide open with anger. It was as though they had experienced something terrifying. Even though they had been dead for a long time, they still couldn't rest in peace. What on earth did they experience? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. What happened in the past was destined to be a mystery. Lin Feng tried to see if he could find some clues to solve this mystery. Lin Feng looked for possible clues in the cabins. There was nothing in the first floor, so Lin Feng went to the other cabins. There were also piles of corpses in the other cabins. He didn't know how many years it had been. Their storage rings were gone. Obviously, they had been taken away by the people who killed them. Could it be the work of space pirates? That was a possibility. However, space pirates weren't the most terrifying thing in the starry space world. There were other dangers that were far more dangerous than space pirates. On the 5th floor, Lin Feng found a corpse. When he saw the corpse, he couldn't help but frown. Dongfang, it was actually him. Back then, when Lin Feng went to the Jiang family's auction house to sell things, the person who received Lin Feng was Dongfang. Lin Feng naturally remembered him very clearly. Many years had passed, and Dong Fengji's appearance hadn't changed much. However, they were now separated forever. Dong Fenggu was a deacon of the Jiang family. Since Dong Fengji's great-grandfather, they had served the Jiang family loyally. Therefore, when the Jiang family left the Tianwu continent, they brought Dong Fenggu and his family with them. Dong Fenggu had died on this ancient starry spaceship. Everything was clear now. This ancient starry spaceship belonged to the Jiang family. Could Jiang Yudi be on this ancient starry spaceship as well? Lin Feng thought of a possibility, and his expression turned ugly. He couldn't accept such a thing. Please don't let him find Jiang Yudi's corpse. Lin Feng prayed. Prayed. His heart was heavy. He checked the corpses of the dead cultivators one by one. Not long after, Lin Feng found the corpse of Jiang Yudi's grandfather. Lin Feng checked the other corpses. He found some of Jiang Yudi's family members. Lin Feng had seen some of them before. When he reached the 18th floor, Lin Feng saw a female corpse. When he saw the female corpse, Lin Feng's expression changed. Was it Jiang Yudi? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He found it hard to believe and accept. He had always thought that Jiang Yudi should be fine, and that she should have escaped the calamity back then. However, Jiang Yudi still couldn't escape the calamity back then? The calamity mentioned here was something that Lin Feng had learned from Wu Shoren. Specifically, the Jiang family had been attacked by space pirates and suffered heavy losses. However, according to Wu Shoren, Jiang Yudi should have escaped. Lin Feng walked towards the corpse. Soon, Lin Feng arrived next to the corpse. He turned the corpse over and took a look. He immediately discovered that the corpse wasn't Jiang Yudi. However, the figure was somewhat similar to Jiang Yudi's. He guessed that it was one of the young ladies of the Jiang family. From the side of the face, he could vaguely see some similarities with Jiang Yudi. However, from the front, the face was far less exquisite and beautiful. Lin Feng searched the entire ancient starship but couldn't find Jiang Yudi's corpse. This made Lin Feng feel a little better. After all, if he couldn't find Jiang Yudi's corpse, it meant that Jiang Yudi was most likely still alive. This is... Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a waist tag in one of the dead cultivators' hands. Lin Feng took the waist tag in his hand and looked at it. He discovered that there was a 9-headed ferocious beast drawn on the front of the waist tag. The 9 ferocious beasts were the heads of a snake, a scorpion, and a centipede. There were 3 heads for each type, so there were a total of 9 heads. Lin Feng didn't know the origin of that ferocious beast. It was also his first time seeing such a ferocious beast. Lin Feng immediately turned the waist tag over and saw some words written on it. 9 Devil Space Pirate Group, 3rd Fleet, 5th Brigade, 7th Squad, Chuzaij. After seeing these words, Lin Feng's eyes slightly darkened. It seemed that the cultivator had pulled the waist tag off during the battle. It was also possible that the cultivator hadn't completely died and secretly pulled the waist tag off when the other party was cleaning up the battlefield. Anyway, no matter how he got this waist tag, it could only mean one thing. In the past, so many people of the Jiang family had died tragically because of the 9 Devil Space Pirate Group. They were really cruel. Lin Feng's killing intent towards the 9 Devil Space Pirate Group had been triggered. He set the entire ancient starry spaceship on fire. I hope that you can rest in peace. Lin Feng's voice low as he looked at the burning ancient starry spaceship. The 9 Devil Space Pirate Group back in the days, because of Jiang Yudai, Lin Feng and the Jiang clan had a very good relationship. The Jiang clan was also very friendly to Lin Feng. In some ways, the Jiang clan and the Jiang clan were allies and friends. It was undeniable. The Jiang family had chosen to be friends with Lin Feng because they valued his talent. But no matter what the reason was, friendship shouldn't be measured by other things. Moreover, the relationship between Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi was too unusual. Although they weren't lovers, they understood each other. Jiang Yudi. She could be considered Lin Feng's confidant. I will find Yudi. Lin Feng looked at the burning ancient starry spaceship and said. The dead people on the ship were burned to ashes and fell into a deep sleep in the starry space world. Lin Feng's mood was very complicated. He was also a little depressed. He returned to the ancient starry spaceship Xianxia. He was no longer in the mood to cultivate. He kept thinking about something. 1,000 miles away, a life planet was experiencing a tragic event. This life planet wasn't a particularly powerful one, but a group of powerful space pirates had killed the planet's master, then burned and looted the planet. Except for some extremely beautiful women. The fate of the others was extremely tragic. They used a formation to seal the entire planet. Then, they began to use the formation to deal with the cultivators and residents on the planet. Countless people were refined to death by the formation. The women who were imprisoned on the ancient starry spaceship let out mournful cries. All their loved ones. They all died tragically. Some powerful cultivators wanted to rush out, but they were bounced back by the formation and were also refined to death. Those space pirates. They laughed excitedly and cruelly. They slaughtered so many people. They didn't just feel no guilt. They were extremely excited. They liked to do this kind of thing because this kind of thing made them feel incomparably excited. The flags on the dozens of starry space pirate ships. It was the symbol of a 9-headed ferocious beast. The 9-demon starry space pirate ship. In the starry space world, they were the famous space pirates. They were also the most notorious space pirates. Because they were too powerful, no one dared to provoke them. Many planets were no match for this group of space pirates. In fact, because this group of space pirates was too powerful, it was said that each time they moved out, they would only send out one team. And this group of space pirates had hundreds of powerful teams. One could imagine how powerful this group of space pirates was. This was definitely a behemoth that no one could compete with. It was no wonder that no one dared to provoke this behemoth. The entire planet was completely destroyed. The planet that was originally full of life had completely turned into a dead planet. There were broken mountains and rivers everywhere, destroyed cities and countless corpses. These space pirates returned to their ships and planned to leave. "Look, there's someone coming over." Suddenly, a space pirate said loudly. Then, countless space pirates looked into the distance. They even looked at the beautiful women who were imprisoned on the pirate ships. They also looked outside through some small windows. It was a very young and handsome man. He was alone with a sword. Under the gazes of countless people, he stepped on the air and came over. Is this guy crazy? Is he here to die? Many of the space pirates looked at the newcomer with mocking eyes. They had dozens of space pirate ships, and there were about 40 to 50,000 people in total. The other party was just a young cultivator. They were space pirates. Naturally, they would not take such a young cultivator seriously. The young cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. Do you recognize this medallion? Lin Feng took out the token he had obtained. Hey, this is the token of a member of the 9 Devil Space Pirate Group. How did you get it? One of the space pirates asked doubtfully. Lin Feng smiled brightly and said, because I'm here to take your life. Ha 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 ha, where did this kid come from? Many people laughed and looked at Lin Feng with ridicule. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed out with a peerless sword. 1,000-meter-long sword ray condensed. Pooh, the ancient ship at the front was split apart by Lin Feng's sword like tofu. The murderous aura released by the huge sword light instantly killed thousands of interstellar pirates on the ancient starship. The surroundings. Suddenly, there was silence. Countless interstellar pirates couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. 1. Destroying an ancient starry sky ship. Wasn't this too strong? Many people looked at Lin Feng. It was as if they were looking at a demon. Lin Feng slashed out again. Pooh, the second ancient ship was split apart by Lin Feng's sword. Thousands of space pirates on this ancient ship died tragically. The interstellar pirates on the pirate ship started to panic. There was rarely anything or anyone that could scare them like this. But now, Lin Feng had succeeded. Don't panic. He's only one person. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for so many of us. At this moment, the commander of the fleet shouted in a deep voice. The originally panicked fleet became much more stable. Use the spirit stone cannonballs to kill him. The Legion commander shouted. After he finished speaking, the Legion commander shouted. The spirit stone cannons on the dozens of ancient ships all fired a dense number of spirit stone cannonballs. Those spirit stone cannonballs bombarded Lin Feng. Who knew how many spirit stone cannonballs there were? Those spirit stone cannonballs emitted an extremely terrifying wave of energy. It contained an unimaginable destructive power. One spirit stone cannonball could cause a huge amount of damage, not to mention so many spirit stone cannonballs exploding together. How powerful would the destructive power be? The space pirates looked at Lin Feng and the others as if they were looking at dead people. Lin Feng's face revealed a sneer. Lin Feng took a step forward. The dense number of spirit stone cannonballs all stopped in the void. This was the method of stopping space, and it was used by Lin Feng. When Lin Feng used this unique skill, everything was frozen. This scene was really shocking. Therefore, the interstellar pirates were all horrified. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Whoosh, the dense number of spirit stone cannonballs all flew towards the ancient ships. Bang! 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 Then, those spirit stone cannonballs exploded, and many ancient ships were destroyed by the spirit stone cannonballs. Countless space pirates were killed on the spot. But these people were not worthy of sympathy. Run, this was the thought in the hearts of every space pirate. Lin Feng was too strong, so strong that it made them despair. One by one, the space pirate ships quickly fled into the distance. Now, most of the space pirates had been destroyed. Lin Feng did not intend to let the remaining space pirate ships go. Slash, Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword. One sword chi after another flew out. Every time a sword chi flew out, an ancient ship would be destroyed. Every time an ancient ship was destroyed, the cultivators on it would be killed by the sword chi and killing intent. Even the cultivators who did not die were eventually killed by Lin Feng with a palm strike. Even the main ship that the commander was on was destroyed. However, the commander did not die. After all, the commander was very strong. The commander looked at Lin Feng with a pale face and said, "We are members of the 9 Devil Space Pirates. You should know how strong the 9 Devil Space Pirates are. Have you thought about the consequences of killing our people like this?" Lin Feng sneered. "The consequences are, the 9 Devil Space Pirates will be completely destroyed by me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng swung his sword and beheaded the commander. There was only one ancient ship left. The reason why Lin Feng hadn't destroyed the ship was because it was the ship where the women were imprisoned. They were a group of pitiful people. Therefore, Lin Feng left the ancient ship for last. Lin Feng quickly chased after it. He soon caught up to the ancient ship. After that, Lin Feng directly destroyed the restrictions on the ancient ship and landed on it. Spare us, spare us. We know we were wrong. We will never be space pirates again. Please spare our worthless lives." This ancient ship was a place where captives were imprisoned, so there were not many space pirates. There were only about 100 of them. At this moment, all of them flew out and begged loudly. They did not want to die. However, how could Lin Feng let them go? Lin Feng flicked his finger and sword chi flew out. One by one, the space pirates were killed by Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, only the captain of the ancient ship had not been killed by Lin Feng. "Let me ask you something. You better answer honestly," Lin Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. I will tell you everything I know," the space pirate hurriedly said. Lin Feng said, "Did the 9 Devil Space Pirates attack the Jiang family's fleet before?" The space pirate hurriedly nodded and said, "About 200 years ago, we did attack a fleet that called itself the Jiang family. Most of the Jiang family members were killed, and only a small number of them managed to escape." "Do you have any recollection of this person, Jiang Yudi?" Lin Feng asked. The space pirate shook his head. Pooh. When Lin Feng realized that he wouldn't be able to get any useful information, he killed the pirate as well. 40 to 50,000 people. All of them were killed by Lin Feng. He went to the cabin where the captives were imprisoned and opened the sealed door. There were about 3 to 4,000 people inside. They were all very beautiful women. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." After seeing Lin Feng, the women thanked Lin Feng. Even Lin Feng was shocked. At this moment, seeing so many beautiful women gathered together, he was a little dazzled. Lin Feng said, "No need to thank me. You don't have to squeeze in there. Come out." Lin Feng took the lead and went to the deck. As for these women, they also walked out one after another. These people seemed to be led by a white-clothed woman. The woman in white knelt on the ground, and the other women followed suit. "What's going on?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The lady in white said, "Please accept us, sir. We are willing to be your servants. In this chaotic world, if you don't accept us, I'm afraid our fates will be extremely miserable." At this point, the lady in white couldn't help but cry. The rest of the people also began to cry. The families of these 3,000 women were all dead. The world was so chaotic now. They were easily targeted and ended up in a miserable state. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to see such a thing happen. Lin Feng sympathized with these women. However, Lin Feng had his own things to do now, so he naturally couldn't bring them along. The lady in white said, "Have we made things difficult for you, sir?" Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "How about this? I'll find a place to settle you down first, and then I'll send someone to pick you up." "Young master, we'll do anything to repay your kindness," said Lin Feng with a smile. The lady in white said. The group of people began to kneel and worship Lin Feng again. Lin Feng asked everyone to stand up. He said, "Everyone, don't be so polite in the future. It'll make us seem distant." Only then did everyone stand up. Everyone secretly sized up Lin Feng. Lin Feng was young, handsome, strong, kind, and had a sense of justice. He was simply the ideal lover. In addition, Lin Feng had saved them when they were in danger and even helped them take revenge. Therefore, unknowingly, many people had Lin Feng's shadow in their hearts, but they didn't dare to reveal their feelings. They felt that they weren't good enough for Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked everyone to find their own rooms to rest, and then Lin Feng asked the lady in white to stay. After a short conversation, Lin Feng found out that the lady in white's identity wasn't simple. The lady in white was called Bai Zining. She was the only daughter of the planet's master that had been destroyed. No wonder those women treated her as their master. It turned out that she had such an identity. Lin Feng also realized that Bai Zining was indeed different from the other women. Although the other women were very beautiful, they lacked a special feeling. They probably lacked a certain temperament. Bai Zining's temperament was more outstanding. 1 month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived on a planet called the Great Firmament Star. That planet was gigantic, and there were many strong cultivators. There were many ancient and powerful sects and clans there. Therefore, even a behemoth like the 9 Devils Starry Sky Pirates did not dare to provoke this planet. Lin Feng's ancient ship landed outside an ancient city called Cubo City. Lin Feng and the rest got off the ship. Lin Feng told Bai Zining to put the ship away. Lin Feng didn't want it, he gave it to Bai Zining. Maybe they would need it in the future. Such a large group of people entered the city. Moreover, they were all beauties who were more beautiful than flowers. Naturally, it caused quite a stir. Soon, the news spread in Cubo City. Lin Feng had expected that this matter would cause a stir. With so many peerless beauties arriving, it would be very abnormal if it didn't cause a stir. Lin Feng didn't take this matter to heart. He bought a huge mansion in Cubo City, which was more than enough to accommodate a few thousand people. The entire mansion was said to be owned by a city lord's family a long time ago, but that family had declined. However, the mansion's restriction power was quite good. Lin Feng added some new restrictions. In this way, others wouldn't be able to break in. Lin Feng then refined a paper crane. Lin Feng gave this paper crane a powerful spirituality and poured some information into it. The paper crane soared into the sky and turned into a red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane quickly flew in the direction of the Undying Realm. This method was actually not particularly magical. After knowing some methods and the Starry Sky route map, one could order the paper crane to deliver a letter. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that this trip was long. If a paper crane turned into a red-crowned crane to deliver a letter over such a long distance, what would he do if he encountered some danger on the way and the red-crowned crane was destroyed? Therefore, Lin Feng folded 9 more paper cranes one after another. A total of 10 paper cranes turned into red-crowned cranes and went to the Undying Realm to deliver the letter. After doing all this, Lin Feng was relieved. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Many people were alarmed. It seemed that someone had touched the restriction and wanted to come in. This made Lin Feng's face sink slightly. Who was so rude? Did they want to force their way in without permission? How preposterous. Bai Zining and the others also came out. Lin Feng asked everyone to wait inside while he walked outside. He wanted to see who was destroying the mansion's restriction outside. Sister Zining, should we go and take a look? Although we are not particularly strong, we can still help the young master, right? A female cultivator said. Many people looked at Bai Zining. Everyone had the same thought. Bai Zining said, since the young master did not ask us to go out, we can just wait here. If we go out rashly, it is very likely that the young master will be unhappy. Hearing this, the others nodded. Lin Feng went outside and saw that many people had gathered outside. Many people were here to watch the show. Lin Feng naturally knew why these people were here to watch the show. As for the people who had touched the restriction earlier, they were a few guards. A young master. He was riding on a strange beast. Those people were obviously the young master's men. As for the young master, he was ordinary looking. The only thing that left a deep impression was his eyes. It was a pair of inverted triangular eyes, which made him look very sinister and vicious. After seeing this person's appearance, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. This guy did not look like a good person at first glance. In fact, Lin Feng could not be blamed for judging a person by his appearance. As the saying went, one's appearance was born from one's heart. One could tell a person's character from their appearance. Of course, this was not about whether they were handsome or ugly. It was a kind of appearance that was born from within. This young master with inverted triangular eyes had a sinister appearance. How could such a person be a good person? Are you the person in charge here? The young master with inverted triangular eyes asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. The young master with inverted triangular eyes smiled and said, I heard that you brought a few thousand beauties here. Are you planning to sell them? Said Lin Feng. I think you're mistaken. They're real people, not goods. Therefore, I won't sell them. You can leave now, said Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the young master with inverted triangular eyes sneered and said, do you know who I am? Not interested. Lin Feng said indifferently. When the young master with inverted triangular eyes saw that Lin Feng did not give him any face, his face sank, and he looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. He said coldly, Kid, I am a member of the City Lord's clan, and I am the third son of the current City Lord. I can see that you are someone who knows some rules. Since you are in Cubo City, you should know how to behave, right? The young master with inverted triangular eyes had a confident look on his face. He believed that Lin Feng would know what to do after hearing his words. A powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. This was the principle. If he didn't even understand this, he would be seeking his own death. However, Lin Feng did not fall for this trick. What was Lin Feng's current status? How could he be threatened by such a despicable person? So what if he was outside? Lin Feng was strong enough, so he was confident in his actions. Get lost. Lin Feng reprimanded coldly. After hearing Lin Feng's reprimand, everyone was stunned. Even the cultivators who had come to watch the show were stunned. Then, everyone came back to their senses. Many people had an expression of disbelief. This was Cubo City. There was actually someone who dared to tell the son of Cubo City's city lord to get lost. Wasn't this too inconceivable? No one dared to believe their ears. They even thought that they had misheard. However, the other party's voice was very clear. How could they have misheard? There was no way they had misheard. The other party was really reprimanding the son of the city lord. That guy probably doesn't know what kind of temper Dong Ziyuan has, said a cultivator. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of pity. This Dong Ziyuan's reputation in Cubo City was extremely bad. He did not do good things, but did bad things. Who would dare to provoke such a young thug? Moreover, this Dong Ziyuan was not as simple as a young thug. He was also an extremely talented cultivator with terrifying strength. If he was just a simple young thug, then his status in the family would definitely not be high. However, his talent was too high and his strength was powerful. This was a different story. Therefore, Dong Ziyuan belonged to the kind of young thug who was very powerful. Outsiders did not know much about Dong Ziyuan, but many people in Cubo City were naturally very clear about Dong Ziyuan's character. At this moment, Dong Ziyuan's face had become extremely gloomy. His inverted triangular eyes made him look very ugly. At this moment, because of the surging anger, a gloomy light shot out from his inverted triangular eyes from time to time. Obviously, he hated Lin Feng to the core. At this time, someone secretly transmitted a message to Lin Feng, "Young master, don't argue with Dong Ziyuan. It's better to give him a few beauties, then admit your mistake and apologize. This matter might be over like this. Otherwise, once Dong Ziyuan makes his move, not only will those beauties be lost, but even you might die at Dong Ziyuan's hands." Obviously, the cultivator who secretly transmitted the message to Lin Feng felt that Lin Feng would definitely not have a good ending if he offended someone like Dong Ziyuan. Therefore, he wanted Lin Feng to choose to submit. Although he would lose face, at least he could save his own life. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The person in the dark reminded Lin Feng out of good intentions. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Others might not know about his situation, but Lin Feng knew about his own situation. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally did not agree with the words of the person in the dark. Dong Ziyuan looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. His voice was filled with cold killing intent as he said, "Brat, do you know what you just said?" Lin Feng said, "I originally thought that your appearance was damaged, but I didn't expect your brain to be damaged as well. Can't you understand human language?" Bai Zining and the others in the courtyard could not help but laugh when they heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's words were too vicious. It was enough to anger someone to death. And those people who were watching the excitement outside all looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This young master was really not afraid of offending Dong Ziyuan. He even dared to say such words. Now, there was no possibility of this matter being settled peacefully. With Dong Ziyuan's ferocious temperament, would he let this matter go? Surely not, right? Dong Ziyuan's inverted triangular eyes were filled with killing intent. Dong Ziyuan was very disgusted when people talked about his appearance. It seemed that this guy had some self-awareness and knew that his appearance was not good. Therefore, when people talked about his appearance, it was most likely to be mockery and ridicule. Now that Lin Feng had ridiculed Dong Ziyuan, it had crossed Dong Ziyuan's bottom line. Therefore, Dong Ziyuan was now thinking about how to kill Lin Feng. Directly killing Lin Feng would be too easy for Lin Feng. Capture this brat first. Later, I will put him to death by 1,000 cuts. Dong Ziyuan ordered coldly. After receiving the order, the surrounding guards did not dare to hesitate and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Each of them looked like wolves and tigers. These people's cultivation was indeed very tyrannical, but that was only in comparison. Compared to an expert like Lin Feng, these people were far inferior. Scram. Facing the group of guards who rushed towards him, Lin Feng coldly spat out a word. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, these people felt as if they had been struck by lightning and were sent flying one by one. In midair, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale as they fell to the ground and fainted. His voice can hurt people. This person is very powerful. No wonder he dared to mock Dong Ziyuan. After seeing Lin Feng's extraordinary combat strength, some cultivators immediately exclaimed. After all, there were some powerful people among Dong Ziyuan's subordinates. Lin Feng's methods. This kind of method was really unfathomable. But many people knew that Dong Ziyuan was an extremely powerful existence. If he fought with Lin Feng, the result would be hard to say. Moreover, Dong Ziyuan had a powerful family behind him. That was the most terrifying thing. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, could he compete with a family? Dong Ziyuan said gloomily. No wonder you dared to behave so atrociously in my Cubo City. You have some skills. But don't forget that this is Cubo City, the territory of my Dong family. Even if you're a dragon, you'll still have to coil up and lie down. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Ziyuan took out a battle spear. The battle spear emitted an endless chill. At first glance, one could tell that it was a powerful treasure. Dong Ziyuan held the battle spear in his hand, and his mount suddenly galloped. The man, the mount, and the battle spear instantly became one. Dong Ziyuan's spear stabbed towards Lin Feng, as if he wanted to directly stab Lin Feng to death. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Dong Ziyuan's fighting strength was terrifying. Everyone stared at Lin Feng and Dong Ziyuan. At this moment, they were extremely nervous. They wondered what the result of the battle would be. Seeing that Dong Ziyuan's spear was about to pierce Lin Feng's body, many people couldn't help but exclaim. There were also many people who shook their heads and sighed. They had seen too many people who had offended Dong Ziyuan and ended up being killed by him. Now, it seemed that there would be another person on the list of people who had died unjustly. But in the next moment, what happened next made them feel incomparably astonished and shocked. This was because they saw that Lin Feng actually grabbed Dong Ziyuan's spear and then suddenly pulled. Dong Ziyuan's battle spear was directly taken away by Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the battle spear in one hand and viciously whipped it towards Dong Ziyuan, who was sitting on his mount. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful attack fiercely swept Dong Ziyuan's body. How could Dong Ziyuan withstand such a terrifying attack? He was directly sent flying. Wah! Dong Ziyuan vomited a large mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Many people even heard the sound of bones cracking. Obviously, many of Dong Ziyuan's bones had been broken by that attack. Plop! Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Dong Ziyuan fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Then, Dong Ziyuan fainted. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. After all, a powerful figure like Dong Ziyuan had been defeated so easily by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's battle strength was too strong, wasn't it? Dong Ziyuan's subordinates had already crawled up from the ground, but their faces were all pale. They looked at Lin Feng in horror, afraid that Lin Feng would attack them again. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to these people. He said with a calm expression, "Tell the Dong clan's manager that since he is guarding a region, he should benefit the people, not bring disaster to others. I will give the Dong clan some face and not kill Dong Ziyuan. But don't do it again, or I will not spare him." After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people were shocked. Lin Feng's words were equivalent to challenging a powerful clan. He was really bold. What would happen next? Would the Dong clan give up? Dong Ziyuan's guards naturally didn't dare to say anything. They hurriedly carried the unconscious Dong Ziyuan and quickly left this place. Lin Feng returned to the courtyard. When they saw Lin Feng return, many beauties gathered in the courtyard looked at Lin Feng with worship and adoration. However, Lin Feng ignored their gazes. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, disperse." Only then did the crowd disperse. Many people were whispering to each other, but most of the topics were related to Lin Feng. 2 hours later, someone knocked on the door of Lin Feng's courtyard. Lin Feng went outside and saw a 7 or 8-year-old child. When he saw Lin Feng come out, the little boy said, "Big brother, someone asked me to bring you a message." "What message?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. The little boy said, "An old friend invited you to the Drunken Immortal Tavern in the south of the city." "Oh? An old friend invited you?" Lin Feng was extremely surprised. How could he meet an old friend in a place like this? That was a rather strange thing. He didn't know who this old friend was. Lin Feng didn't ask. Even if he did, the little boy probably wouldn't know. Thus, Lin Feng went to attend the banquet. When he arrived at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, he asked around. The innkeeper asked if Lin Feng's surname was Lin. Lin Feng replied, "Yes." The innkeeper then asked the waiter to bring Lin Feng to a private room. The waiter brought Lin Feng to a private room. Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered. He immediately saw a familiar figure. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She was Ning Xianyu. She was also Ning Xianwu. It was as if the souls of the two sisters were sharing a body. It also seemed like they had schizophrenia. However, Lin Feng couldn't be sure of the specifics. Ning Xianyu had a violent temper and was vicious. Ning Xianwu was gentle and considerate. She had a lively personality. However, was this woman Ning Xianyu? Or was she Ning Xianwu? Hee, you didn't expect to meet me here, right? Ning Xianwu turned around. When she saw Lin Feng, she smiled and said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded, indeed, I didn't expect you to be here. Ning Xianwu had a melancholy look on her face. She smiled bitterly and said, it's my sister. She's chasing me. I've been hiding everywhere, but I couldn't shake her off. Unknowingly, I came to this place. Hearing Ning Xianwu's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for her. How pitiful, she still didn't know the truth. However, there were some things that Lin Feng couldn't tell Ning Xianwu. For example, the sister she was talking about could be her sister who had schizophrenia. It could also be that the two sisters were sharing a body. If that was the case, wouldn't it be a huge blow to Ning Xianwu? Where's your sister now? Lin Feng asked. I don't know exactly where she is, but I'm sure she's nearby. However, it seems like she doesn't want to see you, so if she sees you, she won't appear. Then I don't have to worry about her killing me for now. It could be seen that Ning Xianwu was in a good mood. Lin Feng accompanied Ning Xianwu to have a meal. While they were eating, they talked about many things. Lin Feng asked Ning Xianwu about her plans. Ning Xianwu wanted to find a senior who had some connections with her. She wanted that senior to help her mediate the relationship between her and her sister. Dong clan. Bang, 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 the sound of many things being smashed could be heard from Dong Ziyuan's room. The concubines who were in charge of taking care of Dong Ziyuan were trembling in fear. Normally, Dong Ziyuan would beat them up when he wasn't in a good mood. Moreover, Dong Ziyuan had suffered a great loss outside. Dong Ziyuan was incomparably furious. He wouldn't let them go, right? Therefore, these concubines were very afraid at this moment. What are you afraid of? Could it be that you're afraid of me? Am I, the young master, very cruel? Why are you so afraid of me? Dong Ziyuan looked coldly at the concubines in the room. These concubines were all snatched by him. Although they were called concubines, their status was very low. They were no different from maids. Young master, you're not cruel. We're not afraid. These concubines said with trembling voices. Dong Ziyuan was a person who liked to listen to compliments. In the past, he would ask similar questions. These concubines knew how to respond to Dong Ziyuan. However, Dong Ziyuan was in a terrible mood today. Therefore, when he heard these flattering words, his mood became even worse. He raised his leg and kicked one of the concubines flying. He scolded, I'm a cruel person. The other concubines were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. At this moment, a cold snort came from outside. Following that, more than 10 people rushed into the room. The one who snorted was a middle-aged cultivator. That middle-aged cultivator was Dong Ziyuan's father, the current head of the Dong clan, Dong Tianchong. He had just finished dealing with some important matters when he heard that Dong Ziyuan had been beaten. Therefore, he quickly returned to the clan to deal with the matter. Father. When he saw Dong Tianchong, Dong Ziyuan hurriedly bowed. Dong Tianchong scolded, useless thing. After being bullied outside, you only know how to vent your anger on your concubines. Are you even a man? Although Dong Ziyuan was not a good person, he was still quite afraid of his father. Therefore, when he heard Dong Tianchong's reprimand, he did not dare to say anything. Dong Tianchong said in a low voice, what exactly happened? Tell me. Dong Ziyuan told him the whole story. He did not add any details because there was no need to. Moreover, lying to Dong Tianchong would not end well. Dong Tianchong said with a gloomy expression, how interesting. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to behave atrociously in our territory. As the saying went, like father, like son. Dong Ziyuan was a good-for-nothing. He had inherited his father's bad habits. Just think about it. For such a huge clan, the person in charge was actually someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and committed all sorts of crimes. One could only imagine what kind of clan this was. The Dong clan's reputation was indeed not very good. Dong Ziyuan said, Father, that brat beat me up like this. he's slapping our Dong clan's face. So many people are watching, and the outside world is waiting to see how our Dong clan will retaliate. If we allow that brat to behave atrociously in our territory and ignore him, where will our Dong clan's face go? Dong Tianchong nodded with a gloomy expression. This matter had damaged the Dong clan's reputation, so Dong Tianchong was extremely angry. No one can get away scot-free after offending the Dong family, said the Dong family. Dong Tianchong sneered. Dong Ziyuan was delighted when he saw his father's attitude. His father's attitude showed that he was going to be strong until the end. When the time came, he wanted to see how that damned brat would deal with this. Dong Tianchong said, "Send a letter to that brat. Tell him that I, Dong Tianchong, will personally host a banquet for him." Yes. Immediately, a Dong clan cultivator responded. After receiving Dong Tianchong's order, he quickly went to deliver the letter. "Father, what are your plans?" Dong Ziyuan asked. Dong Tianchong said, "Isn't that brat very arrogant? He'll definitely come to the banquet. When the time comes, he won't be able to leave." At this point, Dong Tianchong's face suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Lin Feng naturally didn't know that Dong Tianchong was plotting against him. At this moment, he had finished eating with Ning Xianwu and was heading back to his residence. Ning Xianwu was planning to stay at Lin Feng's place for a while, which was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. After returning, Bai Zining came to see Lin Feng. When she saw Ning Xianwu, she was stunned. Ning Xianwu was beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. Even compared to her, Ning Xianwu wasn't inferior at all. Moreover, Bai Zining could see that Lin Feng and this girl's relationship wasn't simple. It seemed like they were at least old acquaintances. Lin Feng introduced them. "This is Bai Zining. This is Ning Xianwu, my friend." Ning Xianwu had already heard about what had happened from Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was a chivalrous person, which was why he was willing to take all the trouble for himself. Ning Xianwu admired this kind of character. The two girls greeted each other and got to know each other. Bai Zining said, "Young master, someone from the Dong clan just sent a letter saying that the Dong clan's leader, Dong Tianchong, invited you to a banquet tomorrow." Lin Feng sneered, "There's no good banquet. Looks like it's a trap." Bai Zining asked, "Young master, what do you plan to do?" Lin Feng said, "What's there to be afraid of? I'll just go and take a look tomorrow." Then, Lin Feng arranged a place for Ning Xianwu to stay. Ning Xianwu's place was next to Lin Feng's. The two of them had some feelings for each other. Therefore, they were very happy to meet each other this time. They stayed together and chatted about many things until it was late at night. Then, they separated and went back to rest. Bang, however, just as Lin Feng fell asleep, he heard the door being kicked open. Ning Xianwu entered the room with a sword in her hand. Lin Feng was shocked. "Xianwu, what's wrong?" Lin Feng asked. "Where's Ning Xianwu? Where did that little bitch go?" the person said coldly. Lin Feng immediately smiled bitterly. Ning Xianwu had become Ning Xianyu again. Lin Feng liked Ning Xianwu, not the demoness Ning Xianyu. Lin Feng said, "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Can't you two sisters get along peacefully?" In fact, Lin Feng was wailing in his heart. Are you two souls sharing a body, or do you have split personalities? Right now, he was still in a daze and couldn't figure out what the truth was. But no matter what the truth was, Lin Feng hoped that Ning Xianyu and Ning Xianwu could get along peacefully. Being so secretive all the time was too scary. Ning Xianyu said coldly, "You have no right to meddle in the affairs of us sisters." Lin Feng was speechless as he said, "If it's not up to me, then why did you come to disturb my dreams? Hurry up and leave, I want to sleep." Ning Xianyu snorted coldly and said, "That little bitch likes you, so she definitely won't keep hiding. She will definitely think of a way to see you. I'll stay here and wait for her to come." Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really wanted to say, "Beauty, fairy, you don't have to wait. When you appear, she won't appear. When she appears, you won't appear." In the end, he didn't say those words. With Ning Xianyu here, how could Lin Feng dare to sleep? Who knew if he would be slashed by her sword while he was sleeping? Then, Lin Feng and Ning Xianyu chatted until 5 o'clock in the morning. Ning Xianyu couldn't take it anymore and went to the room next door to rest. The next day. Lin Feng, wake up. Lin Feng heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Ning Xianwu. The two sisters weren't particularly difficult to distinguish. As long as one could distinguish the difference in their expressions, eyes, and actions, one could tell whether it was Ning Xianwu or Ning Xianyu. I still want to sleep. Lin Feng said. Ning Xianwu said, did my sister come to look for you yesterday? She didn't say anything overboard, right? She did. Lin Feng said. Ah? What did she say? Ning Xianwu asked in surprise. She betrothed you to me. From now on, you are my wife. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Ning Xianwu's beautiful face immediately turned red. She said, you're lying to me, right? Lin Feng said, I'm telling the truth. When you see your sister, you can ask her and you'll know. Ning Xianwu was a little happy. Her elder sister was like a mother. Her elder sister could make decisions for her. In the afternoon, Lin Feng found that Ning Xianwu had left. There was a letter in Ning Xianwu's residence. Lin Feng opened the letter. He saw the beautiful words on the letter. The handwriting was very nice. It was much nicer than Lin Feng's handwriting. He couldn't tell. Ning Xianwu actually had such good handwriting. Lin Feng, I admit that I like you. You said that my sister betrothed me to you. I'm very happy, but my sister and I have a deep misunderstanding now. I want to resolve the misunderstanding between us before we talk about marriage. My sister is my only family member. I hope that you can understand. I hope that everything will go smoothly. I hope that we can meet soon. I hope that you won't forget me. Seeing this letter, Lin Feng sighed. Ning Xianwu was a good woman. The problem between her and Ning Xianyu. Was it wrong for him to not tell her? Lin Feng was actually a little conflicted in his heart. At night, Lin Feng went to the Dong clan as a guest. Now, countless people were paying attention to the Dong clan's every move. The news of Lin Feng going to the Dong clan's banquet was deliberately spread. Many people were discussing this matter in private, guessing what the Dong clan's motive was. Could it be a Hongmen banquet? The Dong clan's mansion occupied a large area, and it was built very magnificently. The Dong clan was indeed extraordinary, with many experts. Lin Feng could clearly feel that when he entered the Dong clan's mansion, many people were secretly observing him. Lin Feng went to the living room. There were more than 10 people gathered in the living room. They should be the higher-ups of the Dong clan, and Dong Ziyuan was among them. Lin Feng was very surprised. This guy was seriously injured before, but now he was alive and kicking. It seemed that the Dong clan had some good healing medicine. Otherwise, Dong Ziyuan wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Young master, I am the head of the Dong clan, Dong Tianchong. May I know how to address you? Dong Tianchong looked at Lin Feng with a smile. At this time, Lin Feng also carefully observed Dong Tianchong. Dong Tianchong had a medium build, and was very thin. His eye sockets were sunken, and his body exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura. At first glance, one could tell that he was an extremely difficult person to provoke. His forehead was protruding. Judging from his face, he should be the kind of person who was good at scheming, not a kind person. No wonder a big family like the Dong clan didn't restrict their disciples. Lin Feng guessed that this Dong Tianchong was not a good person when he was young. Lin Feng introduced himself, my surname is Lin, and my name is Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng introduced himself in such a haughty manner in front of Dong Tianchong, some of the Dong clan's cultivators' faces suddenly became unsightly. Obviously, in their opinion, Lin Feng was not qualified to act so high and mighty. Of course, these Dong clan's cultivators also learned about Lin Feng's strength from Dong Ziyuan. In their opinion, Lin Feng's attitude was so high because of his strength. However, this was the Dong clan, and not a place where Lin Feng could behave atrociously. Some of the Dong clan's cultivators wanted to scold Lin Feng, but when they thought of the Dong clan's warning, they restrained themselves. They all sneered in their hearts, boy, I'll let you show off for a while. If you still act so high and mighty, you'll be begging for mercy. Dong Tianchong smiled and said, "So it's Lin Gongzi. Let's not stand outside and talk. Lin Gongzi, please come in." Lin Feng nodded and walked inside with Dong Tianchong. After they took their seats, all kinds of good wine and delicacies were served. A maid poured wine for everyone. Although he did not deliberately look at Dong Ziyuan, Lin Feng could feel the endless anger in Dong Ziyuan's heart. This guy thoroughly hated him, so now he hated him to the core. Lin Feng could also guess this. Expecting a person with a character like Dong Ziyuan to let go of their former enmity, wasn't that forcing him? It was simply impossible. Dong Tianchong said, "Lin Gongzi, Ziyuan offended you before. I apologize on behalf of Ziyuan. Please drink this cup of wine." Dong Tianchong raised his cup, and the others, including Dong Ziyuan, also raised their cups. Dong Tianchong gave Dong Ziyuan a look, and Dong Ziyuan said, "Lin Gongzi, I offended you before. I hope you can forgive me, Lin Gongzi. I'll drink this cup of wine as an apology." Dong Ziyuan said and was about to drink the wine in his cup in one gulp. Lin Feng said, "Wait. What?" Dong Ziyuan asked. "I don't know how to drink. How about this, drink all the wine in your cup and mine, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Drink my cup of wine first." Lin Feng said and handed the cup to Dong Ziyuan with a smile. "I won't drink." Dong Ziyuan said. Lin Feng asked, "Why won't you drink? Don't tell me you don't want my forgiveness?" "Absolutely not," Dong Ziyuan hurriedly said. Lin Feng said, "So there's a problem with this cup of wine?" Dong Ziyuan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly covered it up and said, "Lin Gongzi, you must be joking. We're all drinking the same wine. How can there be a problem with the wine? If there's no problem, you can drink it," said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were agile. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng had already grabbed Dong Ziyuan's face with his left hand. Immediately after, he poured the wine into Dong Ziyuan's mouth. Then, Lin Feng abruptly raised his hand and put it on Dong Ziyuan's chin. Dong Ziyuan gulped the wine down his throat. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Dong Tianchong quickly took out a pill and wanted to give it to Dong Ziyuan, but Dong Ziyuan's body began to tremble violently. "Father! I don't want to die." Dong Ziyuan cried out in fear. In the next moment, his face turned black and he fell to the ground. His body did not move. There was no more sound. What a tyrannical poison. It actually took Dong Ziyuan's life in an instant. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios ha 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 ha, I knew that this wine was poisonous. Look, Dong Ziyuan was poisoned to death. After Lin Feng poisoned Dong Ziyuan to death, he burst into laughter. These people were too naive and self-righteous to think that they could use poisonous wine to deal with him. One had to know that Lin Feng and Du Zhu had been together for a long time. Lin Feng was quite familiar with all kinds of poisons. Actually, the wine wasn't poisonous. The problem was with the cup. Lin Feng's cup had been poisoned beforehand. Therefore, when the same wine was poured into the cup, only Lin Feng's wine was poisoned. However, these people didn't expect that Lin Feng was familiar with poisons. They didn't expect that Lin Feng would be familiar with poisons. Therefore, they weren't fooled. "Lin Feng, you bastard! I'm going to kill you!" Dong Tianchong roared angrily. Although he had several sons, the one he valued the most was Dong Ziyuan. Not only was Dong Ziyuan talented and strong, but the main reason was that Dong Ziyuan was too similar to him when he was young. Whether it was in terms of appearance or personality, they were extremely similar. Therefore, when he looked at Dong Ziyuan, it was as if he was looking at himself when he was young. It was because of this that Dong Tianchong had always been very indulgent towards Dong Ziyuan. Now, in front of him, his most valued son, Dong Ziyuan, was poisoned to death by Lin Feng. How could Dong Tianchong accept this? Now, Dong Tianchong was burning with anger. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. "Go to hell!" Dong Tianchong shouted coldly and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. As the patriarch of an aristocratic family, Dong Tianchong's strength was naturally very strong. However, Dong Tianchong's strength was only relative. Naturally, he would only know how strong he was by comparison. For example, if Dong Tiancheng fought against Lin Feng, there would be a certain gap between them. Bang! Lin Feng's palm collided with Dong Tiancheng's palm. Dong Tiancheng was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. His face was full of disbelief. Lin Feng, such a young cultivator, was actually able to send him flying. His strength was too strong, far stronger than Dong Tiancheng had imagined. Dong Tiancheng even felt a little regretful in his heart, because this matter could have been resolved peacefully, but because they wanted to assassinate Lin Feng, they had completely formed a death grudge. As a result, there was no longer any possibility of peace between the two sides. They had offended Lin Feng, a young cultivator with great potential and great strength. If they killed Lin Feng, it would be better, but if they couldn't kill Lin Feng, it might even bring disaster to the entire clan. Fortunately, this time, Dong Tiancheng was well prepared. In order to prevent any accidents, he invited several experts from the clan. These experts were all existences that were almost at the peak of the Transcendence realm. Although Lin Feng was strong, how could he deal with so many top experts by himself? Ancestors, please show yourselves. Dong Tiancheng shouted in a deep voice. Swoosh, light flashed, and 5 old men appeared in the hall. These 5 old men's auras were very strong, and each of them was an existence that was almost at the peak of the Transcendence realm. After they appeared, a terrifying pressure spread out, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. Such powerful existences were too terrifying, let alone 5 of them appearing together. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared half to death, but for Lin Feng, it was nothing. With the various powers that Lin Feng currently possessed, unless some cultivators who had fallen from the Transcendence realm came, they wouldn't be able to cause much harm to Lin Feng. You can't even deal with such a young cultivator. You've disappointed me. Among the 5 experts, a skinny old man said eerily. He looked like a ghost that had crawled out of hell, and his aura was incomparably gloomy and terrifying. Hearing this, Dong Tiancheng hurriedly said, Ancestor, it's because this kid is too strong. Humph, the skinny old man snorted. He was extremely dissatisfied with Dong Tiancheng's words that boosted Lin Feng's morale. He said, watch how this ancestor kills this kid. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny old man walked towards Lin Feng. Then, he attacked Lin Feng with a palm. His palm was black and white. White represented death. Black, on the other hand, represented loneliness. This sacred art was called Death and Loneliness. It was extremely powerful. When they saw the skinny old man use this sacred art, the other 4 experts sneered. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to block the skinny old man's attack. At that moment, Lin Feng attacked. He immediately used the 6 heavens skills. Lin Feng had only practiced the 6 heavens skills for a short period of time. He had only succeeded in practicing the selfless field of the 6 heavens skills. As for the selfless domain, the skyless domain, the Taoless domain, the lifeless samsara domain, and the lifeless hell domain, he had yet to successfully cultivate these 5 domains. However, the 6 skyless art was extremely powerful. Even if he only cultivated the selfless domain, its power was still extremely terrifying. When Lin Feng used the selfless field of the 6 heavens skills, the selfless field condensed and fell down. The 6 heavens skills field of the 6 heavens skills was a little special. It was invisible and intangible. Therefore, even if the field of the field enveloped the cultivator, they would not be aware of it. It was for this reason that it was extremely difficult to resist the 6 heavens skills. Within the selfless field of the selfless field, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. It was as if he was a mass of air, a pebble, or a leaf. This was the terrifying aspect of the selfless field. The skinny old man suddenly lost his target of attack. This scene was completely out of his expectations. Swoosh. Lin Feng appeared behind the skinny old man and threw a punch at him. Lin Feng had appeared too suddenly, he had managed to conceal himself from the crowd. That punch of his seemed to be able to shatter a major world. Its power was unimaginable. Therefore, when Lin Feng's punch came crashing down, the skinny old man did not even have time to react. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, Lin Feng's powerful punch landed heavily on the skinny old man's body. That terrifying punch directly sent the skinny old man flying. The skinny old man had such a powerful cultivation base and his physical body was actually very powerful. However, Lin Feng had just unleashed the power of the dragon elephant arm 7 times stronger. Therefore, even the skinny old man could not withstand that terrifying power. Half of the skinny old man's body exploded. His injuries were extremely serious and he looked quite miserable. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. No one had thought that such a dramatic scene would occur. Indeed, it was unexpected. Dong Tianchong thought to himself, Elder Ancestor, oh Elder Ancestor. You scolded me harshly before. Now that you've attacked, you instantly lost half of your life. What you said just now was like a slap to your face. However, Dong Tianchong did not become happy because of this incident. On the contrary, his current mood was getting worse. Because, the stronger Lin Feng was, the worse the situation for their family. Provoking such a killing god was indeed a situation that couldn't be worse. Lin Feng rushed forward, wanting to completely deal with the skinny old man. But at this time, the array patterns intertwined. The palace was sealed by the array patterns. A deployment spell had been set up there a long time ago, but it hadn't been activated until now. The deployment spell blocked Lin Feng's way. Because of this, the skinny old man escaped. Ah! Why is this happening? The skinny old man roared angrily. He could not accept all of this, especially now. Half of his body had exploded. Although he was still alive, this body was obviously crippled. If he wanted to survive, he might have to find some young cultivators with great talent to possess. However, it was the end of the world now. The doomsday battle was about to arrive. The 5 decay of heaven and man had descended. At this time, one's own combat strength would play a huge role in one's fate. If he were to recultivate, it would take many years to raise his cultivation base. Who knew what would happen during these annual meetings, so now, the skinny old man hated Lin Feng to the core. I'll definitely kill you, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. The skinny old man roared like a madman. Whoosh. But at this time, Lin Feng actually ignored the arrays and quickly arrived in front of the skinny old man. Lin Feng's attainments in arrays were profound, so the arrays here could not trap Lin Feng at all. It was naturally not difficult for Lin Feng to pass through the arrays here. Die. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold killing intent. The 7 times strength of the draconic elephant arm was completely unleashed, and the terrifying punch once again blasted towards the skinny old man. The skinny old man was very arrogant before. But in reality, he was extremely afraid of death. Now that he saw Lin Feng coming, his face became incomparably pale. In a hurry, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to block Lin Feng's terrifying punch. Bam! Lin Feng's punch landed on the skinny old man's arm. The skinny old man's arm broke, and then the punch continued to land on the skinny old man's body. After the skinny old man suffered the terrifying punch, his body directly exploded. He died tragically on the spot. A powerhouse who was about to surpass the peak of the realm was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Shock, emotion, disbelief. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely interesting. Let's attack together. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to kill him. An ancestor-level powerhouse shouted in a deep voice. His proposal quickly received the unanimous approval of the others. Although Lin Feng was very strong, it was impossible for him to fight against so many of them, right? These people's wishful thinking was quite good, but they did not understand Lin Feng's methods. Lin Feng laughed and said, I also like to fight in groups, but I don't like others to fight in groups. I like to fight in groups. An ancestor-level powerhouse immediately sneered and said, unfortunately, you won't have that opportunity. Soon, you will go to hell. That's not necessarily true. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a devilish smile. Then, he summoned the Book of the Undead. Now, there were 96 spirits in the Book of the Undead. Among them, there were 11 spirits who were about to surpass the peak of the realm. There were 3 spirits who were infinitely close to surpassing the realm. There were 255 spirits who were saints. When these spirits all flew out, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. They simply could not believe their eyes. They had thought that they were in control of everything, but now they realized how naive they had been. They finally understood why Lin Feng had dared to come to the banquet alone. It wasn't just because he was relatively strong. Lin Feng had summoned too many spirits, and they were incomparably strong. After sensing the terrifying qi emitted by these spirits, many people's faces became as white as paper. "Run!" An ancestor-level powerhouse said in a deep voice. The situation in front of them was too unfavorable for them, so they could only choose to run. There was no other choice. The rest of the people also wanted to escape. However, now, it was not a time where they could escape even if they wanted to. "Kill them," Lin Feng said coldly. After receiving Lin Feng's fate, these spirits immediately erupted with extremely terrifying fighting strength. Many cultivators were killed. The ancestor-level powerhouses were simply no match for them. Although they began to beg for mercy, Lin Feng did not pay attention to their begging. In the end, the 4 ancestor-level powerhouses, as well as Dong Tiancheng and the other high-level cultivators of the Dong family, were all killed. Naturally, the changes here could not be hidden from the others. Including the skinny old man, the 5 ancestors, and Dong Tiancheng's death quickly spread in the Dong family. The cultivators of the Dong family were scared out of their wits and fled outside. Lin Feng did not pay attention to the fleeing cultivators of the Dong family. In fact, a force like the Dong family had offended a lot of people and forces. Now that the 5 ancestors of the Dong family, Dong Tiancheng, and the other high-level cultivators of the Dong family were all killed, the Dong family no longer had a powerful foundation. Those who had enmity with the Dong family would naturally seek revenge for their grievances. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Feng to do anything. The cultivators of the Dong family would not have a good ending. Lin Feng sent many spirits into the Book of the Dead, then took the Book of the Dead and the storage rings of the powerhouses of the Dong family. Then, he caught a cultivator of the Dong family who was running away and asked him to take him to the Dong family's treasury to have a look. For a big family like the Dong family, there must be a lot of good things in the treasury. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in the Dong family's treasury. He just did not know if he would be able to find some treasures that would greatly benefit his cultivation. Regarding this, Lin Feng had high expectations. Lin Feng entered the treasury of the Dong clan. There were indeed a lot of treasures in the treasury of the Dong clan. There was a dazzling array of treasures, which had been accumulated by the Dong clan for a long time. But now, these treasures were destined to belong to Lin Feng. It could be said that the Dong clan had made a wedding dress for Lin Feng. Lin Feng put all kinds of treasures into his own time and space. Lin Feng had been looking for something useful to him, but he didn't find anything. Lin Feng was very disappointed. However, when Lin Feng was about to empty the treasury, Lin Feng suddenly found something. It was a mysterious bronze box, which exuded an ancient aura. Obviously, the bronze box had an extraordinary origin, but he didn't know who had left it behind. Lin Feng carefully examined the bronze box. He found that there were many mysterious runes on it, which sealed the box. Although the runes were ancient, they were still extraordinary. It would be difficult to decipher them in a short time. Lin Feng temporarily put the bronze box into his time-space. Then, Lin Feng moved the other treasures into his time-space. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer and flew outside. The news of the Dong clan's destruction had spread. A large number of cultivators had arrived and were watching from afar. Many people sighed. Such a colossus had been destroyed just like that? It was incredible. The Dong clan deserved it. My poor daughter was killed by the Dong clan's evil bastard. She won't be able to see this scene. An old man cried bitterly. His family members were comforting him. God has eyes. The Dong clan has been destroyed. More than 300 innocent people of the Song clan have died. Finally, we can rest in peace. In another direction, several cultivators were crying and laughing, but no one laughed at them. The Dong clan had taken a fancy to some of the Song clan's businesses. They had used all kinds of means to persecute the Song clan, which led to the destruction of the Song clan. Now that the Dong clan had been destroyed, it was normal for the Song clan to be overjoyed. At this moment, many people saw that the Dong clan had been destroyed and their revenge had been avenged. They were extremely happy, and then they spread the news. It seemed that the Dong clan was a family that had done all kinds of bad things. In fact, there were too many forces like this. For example, even the world of the mastermind was a force like this. However, the Dong clan was only a scourge of a city. The world of the mastermind was a scourge of countless worlds, planets, and countless cultivators. Look, it's that prince who killed the 5 ancestors of the Dong clan, Dong Tianchong, and other top experts. Someone pointed at Lin Feng, who was coming out of the Dong clan's courtyard. Many people exclaimed. Isn't Lin Feng too young? He's so young and yet he's already so strong, it's really incredible. Many people looked at Lin Feng in awe. When Lin Feng walked over, they opened a path for him, and Lin Feng quickly left. Let's go inside and see if there are any more treasures. Many people swarmed inside. Many forces also began to hunt down the remaining members of the Dong clan. Obviously, they thought that the remaining members of the Dong clan must have a lot of good things. If they killed the remaining members of the Dong clan, they could make a fortune. Of course, some people had grudges against the Dong clan, so they wanted to kill the members of the Dong clan to take revenge. But no matter what the reason was, everyone knew that the Dong clan was completely finished. Lin Feng returned to his residence. He found that the women were waiting for him. When they saw that Lin Feng had returned safely, they were finally relieved. Lin Feng went back to his residence. He wanted to study the bronze box. He didn't know what was inside, but if he opened it, he would be able to understand everything. The talismans on the bronze box were complicated, but they couldn't stop Lin Feng from deciphering them. Lin Feng deciphered all the talismans. Lin Feng opened the bronze box. Lin Feng saw that there were pieces of golden paper in the box. He looked at them carefully and saw that they were made of gold. The golden paper was made of gold, and there were many patterns and markings on it. He didn't know what they were. Lin Feng studied the golden pieces of paper and realized that they were puzzle pieces. He put all the golden pieces of paper together, forming a map. Where is this map? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, Big Yellow said, Master, if I'm not mistaken, this map should be the 100,000-mile sword forest of the Xianxia world. Oh? It has something to do with the primal chaos world? Lin Feng looked surprised. The primal chaos world was mysterious to cultivators in the outside world. Big Yellow said, yes, the 100,000-mile sword forest is an extremely dangerous place. There are countless treasured swords buried in the forest. It's said that there are even peerless divine swords on the level of ancient weapons. Some cultivators take the risk and go there to see if they can find any treasured swords, but it's obviously not easy. Many people have lost their lives because of it. Lin Feng said, this map points to a place in the 100,000-mile sword forest. I don't know where it is exactly. If we go to the primal chaos world, we can go there and explore. Maybe we can find something amazing. Big Yellow nodded and said, indeed, it's possible to find something amazing in the 100,000-mile sword forest. Maybe we can find some treasures on the level of ancient weapons. At that moment, Lin Feng's black dragon sword suddenly vibrated. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know what was going on with the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword seemed to have a mind of its own. Could it be that the black dragon sword was related to the 100,000-mile sword forest? At that moment, there were still a few seals on the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword's origin was extremely mysterious. Even Lin Feng didn't know where it came from. In the past, someone had put 9 seals on the black dragon sword. Back in the days, many mysteries had happened. Could it be that the secret of the black dragon sword could be unraveled in the Forest of Swords? Lin Feng said, don't worry. When I go to the primal chaos world, I'll definitely go to the 100,000-mile sword forest and unlock the seals for you. I'll let you see the light of day again. After hearing Lin Feng's promise, the black dragon sword suddenly let out a loud dragon roar. Then, it quieted down. Lin Feng put the puzzle back into the bronze box. Since it was related to the primal chaos world, Lin Feng didn't have to think about it for the time being. After all, Lin Feng was still in the mortal world. His next step was to go to the Buddhist world. Only when he reached the Buddhist world could he think about going to the heaven world. There were still a lot of things to settle in the heaven world. After that, he could go to the primal chaos world. Every step. Lin Feng had already planned it out. Lin Feng planned to leave. Bai Zining and the others wouldn't encounter any danger here. However, just to be on the safe side, Lin Feng decided to meet some of the major forces in Chubo City and ask them to take care of them. When the Undying Realm's cultivator army arrived, he would pick up Bai Zining and the others. Lin Feng wrote some invitations and asked people to send them to the major forces in Chubo City. In the evening, more than a dozen old ancestors of forces all arrived. This caused quite a stir. After all, it was extremely rare for so many old ancestors to gather together. What was the matter? Everyone was naturally very curious. Soon, the news spread that Lin Gongzi had invited the old ancestors of these major forces to a banquet. These old ancestors of these major forces naturally didn't dare to not come. In fact, they all wanted to curry favor with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so young, but he was so terrifying. Who knew how many experts and powerful forces were behind such a person? Therefore, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to befriending a young expert like Lin Feng. It was just that they couldn't figure out Lin Feng's temper, so they didn't dare to disturb Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng took the initiative to invite the old ancestors of these major forces to attend the banquet, it naturally made many people overjoyed. Many old ancestors had carefully prepared gifts. These gifts were very precious, but for Lin Feng, they weren't very attractive. However, Lin Feng still kept these gifts. If he didn't accept them, these old ancestors would inevitably be very nervous. They probably wouldn't enjoy the meal, right? Lin Feng told these old ancestors about taking care of Bai Zining and the others. He also said that someone would come to pick them up. These old ancestors naturally agreed to take care of Bai Zining and the others. This was a great opportunity to get closer to Lin Feng. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was hard to come by. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng went back and told Bai Zining about this matter. It would take some time for the cultivator army of the Undying Realm to arrive. During this time, Bai Zining and the others didn't have to stay in the courtyard all the time. They could go out for a walk. No one would dare to mess with them again. Then Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He once again set foot on the starry sky ancient road to the Buddha realm. 1 month later. Ka. In the starry sky world, the cawing of crows could be heard. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw a dense crowd of crows, blotting out the sky. There were too many of them. After seeing those crows, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely surprised expression. How could there be so many crows, he discovered. These crows didn't seem to be ordinary crows. They should be a kind of crows called void crows. This kind of void crows was very rare. It was said that they were a variant species of heaven and earth. It was indeed an incredible thing for so many void crows to appear at once. When the void crows saw Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, they quickly flew towards Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for all kinds of creatures to discover the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship when it was in an invisible state. However, these void crows were a bit special. Void crows were somewhat similar to bats. They could emit a special sound wave. When this sound wave touched something, it would send all kinds of information back to the void crows. Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was indeed in an invisible state. However, this didn't mean that the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had left this world. In fact, this wasn't the case. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was still in this world, but it was in an invisible state and couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Since it was still in this world, the sound waves of the void crows would still touch the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The void crows began to attack Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. They seemed to want to destroy the restrictions on the ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng had heard that void crows were carnivorous existences. Now, it seems that this was indeed the case. Did these void crows regard him as prey? Lin Feng discovered a little girl standing in the middle of the void crows. This little girl looked about 8 or 9 years old. She wore black clothes and had 2 ponytails. She looked very cute and beautiful. Void Raven King. Lin Feng's face showed a surprised expression. No wonder so many void crows gathered together. It turned out that there was a void crow king. Although this void crow king looked like a little girl, Lin Feng knew that he mustn't be deceived by this little girl's appearance. This little girl must have a lot of terrifying means. However, even if this little girl was strong, Lin Feng wasn't weak either. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of this little girl. Lin Feng said, "Little girl, hurry up and tell your subordinates to leave. Otherwise, these void crows will become a pile of roasted crows." The little girl seemed to know that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with, so she gave the order. The void crows quickly flew away from Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The little girl hovered in the middle of the void crows and said, "Big brother, how about we make a deal?" The little girl's voice was very clear and pleasant. What kind of deal was she talking about? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Lin Feng said, "No problem." "What kind of deal? Tell me the details." "Have you heard of the Void Immortal River?" the little girl asked. Lin Feng shrugged. "Never heard of it." The little girl said, "The Void Immortal River is a celestial river that flows in the void world. It's said that recently, the Void Immortal Master left behind a legacy in the depths of the Void Immortal River. The Void Immortal Master was the disciple of the Master of Gods back in the day. He's extremely strong. Many top experts in the void world have heard about it and are rushing over. Although I think I'm pretty strong, I'm still a little scared of those old antiques who have transcended epochs. If we join forces, we might be able to go there and try our luck." Lin Feng was astonished. The Void Immortal Master was the disciple of his ancestor, the Master of Gods. As the first person in the post-Khanate level era, the Master of Gods had opened up a new system of cultivation, allowing the world of cultivation, which had been in complete decline, to be filled with vitality again. His contribution to the new age was incomparably great. But Lin Feng didn't know much about that ancestor. Back in the days, that ancestor had disappeared and never appeared again. Lin Feng didn't know what had happened. Later, the members of the sovereign imperial clan had also tried to find that ancestor, but they hadn't found any clues. Lin Feng didn't know much about that ancestor. The fact that the Void Immortal Master was the disciple of the Master of Gods was very important to Lin Feng. Would he be able to find some information about his ancestor from the Void Immortal Master? Lin Feng said, "Alright, let's join forces and find out." "Excellent." The little girl was very happy. Of course, Lin Feng didn't really believe that the little girl was a kind-hearted, pure, and adorable person. In fact, her appearance was just a facade. Such a powerful person had to be decisive. Lin Feng said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng." "May I know your name, little sister?" The little girl said, "My name is Wu Shuangshuang." "Wu Shuangshuang?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "So it's little sister Shuangshuang. Hurry up and collect these void ravens. Otherwise, we'll be too big of a target." Wu Shuangshuang nodded and collected the void ravens. She guessed that there was a minor world similar to Lin Feng's. Wu Shuangshuang then boarded Lin Feng's ancient ship, Xianyuan. She entered the cabin, and when she saw Lin Feng, she giggled and said, "Big brother, you're really handsome." Lin Feng replied modestly, "Just average." Wu Shuangshuang muttered, "I wonder if such a handsome big brother is tasty." When Lin Feng heard Wu Shuangshuang, he almost coughed up blood. Seeing Lin Feng's helpless expression, Wu Shuangshuang giggled and said, "I was just joking. Big brother, you mustn't take it seriously." "Of course I wouldn't take it seriously." Lin Feng smiled. Inside, he thought, this Wu Shuangshuang might look cute, but she's actually a little devil. I have to be careful of her. The ancient ship was extremely fast. Along the way, Wu Shuangshuang kept pestering Lin Feng, asking him all sorts of questions. Lin Feng could even write a book called 100,000 Whys. Half a month later, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the Void Immortal River. From afar, they could see a Void Immortal River flying out from the depths of the starry sky. It was unknown how long and how wide it was. Clearly, that Void Immortal River was the legendary Void Immortal River. P.S. 6,000 words, equivalent to 3 chapters. Brothers, it's Monday. If you're out of books, you can go read Old Mantu's new book, Devour the Heavens. It's also very good. Wu Shuangshuang said, the void immortal river doesn't appear all the time. It only appears once every few years. Each time it appears, it will last for 3 years. This time, it appeared in the starry sky world 2 years ago. During this time, some people have entered the void immortal river to look for opportunities. Many people have found opportunities and their cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the void immortal river is very attractive to the cultivators in the starry sky world. It can attract a lot of cultivators. Lin Feng asked, how did the void immortal river form? Why is it so extraordinary? Said Wu Shuangshuang. Nobody knows how the celestial river was formed, but it's said that many strong cultivators used to cultivate in the celestial river, such as the Master of Gods and the Celestial Master of the Void. Besides, there are many strong cultivators buried in the celestial river. It's a kind of cemetery. Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. If that was the case, then the void immortal river was indeed more extraordinary than he had imagined. Of course, finding fortunes in the void immortal river depended on one's own ability. Soon, the Xianyuan ancient ship arrived outside the void immortal river. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang flew out of the ancient ship while Lin Feng put the ship away. The two of them quickly flew towards the void immortal river. As soon as they entered the void immortal river, they immediately sensed a special energy surging towards them. That special energy constantly scoured their bodies. Lin Feng was surprised to find that this special energy had a very good effect on the body. It seemed to be able to wash away the impurities in the body. Cultivating in the void immortal river would definitely bring great benefits to the body. Moreover, a place like this was most suitable for cultivators whose cultivation bases were not particularly high. This was because cultivators whose cultivation bases were not particularly high could not refine their bodies as well as cultivators whose cultivation bases were high. The energy in the void immortal river was just right for them to further refine their bodies. For them, this would be a great help. Of course, for cultivators whose cultivation level was high, it would also have a certain effect. It was just that the effect wasn't as obvious. Lin Feng saw a celestial mountain appear in the distance. The mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. At the peak of the mountain, there seemed to be many palaces. Some cultivators were trying to get close to the mountain, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close. Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng said, is that an illusion? Just like a mirage? Wu Shuangshuang shook her head, no, it's all real. Really? Lin Feng was astonished. Wu Shuangshuang said, this place is very special, is connected to countless parallel spaces. The void immortal river is like a passageway that leads to countless parallel spaces. They can't enter the void immortal river because they haven't found that special passageway because they can't find that special passageway into the void immortal river. I see. Lin Feng nodded. They continued to fly deeper. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many scenes, such as celestial mountains, palaces, temples, ancient palaces, and so on. There were all kinds of scenes. Many people tried to enter these places. Some succeeded, but most were blocked outside and couldn't enter. As for those who succeeded, they would probably obtain all kinds of opportunities. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a mysterious world. The ancient forest was vast, and he didn't know what kind of place it was. Above the ancient forest, dozens of cultivators were flying quickly. Lin Feng knew that these scenes were probably scenes from that world. However, because of the void immortal river's special nature, Lin Feng and the others were able to see them. At this moment, a cultivator sped up and arrived beside the cultivator at the front. Then, he whispered something to the cultivator. The cultivator in front was a female cultivator. She turned her head and said something to the cultivator who had spoken, then turned her head back. But when Lin Feng saw the face of the female cultivator who had spoken, his expression suddenly changed. His face was full of disbelief. How could? Lin Feng felt that it was inconceivable. The reason why he felt that it was inconceivable was because that woman looked exactly like the dead Huang Ling-er. Huang Ling-er's grave was in the immortal Martial continent. Could it be? Was it purely because they looked the same? But how could there be two people who looked exactly the same in this world? If there wasn't someone who looked exactly the same, how could he explain what he had seen? A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng thought about it, he was surprised. Huang Ling. Could she have been resurrected? How could that be? It couldn't be because of that, right? But if Huang Ling wasn't resurrected, how could he explain the woman who looked exactly the same as Huang Ling? Not only did they look alike. Lin Feng realized. Even their expressions were exactly the same. This made him extremely puzzled. The woman and her companions quickly left. Seeing them leave, Lin Feng sighed. The clues had come to an end, and he couldn't be sure if that woman was Huang Ling or not. Perhaps when he returned to the immortal martial continent, he could open Huang Ling-er's grave and see what was going on inside. Your expression is strange. Is there something wrong? Wu Shuang's spiritual sense was very sharp. She seemed to have sensed something and asked. The woman in that world looked like a friend of mine, said Lin Feng. She looked like a friend of mine. Maybe it's the same person? Wu Shuang said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, but she's been dead for more than 200 years. Then it's just that they look alike. That's not strange. Wu Shuang said. Lin Feng said, if I said they looked exactly the same, would you believe me? Wu Shuang was startled. Exactly the same? Is there such a thing? Even twins born to the same parents rarely look exactly the same, right? It was indeed as Wu Shuang had said. Even twins would rarely look exactly the same. But, that woman looked exactly the same as Huang Ling. Lin Feng said, I need to find some time to verify it. Wu Shuang nodded. This was the best way to tell if they were the same person. Lin Feng tried. He tried to see if he could enter that world, but he failed. In the end, Lin Feng gave up and continued flying deeper into the immortal river with Wu Shuang. There was actually no danger in the immortal river. This was something that surprised Lin Feng. Of course, when Lin Feng said there was no danger, he meant there were no restrictions or array formations. There were also no threats from the creatures in the immortal river. However, there was one thing that he had to be wary of. He had to be wary of other cultivators who were also here in search of fortuitous encounters. In the world of cultivators, there were many cases of people killing others to steal their treasures. It was all too common. There might not be any enmity between the two parties. Just for some treasures or fortuitous encounters, one could take someone's life. The world of cultivators had always been this cruel. Lin Feng and Wu Shuang's main target was the Immortal Lord's legacy. Wu Shuang did not know the exact location, but she had heard that it was in the deepest parts of the Immortal River. Lin Feng and Wu Shuang had only reached the outer regions of the Immortal River. There was still a long way to go before they could reach the deepest parts of the Immortal River. On this day, as they were flying towards the deepest parts of the Immortal River, 4 or 5 cultivators suddenly flew over from afar. These cultivators were probably cultivators who had obtained fortuitous encounters. Even further away, there were many people chasing after them. They probably wanted to snatch the fortuitous encounters from them. Those cultivators were caught up. After resisting for a while, they were killed and the things they had obtained were taken away. Lin Feng and Wu Shuang had seen this kind of thing too many times. Hence, they were not surprised. They ignored these people and continued to fly towards the deepest parts of the Immortal River. However, Lin Feng and Wu Shuang found that they were being targeted by those cultivators who had killed them to steal their treasures. This made Lin Feng and Wu Shuang's faces sink slightly. These people should be glad that they did not find trouble with them. Could it be that they still wanted to deal with them? However, those cultivators did not take action. They just kept following Lin Feng and Wu Shuang. No one knew what they were up to. About a day had passed. Another group of cultivators quickly flew over. There were about 100 of them and all of them were experts. After joining up with those who were tailing Lin Feng, they quickly chased after Lin Feng and Wu Shuang. It did not take long for these people to catch up to Lin Feng and Wu Shuang, surrounding them. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. To think that they would be targeted for robbery. How interesting. Lin Feng could not even remember the last time he was targeted and became someone's prey. Wu Shuang, have you thought about how you want to die? At this moment, a cold voice came from the crowd. The one who spoke was a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. However, his actual age was clearly much higher than that. This person's aura was extremely powerful. Wu Shuangshuang did not know where he came from, but his cultivation should be extremely strong. Lin Feng thought to himself, I thought that these people were targeting us because they wanted to kill us and steal our treasures. Now, it seems that's not the case. I wonder what kind of grudge these people have with Wu Shuangshuang, actually, as a cultivator who did not have a few enemies. Thus, Lin Feng was not too surprised to see Wu Shuangshuang's enemies coming to seek revenge. However, Wu Shuangshuang did not seem to recognize these people. Speechless, she asked, Who are you? Do I know you? The leading cultivator's mouth twitched slightly. He said, 3,000 years ago, what happened on Blackwind Planet? Have you forgotten? Who would remember something that happened 3,000 years ago? Wu Shuangshuang was speechless. The cultivator was extremely depressed. He had come to seek revenge, but the other party did not remember him. It really made him want to vomit blood. The cultivator continued, that year on Blackwind Planet, you stole my pure yang true immortal elixir. You shouldn't have forgotten about that, right? Wu Shuangshuang said, So it's you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Finally, I remember. A cold, murderous look appeared in the cultivator's eyes. Wu Shuangshuang continued, that year, for the sake of acquiring that pure yang true immortal elixir, you slaughtered my entire clan. But of course, that's your own business. I can't interfere. However, the fact that I stole your pure yang true immortal elixir means that I am very capable. So many years have passed. You still haven't let go of this matter? How can you be so petty? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Don't you know this principle? Upon hearing Wu Shuangshuang's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly laugh. This Wu Shuangshuang was simply too amusing. She had stolen his pure yang true immortal elixir. And she had actually told him that it was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. So, the person who had been robbed wasn't her, which was why she had said that, right? Of course. That fellow wasn't a good person either. Lin Feng had roughly heard that this fellow had probably heard that a certain clan had acquired some pure yang true immortal elixir. For the sake of acquiring it, this fellow had slaughtered the entire clan of that clan. A man's wealth was his own ruin. That clan had truly been unlucky. Humph. You can spout such sarcastic words right now. It's easy for you to just stand there and talk. Today, I won't say much to you. I'll take your life right now as revenge for what happened all those years ago. The cultivator's voice was icy cold. Young master, what do we do with that kid? A cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. Do you even need to ask? Just kill them all. The cultivator said coldly. Yes. After receiving the order, the dozens of cultivators charged towards Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. Wu Shuangshuang said, You don't need to do anything. Just stand there and watch. I alone am enough to deal with these ignorant fools. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Shuangshuang flew out. And then, Wu Shuangshuang took out a weapon that caused Lin Feng to feel incomparably astonished. The weapon she had taken out was actually an incomparably enormous spiked club. The spiked club was 7 or 8 meters long. Wu Shuangshuang's frail body was able to carry the spiked club on her shoulders. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Wu Shuangshuang shouted loudly, brandishing the spiked club in her hands. Bang, 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 following a series of violent collisions, many cultivators were sent flying by the spiked club in Wu Shuangshuang's hands. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. Some cultivators took out their magic treasures to deal with Wu Shuangshuang, but those magic treasures were destroyed by her spiked club. And then, those cultivators who had taken out their magic treasures to deal with Wu Shuangshuang were also sent flying by her spiked club. Those cultivators' bodies exploded. Similarly, he died a tragic death on the spot. Mobile version update website. Lin Feng looked at the scene of the little lowly wielding a mace and fighting a group of evil thieves with great interest. This scene was very special. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be the aesthetics of violence. Wu Shuangshuang, this little lowly, was really too awesome. She was so small, yet she was wielding such a huge mace. This scene created an extremely strong visual impact. However, the audience was destined to be Lin Feng alone. When the cultivator saw so many of his subordinates being killed by Wu Shuangshuang's mace, he was so angry that his face turned ashen. From time to time, dense killing intent would shoot out from his eyes. He was currently incomparably furious. Of course, this cultivator also had real skills. With a wave of his hand, 9 immortal swords flew out. It was actually a set of combined magic treasures. Under the control of this cultivator, the 9 immortal swords quickly slashed towards Wu Shuangshuang. The power of these immortal swords was truly terrifying. They had to be treated with caution. However, Wu Shuangshuang actually danced with the mace. The mace formed a powerful cold light that was airtight. No matter how powerful the 9 immortal swords were, they were unable to reach Wu Shuangshuang. Instead, the immortal swords were swept away by Wu Shuangshuang's mace. Yi Yuan, so many years have passed and your cultivation hasn't improved much. You really disappoint me, Wu Shuangshuang said sarcastically. One had to admit that this little girl's mouth was quite venomous. Right now, this guy called Yi Yuan was in a fit of anger. Now that he was angered by Wu Shuangshuang again, he was burning with rage and even seemed to have lost his mind. Once a person was enraged, it was easy for them to lose control. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, it was the same. Therefore, when they were in a fit of rage, some of the things they did were often uncontrollable. For cultivators, when they were in a fit of rage, their combat power would be greatly affected. Although Wu Shuangshuang was small and looked like a little lowly, she was not really a little lowly. Who knew how many years she had cultivated? It was just that her body had not grown up yet. Therefore, she was very good at scheming. Yi Yuan said coldly, Wu Shuangshuang, don't be cocky. I'll let you know how powerful I am now. 9 swords as one. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. His voice had just faded when he saw Yi Yuan leap up, while those 9 immortal swords combined together, forming a 7 to 8 meter long enormous sword. The might of this huge sword increased substantially. Yi Yuan wielded the huge sword and charged towards Wu Shuangshuang. A sword slashed towards Wu Shuangshuang. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately shook his head. This cultivator called Yi Yuan indeed could not beat Wu Shuangshuang. Why did he say so? This was because Wu Shuangshuang was obviously an expert in physical combat. Her physical strength should be very strong. Combined with her magic power, the power she could unleash would be even stronger. This was also the reason why Wu Shuangshuang liked to use this mace as a weapon. This way, she could fully display her characteristics. On the other hand, this Yi Yuan seemed to be a cultivator of the Starry Sky race. This Starry Sky race's fleshly body was ordinary, but they were adept in a showdown of divine abilities. Yi Yuan's advantage was long-range attacks. Controlling the 9 immortal swords to launch an attack on Wu Shuangshuang, even if he could not defeat Wu Shuangshuang, he himself was also in an invincible position. Furthermore, Lin Feng could sense that this person wasn't just a figurehead. This person's combat strength was incomparably powerful. Therefore, if he could not defeat Wu Shuangshuang, it would not be difficult for him to retreat. However, it was hard to say what would happen if he were to engage in close combat with Wu Shuangshuang. Along with the clanging sound of collision, Wu Shuangshuang's wolf-tooth mace and Yi Yuan's giant sword collided fiercely. When the two peerless divine weapons collided, the shockwaves created by the collision tore through the void. Both of their attacks were extremely terrifying, so it was reasonable for them to create such a destructive force. Wu Shuangshuang swung the wolf-tooth club and launched another attack on Yi Yuan. One blow after another. Yi Yuan's attacks were also very powerful. At the very beginning, he did not have the slightest intention of falling into a disadvantageous position. But after exchanging more than 20 blows in a row, Yi Yuan gradually started to fall into a disadvantageous position. Wu Shuangshuang's endurance clearly surpassed Yi Yuan's by quite a bit. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that while Yi Yuan's combat strength was declining, Wu Shuangshuang's aura was actually rising continuously. Clearly, Wu Shuangshuang did not display her strongest combat strength at all previously. Under this situation, the combat strength of both parties was naturally clear at a glance. Bang! Following that fierce collision sound coming out, this time, Yi Yuan was swept flying out. Eat another attack of mine. Wu Shuangshuang's petite body leaped up. Then, she held the wolf-tooth club that was completely disproportionate to her body and ruthlessly smashed it towards Yi Yuan. At this moment, Wu Shuangshuang and the wolf-tooth club in her hand seemed to have become one. After sensing the terrifying aura emitted from Wu Shuangshuang's body, Lin Feng's face involuntarily revealed an extremely shocked expression. Wu Shuangshuang's combat strength had nearly doubled in an extremely short period of time. What kind of method was this? Was it a secret art? Or a divine ability? But no matter what method it was, the current Wu Shuangshuang had become extremely terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Yi Yuan's expression could not help but become solemn. He held the battle sword with both hands and ruthlessly swept it towards the incoming wolf-tooth club. Clang, both parties collided fiercely once again. This time, the impact Yi Yuan received was even stronger. He could not even hold on to the battle sword in his hand. His entire person was shaken until he vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his face deathly pale. Go to hell. Wu Shuangshuang sneered and once again swung the wolf-tooth club towards Yi Yuan. She wanted to grab this rare opportunity to get rid of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression was incomparably ugly. He was an extremely proud and conceited person. Now, he was actually defeated. This was something that he could not accept. However, even if he could not accept it, he still had to accept all of this. The urgent matter now was to quickly shake off Wu Shuangshuang. Yi Yuan knew that he was already injured. If he wanted to use normal methods to break free from Wu Shuangshuang, it would be an extremely difficult matter. He could only rely on some other things to resolve the crisis before him. Thus, he took out a life-saving jade talisman. After that jade talisman was taken out by him, it immediately emitted a dazzling holy light. This holy light contained a powerful might. Wu Shuangshuang's expression suddenly changed. She sensed danger and did not continue attacking Yi Yuan. Instead, she chose to retreat. When the holy light disappeared, Yi Yuan had already disappeared without a trace. That jade talisman left Lin Feng very astonished. It could release a powerful attack and even teleport people out in an instant. The person who forged this kind of jade talisman was definitely not a simple person. At the very least, the current Lin Feng was unable to forge such an extraordinary jade talisman. Damn it, I let him get away. Wu Shuangshuang appeared very depressed. Lin Feng asked, "What's this guy's background?" Wu Shuangshuang said, "He seems to be the direct descendant of an extremely terrifying race from the boundless world. Of course, I'm not particularly clear about the specifics." Lin Feng had heard of the boundless world before. It was ranked 13th among the 3,000 great worlds. It was a great world with an extremely powerful comprehensive strength. It was said that this great world had given birth to many Xiantian lifeforms. Therefore, even now, this great world still had many Xiantian lifeform clans. The two of them continued flying. 5 days later, they arrived at the inner region of the Void Immortal River. However, the inner region of the Void Immortal River was extremely vast. No one knew where the Void Immortal Master's legacy was, so Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang stopped a few cultivators and asked them. They stopped 3 groups of cultivators in succession. The first 2 groups of cultivators did not know, but the third group knew the exact location and told Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. After learning the exact location, Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang did not stop. They quickly flew towards the location of the Void Immortal Master's legacy. On the way, Lin Feng's heart was filled with complex emotions. He did not know if he would be able to obtain any information about his ancestor, the Master of Gods, from the Void Immortal Master. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But if he could not obtain any information about the Master of Gods with this opportunity, then in the future, it would be very difficult to do so. After flying for 2 days, Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang arrived at their destination. A world appeared in the Immortal River. This world was actually a boundless ocean. No one knew where this ocean was. And somewhere in that vast ocean world, there was the powerful legacy of the Void Immortal Master. At this moment, many cultivators were trying to enter the ocean world, but no one had succeeded. However, Lin Feng heard some people talking. It seemed that some top experts had found a way to enter the mysterious ocean world. At this moment, a large amount of Qi of Death pervaded the world. A man walked out of the Qi of Death. Lin Feng was extremely surprised when he saw the man. This man was actually Underworld Child. Lin Feng did not expect to see Underworld Child in this place. What was this guy doing in the world of the living instead of staying in the underworld? Underworld Child seemed to have come with a token, and he was able to easily enter the vast ocean. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang tried several times but to no avail. Like the others, they could not find the passage to enter the ocean world. Therefore, it was not that easy to enter. However, at this moment, Lin Feng thought of the heart compass. He wondered if he could use the heart compass to locate the location. At this thought, Lin Feng summoned the heart compass. Mobile version update website, Great Immortal Sacred Martin, come out and see me. Lin Feng called out. The Great Immortal Sacred Martin appeared and asked, what is it? Lin Feng said, help me find the path to the world in front of us. The Great Immortal Sacred Martin said, I'm in urgent need of a heavenly morning bloodstone. If you give it to me, I'll help you right now. Fuck. Where the hell am I supposed to find a heavenly morning bloodstone for you? Lin Feng was speechless. Sometimes, he really wanted to smash the heart plate to pieces. Would the Great Immortal Sacred Martin still be so arrogant then? Wu Shuangshuang said, a heavenly morning bloodstone? I have it. After saying that, Wu Shuangshuang took out a blood-colored stone. Seeing the blood-colored stone, Sacred Martin Immortal became extremely excited. It pounced on the blood-colored stone, seemingly wanting to take it for itself. However, it was sent flying by a slap from Wu Shuangshuang. Trying to steal something from Wu Shuangshuang was the same as courting death. The Great Immortal Sacred Martin held in grief. Lin Feng gloated from the side, serves you right. I'm a good Martin. I won't fight with you. The Great Immortal Sacred Martin said fiercely. Wu Shuangshuang said, I can give it to you, but you have to find a way in for us first. You're doubting my abilities. I'll show you how strong I am in a bit. The Sacred Martin Immortal was enraged after being questioned, and it could not help but speak fiercely. The Great Immortal Sacred Martin entered the heart plate, and the needle on the heart plate spun rapidly. After about a quarter of an hour, the needle on the heart plate slowed down. The Great Immortal Sacred Martin's voice came out of the heart plate, saying, it's done. Follow the heart plate's instructions and you'll definitely be able to enter. Lin Feng held the heart plate and flew inside with Wu Shuangshuang. They followed the heart plate's instructions and successfully entered. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang were very happy. My heavenly morning bloodstone. The Great Immortal Sacred Martin appeared and rubbed its claws together. Here's your reward. Wu Shuangshuang tossed the heavenly demise bloodstone to the Sacred Martin Immortal. The Sacred Martin Immortal glared viciously at Wu Shuangshuang after receiving the stone. Clearly, it was extremely displeased that Wu Shuangshuang had given it the heavenly demise bloodstone as a reward. This was because it had earned the heavenly demise bloodstone with its own abilities. However, it also knew that Wu Shuangshuang was not to be trifled with. Therefore, it only glared at Wu Shuangshuang. If Wu Shuangshuang was easy to deal with, Sacred Martin Immortal might have already pounced on Wu Shuangshuang. Sacred Martin Immortal had always been a bully. To put it bluntly, this fellow needed to be taught a lesson. Lin Feng kept the heart compass and observed the area. They were currently above the sea, but Lin Feng didn't know where exactly this sea was. The most important thing right now was to obtain the item and leave as soon as possible. Because this place was very strange, Lin Feng wasn't willing to stay for long. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang chose a direction and quickly flew towards it. On the way, they saw some people. They were probably cultivators who came from the Void Immortal River. These cultivators naturally wouldn't provoke Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang just because they looked very young or ordinary. In fact, which cultivator who could enter this place was simple, unless it was a last resort, it was best not to offend them. Of course, if they bumped into them while trying to snatch some opportunities, they would have to take action. One day later, Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang saw a huge island. There were already cultivators entering the huge island. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang also stepped onto the island. As soon as they stepped onto the island, they heard an earth-shaking sound coming from the depths of the island. Powerful energy waves swept across the land. Obviously, a great battle had broken out in the depths of the island. This scene shocked Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. They quickly flew over and found that there was a huge immortal tomb built in the depths of the island. After seeing the immortal tomb, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Could this be the place where the void immortal lord was buried? In addition to the immortal tomb, there was also a cultivator army stationed outside the immortal tomb. The cultivator army had heaven-defying battle strength and there were about 1,000 of them. However, after careful observation, one could tell that these people were not living creatures. They were just a group of puppets. However, the other party's puppet-making skills were really superb. They had made a group of puppets very powerful. This reminded Lin Feng of the puppet he had sealed. Each of them had their own merits, but their battle strength was terrifying. The cultivator army was the guardian army of the immortal tomb. If anyone dared to approach the immortal tomb, they would suffer a thunderous attack. For example, the cultivators who were attacking the immortal tomb were all strong cultivators from the starry sky world. There were even cultivators from big clans in the nearby great worlds. There were about 300 or 400 cultivators in total. However, they were not a match for the cultivator army. They were defeated and left behind 30 or 40 cultivators' corpses. The cultivator army did not chase after them and continued to guard the immortal tomb. Shockingly, after the battle ended, the immortal tomb emitted powerful immortal light. The immortal light poured into the bodies of the puppet cultivator army. The puppet cultivator army quickly recovered and it didn't take long for them to recover. It seemed like the immortal graveyard was able to nourish the puppet cultivator army. Fuck. These cultivator army are too strong. We can't destroy them. With these cultivator army guarding the immortal tomb, it's impossible to enter the immortal tomb. Some cultivators were talking about this matter. They were in an extremely bad mood. They had lost so many experts and many of them were injured. However, the result was extremely unsatisfactory. Anyone would be in a bad mood. But now, no matter how bad their mood was, they still had to face some problems. For example, some of the things they were facing now. How should they destroy the cultivator army? This was the most important matter. Thus, a group of experts began to discuss the next step. Wu Shuangshuang said, "These cultivator army are very strong. Could it be the Void Immortal Master's methods?" As the saying goes, we can see how strong the Void Immortal Master is from the puppet army's methods. Lin Feng said, "Then we'll have to wait for them to destroy the cultivator army." Wu Shuangshuang asked, "What method do you think they'll use to destroy the cultivator army?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "These cultivator army are too strong. Such a strong existence is naturally very difficult to deal with. The only way to defeat them is to use human wave tactics." Human wave tactics? You're saying that they'll bring more people in? Wu Shuangshuang frowned slightly. There were only so many opportunities. There were too many of them. Who knew what kind of person would obtain these opportunities? Thus, this was the last resort. However, if one thought about it carefully, was there any other way? It seemed that there was really no other way. Lin Feng said, "Let's wait and see." As expected, Lin Feng's guess was correct. These people were indeed planning to use human wave tactics to deal with the cultivator army. A few hundred cultivators might not be able to destroy the cultivator army, but what if there were thousands or tens of thousands of cultivators? There were many cultivators outside who wanted to come in, but they couldn't find the way in. They could only be anxious. These people. They could all be used. Although, if a large number of cultivators came in, the chances of the cultivators from the large factions or some of the top experts snatching the opportunities would be greatly reduced. However, these people had their own considerations. In any case, they were strong enough. When the time came, they would keep an eye on those people. If anyone snatched the opportunities, they would kill them and take the treasures. At that time, they would kill and take the treasures. This kind of thing. Practice makes perfect. In the following period of time, cultivators kept coming in. There were about 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators. With so many cultivators and their strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take down the immortal tomb. A large number of cultivators rushed to the island where the immortal tomb was. After seeing the immortal tomb, many people's eyes lit up. News of the Void Immortal Lord had spread like wildfire. Everyone was very curious about him. After all, he was the disciple of the Master of Gods and a peerless expert who could dominate the world. The things left behind by such a person would naturally make people go crazy. Thus, a large number of cultivators began to besiege the cultivator army. There was a great disparity in numbers between the two sides. Even so, it was extremely difficult to take down the immortal tomb because these cultivators were not afraid of death. However, cultivators were afraid of death. The battle was extremely intense. As they were destroying the puppet cultivator army, many of the cultivators there were killed off by the puppet cultivator army as well. In total, over 1,000 cultivators were killed off one after another. In the end, the cultivator army was completely destroyed. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, many people had complicated feelings. Some of the cultivators who died tragically, had gloomy expressions. But when they thought about how they were about to enter the immortal tomb to find the void immortal Lord's orthodoxy, everyone immediately became excited. If they could find the void immortal Lord's orthodoxy, it would be a great opportunity. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the immortal tomb shook violently. Everyone's attention was attracted to the immortal tomb. Crack! Crack! After shaking for a dozen times, a huge crack appeared on the immortal tomb. That huge crack led directly to the inside of the immortal tomb. Mobile version website, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted to obtain the treasures in the grave. The celestial master of the empty space had probably left some incredible treasures behind, right? After all, the void immortal Lord was a powerful existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All of the cultivators who entered the tomb were shocked to find that they had entered an 8 trigrams formation. They were surrounded by huge stone walls and many passages that connected to other places. If they wanted to leave, they would need to find the right passage. Wu Shuangshuang said, "It doesn't seem to be as simple as an 8 trigrams formation." Lin Feng said, "Indeed, it's more like an 8 trigrams formation combined with a maze." Wu Shuangshuang's expression changed after hearing this. The void immortal Lord had set up an 8 trigrams formation and a maze at the entrance, clearly trying to scare them away. The cultivators had to make a choice. Should they enter the formation or the maze? Or should they choose to leave? If they were to enter the formation or the maze, they might get lost in it. They might even encounter some other terrifying dangers. However, if they were to leave directly, they would be very unwilling to do so. For a moment, many cultivators were extremely conflicted. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang chose a passage and entered. Lin Feng carefully observed the walls. They seemed to be made from a special material. Lin Feng punched the wall and felt as if someone had punched him in the chest, startling him. This wall is so strange, it can actually reflect the attack back at the cultivator. Lin Feng smiled wryly. This was too strange. Lin Feng was speechless. Wu Shuangshuang said, "Is it really that strange?" She also tried, but didn't dare to use too much force. She only lightly punched the wall, and sure enough, she felt a wave of energy reflected back at her. Wu Shuangshuang continued, "It can reflect the attack back at the attacker. If someone tries to forcefully destroy these walls, won't they die a horrible death?" Lin Feng nodded. If someone tried to forcefully destroy these walls without knowing what was going on, the reflected attack could kill many cultivators. This was without a doubt. These walls were too strange. They were simply tools for sneak attacks. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang walked through the 8 trigrams formation and the maze. However, they were actually trapped in this place. Logically speaking, with Lin Feng's abilities, it was too difficult to trap him. However, the 8 trigrams formation and maze was too strange. They walked for a long time without success. Ah! At that moment, screams came from not far away. After hearing the screams, Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang quickly walked over. They saw 3 cultivators dying miserably in this place. A few other cultivators looked at the dead cultivators with pale faces. After hearing the screams, a few more cultivators rushed over. "What's going on?" someone asked, afraid that some unknown danger had appeared. That was very likely, but it was also the situation that no one wanted to see. The 8 trigrams formation and maze were already very strange. If some other danger appeared, how many people would die? Of all the cultivators here, who dared to say that they would be able to leave this place without a hitch, a cultivator said with a pale face, "Just now, a few of them were attacking the walls. They wanted to destroy them, but then they suddenly met with a disaster and died. There's such a thing? Doesn't that sound too strange? You're not lying, are you? Many people questioned. It's true. There's not a single lie, the cultivator said. Many people frowned. Their mood became very heavy. The appearance of some unknown things made them feel very uneasy. Lin Feng thought to himself, it seems that many people don't realize the strangeness of these walls. Said Lin Feng. The reason why those people died was because the walls could reflect attacks. The more powerful a cultivator's attack was, the more powerful the wall's attack would be. Those cultivators didn't know that before, so they kept attacking the walls. Their attacks were reflected back at them, and they were caught unprepared. Therefore, in the end, those people all died tragically. Actually, there's nothing strange about it. If people didn't attack the walls, they wouldn't have died, said Lin Feng. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't know if Lin Feng was telling the truth. Thus, many people tried to attack the walls. Of course, they controlled their strength very well. Even if their attacks were reflected, they wouldn't be seriously injured. After a series of experiments, they found that the attacks were reflected back to their bodies. After verifying this, everyone's expressions became much better. At least they didn't have to worry about unknown dangers. Everyone continued to look for a way out, but they couldn't find it. This situation was extremely strange. Lin Feng saw Underworld Child. Back then, Lin Feng had known this guy when he was in the 9 states. This guy was also in existence who had broken the seal. After returning to the underworld, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Underworld Child was also a person with great luck. When the First Order area of the underworld had appeared, Lin Feng had wanted to find the First Order condensation method left behind by the first-generation Lord of Hell. However, this opportunity had been obtained by Underworld Child in the end. Although he had known this guy for many years, Lin Feng's relationship with him had always been extremely bad. When they were in the 9 states great world, they had fought to the death. Later on, Lin Feng was wanted by the underworld, and Underworld Child was a member of the underworld. Naturally, their relationship was as bad as ever. Lin Feng had wanted to kill Underworld Child many times, but he had never succeeded. Although there were currently powerhouses who had surpassed their level in the underworld, Underworld Child was actually the representative of the underworld. After all, powerhouses who had surpassed their level didn't care much about the outside world. Lin Feng planned to follow Underworld Child and see if they could leave this area covered by the 8 trigrams formation and the maze. Naturally, it wasn't easy to completely hide from Underworld Child. Underworld Child had already noticed Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. When he saw Lin Feng, he sneered and ignored Lin Feng. Wu Shuangshuang asked, "Is that guy your enemy?" Wu Shuangshuang was a very sensitive person, but most of the time, her judgment was extremely accurate. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, he's my enemy. This guy might know how to get out of here." "If that's the case, then that's great," Wu Shuangshuang said. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang followed Underworld Child through the 8 trigrams formation and the maze. After 2 hours, they really managed to get out. However, as soon as they got out, dozens of jade talismans flew over and exploded. A terrifying energy that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth enveloped Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. Underworld Child stood not too far away, coldly watching all of this. Of course, Underworld Child had schemed against Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. Lin Feng knew that Underworld Child wouldn't pretend that he didn't see him. He was definitely plotting against him. As expected, Underworld Child was really willing to go all out. These jade talismans were definitely incomparably precious. The energy released by these jade talismans was incomparably terrifying. There was indeed a possibility that he could kill Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. However, Lin Feng had long since been on guard against Underworld Child. Thus, Lin Feng had promptly used the Heaven Mend technique to borrow another opportunity from the heavens. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang disappeared without a trace. Underworld Child naturally saw this, and his expression became extremely gloomy. He had schemed against Lin Feng, but he still hadn't been able to kill Lin Feng. This made him somewhat angry. However, Underworld Child wasn't in the mood to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He would deal with everything else after obtaining the opportunity. He quickly rushed inside and disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the time Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang came out, Underworld Child had already left. Wu Shuangshuang was flustered and exasperated as she said, "That bastard ran away. If he hadn't, I would have definitely used my mace to smash his head open." Lin Feng said, "There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him." Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang quickly went deeper into the maze. Very soon, they saw 13 stone doors in front of them. These 13 doors should be connected to 13 tunnels. However, the doors were tightly shut. Underworld Child was nowhere to be seen. He had probably opened one of the doors and entered one of the tunnels. "Which door should we open?" Wu Shuangshuang asked. Lin Feng looked at the 13 doors and said, "These doors don't seem simple. Look at the drawings on them." Wu Shuangshuang looked at the 13 doors and saw that from left to right, there was a drawing of a spirit beast on each of the doors. The 13 spirit beasts were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig, and cat. After seeing the 13 spirit beasts, Wu Shuangshuang was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Said Lin Feng. "In the secular world, there are 12 zodiacs: Zi Shu, Chou Ox, Yin Hu, Mao Rabbit, Chen Long, Si Shi, Wu Ma, Wei Yang, Shen Ho, Yu Rooster, Su Dog, and Hai Pig. The 12 zodiac signs are the same as the spirit beasts on the previous 12 doors. However, there are 13 doors here, and the 13th door has a drawing of a demon cat. Do you think there's something special about this door?" Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Wu Shuangshuang asked, "Are you saying that we should choose the passage behind the 13th stone door?" Lin Feng nodded. "That should be the case. Of course, this is only my guess. I can't say for sure." Wu Shuangshuang continued, "Actually, I'm curious about one thing. How were the 12 zodiacs chosen back then?" Lin Feng wasn't familiar with this matter, so he shook his head. "I'm not sure either. Why didn't the cat get chosen? Logically speaking, they should have a better chance than spirit beasts like chickens and pigs." Wu Shuangshuang continued, her heart filled with many suspicions. In truth, Lin Feng had his suspicions as well. However, the 12 zodiacs had been chosen countless years ago, and many things about them were shrouded in mystery. Who knew how the 12 zodiacs were chosen? Lin Feng said, "Perhaps something happened back then, and the demon cat didn't get chosen in the end. Let's go in and take a look. Who knows, we might be able to gain something." Wu Shuangshuang nodded. The others hadn't arrived yet, so it was just the right time to go in. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know which passage Underworld Child had chosen. If Underworld Child had chosen this passage, it would be a perfect opportunity to get rid of Underworld Child. Lin Feng was very confident in killing Underworld Child. After all, other than Lin Feng, there was still Wu Shuangshuang and the many powerful undead in the Book of Undead to help him. After all, Lin Feng wasn't the only one dealing with Underworld Child. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang opened the door and a tunnel appeared in their field of vision. It was dark and gloomy. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang entered the tunnel one after the other. They walked towards the end of the tunnel. After walking for an hour, they still hadn't reached the deepest part of the passage. This passage was truly dark and deep. Lin Feng couldn't be blamed for complaining about it. Suddenly, Lin Feng could faintly hear light footsteps coming from behind. Lin Feng looked at Wu Shuangshuang and asked, "Did you hear those footsteps?" Wu Shuangshuang was startled. "What footsteps?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly when he saw Wu Shuangshuang's reaction. It seemed that Wu Shuangshuang hadn't heard him. Lin Feng said, "Just a moment ago, I faintly heard some footsteps. They were very light, almost inaudible." Wu Shuangshuang asked, "Did someone else come in here?" Wu Shuangshuang released her divine sense. "But, I didn't find anything." "You didn't find anything?" Lin Feng had also released his divine sense to check the situation behind them. His divine sense didn't find anything special either. Hearing Wu Shuangshuang's question, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could he have heard wrongly? That seemed to be a possibility. Lin Feng said, "Maybe I heard wrongly. Let's continue forward." Wu Shuangshuang nodded. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang continued to walk deeper into the passage. Half an hour later, Lin Feng heard another faint sound. It was so faint that it was almost inaudible. If not for Lin Feng's powerful perception, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Lin Feng looked at Wu Shuangshuang and asked, "Did you hear anything?" When Wu Shuangshuang saw Lin Feng's serious expression, she couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that there was something behind them? After all, she might have heard wrongly the first time, but what about the second time? Wu Shuangshuang took a deep breath and shook her head. Wu Shuangshuang wanted to use her divine sense to check the passage, but Lin Feng stopped her. "What do we do now?" Wu Shuangshuang asked. Lin Feng said, "Since we're already here, there's no turning back. Let's continue forward and see what's behind this passage. Besides, with our abilities, I don't believe there's anything that can easily deal with the two of us." Wu Shuangshuang thought about it and agreed. Whether it was her or Lin Feng, they were both very strong. Even if they encountered danger, they could deal with it. There was no need for them to be so afraid, and there was no need for them to despair. After the two of them made up their minds, they continued forward. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the passage. Lin Feng saw that there was only one altar here, and on top of it was a square box. There were many mysterious runes drawn on the box, but apart from that, there was nothing else. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang looked at each other and walked towards the box. When they arrived next to the box, they carefully examined it. They both felt that the box was very strange, and there was an indescribable feeling about it. Just as Lin Feng was about to open the box, the demon lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Don't touch that box." Lin Feng immediately stopped when he heard the demon lord's voice. Judging from the demon lord's anxious tone, it seemed that the box was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, the demon lord wouldn't have sounded so anxious. Lin Feng transmitted his voice, "Is there something wrong with the box?" The demon lord replied, "It's not a box, it's a coffin." "A coffin? What kind of coffin looks like that?" "How strange," Lin Feng said. The demon lord continued, "Its appearance is indeed strange, but don't underestimate it. It's called the soul-burying coffin, and it's used to bury cultivators' souls. If you open it, it will instantly devour your soul." "It's that scary?" Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. This so-called soul-burying coffin was really too scary. The demon lord said, "It's an evil item, so it's not too surprising that it's so powerful." Lin Feng saw that Wu Shuangshuang was still eager to open the soul-burying coffin. He quickly said, "Don't touch that coffin. It's a soul-burying coffin, and once it's opened, a cultivator's soul will be buried inside." Wu Shuangshuang was shocked when she heard Lin Feng's words. She asked, "Is what you said true?" Lin Feng said with certainty, "Of course it's true." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the cave, "Kid, you know quite a lot. You even know about the soul-burying coffin." A ball of black smoke appeared after the voice. It was very fast, and it quickly flew towards Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang hurriedly took action and collided with the black smoke. Two muffled sounds of collision rang out. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang were both sent flying. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang were shocked. That ball of black smoke was very powerful. However, the ball of black smoke did not continue attacking Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang after sending them flying. Instead, it said, "Are you going to bury your own souls, or should I do it myself?" The ball of black smoke had already arrived beside the soul-burying coffin. Since it had said that, it could obviously use the coffin to deal with Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang. Seeing that Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang were silent, the ball of black smoke seemed to want to open the soul-burying coffin. Lin Feng naturally could not let it open the coffin. If it did, who knew what terrible things would happen? Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Please wait." The ball of black smoke said coldly, "What? Do you understand now?" Lin Feng did not answer the question. Instead, he said, "If I'm not wrong, you must be that demon cat, right?" Two incomparably cold eyes suddenly appeared from the ball of black smoke. Those eyes contained dense killing intent. It said coldly, "Do you know who I am?" Lin Feng said, "I didn't know at first, but now I have a rough idea. It seems that I was right. You really are that demon cat." The ball of black smoke said, "That's right. I am that demon cat, the one that was spurned by the world. But who knows what I've been through? Everyone hated me, and no one listened to my voice. In the end, they killed me, burned my body to ashes, and buried my soul in the soul-burying coffin. Perhaps they never thought that I would survive. Because of my hatred, my soul fused with my resentment, causing it to mutate. Now, my soul is indestructible." Lin Feng snorted disdainfully when he heard the cat say that he was immortal. How could he be immortal? However, Lin Feng did not refute it. He said, "I'm willing to listen to your story." The demon cat said hatefully, "When the primordial chaos was first created, ancestor Hun Kuan summoned all the animals in the world. He wanted to choose 12 animals from the 12 earthly branches, Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, and Hai. When the news spread, countless creatures were alarmed. I told my good friend, the sky-devouring rat." Lin Feng said, "What? Your good friend is a sky-devouring rat?" Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Weren't cats and rats natural enemies? How did they become good friends? The demonic cat nodded and said, "That's right. In the beginning, the heaven-devouring rat and I were indeed good friends. Because I was injured, I couldn't recover, so I needed to sleep to recover. I told the heaven-devouring rat that he had to wake me up during the selection of the 12 zodiac signs, and he agreed. But when the day of the selection arrived, the heaven-devouring rats left without saying goodbye," said the heaven-devouring rats. On that day, animals gathered in the 10,000 Immortals Palace to start the selection. Ancestor Hun Kuan chose 12 different animals: dragon, tiger, ox, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig, rabbit, snake, and rat. Actually, I should have been chosen because I'm the most intelligent animal in the world. I'm even more intelligent than the dragon, but because I didn't show up, I wasn't chosen. The 12 zodiac animals are arranged according to the order of the 12 earthly branches: Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, and Hai. Therefore, after the 12 zodiac animals are chosen, they have to be ranked in order. The 12 zodiac animals are gods. The higher you are ranked, the more benefits you will receive. Back then, I was very strong. Even though I was injured, I believed that with my strength, I would have no problem ranking first." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. This demon cat was really confident, but it didn't seem to be bragging. It was probably really strong. Wu Shuangshuang asked, "Why are you so confident that you'll be ranked first? What's the order of the 12 zodiac animals?" The demon cat said, "Of course I'm confident because my cultivation is the highest. Back then, apart from Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Daoist Luya, and ancestor Hun Kuan, who would dare say that they could defeat me? The sky-devouring rat learned many of its abilities from me. Even the third-ranked white tiger was my disciple. Now you know how strong I am, right?" Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang couldn't help but click their tongues. Whether it was in the world of cultivators or the world of mortals, there was a saying that the tiger was the cat's disciple. Now, it seemed that this was true. It had been like this since the beginning of time. The demon cat said, "After a series of battles, the order of the zodiac animals was determined. They are first rat, Chou ox, Yin tiger, Mao rabbit, Chen long, Si snake, Wu horse, Wei yang, Shen monkey, Yu chicken, Su dog, and Hai pig. That's the origin of the 12 zodiac animals." After the birth table of the 12 zodiac animals was determined, ancestor Hun Kuan issued a decree and ordered the merit officer on duty to spread the news. At the same time, he wrote down the positions of the 12 zodiac gods on the investiture of the gods. Once the investiture of the gods is written on the investiture of the gods, you're a true god. The 12 zodiac animals are one of the strongest titled gods. Back then, they were extremely important to cultivators. Because of my friend's betrayal, I missed out on the investiture of the 12 zodiac animals. Don't you think I should be angry? The most laughable thing is that the sky-devouring rat guy. He obtained the title of titled god and became the famous first rat on the investiture of the gods. That guy came to me and showed off. At that time I was still asleep and he woke me up. At that time I was very grateful to him. Who would have thought that I would receive such a shocking piece of news? First Rat proudly told me that he had obtained first place and had become the strongest of the 12 zodiac animals. I was very angry and asked him why he didn't call me. But First Rat said, "You're so strong. If I had called you, you might have stolen my position." When I heard that, I almost died from anger. I rushed forward and slapped First Rat away. We fought, but he was no match for me. In the end, I killed him. After that, the Cat Clan and the Rat Clan became enemies. Because I killed First Rat, many titled gods on the investiture of the gods wanted me. In the end, I was killed. Mobile version update website. The demonic cat had quite a lot of experience, but his life had been a little too tragic. It was no wonder he was so angry. No matter who it was, they would probably hate him so much. Lin Feng sympathized with the demonic cat, but he still needed to resolve the enmity between them. Lin Feng asked. Logically speaking, since you were trapped in the soul-burying coffin, you shouldn't have been able to come out, right? But you managed to come out. Who was it that let you out? Was it the Void Immortal Lord? No, it wasn't the Void Immortal Lord. It was the Lord of Gods. The demonic cat replied. Oh? The Lord of Gods let you out? What's going on here? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's actually quite simple. Back then, the Lord of Gods obtained the soul-burying coffin. Of course, he was still very young back then, so he didn't know that it was a soul-burying coffin. Thus, he opened the coffin and released me. Lin Feng thought to himself, if this guy was released by his ancestor, then his ancestor, the Lord of Gods, is his savior. If I reveal my identity, this guy won't make things difficult for me, right? Lin Feng said, actually, there's something I haven't told you yet. What is it? The demonic cat asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's like this. The Lord of Gods is my ancestor. Lin Feng released the aura of his undying bloodline. He could now hide his bloodline's aura, so it was very difficult for others to sense it. Unless Lin Feng released his aura on his own accord, or if the other party's strength was too terrifying, unless they were transcendents, they would be able to sense Lin Feng's aura. Otherwise, they wouldn't know anything about Lin Feng. The demonic cat narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng and said, you really are the descendant of the Lord of Gods. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by sheer luck. Lin Feng felt strange when he heard the demonic cat's words. He asked, what do you mean? The demonic cat said coldly, what do I mean? I hate the Lord of Gods to the core, but I can't kill him. However, if I can kill his descendant, it will make me feel much better. Lin Feng felt the urge to vomit blood when he heard the cat's words. He had told the cat that he was the descendant of the Lord of Gods because he hoped that he could bury the hatchet with the demonic cat. He didn't want to fight the demonic cat to the death. But who would have thought that his home would have the opposite effect? What a depressing matter, said Lin Feng. My ancestor, the leader of the group of gods, released you, and you hate him so much. You're such an ingrate, said Lin Feng. When Wu Shuangshuang heard Lin Feng's words, she burst into laughter. She had heard of ungrateful wolves, but it was the first time she had heard of ungrateful cats. Lin Feng was really good at making up his own words. How should I know? Lin Feng was speechless. Lin Feng scolded. The demonic cat continued, your ancestor actually sealed me away and even cut off a part of my soul. Why can't I complete the rebirth of my flesh and blood? It's because your ancestor cut off a part of my soul, causing a huge problem in my cultivation. Tell me. How can I not hate him? Lin Feng wanted to stomp the cat to death when he heard the cat's words. This cat was really shameless. Lin Feng sneered. Back then, my ancestor let you out, but you didn't know how to repay him. You even wanted to eat him. In the end, my ancestor only cut off a part of your soul. He didn't destroy your soul. Shouldn't you be satisfied? If it were me, you would have died many times over. The cat retorted. Who says I don't know how to repay him? The way I see it, the best way to thank someone is to eat them. I'm very grateful to your ancestor, so I decided to eat him. What kind of logic was that? Lin Feng was speechless. He had never seen someone with such logic. If you wanted to eat someone because you were grateful, then shouldn't you give them all kinds of treasures, cultivation resources, divine abilities, and immortal scriptures if you hated them, Lin Feng sneered. Listening to you talk nonsense is a waste of my time. The cat sneered. Kid, you're about to die, and you still dare to talk big? How laughable. Watch how I eat you. As soon as it finished speaking, the cat charged at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng naturally knew how terrifying the cat was. If he and Wu Shuangshuang were to fight it, they wouldn't be able to handle it. So, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. When Lin Feng summoned the book, a large number of undead flew out. Seeing this, the cat hurriedly returned to the soul-burying coffin. Just now, the cat had wanted to kill Lin Feng with its own hands. That was the only way it could vent its anger. However, after seeing Lin Feng summon so many powerful undead, it changed its mind. It felt that using the soul-burying coffin to deal with Lin Feng wasn't a bad choice. Go to hell. The cat looked coldly at Lin Feng, its voice filled with killing intent. The cat tried to open the first layer of the soul-burying coffin. When Lin Feng saw this, he looked at Wu Shuangshuang and asked, "Do you have a way to protect your soul?" Lin Feng thought that if Wu Shuangshuang couldn't protect her soul, he would put her into his temporal space. Although Lin Feng didn't want others to know about the secret of his temporal space, he couldn't just watch Wu Shuangshuang get killed without doing anything, right? However, after hearing Lin Feng's question, Wu Shuangshuang nodded. It seemed that Wu Shuangshuang wasn't simple. She had a way to protect her soul. He didn't need to worry about her safety. At this time, the cat had already opened the first layer of the soul-burying coffin. When it did so, Lin Feng immediately felt a terrifying pressure on his soul. It was as if something was trying to devour his soul. Moreover, this kind of devouring was terrifying. Lin Feng almost lost control of his soul. Lin Feng was horrified. Was the soul-burying coffin really that powerful? This kind of ability made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were powerful. In addition, Lin Feng's first natal treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, had completely sealed off all paths of escape for his soul. In the end, Lin Feng managed to protect his soul. However, the whole process was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the result wasn't too bad. Only Wu Shuangshuang managed to protect her soul. Seeing that Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang were fine, the cat's expression turned ugly. It didn't expect something like this to happen at home. This made it a little startled. Of course, the cat's reaction was extremely fast. It quickly picked up the soul-burying coffin and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that when the soul-burying coffin approached him, the devouring power on his soul became even more terrifying. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't let the cat carry the soul-burying coffin over. He quickly gave the order to the undead. These undead weren't affected by the soul-burying coffin. They didn't have their own souls, so the soul-burying coffin naturally couldn't do anything to them. The ones that the soul-burying coffin could really harm were the living beings with souls. Although the cat was powerful, after being attacked by so many undead, it was forced to retreat. There was no way it could get close to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Demon cat, it seems like your methods aren't very good." Hearing Lin Feng's sarcastic tone, the cat was furious. Lin Feng actually dared to look down on it. This was something that the cat couldn't tolerate. It said coldly, "People who don't know better would think that you're very powerful. Didn't you rely on a group of undead to stop me? Your ancestor, the Master of Gods, was a powerful person, but he was more humble and low-key. Unlike you, who isn't very strong, but is very good at bragging." Lin Feng didn't care about the cat's sarcasm. He said, "These undead are like my treasures. They're also a part of my strength. Can't a person like you understand this? No wonder you ended up in such a miserable state back then. You didn't even get chosen to be one of the 12 zodiacs. It's because you're stupid." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Shuangshuang couldn't help but laugh. This was because a long time ago, there was a popular saying, "Stupid cats, stupid dogs, smart wolves." It meant that cats were stupid, dogs were stupid, and wolves were smart. The saying "stupid cats" referred to their IQ. As for dogs being stupid, many people might have seen a cat and dog fight. The cat was so small, and the dog was so big. But what was the result? Often, the dog would be scratched by the cat. It was because the cat's claws were too fast. In front of the cat, the dog was too clumsy. As for Wolf's intelligence, this was something that everyone knew. Of course, Demonic Cat had heard of this saying before. It was passed down from Demonic Cat at this time. It was said that Demonic Cat had failed to become one of the 12 zodiac animals during the selection. It was a saying compiled by some creatures in the outside world. So many years had passed, but this saying was still very popular. However, perhaps it was because cats were stupid. Sometimes, they looked cute, so many people liked to keep a pet cat. The cat looked at Lin Feng with hatred and said, "Boy, you've completely angered me. Since you want to die, I'll make you pay a heavy price." After the cat finished speaking, its body turned into black gas. After the dense black gas condensed, it quickly flew toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was full of a sneer. He wasn't afraid of the cat. The key was the soul-burying coffin. He just had to stop the soul-burying coffin from getting close to him. This wasn't a difficult task. A group of powerful undead spirits took action. While dealing with the black gas formed by the cat, they also stopped the soul-burying coffin from getting close to Lin Feng. However, the amount of black gas formed by the cat was too much. Therefore, in the end, a part of the black gas formed by the cat still came to Lin Feng's side and drilled into Lin Feng's mind. When the black gas entered Lin Feng's mind, the black gas immediately turned into the cat's appearance. "Boy, I want to see how you're going to resolve the soul-burying coffin's devouring," the cat said eerily. After a short while, the cat found the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. When it saw the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, it said eerily, "So you're using such a powerful treasure. I'll destroy your treasure now. When the time comes, your soul will be devoured without the protection of this treasure." After it finished speaking, the cat began to attack the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Bang, 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 one attack after another landed on the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Following the violent collision, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp shook violently. The cat was very powerful. If it kept attacking the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defense would be completely destroyed by the cat. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, he didn't plan to let the cat attack the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp continuously. Lin Feng's generals were Purple Earthly Fire, Black Godly Fire, Netherworld Fire, and Golden Dragon Godly Fire. Black Flames Devouring God Flame, Snow Spirit Bone Flame. The Nirvana Heavenly Flame and the other Heavenly Flames were all summoned. The 8 Heavenly Flames formed the 8 Trigrams Heavenly Flame Great Array and trapped the cat inside. The Heavenly Flame's Great Array was extremely powerful. Although the demon appeared in Lin Feng's mind, in reality, a cultivator's mind was equivalent to a small world. If others entered it, their battle strength would be greatly suppressed. The cat was the same. In addition to the Heavenly Flame's Great Array, Lin Feng summoned the Requiem Bell and the Skeletal Bracelet, 2 powerful magic treasures. The cat's body was very special. It was formed by the power of the soul and resentment. Ordinary magic treasures couldn't hurt it. On the contrary, some magic treasures that attacked the soul could hurt it more. Needless to say, the Requiem Bell was a soul-type magic treasure forged by Lin Feng. Its power was very heaven-defying. The Skeletal Bracelet was a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained a long time ago. It was also very powerful. At the same time, Lin Feng also released the 15-fold Domineering Magnetic Field. The Heavenly Flame's Great Array, the Requiem Bell, the Skeletal Bracelet, and the 15-fold Domineering Magnetic Field. The power of these 4 attacks was incomparably terrifying. The cat wanted to break through the restraints. Therefore, both sides' attacks were very fierce. After dozens of rounds of battle, the cat's body exploded. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn it! The cat's body quickly reassembled. However, its aura was much weaker than before. Obviously, the explosion of its body had caused it a lot of damage. Therefore, it roared in anger. Mobile version update website, Demonic Cat, it seems like you've run out of tricks. Do you have any more powerful moves? If you do, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Feng laughed disdainfully. The demonic cat was infuriated when it heard Lin Feng's disdainful laughter. It was being looked down upon by Lin Feng. How could it tolerate that? The demonic cat gnashed its teeth in anger. But then again, the situation wasn't looking good for the cat. It said coldly, "Boy, I'll let you have a taste of my secret technique." Secret technique? How can some random moves be considered an absolute art? Lin Feng continued to mock the cat. The cat was furious. Anyone who had been looked down upon would be as furious as it was. Moreover, the cat was a peerless cultivator. It couldn't tolerate this. No matter what, the cat had to get back at the cat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accept it. Strange sounds could be heard. Lin Feng could hear the cat's voice. It was probably some kind of ancient curse, but Lin Feng didn't know what it meant. However, since the cat had said that it was going to use a secret technique, Lin Feng guessed that the cat's technique must be extremely heaven-defying. Therefore, he shouldn't underestimate the cat. In fact, a terrifying existence like the cat had heaven-defying battle prowess. Even though Lin Feng looked down on the cat, he didn't really care about it. Lin Feng didn't care about the cat at all, he didn't care about it at all. Lin Feng also used all his strength to activate the Great Heavenly Fire Array. His domineering magnetic field, soul-suppressing bell, and skeletal bracelet. The Great Heavenly Fire Array seemed to be able to distort time and space, incinerate everything. As for the domineering magnetic field, it was able to destroy everything in the world and suppress millions of gods and demons. The skeletal bracelet created endless illusions, causing people to fall into a dark hell. When Lin Feng used all his strength, the cat's body underwent a great change. The cat had originally been an existence formed from a soul that had fused with resentment. Its body had lacked a soul and a spirit, so it couldn't condense a physical body. Therefore, its battle prowess had been greatly affected. But now, the cat was condensing a physical body. Lin Feng knew that this was an extremely strange secret technique. It wasn't actually condensing a physical body. It was condensing a physical body for a very short period of time. During that time, the cat's battle prowess would increase tremendously. "You really know a lot of tricks?" asked Lin Feng grimly. The cat smiled icily and said, "Of course." "I've only used the tip of the iceberg," said Lin Feng, smiling grimly. "Of course. I've only used the tip of the iceberg," said Lin Feng mockingly. "Come on, stop bragging. If you keep bragging, the sky will turn black. Before I kill you, I'll tear your mouth apart," said the cat furiously. Then, it flew towards the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Its goal was simple, to break through the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defenses. Then, it would be able to deal with Lin Feng in any way it wanted to deal with Lin Feng. The attacks of the Great Heavenly Fire Array, the domineering magnetic field, the soul-suppressing bell, and the skeletal bracelet all landed on the cat's body. However, the cat's body released many ripples of death. Those ripples of death dissolved Lin Feng's attacks. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. The cat had become extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Feng frowned. At that moment, the cat's speed gradually increased. It was about to escape from the Great Heavenly Fire Array. That was extremely dangerous. If the cat escaped from the Great Heavenly Fire Array, Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp would be exposed to the cat. Then, how would he deal with the cat's attacks? That was a tricky problem. Lin Feng felt that it would be difficult to deal with the cat alone. The cat was really strong. No wonder the cat had said that if it participated in the selection of the 12 zodiacs, it would definitely win. It wasn't bragging. Lin Feng decided to summon the Demon Lord to deal with the cat. If the Demon Lord joined them, it would be much easier to deal with the cat. "Demon Lord, help me," Lin Feng said to the Demon Lord telepathically. Actually, the Demon Lord was sleeping most of the time. Even when he woke up, he rarely helped Lin Feng. In the words of the Demon Lord, everyone's fate was different. Many things were predetermined. For example, if Lin Feng was in danger, the Demon Lord wouldn't help him. Of course, that wasn't absolute, because it depended on the Demon Lord's mood. If the Demon Lord was happy, or angry, or wanted to vent his anger, the chances of the Demon Lord helping him were quite high. For example, right now, the Demon Lord seemed to be in a good mood. When he heard Lin Feng's call for help, he acted decisively. The demon lord appeared behind the cat and threw a punch at it. The cat seemed to have sensed something. It turned around and attacked with its paw. The demon lord and the cat fiercely collided. The demon lord's hand and the cat's paw were stuck together. The demonic cat's expression changed abruptly. It wanted to retract its claws, but after a few attempts, it failed. This caused the demonic cat's expression to become extremely gloomy. At that moment, the demon lord's body released a large amount of devouring strength. No, to be more precise, it was devouring strength. The cat's powerful qi was unceasingly flowing into the demon lord's body. Feeling the rapid increase of his qi, the demon lord was quite satisfied. The demon lord was devouring the cat's qi. Lin Feng also sensed it. Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. This devouring strength was too strange. Lin Feng discovered that when the demon lord devoured the cat's qi, that qi directly became the demon lord's own. One had to know. Even if a cultivator devoured other people's qi or qi to increase their own cultivation, they would first need to refine other people's qi or qi to increase their own cultivation. It was hard to say if something like that could increase one's own cultivation. Therefore, if a person's cultivation was expressed as 1, then after devouring 50% of another person's origin, spiritual power, or something else to increase one's own cultivation, then this 50% could be transformed into 0. 1, which was extremely heaven-defying. In other words, a cultivator's cultivation had reached 1. That was already an amazing increase. However, in reality, it was far from reaching this level of increase. If the demon lord's current strength was 1, then if he devoured 50% of other people's qi or qi, his combat strength would reach 1. 5. This was the most terrifying point. It was also something that was almost unbelievable. If he wanted to increase his cultivation, he could just devour other people's cultivation. He didn't even need to cultivate himself. What kind of method was this? Wasn't it too overbearing? Absorbing Star's great technique? At this time, the demon cat let out a cry of horror. It seemed to have some understanding of the terrifying methods used by the demon lord. However, it was precisely because of this understanding that it knew how terrifying these methods were. Lin Feng also heard the name. Absorbing Star's great technique, this name was quite domineering. That's right. The demon lord replied. You haven't been cultivating Absorbing Star's great technique for a very long time. Therefore, you can't really suck me dry. The demon cat said coldly. Since it couldn't retract its claws, the demon cat chose another method. The demon cat's body quickly disintegrated into clouds of black gas. After disintegrating into black gas, it quickly flew out of Lin Feng's mind. The demon lord also disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng looked at the demon cat, which had reformed its body outside, and said coldly, Demon cat, do you still want to continue fighting? The demon cat roared angrily. Why? Why is this happening? Why are there so many people helping you? The demon cat's roar was very sharp and crazy. It was as if it had gone mad, hysterically shouting. But in the end, it calmed down. Lin Feng looked at the demon cat and said, let's talk about our cooperation. Actually, Lin Feng had no other choice. If he could kill the demon cat, he wouldn't have minded killing it. Unfortunately, even the demon lord hadn't been able to kill the demon. From this, one could see how difficult it was to kill the demon cat. Since he couldn't kill it, he could only cooperate with it. This was a good way to reap benefits. The demon cat's expression kept changing. Then, it smiled. It was no longer angry and looked very calm. However, its green eyes made it look very strange and terrifying. Actually, I think that you're much more interesting than your ancestor, the Lord of Gods. Although he was powerful, he was boring. I hate his personality. You, on the other hand, are different. You're a despicable and shameless person. Your personality is quite likable. I recommend you read 2 books. Lin Feng said. The demon cat asked, what books? Lin Feng said, the first one, Pride and Prejudice. The second one, I Will Never Admit That I'm a Failure. When the cat heard the title of the book, it understood that Lin Feng was insulting it. It pulled a long face and grunted icily. Did you come here to find the celestial master of the empty spaces legacy? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he asked, is it in one of the passages behind the 12 zodiac stone doors? No. The demon cat looked up and said, although some of the passages have opportunities and some are dangerous, if you want to find the void immortal master's legacy, you'll need my help. Tell me your conditions. Lin Feng said. Cripple one of your arms and one of your legs, and I might consider it. The demon cat said. Idiot. Lin Feng cursed. The demon cat was unhappy and cursed. Fuck, who are you cursing? Lin Feng said, I'm calling you an idiot. Don't take it personally. Encountering someone like Lin Feng who didn't play by the rules, the demon cat was extremely depressed. Its expression was gloomy, and it wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. However, in the end, it didn't do anything. After all, Lin Feng had so many experts by his side, and he had all sorts of powerful methods. The demon cat was now very afraid of Lin Feng, and it didn't want to fight him to the death. Lin Feng said, if my guess is correct, you were the one who built this tomb, right? The demon cat narrowed its eyes. Why do you say that? Lin Feng said, if it was built by someone else, there would be no need for the 12 zodiac signs and the demon cat. It seems like you still have a lot of resentment towards the 12 zodiac signs. You hate my ancestor, the Lord of Gods, so why did you build the tomb for the void immortal Lord? The demon cat said coldly. The Lord of Gods is the Lord of Gods, and the void immortal Lord is the void immortal Lord. Lin Feng asked, did the void immortal Lord treat you very well? The demon cat didn't answer. Lin Feng continued, existences like you usually don't open your heart to others, especially after experiencing so many things. I heard that the void immortal Lord was an orphan who was saved by my ancestor. At that time, you should have been with him as well. An orphan with no friends, and you have also experienced many ups and downs in your life. Your heart is like dead ashes. Therefore, during the process of growing up, that orphan must have relied on certain people, such as my ancestor, the Lord of Gods, or others, such as that black-hearted white-eyed cat. You better watch your mouth. Hearing Lin Feng call it a white-eyed cat again, the demon cat glared at Lin Feng fiercely. It wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Lin Feng smiled. Look at what you're saying. I've always kept my mouth clean. The demonic cat felt that if it bickered with Lin Feng, it would be played to death by Lin Feng. Since that was the case, it might as well get down to business. That way, it would suffer less. The demonic cat looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, you're indeed a smart person. Although there aren't many people in your clan, they're all extremely intelligent. Now, let's talk about our future cooperation. Lin Feng said, sure. I love talking about cooperation with others. It's a win-win situation, and everyone can benefit greatly from it. Why not? The demonic cat had previously asked Lin Feng to cripple one of its arms and one of its legs before it agreed to cooperate with him. However, it had only been a joke. It naturally knew that Lin Feng wouldn't do such a thing. Now that they were talking about cooperation, the demonic cat would obviously consider its own interests first. I'm missing a part of my spiritual soul and a part of my physical soul. If you can help me replenish them, I'll take you to the void immortal Lord's legacy. Replenish the missing part of my soul? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had never done such a thing before, so he didn't know how to do it. At that moment, the demon lord said, you can use Nuwa's immortal scripture to replenish the missing part of your soul. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Nuwa had once mended the heavens. Therefore, it was possible that Nuwa's immortal scripture could help a cultivator replenish the missing part of their soul. After all, it could even replenish the heavens. Replenish the soul, wasn't that an easy task? Lin Feng looked at the demonic cat and said, replenishing the missing part of your soul isn't a difficult task. Really? You're not lying to me? The demonic cat looked at Lin Feng in pleasant surprise. In truth, when it had first made that request, it hadn't held much hope. The demonic cat knew how complicated and difficult it was to replenish the missing part of a soul. It wasn't something that could be done with just a few words. However, the demonic cat didn't think that Lin Feng would bluff here. After all, it wasn't an idiot. If Lin Feng was lying, it would be able to tell. Lin Feng said, "Of course, but you'll have to wait. I'll have to do some research on the specifics." The demonic cat nodded. "Of course, but I hope that you can quickly come up with a plan." "Don't worry, I want a plan as well." Lin. Next, Lin Feng began to study the Immemorial Sutra. The Immemorial Sutra contained all sorts of divine abilities, secret arts, and scriptures. Lin Feng hadn't even cultivated the Immemorial Sutra to its peak, so he naturally didn't have the time to cultivate those divine abilities and secret arts. Lin Feng searched for a while and found a Heaven Men technique. Lin Feng was astonished. He had also cultivated the Heaven Men technique, which allowed him to borrow another chance from the heavens. It was an incomparably marvelous divine ability. Countless times, Lin Feng had relied on the Heaven Men technique to escape death. However, when Lin Feng studied the Heaven Men technique in the Immemorial Sutra, he discovered that it was different from the Heaven Men technique he had cultivated. As it turned out, the Heaven Men technique was divided into two parts. The first part was the Heaven Men technique. It meant that if there was a hole in the heavens, he would be able to replenish it. The second part was the divine ability that Lin Feng had cultivated. It couldn't replenish the heavens, but it allowed him to borrow another chance from the heavens to avoid a sure-kill attack. The effect was equally astonishing. Lin Feng studied the contents of the first part of the Heaven Men technique. The first part of the Heaven Men technique was incomparably marvelous. Although it didn't explain how to replenish the missing soul, this kind of miraculous technique could be used to deduce other things. As long as one could deduce other things, then this miraculous technique, it would be able to display its extraordinariness. Therefore, after Lin Feng thoroughly studied the first part of the Heaven Men technique, he was able to deduce other things from it and replenish the demon cat's missing soul. After a lot of hard work, the demon cat's missing soul was perfectly replenished. 3 souls and 7 spirits. Now, it had become 3 souls and 6 spirits. Next, it would be able to completely recover. Therefore, the demon cat was extremely excited. However, at this moment, Lin Feng actually stopped. The demon cat said unhappily, "I'm still missing 1 spirit. My 3 souls and 7 spirits will be completely replenished." "Why did you stop?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "I've just completely replenished your 3 souls. You should have seen my ability, and you've also gained some benefits. Now, shouldn't you let me gain some benefits as well?" "Don't worry, I've always been a man of my word. Once I've gained some benefits, I guarantee that I'll help you replenish your missing soul as well." Lin Feng was being so careful because he didn't really trust the demon cat. After all, they had a hostile relationship to begin with. One had to be on guard against others. If he didn't guard against the demon cat and foolishly helped the demon cat replenish its 3 souls and 7 spirits, what if the demon cat went back on its word? Therefore, it was important to always have a backup plan. Only then could one truly seize the initiative. Otherwise, one would be doomed to be incomparably passive. "That's right, bring us to the Void Immortal Master's place of inheritance," Wu Shuangshuang said. The demon cat snorted coldly, then said, "There's no harm in bringing you there. Once I've gained some benefits, I'll quickly replenish my missing soul." Lin Feng nodded and said, "You don't have to worry about that. There won't be any problems." When the demon cat heard Lin Feng's promise, it began to condense a teleportation matrix. After a short while, the demon cat condensed a teleportation matrix. When Lin Feng saw the matrix, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The demon cat said, "Enter the matrix. I'll bring you there." Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang nodded and entered the matrix. The demon cat activated the matrix, and with a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. When they reappeared, they were in a starry sky world, surrounded by stars. Lin Feng knew that this wasn't a real starry sky world. It was just a miniature world that had been created using a powerful divine ability. However, this miniature world was modeled after a starry sky world. That was why it looked like a starry sky world. "Is this the Void Immortal Master's burial ground?" asked Wu Shuangshuang, astonished. The demon cat nodded, its eyes filled with sadness. Lin Feng's heart trembled. This demon cat was cruel and merciless, but its friendship with the Void Immortal Master was real. Perhaps the only thing that could make it sad was the Void Immortal Master's death, asked Lin Feng. The Void Immortal Master was so powerful back then. How did he die? Said the demon cat. He died trying to save me. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang were astonished. They hadn't thought that the Void Immortal Master would die in such a way. The demon cat narrowed its eyes and said, back then, the mastermind of the mastermind's world was looking for the soul-burying coffin. He probably wanted to deal with some strong cultivators. At that time, your ancestor, the king of gods, had already disappeared for a long time. As for me, I was free, so I fused with the soul-burying coffin. That's why the soul-burying coffin is more like a treasure than a coffin. The mastermind behind the scenes is the master of the world. What kind of terrifying existence is that? His cultivation is enough to shock the heavens and earth. Who can be a match for him? Oh, that's right, your ancestor, the master of gods, is a match for him, but he's gone missing. I've been suppressed by the mastermind, the world sovereign. He only wants to control the god-burying coffin, so he wants to kill me. At that time, the Void Immortal Master arrived and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the mastermind's world. He used all his methods, but in the end, his soul was shattered. Finally, he managed to snatch the soul-burying coffin, but I couldn't save him. At this point, the demon cat actually shed tears. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't thought that the Void Immortal Master would die in such a way. He was also a peerless hero of his generation, but he had ended up in such a state. It was truly a pity. There was no point in being envious of him. Then where did my ancestor, the Lord of Gods, go? Do you guys know? Lin Feng asked. The demon cat replied, I'm not familiar with him, so how could I know? The Void Immortal Master might know, but he's already fallen. The demon cat's meaning was clear. It meant that the whereabouts of the Lord of Gods was a mystery. Lin Feng said, I've received some news about my ancestor, the Lord of Gods. The outside world has always been saying that he died from serious injuries, but the news I received is that he's gone missing. Do you think my ancestor died back then, or did he simply go missing? He was indeed injured back then, and it was quite serious. However, what kind of person is the Master of Gods? He's an existence that holds the line between the past and the present. Those injuries that seem serious are probably nothing to him, so there's a high chance that he's gone missing. However, after so many years, there hasn't been any news from him. As for what exactly happened to him after that, that's not something I'm privy to. Lin Feng said, then bring us to the Void Immortal Master's world of legacy. I'll see if I can find any clues. The demon cat replied, no problem. Come with me. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang followed the demon cat into the depths of the world. 2 hours later, they saw a gigantic yin-yang diagram appear in the starry sky world. The yin-yang diagram was simply too big. It was even bigger than a planet. The demon cat explained, that's an ancient weapon forged by the Void Immortal Master. It's called the yin-yang sacred palace diagram. From afar, it looks like a yin-yang diagram, but if you get closer, you'll see that there are 2 palaces within it. One of them is called the Jade Sun Palace, while the other is called the Mystic Yin Palace. You can go to the Jade Sun Palace to find what you want. As for this girl, she can go to the Mystic Yin Palace to find what she wants. Alright. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang nodded. Wu Shuangshuang quickly flew towards the Mystic Yin Palace. She couldn't wait to see what was inside. As for Lin Feng, he flew towards the Jade Sun Palace. The demon cat didn't move. After Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang left, the demon cat frowned and muttered, someone actually found this place. What a powerful method. I wonder who it is? With that thought, the demon cat quickly flew towards the left. 15 minutes later, whoosh, a figure appeared. It was a young cultivator. Underworld Child, it was Underworld Child. Underworld Child had to admit that this guy had some powerful methods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. Get out of here. The demon cat flew over and coldly glared at Underworld Child. What? Underworld Child looked at the demonic cat and said, so it's the Void Immortal Master's demonic cat. I guessed that you weren't dead yet, and it was just as I guessed. You're still alive. Who are you? The demon cat looked at Underworld Child coldly. Hee, I'm Underworld Child. My current teacher is the one in charge of the underworld, who must not be named. He's not dead yet? The demon cat laughed coldly. Underworld Child smiled and said, my teacher is a cultivator who surpasses his cultivation level. How could he be dead? To be honest, the Void Immortal Master has my teacher's blood flowing in his veins. Hee. Mobile version update website. The demonic cat was infuriated when it heard this. It said coldly, you still have the face to bring this up? Don't you know how you abandoned the Void Immortal Lord back then? Underworld Child said. What happened back then is already in the past. The demonic cat said coldly, it's that person from the underworld who thinks it's all in the past. How laughable. They were both his descendants, but because the Void Immortal Lord was a branch descendant, his blood was forcefully exchanged with a direct descendant's blood. He was even abandoned. If it wasn't for the Lord of Gods, the Void Immortal Lord would have died in his infancy. What about the person who forcefully exchanged the Void Immortal Lord's blood? He had great talent, but he didn't know how to improve himself. He was jealous of someone else and was killed. This is karma. Now that I think about it, I want to laugh out loud. Underworld Child went along with the demonic cat's words. Indeed, that person was a disappointment. That's something that can't be refuted. Later on, didn't my master also want to acknowledge the Void Immortal Lord? However, the Void Immortal Lord was too stubborn, and things didn't go well. The demonic cat cursed loudly. Mother ***, I wouldn't have been so angry if you hadn't brought this up. Back then, that bastard from the underworld actually had the nerve to do such a thing. It's so disgusting. Underworld Child frowned. Watch your mouth. If you disrespect my master again, don't blame me for being impolite. The demonic cat sneered and said hatefully, back then, that person from the underworld came to look for the Void Immortal Lord because he saw that the Void Immortal Lord had completely matured. In addition, he also had a connection with the Lord of Gods. You're too young, so you don't know what happened back then. I experienced everything. That person originally had a cultivation problem and wanted the Lord of Gods to help him. Then, he wanted to take a roundabout route and ask the Void Immortal Lord to help him. That person was an existence that transcended epochs, so he probably felt too embarrassed to ask the Lord of Gods for help. How laughable. Underworld Child sneered. You dare to scold my master? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? So don't try to fool me with these childish words. Do you think I'll believe you? The demon cat sneered. Don't you already believe it in your heart? The corner of Underworld Child's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't answer the demonic cat. The demonic cat said, back then, my cultivation was indeed far inferior to that person from the underworld. However, I had someone backing me up. Behind me was the master of the gods. Who in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds could stand up to him? He's the ruler of the world, and he doesn't dare to offend him easily. He can oppress countless strong cultivators, and even those who have crossed epochs can't breathe. Your teacher is really strong, but in the history of 3,000 epochs, he's nothing. If he dares to touch me, he'll die without a grave. Underworld Child sneered and said, they're all existences that surpass their cultivation realms. Don't brag too much about some people. Ha 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 ha. The demonic cat laughed loudly. Nameless asked unhappily, what are you laughing at? The demonic cat sneered. I'm laughing at your ignorance. There are some things that don't need to be explained. Those who know will know, and those who don't know need to know. Underworld Child said, but no matter what, and no matter what happened back then, my teacher is still alive, and some unimaginably powerful existences have already fallen. The demonic cat didn't say anything else. Instead, he said coldly, leave. Don't force me to attack. Look, what is this? Underworld Child took out an item. A jade pendant. It was actually a jade pendant. However, no one knew the origin of the jade pendant. The demonic cat seemed to recognize the jade pendant, so when it saw the jade pendant, its eyes involuntarily narrowed. Why do you have this? The demonic cat asked with a gloomy expression. Haha. Underworld Child couldn't help but laugh loudly. Naturally, I obtained it by chance. This is the only thing the Void Immortal Master's mother left him, right? However, when I fought against the Mastermind, the World Ruler, back then, the battle was so intense that the jade pendant I carried with me accidentally fell off. In the end, I lost it. Since I've obtained this jade pendant, it means that fate has brought me and the Void Immortal together. As the Void Immortal's close friend, you won't stop me, right? I can let you pass, but you won't be able to obtain anything because someone else has already passed. When he heard that, a figure appeared in Underworld Child's mind. It was none other than Underworld Child. It was none other than Lin Feng. Underworld Child knew how strong Lin Feng was. Lin Feng had followed him out of the 8 trigrams formation and the maze, so he didn't find it strange that Lin Feng had entered earlier. Underworld Child sneered. If anyone dares to steal my opportunity, I'll take their life. As soon as he finished speaking, Underworld Child flew past the demonic cat and towards the 2 palaces. By this time, Lin Feng had already entered the Jade Sun Palace. The Jade Sun Palace was huge, and there was a statue enshrined inside. Lin Feng had originally thought that it was the Void Immortal Master's statue, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it wasn't the case. It was actually the statue of his ancestor, the Lord of Gods. He hadn't expected the Void Immortal Master to enshrine his ancestor's statue in the Jade Sun Palace. It seemed that he was a very filial disciple. Lin Feng bowed 3 times to the statue of the Lord of Gods, then said, "Ancestor. How are you now? You didn't die, right? But if you didn't die, why is there no news of you? You should have left some clues behind, right?" After muttering to himself, Lin Feng began searching for something in the palace. He wanted to see if he could find anything the Void Immortal Master had left behind. However, after searching for a while, he didn't find anything. This made Lin Feng a little depressed. Lin Feng looked at the statue of the Lord of Gods. Lin Feng discovered that the hand of the Lord of Gods seemed to be pointing at something. He looked over, and his eyes lit up slightly. It was pointing at a pillar. The 2 points formed a line. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the pillar and felt around the intersection of the pillar and the direction the Lord of God's hand was pointing at. Suddenly, Kacha! 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 It was unknown if he had triggered some mechanism. The middle of the pillar actually split apart. Then, a groove appeared. Lin Feng looked at the groove and found 3 items inside. These 3 items were a porcelain jar with a powerful seal, a jade cylinder, and a scroll. Lin Feng took out the 3 items. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the 3 items, someone flew in. Lin Feng, so it really is you. Underworld Child looked coldly at Lin Feng, then at the 3 items in Lin Feng's hand. Underworld Child said gloomily, "Give them to me." Lin Feng naturally wouldn't give them to Underworld Child. He smiled and said, "They're all mine. Why should I give them to you?" After saying that, Lin Feng put the items away. Underworld Child's eyes became extremely cold when he saw this. He said icily, "I came here with the Void Immortal Master's token. This means that the opportunity here should belong to me. I will be protected by the Void Immortal Master, so if we really fight, your side will definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Since I don't want to kill you right now, you'd better cooperate with me." How could Underworld Child not want to kill Lin Feng? He was just worried that if they fought, he would destroy the items. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Lin Feng after he got the items. Lin Feng said indifferently, "So you got the token. Sorry for my disrespect. I wouldn't have thought that I would steal the opportunity that should have belonged to you. But what can I do if I don't want to give it to you? Do you think you can defeat me?" How laughable. If the guy from the underworld came, I wouldn't have said anything and would have immediately taken out the items. But you? Haha, you're still far from being able to defeat me. Arrogant guy, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Underworld Child's expression was ice cold. He took a step forward and used a powerful technique. 9 revolutions of the underworld. Underworld Child's voice was like the voice of death that floated out from hell. 9 powerful existences appeared behind Underworld Child. Those 9 existences lingered in the darkness. They seemed to be underworld gods. The bodies of the 9 underworld gods quickly fused together and turned into a single underworld god. However, the chi of the 9 underworld gods combined into one was too powerful. Underworld Child was indeed powerful, and his methods were unimaginably terrifying. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Underworld Child. Facing Underworld God's attack, Lin Feng remained calm. He directly used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation fist wasn't as powerful as the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it was still extremely powerful. Bang! After a violent collision, the Underworld God's body directly shattered. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Underworld Child. Lin Feng said coldly, "Underworld Child, I should have gotten rid of you a long time ago. I shouldn't have let you live until now. Today, I'll get rid of you once and for all." Underworld Child sneered, "I had the same idea. Today, I'll kill you. You're destined to be a stepping stone on my path of cultivation." Underworld Child didn't want to be outdone and rushed towards Lin Feng. Countless acupuncture points on Underworld Child's body became dazzling. The Underworld Child transformed into a star chart in midair. That star map was called the 9 Revolutions of Life and Death. Underworld Child's star map quickly swept towards Lin Feng. He wanted to cut Lin Feng in half. Boom! 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 The Nether Child's stellar atlas was terrifying and should not be underestimated. However, Lin Feng did not think much of it. This was because Lin Feng cultivated the chaotic meridian chart. It was similar to the Nether Child's divine ability, but its power was much stronger than the Nether Child's divine ability. When the chaotic meridian chart was activated by Lin Feng, something shocking happened. The densely packed acupuncture points in Lin Feng's body seemed to have awakened. Divine light flashed in those acupuncture points, illuminating the world. All the acupuncture points and meridians connected together to form a chaotic ancient atlas. That chaotic ancient atlas was the chaotic meridian chart. Lin Feng's body leaped up and turned into the chaotic ancient atlas. When Lin Feng's body turned into the chaotic ancient atlas, something shocking happened. The surrounding void was shattered by the chaotic ancient atlas. In fact, this was the first time that Lin Feng had released the power of the chaotic ancient atlas. Bang! The chaotic ancient atlas formed by Lin Feng and the 9 transformations life and death portrait formed by the Nether Child collided violently. The energy waves from the collision destroyed everything. The void was about to collapse. This level of power was truly shocking. After more than 10 rounds of collision, the 9 transformations life and death portrait formed by the Nether Child was the first to collapse. The 9 transformations life and death portrait crumbled, and the Nether Child's figure finally appeared. The primal chaos ancient diagram tore through the void and arrived in front of the Underworld Child, charging towards him. The chaotic ancient atlas swept across the Nether Child's body. The Nether Child could not withstand it and was sent flying. His face became very pale. The attack just now had caused serious damage to the Nether Child. The chaotic ancient atlas continued to attack the Nether Child, wanting to inflict more damage on him. However, at this time a black armor appeared outside the Nether Child's body. The black armor was called the Nether Lord's armor. It was an armor forged by a powerful being at the Nether Lord level. Its defensive power was very strong. Ordinary people would not be able to break through the armor's defense. The chaotic ancient atlas formed by Lin Feng slashed at the armor. Most of its power was dissipated by the armor, while a portion of its power was dissipated by the Nether Child. This armor was similar to Lin Feng's sovereign armor. They both had extremely powerful defensive power. At this time, the Nether Child punched the chaotic ancient atlas formed by Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng's primal chaos diagram was punched by Prince of Hell's punch, and it reverted back to its original shape. Then, the Nether Child quickly rushed over. His fist was surrounded by a terrifying black energy. Nobody knew what kind of energy that black energy was. The Nether Child's punch shattered the space around him. That punch was very powerful. In the face of the Nether Child's aggressive attack, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He circulated his Fa Li and punched the Nether Child. The Nether Child's punch was very destructive. However, Lin Feng didn't want to meet the Nether Child's attack head-on. Therefore, Lin Feng's punch had been borrowed by the Nether Child's punch. When the two fists collided, Lin Feng's body quickly retreated. Therefore, the nether child's punch didn't cause any damage to Lin Feng. TSK, wearing a turtle shell. Nether child, is that all you've got? How disappointing. I originally thought that you would be able to become my opponent. It seems that I overestimated you. Lin Feng looked at the nether child with a mocking gaze. In fact, the nether child gave Lin Feng a lot of pressure. However, this didn't stop Lin Feng from mocking the nether child. When facing an enemy, a direct confrontation was one way. But sometimes, a psychological battle could be mixed in. For example, what Lin Feng was doing now was a psychological battle. He was using words to provoke the nether child. The corner of the nether child's mouth twitched. He was a proud person. Just now, he had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Feng. Now that he heard Lin Feng's mocking words, the nether child became even more furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. However, the nether child was quite good at controlling his emotions. He successfully suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, do you think that I'll lose my composure because of a few words from you? If you think that, then you're too arrogant. Your words can't affect me at all because when I use my ultimate technique, you'll lose without a doubt." Lin Feng's heart trembled. Was the nether child going to use a first-order condensation technique? Previously, Lin Feng had been spying on this rare divine ability. Unfortunately, this rare divine ability had been obtained by the nether child. This was a divine ability that was said to be comparable to the 6 realms of reincarnation in terms of attack power. Of course, the 6 realms of reincarnation was powerful not only because of its attack power. The 6 realms of reincarnation was powerful because of its attainments in the 6 realms of reincarnation. It was said that when the 6 realms of reincarnation were cultivated to the acme of perfection, it could turn the world upside down and even bring the dead back to life. Lin Feng wasn't sure if these rumors were true for the time being. However, Lin Feng knew one thing for sure. Currently, the various divine abilities he had encountered couldn't be compared to the 6 realms of reincarnation in terms of attack power. As for the power of the first-order condensation technique, Lin Feng wanted to experience it for himself. If the first-order condensation technique was really as powerful as the rumors said, then he would definitely kill the nether child and successfully cultivate the first-order condensation technique. At this moment, the nether child had already performed the first-order condensation technique. Order meant some kind of rule. Order could have a physical form, such as order runes and order chains. However, order could also have no physical form. Order without a physical form would generally form an invisible force that could silently annihilate the opponent. What the nether child performed was the invisible and formless order power. Lin Feng knew that the first-order condensation technique was no trivial matter. He wasn't stupid, so naturally, he wouldn't just sit around and wait for death. Therefore, Lin Feng directly activated the Dominator's armor, a true treasure. The Dominator's armor emerged and protected Lin Feng. Meanwhile, an extremely powerful invisible force violently blasted Lin Feng's body. The force sent Lin Feng flying. Even though he was wearing the Dominator's armor and the close-fitting sacred armor, Lin Feng still felt his qi and blood churning. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, the power released by the first-order condensation technique is actually so powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Previously, he did not have a direct impression of the first-rank condensation method. At most, he had only heard various rumors about it. However, now that he had personally experienced the power of this divine ability, it was as if a huge wave had been set off in his heart. The first Lord of Hell who had created this divine ability was truly an astounding existence. When he saw the defensive armor on Lin Feng's body, the nether child's expression became extremely ugly. He sneered and said, "Aren't you also wearing a defensive armor? You just mocked me because I'm wearing a defensive armor. Aren't you slapping your own face now?" Lin Feng said, "You're mistaken. This is just a piece of clothing that I wear every day. For example, when I'm flirting with a peerless fairy, I'll wear something like this. You're wearing a turtle shell. How can we be the same?" The nether child said, "It's really hard to imagine that there's someone as shameless as you in this world." Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Thank you for the compliment." The nether child was speechless. If he were to argue with Lin Feng, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Lin Feng. Therefore, the nether child couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Feng. He silently looked at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. You'll soon find out that even if you wear this extremely powerful defensive armor, you still won't be able to block my attacks. My first-order condensation technique is an invincible divine ability." "Haha, stop bragging. I'll trample you under my feet later." Lin Feng sneered in response. The nether child's gaze turned cold. He decided to continue using the first-order condensation technique to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 mysterious stone doors appeared behind Lin Feng. This was the first form of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 stone doors pushed forward horizontally. Bang, at the same time. The attack condensed from the first-order technique also charged forward quickly, colliding violently with the 6 stone doors condensed from Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation. As they collided, the void directly exploded. This kind of power was truly shocking. Lin Feng stepped forward. The 6 stone doors hovered above him as if they were going to sweep through the world. He had completely merged with heaven and earth. The 6 stone doors seemed to have become the only thing between heaven and earth. The strength of their power had definitely reached a level that could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The nether child's expression was extremely gloomy. He had already sensed the power of Lin Feng's divine ability. Wanting to crush Lin Feng as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood had become extremely unrealistic. However, even if he couldn't do that, the nether child was still extremely confident in his divine ability. The first-order condensation technique evolved into an endless amount of sequence power. The sequence power all gathered in front of him. As the sequence power was truly too majestic, the void in front of him actually started to distort in an extremely strange manner. He also walked towards Lin Feng step by step. His aura was also unimaginably terrifying. Who could compete with him? Kill! A low roar was heard. The nether child leaped up, carrying with him an endless amount of sequence power. He violently charged towards Lin Feng. "I'll definitely kill you." Lin Feng's voice was cold. Carrying the might of the 6 stone doors, he charged towards the nether child. Both sides. They collided fiercely. When they collided, the void shattered. A terrifying amount of energy gushed out from it. The energy that swept through heaven and earth seemed to want to destroy the world. Lin Feng and the nether child were both sent flying by the collision of energy. Barf! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Barf! The nether child also spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that both sides had suffered great losses. A murderous intent appeared on Lin Feng's face. He looked coldly at the nether child and said, "Nether child, the first-order condensation technique created by the First Lord of Hell is indeed extraordinary. However, this divine ability is simply a waste in your hands. Why don't you give it to me? Let me unleash the supreme power of this divine ability." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng activated his immortal bloodline. His injuries instantly healed. The nether child's perception was extremely powerful. Naturally, the nether child could sense that Lin Feng had recovered. Therefore, when the nether child sensed that Lin Feng had completely recovered, his gaze became extremely gloomy. Lin Feng's technique was something that he did not possess. Naturally, this technique could not compare to the world dominator's immortal and indestructible technique. However, to be honest, this technique was also extremely heaven-defying. After all, both sides had suffered injuries after a great battle. If one side suddenly recovered from his injuries, it would definitely be a huge blow to his opponent. At this moment, Lin Feng once again used an extremely powerful divine ability. The divine ability that Lin Feng used was the demon summoning scripture. This was a technique that had been perfected by the 36th Wushang demon lord in the 2732nd era. Although Lin Feng was far from cultivating this divine ability to its peak level, its power was still extremely powerful. The demon summoning scripture had an extremely strange power. It could awaken the demonic power within a cultivator's body. When the demonic power within a cultivator's body was awakened, the cultivator would be controlled by the one who awakened it. Therefore, when Lin Feng used the demon summoning scripture, the nether child immediately felt that the demonic power within his body seemed to have begun to awaken. The demonic power seemed to want to take over his body. Anyone would have demonic power within their body. For example, Lin Feng's body also had demonic power within it. Even the eminent monks of Buddhism, the Buddhas, the ancient Buddhas, and the Buddha Lord-level existences would have demonic power within them. However, under normal circumstances, the demonic power would be suppressed by the power of justice. The demon summoning scripture had awakened the demonic power within the nether child's body. The nether child began to try his best to suppress the demonic power within his body. This was not an easy task. Of course, the nether child's methods were powerful, so the demonic power could not take away the nether child's control over his body. At the same time, Lin Feng's demon summoning scripture summoned a demon ancestor's origin spirit. This was the terrifying part of the demon summoning scripture. Not only could it awaken the demonic power within someone's body, but it could also summon the demon ancestors' origin spirits formed by the 36 demon ancestors that were born in the 2732nd era. The combat power of these demon ancestors' origin spirits was extremely terrifying. Although Lin Feng had only summoned one demon ancestor's origin spirit, it was enough to deal with the nether child. After the demon ancestor's origin spirit appeared, it quickly charged towards the nether child. The nether child was suppressing the demonic power within his body. When he saw the demon ancestor's origin spirit charging towards him, he did not dare to be careless. He sent a palm strike towards the demon ancestor's origin spirit. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. The nether child was directly sent flying. His injuries were very serious, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The defensive armor on the outside had also retracted back into his body. The nether child was completely exposed. The demon ancestor's origin spirit continued to attack the nether child. In an instant, it arrived in front of the nether child. It wanted to seize this opportunity to kill the nether child. This was indeed a great opportunity to kill the nether child. Just as the nether child was about to be killed, a large amount of black chi flew out of the nether child's forehead. The black chi transformed into a cultivator. When Lin Feng saw the cultivator, his face suddenly sank. The cultivator formed by the black chi was none other than the transcendent realm expert of the underworld. This existence should be a spiritual imprint that had fused with a strand of origin energy. At a critical moment, it could save the nether child's life. Now that the nether child was facing the threat of death, this existence had appeared. The transcendent realm expert of the underworld sent a palm strike towards the demon ancestor's origin spirit. The demon ancestor's origin spirit was no match for the transcendent realm expert of the underworld. It directly exploded and disappeared. Master. The nether child bowed to the transcendent realm expert of the underworld. Although it was not his true body, the nether child was still very respectful towards the transcendent realm expert of the underworld. Yes. The transcendent realm expert of the underworld nodded, then looked at Lin Feng. He and Lin Feng could be considered to be quite familiar with each other. Previously, Lin Feng had followed the mummified old man to the underworld. He had extorted money from him. He still hadn't settled this debt. Because he was afraid of the mummified old man, and because his true body couldn't easily appear in the world of the living, he hadn't attacked Lin Feng. But now, he faced Lin Feng, and a dense killing intent immediately appeared in his heart. Hee, I was wondering who it was. So it's you. What? A cultivator at your level wants to attack me? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the transcendent realm expert of the underworld. He could feel a dense killing intent from the transcendent realm expert. Lin Feng knew that this battle was unavoidable. Lin Feng couldn't help but despise the transcendent realm expert of the underworld. No matter what, he was still a transcendent realm expert of the underworld. It was really embarrassing for him to attack a junior. You're a scourge. If I don't kill you, sooner or later, you'll cause great trouble. The transcendent realm expert of the underworld sneered. Lin Feng said coldly, it's not your true body. At most, it's just a clone. How dare you talk so big? How ridiculous. Today, I'll kill your clone first. Later, I'll enter the underworld and kill your true body. Lin Feng was incomparably aggressive. After he finished speaking, he started walking towards the transcendent realm expert of the underworld. Lin Feng had unexpectedly chosen to attack first. Humph, you're really arrogant. Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone stronger than you. The transcendent realm expert of the underworld looked ice cold. He opened his hand and an illusory world condensed in his palm. If one looked closely, that world looked like hell. That world directly flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The attack of a transcendent expert from the underworld was extremely powerful. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Feng's expression turned grave. However, he wasn't afraid of his opponent. Just as Lin Feng had said, no matter how powerful a transcendent expert from the underworld was, one shouldn't forget that he was only a mark. Of course, he could also be regarded as a clone, not the main body. How much battle strength could he display? In the face of his opponent's attack, Lin Feng activated the power of the Pengu imprint, the ruler's armor, the true dragon rune, the holy bone, the magic lotus, the golden dwarf, the stone golem clone, and the immortal lotus. Lin Feng's aura immediately increased substantially. Not only did his aura increase, but so did his battle strength. This was almost the peak of Lin Feng's battle strength. He didn't even use this power when he fought against the underworld child. However, it was different when dealing with a transcendent expert from the underworld. Even if his opponent was only a mark or a clone, he still had to pay attention to his opponent because he had some methods that only a transcendent expert could use. Otherwise, who knew what kind of terrifying things would happen? Lin Feng used the Blade of the Ruler. This was a terrifying ability that had been awakened when the sovereign's emperor blood was revived. The Blade of the Ruler condensed. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the power of the Blade of the Ruler condensed by Lin Feng also increased. Lin Feng could even clearly sense that the Blade of the Ruler seemed to have formed a connection with something in the outer space. Lin Feng knew that this thing must be the ancient weapon, the Blade of the Ruler. The Blade of the Ruler condensed by Lin Feng could communicate with the ancient weapon and mobilize its power. Therefore, the current power of the Blade of the Ruler was incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng controlled the Blade of the Ruler to quickly slash at the world condensed by the transcendent expert. With a ripping sound, the world condensed by the transcendent expert was instantly torn apart by the Blade of the Ruler. However, the Blade of the Ruler was also shattered by Lin Feng's attack. However, after breaking through the divine ability of the transcendent expert, Lin Feng's confidence rose. He once again used a powerful technique. This time, it was the divine ability that had been awakened when the sovereign's emperor blood was awakened. This time, it was the divine ability of the mysterious Dao Palace. This was the ability that had been obtained when the sovereign's emperor blood had awakened for the fourth time. This ability was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the Dao Palace itself was incomparably mysterious. Lin Feng hadn't been able to uncover the many secrets hidden within the Dao Palace. The mysterious Dao Palace appeared and suppressed the transcendent expert. The transcendent expert's expression was cold. Previously, his divine ability had been broken by Lin Feng, causing him to be in a very bad mood. Now that he saw Lin Feng take the initiative to attack, his mood became even worse. Of course, his methods were very powerful. Therefore, he was very confident in his own abilities. He threw a punch at the mysterious Dao Palace. His fist fiercely slammed into the Dao Palace. Following the violent collision, the Dao Palace shook violently. The transcendent expert of the underworld hadn't been able to break through Lin Feng's Dao Palace. Instead, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's mysterious Dao Palace. This mysterious Dao Palace's power was really strong. Moreover, this kind of power made Lin Feng very satisfied. Lin Feng controlled the Dao Palace to continue suppressing the transcendent expert of the underworld. However, at this time, the transcendent expert of the underworld said coldly, "Good boy, I underestimated your methods. Today, I'll let you have a taste of this seat's power. Heavenly Dipper heaven-breaking art." As the cold voice fell, the transcendent expert of the underworld erupted with an incomparably tyrannical battle strength. The Heavenly Dipper sky-breaking art displayed its invincible might, instantly destroying the mysterious Dao Palace. Then, he quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, condensing thousands of astral qi. The astral qi's might was extremely powerful. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. It directly sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng felt his blood and qi churning. He couldn't help but cough violently. The bones in his body were about to break. The heavenly dipper sky-breaking art was really a very heaven-defying divine ability. Boundless astral chi once again rushed towards Lin Feng. The transcendent expert of the underworld wanted to use the heavenly dipper sky-breaking art to completely defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the emptiness of eternity. He wanted to use this powerful divine ability to neutralize the heavenly dipper sky-breaking art. After the divine abilities of the two sides collided, both sides were annihilated. The second style of the heavenly dipper sky-breaking art. The cold voice of the transcendent expert of the underworld resounded once again. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This guy's divine ability was so strange. It was actually divided into many styles? This was somewhat similar to the 9 styles of the true dragon. However, Lin Feng felt that the power of the heavenly dipper sky-breaking art was many times stronger than the 9 styles of the true dragon. The 2 words heavenly dipper were easy to understand. It referred to the heavenly dipper chi. Break was also easy to understand. It meant to break. The heavenly dipper sky-breaking art was a technique that could break the heavenly dipper sky-breaking art. One could imagine how powerful it was. Therefore, when Lin Feng felt the second style of the heavenly dipper sky-breaking art released by the transcendent expert of the underworld, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but be shocked. He could feel the pressure. The power of the second style of the heavenly dipper sky-breaking art was much stronger than he had imagined. Lin Feng quickly thought of a countermeasure. He decided to launch the most violent attack against the transcendent expert of the underworld. He shouldn't continue to wait. Otherwise, it would be extremely bad for Lin Feng. Lin Feng used another skill. When his ruler's imperial blood had awakened for the 5th time, Lin Feng had awakened the ancestor of the ruler's imperial blood. When the ancestor of the ruler's imperial blood was activated, Lin Feng condensed an illusory silhouette. The attack power of the sovereign ancestor was 10 times the peak battle power of the user. This value was fixed. It could be used once, and the cooldown time was 10 days. In other words, when Lin Feng displayed the sovereign ancestor, the illusory figure condensed by Lin Feng would be 10 times stronger than Lin Feng. Whoosh! After the cursed ancestor was condensed, it quickly charged towards the transcendent expert of the underworld. The transcendent expert of the underworld also felt the terror of the sovereign ancestor. His face was filled with disbelief. He probably didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to condense such a terrifying attack. Bang! The sovereign ancestor and the transcendent expert of the underworld clashed fiercely. The transcendent expert's sovereign ancestor's ability was instantly broken. Then, the sovereign ancestor punched at the transcendent expert of the underworld. The transcendent expert of the underworld was directly sent flying. There was no way he could withstand the tyrannical battle power of the sovereign ancestor. This scene made Lin Feng happy. The cursed ancestor's battle power was really strong. This was the strongest ability of Lin Feng's sovereign bloodline awakening. This ability was indeed very satisfying to Lin Feng. The underworld child, who was watching the battle from the side, couldn't help but have his face sink. Previously, he was naturally incomparably confident in the battle power of his master's clone. But now, he was worried. After all, an expert of his level could naturally sense how terrifying the cursed ancestor was. The cursed ancestor quickly charged towards the transcendent expert of the underworld. Punch after punch, it bombarded the transcendent expert of the underworld. Every punch, it was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. Although the transcendent realm expert from hell was powerful, he was completely suppressed at this moment. This caused him to be filled with hatred and madness. From time to time, he would roar in anger, but he couldn't reverse this battle. After seeing this scene, the underworld child knew that he had to escape quickly. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to escape. Thus, the underworld child turned around and fled. However, how could Lin Feng let the underworld child escape? This was the best opportunity to kill the underworld child. If the underworld child escaped, who knew when such a good opportunity would appear again? Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng teleported to the door and blocked the underworld child's path. Damn it, you destroyed my brand. Lin Feng, you brat, just you wait. I won't let you off. At this moment, the transcendent expert of the underworld shouted in exasperation. Bang! In the next moment, his body exploded. After destroying the body of the transcendent expert of the underworld, the cursed ancestor that Lin Feng had summoned disappeared without a trace. The time the cursed ancestor appeared was related to the cultivation of the user. Obviously, Lin Feng couldn't summon the cursed ancestor for a long period of time. However, it only appeared for a short period of time, and the battle power it displayed was already extremely shocking. It even destroyed the brand of the transcendent expert of the underworld. This ability was really amazing. The underworld child, who was blocked by Lin Feng, had an extremely ugly expression. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression and said, "Lin Feng, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. There's no need for us to fight to the death, right? If you let me go, I will persuade my master not to make things difficult for you. How about it? You don't want to fight to the death with a transcendent expert, right?" Lin Feng said mockingly. "What? Are you begging me for mercy? This isn't the style of the underworld child. I thought that you would rather die than submit." After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, the underworld child clenched his fists that were hidden in his sleeves. Dense killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he concealed it very well. He told himself that he had to endure. He had to wait until he escaped. Underworld child said, "Yes, I'm begging you for mercy. Please spare me. After all, there's no harm in having another friend." Lin Feng sneered. "Yes, there's no harm in having another friend, but do you think we can become friends? We've been enemies ever since we were in the 9 provinces. After such a long time, has this relationship ever changed? This kind of grudge isn't something that can be resolved with just a few words. So, if you want me to spare you, you're dreaming." Lin Feng immediately attacked Underworld Child. Underworld Child was someone that Lin Feng had to kill. Moreover, he was a scourge to Lin Feng, so he had to kill him. Otherwise, who knew what Underworld Child would do in the future? As for Underworld Child's request to resolve the grudge between him and his master, Lin Feng didn't believe that Underworld Child would do such a thing. Moreover, the Underworld Child had been humiliated, so how could a grudge be resolved so easily? Thus, killing Underworld Child would solve everything once and for all. Lin Feng's battle prowess went without saying. It was extremely terrifying, and Underworld Child's injuries were quite severe. He wasn't a match for Lin Feng at all. After a dozen or so exchanges, Underworld Child couldn't hold on any longer. His body exploded, and he died on the spot. However, his storage ring was still there, so Lin Feng grabbed it. After that, Lin Feng left the area. At this time, Wu Shuangshuang also reaped some benefits and flew out. When she saw Lin Feng, she was very happy. She said, "I've really struck it rich this time. How about you? Did you get any benefits?" Lin Feng smiled. "Not bad," said Lin Feng. At this time, the demon cat flew over and looked deeply at Lin Feng. "Now, can you help me complete the last part of my soul?" Lin Feng nodded. "Of course, no problem. But before that, I have something I want to ask you," said Lin Feng. "What is it?" the demon cat asked. "Why is that guy here?" Lin Feng asked. Although Lin Feng did not mention the other party's name, the demonic cat knew who Lin Feng was referring to. It replied, "That guy came with a token." Hearing this, Lin Feng was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He helped the demonic cat to complete its last remnant soul. "I've recovered. I've recovered. I've finally recovered." The demonic cat roared with incomparable excitement. Now that its 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls had finally recovered, there was no need to mention the benefits it would bring to its body once its 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were fully recovered. Therefore, right now, the demonic cat was incomparably agitated and excited. In fact, she was even dancing with joy. Lin Feng could understand how the demonic cat was feeling right now. Lin Feng and Wu Shuangshuang did not stay for long and quickly left the area. Originally, Lin Feng had hoped that he would be able to find some information or clues about the Lord of Gods here. However, from the looks of it, his hopes had been dashed. However, there were some things that could not be forced. Since he had failed to find any clues about the Lord of Gods this time, who knew if he would have a chance in the future, Lin Feng bid farewell to Wu Shuangshuang. Lin Feng then summoned the ancient starship Xianyuan and continued flying towards the Buddha realm. Lin Feng sat cross-legged inside the ancient starship Xianyuan. He first took out the underworld child storage ring. He wanted to see what was an underworld child storage ring. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the ring. There were too many good things inside, but there weren't many that could truly attract Lin Feng's attention. After all, Lin Feng was too picky. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, something attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng looked over and was shocked to discover that it was a stone tablet. There seemed to be some mysterious incantations recorded on the tablet. Lin Feng studied the incantations for a while and became excited. The incantations on the stone tablet were first-rank cultivation methods. In fact, Lin Feng had never thought that he would be able to obtain a first-rank cultivation method. After all, such inheritances were usually memorized in one's mind and would not leave behind any written records. However, the underworld child had not destroyed the stone tablet that recorded the first-rank cultivation method. Lin Feng felt that this was not right. Given the underworld child's character, he would not have left this stone tablet behind. Lin Feng memorized the incantations on it and then tried to destroy the stone tablet. Lin Feng was shocked to discover that he could not destroy the stone tablet at all. Lin Feng finally understood why the underworld child had left this stone tablet behind. It was because there was no way to destroy this stone tablet. Lin Feng was obviously in an extremely good mood after obtaining the first-rank cultivation method. Lin Feng put away the stone tablet. Then, Lin Feng planned to study the 3 items that he had obtained in the Jade Sun Palace. Lin Feng took out the 3 items. As there was a seal on the porcelain jar, Lin Feng decided to study it for the time being. He looked at the other 2 items, the scroll and the jade tube. He did not know what they were. Lin Feng first opened the scroll. When he opened the scroll, he discovered that there was a person drawn on the scroll. The person was sitting cross-legged with his hands facing the sky as if he was cultivating. There were some ancient words written on the scroll, and Lin Feng happened to recognize those ancient words. Ruler's visualization. Lin Feng read out the 5 ancient words. Lin Feng was shocked because the name of the scroll actually involved the word ruler. What did this mean? Could it be related to the ruler emperor clan? If that was the case, it would be a great surprise. Of course. Lin Feng wasn't sure whether or not this scroll really had something to do with the ruler emperor clan. He studied the scroll carefully and discovered that it was indeed very special. There were many markings on the scroll, and they seemed to be acupuncture points. There were also many energy channels. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He had the feeling that this was an extraordinary cultivation method. Lin Feng looked at the jade tube and sent his godly awareness into it. Lin Feng felt his godly awareness being pulled into a mysterious world. In that mysterious world, a blurry figure appeared. I knew that a descendant of the ruler emperor clan would come looking for me. The mysterious figure looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious figure in surprise. Lin Feng didn't know who this mysterious figure was, but it seemed to be the Void Immortal Master. If it wasn't the Void Immortal Master, could it be his ancestor, the Master of Gods? Senior, how should I address you? Asked Lin Feng. My name is Ji Tianqing, said the man. Ji Tianqing was astonished. Lin Feng didn't understand. That cultivator wasn't his ancestor, the leader of the gods, and he wasn't the celestial master of the empty space either. But since his surname was Ji, was he from the imperial clan? Are you an ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan? Asked Lin Feng. Ji Tianqing was moved. No, I'm not a member of the sovereign emperor's clan. I'm just a servant of the master of gods. However, the master recognized my loyalty and gave me the surname Ji. Lin Feng suddenly thought of his uncle. He wasn't from the sovereign emperor clan either, but his family had been loyal servants for many generations. That was why he had been given the surname Ji. When it came to his uncle's generation, because he was about the same age as his mother, Ji Long-er, he had always protected her. Later on, his mother had taken him as an older brother. Later on, he had escorted Ji Long-er, who had been plotted against, away from the outer world. Ji Tianqing probably had the same status as his uncle. People like her were usually very loyal. She could be considered one of their own. Many times, they were even willing to die for their master. Lin Feng asked, Senior, do you know where my ancestor, the master of gods, is? Back then, my master went to the wasteland world, but I don't know where he went after that. He didn't send any news back. I went to the wasteland world to ask about him, but I didn't find anything. Lin Feng asked, what about you, Senior? Are you still alive? Ha 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 ha. Ji Tianqing laughed. Haven't you noticed that this brand of mine is different from the rest? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had indeed noticed that Ji Tianqing's brand was different. If it had been an ordinary brand, it probably wouldn't have had such a high level of intelligence. I'm still alive. That's why my brand is so extraordinary. Perhaps we'll meet again in the near future. When he heard that, Lin Feng also looked happy. That's great. I look forward to the day when we meet again, Senior, Lin Feng said. Ji Tianqing said, you will. By the way, why would your brand appear in the Void Immortal Master's grave? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Ji Tianqing said, because I was the one who built the grave. Lin Feng said, I thought it was the demonic cat who built it. Ji Tianqing said, that's not a bad way to look at it. Most of it was built by it, but some of the more complicated parts were built by me. You can say that we built it together. Lin Feng asked, this demonic cat doesn't seem like a good person, and it hates my ancestor, the master of gods. Why didn't my ancestor destroy it back then? Ji Tianqing said, this demonic cat has a deep relationship with the sovereign clan. It was originally an ordinary cat, but the sovereign clan's ancestor enlightened it, allowing it to cultivate. Back then, it was an invincible existence in the 9 skies and 10 earths. If it hadn't been schemed against and injured, it would have been many times more powerful than it is now. It used to have a good personality, but because of a series of setbacks, its personality changed. Even though it offended my master, he didn't take its life because he thought that one day, it would return to normal. Lin Feng said, I didn't think that this demonic cat would have such a deep relationship with the sovereign clan. Lin Feng then asked, what's the sovereign visualization technique on the scroll? Ji Tianqing said, it's a visualization technique created by my master. You can cultivate it, and it can increase the cultivation speed of sovereign clan cultivators. Oh? Increase cultivation speed? Not bad, not bad. How many times can it increase my cultivation speed? Lin Feng asked curiously. He felt that increasing his cultivation speed by 1 or 2 times was already extremely heaven-defying. Ji Tianqing said, that depends on your talent. If it's not bad, it shouldn't be a problem for you to increase your cultivation speed by a few 100 times. When he heard this, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. How could there be such a cultivation technique? It sounded too fake. Senior, you can't trick me like that. Lin Feng said. Ji Tianqing said seriously, why would I trick you? You should know that my master spent his entire life creating this visualization technique. Do you know who my master is? He saved the collapsed cultivation system and created a new one, allowing the epic to regain its vitality. Otherwise, the epic would have been destroyed a long time ago. Naturally, the visualization method created by such an existence is different from the rest. You should know that the visualization method is the most useful to the sovereign clan. It's not as useful to others. Even I, who don't have the sovereign bloodline, have been able to cultivate at about 100 times faster after cultivating the visualization method. What's more, cultivators with the sovereign bloodline will be able to do. Lin Feng was excited. This sovereign visualization technique was too heaven-defying. The sovereign of gods was truly an amazing person. Lin Feng asked, what's in the jar? It's spiritual rain liquid. It's something special. Ji Tianqing said. Lin Feng asked, what's it used for? Ji Tianqing said, it's quite useful for strengthening your soul. Ha ha ha. That's really good stuff. Lin Feng laughed. Alright, let's stop here for now. I look forward to our meeting in the future. Ji Tianqing smiled and disappeared. Lin Feng's divine will return to his main body. Jade Sun Palace. The demonic cat arrived at the Jade Sun Palace. Hee hee, you've hidden your strength well, the cat cackled. Demonic chi began to twist. Then, the demonic chi transformed into Underworld Child. Underworld Child's face contorted as he roared, "This Lin Feng deserves to die. You're no match for him." The cat said indifferently. "That's because my bloodline hasn't fully awakened yet." Underworld Child's face twisted. The cat said, "It seems that you have a second, very special bloodline." Underworld Child narrowed his eyes at the cat. "You were killed, but you didn't die. You also don't have the Undying bloodline or the Phoenix bloodline. In that case, there's only one explanation. Flowing within your body is the royal bloodline of the Mastermind's world." Underworld Child's expression was gloomy as he said, "You know quite a lot, but there are some things that you should pretend you don't know, as it won't do you any good. You're a smart person, so I know that you should understand what I'm trying to say. There are some things that I naturally know how to do, and I don't need you to remind me. However, there are some things that I'm curious about, and I wonder if you can answer them for me." "What things?" Underworld Child asked gloomily. The demonic cat smiled and said, "For example, since the blood of the Imperial clan of the Mastermind's world flows in your veins, why haven't you returned to the Imperial clan? Could it be that you've been abandoned?" Underworld Child's mouth twitched violently. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up." The demonic cat said, "I won't shut up." He continued, "Your mother is from that clan, right? I heard that the Imperial clan of the Mastermind's world was in turmoil, and one of their bloodlines was expelled. It seems that your mother is from that bloodline. Poor child, don't let the Imperial clan of the Mastermind's world know about your whereabouts. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Underworld Child said hatefully, "I don't need you to remind me of that. I know what to do." Underworld Child didn't stay any longer, and he quickly left. When he reached the outer realm, he roared furiously, "I will have my revenge. I will definitely have my revenge. I will become incomparably strong. I will kill all of them." He roared as if he had gone mad. He would never be able to forget what had happened when he was young. He had watched his mother being killed with his own eyes, and he hadn't been able to save her. Later on, his father had repeatedly launched sneak attacks in order to avenge his mother, killing the Imperial clan of the Mastermind's world. In the end, he had been killed by the Imperial clan of the Mastermind's world. These events were still vivid in his mind, and he would never forget them. No matter what he did now, it was all for the sake of increasing his cultivation. It was all for the sake of one day, he wanted to kill his enemies with his own hands and avenge his father and mother. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know much about Underworld Child's past. Right now, Lin Feng was refining that special spirit liquid. Originally, Lin Feng's soul realm had already reached the 6th major realm of the Sage realm, which was the 3rd heavenly level of the Celestial Sage realm. However, as the powerful medicinal power dissolved, it turned into pure energy that was absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul force continued to rise. His soul force finally reached the 7th heavenly layer of the immortal Sage realm. This time, his soul realm actually broke through 4 minor realms. This made Lin Feng very satisfied. Lin Feng started practicing the God's visualization skill. It was a peerless skill created by the leader of gods. Even though Ji Tianqing had told him how powerful it was, he had to practice it himself to know whether it was really that powerful or not. It was too early for him to know. 1 month later, Lin Feng's cultivation broke through to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Saint King realm. This made Lin Feng incomparably happy. How difficult was it for him to break through? After practicing the Dominator's visualization, he actually broke through to the next level so quickly. The Dominator's visualization was truly an incomparably heaven-defying technique. It was truly shocking. Lin Feng continued to cultivate in seclusion. One day, Lin Feng suddenly heard the sound of crying. He walked out of the cabin. In the distance, ghostly chi was rolling. A large number of dead souls were chained up. Some ghostly servants, underworld envoys, were driving them forward. The dead souls of the starry sky world. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. In the world of the sea, Lin Feng had seen many such situations. However, the dead souls of the sea often took ghost ships to the underworld. It was completely different from the way the dead souls of the starry sky world went to the underworld. The dead souls of the starry sky world were more miserable. Not only were they chained up, but they were also whipped. They weren't going to be reincarnated. Instead, they were going to become food for the big shots of the underworld. Their tragic lives didn't end with death. After death, if their souls didn't dissipate, even more tragic things would happen. Lin Feng didn't care about this kind of thing. After all, if these dead souls didn't go to the underworld, once they became powerful ghosts, they would often bring disaster to the world of the living. Therefore, going to the underworld was their best choice. "Brother-in-law, save me! Brother-in-law, save me!" At that moment, a cry for help came from the group of dead souls. "Brother-in-law? Are you calling for me?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He looked at one of the dead souls in the group. It was indeed waving at him. He confirmed it with his eyes. It was someone he didn't know. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the other party. "What are you shouting for? Are you courting death?" One of the ghost messengers directly lashed out with his whip, causing the dead soul to scream in pain. In fact, if they met an ordinary person, those ghost messengers wouldn't mind killing them. However, they found that Lin Feng was unfathomable, so they naturally didn't dare to provoke Lin Feng. "Brother-in-law, I'm Jiang Yushuan." That undead shouted loudly again. "Jiang Yushuan? Why does this name sound so familiar?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, he remembered who this person was. Lin Feng remembered that Jiang Yudi seemed to have a 3 or 4-year-old brother called Jiang Yushuan. But what made Lin Feng strange was, Jiang Yushuan, this guy, shouldn't know me, right, after all. When the Jiang family left the Tianwu continent, he was only a few years old. Did he remember? How could he know me? But this guy just had to recognize me. Regardless of how Jiang Yushuan recognized me, since he was Jiang Yudi's brother, he naturally had to save him. He could also ask about Jiang Yudi's whereabouts. However, Jiang Yudi only had one brother. Her brother's tragic death must have made Jiang Yudi extremely sad, right? "You're Yudi's brother?" Lin Feng looked at Jiang Yushuan. "Yes, brother-in-law, you finally remembered me." Jiang Yushuan immediately became excited. Lin Feng looked at the ghost messengers and said, "Let him go." "Sir, we're from the underworld. These dead souls have to enter the underworld. Please don't obstruct us from doing our job." The ghost messengers immediately said. Lin Feng struck out with his palm. Bang! The powerful ghost messenger's body directly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. When the other dozen or so ghost messengers saw this, their expressions changed drastically. "Sir, please calm down. We'll let him go immediately," one of the ghost messengers hurriedly said. He could tell that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that countless strong cultivators had appeared, the world was in chaos. It was best not to offend anyone if they could. The leader of the ghost messengers knew how to deal with people. One of the ghost messengers quickly released Jiang Yushuan. Many of the dead souls looked at Jiang Yushuan enviously. Many of them begged Lin Feng to help them, but Lin Feng completely ignored them. After Jiang Yushuan boarded the ancient ship, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. In the cabin of the ancient starry sky ship, Lin Feng threw a piece of soul-nourishing wood to Jiang Yushuan and said, "Your soul can stay here temporarily. This way, you won't turn into an evil ghost." "Thank you, brother-in-law. You're so good to me," Jiang Yushuan said cheerfully. Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was such an optimist. He was already a ghost, but he was still so cheerful. Lin Feng had never seen such a carefree person. "Where's your sister?" Lin Feng asked. Jiang Yushuan sighed and said, "I don't know. About half a year ago, we were hunted down by a group of mysterious people. Many people died, including me." Lin Feng frowned and asked, "Do you know who those people were?" "I don't know." Jiang Yushuan said with a sad face, "Brother-in-law, you should look for my sister and the others here. They must be hiding on some planet. If you don't help them, they'll definitely die." Lin Feng said, "I'll look for them." Jiang Yushuan looked at Lin Feng gratefully and said, "Brother-in-law, you're really a good person. My sister didn't pick the wrong person." Lin Feng asked curiously, "How did you recognize me?" Lin Feng's portrait couldn't be preserved, as it would be destroyed very quickly due to some of the laws of heaven. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that Jiang Yushuan shouldn't have been able to recognize him. Jiang Yushuan said, "We stopped by the exiled world and saw your statue. I didn't expect that even the exiled world belonged to you. You're really amazing." "I see." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "By the way, do you know why those people are hunting you down?" Jiang Yushuan said, "I don't know the exact reason, but I heard from my sister that they're after the investiture of the gods." The investiture of the gods was very mysterious. In the past, only those who left their names on the investiture of the gods were titled gods. As for the others, no matter how strong they were, as long as they weren't listed on the investiture of the gods, they were considered false gods and couldn't be considered titled gods. The investiture of the gods had a very special status. Lin Feng knew that the Jiang family's ancestor had once controlled the investiture of the gods, but Lin Feng wasn't sure if he still had the investiture of the gods. "Does that mean that the investiture of the gods is still in your family's hands?" Lin Feng asked. Jiang Yushuan said, "I really don't know. I've never seen the investiture of the gods since I was young." It was normal that Jiang Yushuan didn't come into contact with something like the investiture of the gods, but he didn't know if the Jiang family still had the investiture of the gods. In fact, Lin Feng was also very interested in the investiture of the gods. If he had the chance, he wanted to see what the Jiang family's investiture of the gods looked like. "Brother-in-law, do you think something will happen to my sister and parents?" Jiang Yushuan asked worriedly. Lin Feng replied, "Nothing will happen to them." Jiang Yushuan nodded heavily, as if to encourage himself. He then asked, "Brother-in-law, where are you planning to go?" Lin Feng replied, "The Buddhist realm." Then, Lin Feng said, "I'm not your brother-in-law. Your sister and I are just good friends." Jiang Yushuan curled his lips and said, "Is there such a thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman?" Lin Feng replied, "There is. For example, your sister and I are good friends." Jiang Yushuan said, "Come on, brother-in-law. Don't deceive yourself." "When have I ever deceived myself?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "Do you like my sister?" Jiang Yushuan asked. Lin Feng hadn't really thought about this question. He had known Jiang Yudi for a long time. If he remembered correctly, they had met when he was 16. Jiang Yudi had left a very good impression on Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had to admit that he had a very good impression of her. But was this love? Perhaps it was, but what did Jiang Yudi think of him? What did she think of him? Lin Feng wasn't very sure about this, and he had never asked Jiang Yudi about it. Moreover, Lin Feng hadn't seen Jiang Yudi for more than 200 years. Therefore, who knew what kind of emotions she would have after not seeing him for such a long time? When Jiang Yushuan saw that Lin Feng didn't answer his question, he smiled and said, "It seems like you also love my sister. Why do I feel like beating you up when I hear your tone?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Jiang Yushuan replied, "It's only right for a brother-in-law to beat his brother-in-law. If you want to beat me up, I won't resist." Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was really shameless. Jiang Yushuan continued, "Actually, my sister has always missed you, brother-in-law." "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked. Jiang Yushuan said, "Our family has changed over the years. Even my grandfather, who loved my sister the most, has passed away. My sister has become much quieter and less interested. She spends most of her time in a daze. Sometimes, when I chat with her, she would mention you. What do you think this means?" Jiang Yushuan's personality was a bit of a jerk. However, he was still very attentive. The Xianxia ancient cosmic ship continued to fly through the starry world. Lin Feng went to a few planets with life to investigate the whereabouts of Jiang Yudi and his family. However, there was no news until 2 months later. On a planet with life, he received news that a group of about 300 to 400 people, men and women, young and old, had come here. Many of them were injured, and they had bought the starry sky map to the great world of Tianji before quickly leaving. After receiving this news, Lin Feng could not help but feel extremely happy. He felt that the group of people should be Jiang Yudi and the Jiang family. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to go to the great world of Tianji to look for them and see if he could find Jiang Yudi and the others. Lin Feng also bought a starry sky map to the great world of Tianji. This place was not very far from the great world of Tianji. Lin Feng did not stay on this planet with life. Instead, he quickly rushed toward the great world of Tianji. A month later, Lin Feng saw a huge planet appear in the starry world ahead. That huge planet was the great world of Tianji. This was a desolate mountain forest. There were terrifying wild beasts everywhere. A cultivator shrouded in black robes was being pursued by a terrifying fiendish scarlet flame wolf. The fiendish scarlet flame wolf was one of the most terrifying beasts. Its strength was extremely heaven-defying. Once targeted by the fiendish scarlet flame wolf, it would be extremely dangerous unless one was extremely powerful. However, the cultivator in the black robe was obviously not a match for the crimson flame wolf. She was being chased by the crimson flame wolf, and she was in a difficult situation. She was almost caught by the crimson flame wolf several times, but she managed to escape with great difficulty. She needed to buy some things, such as food and healing pills. These were all things that were extremely scarce. Originally, she could have come with some of her clansmen, but now, there were only a dozen or so people in her clan who had powerful combat abilities. They needed to protect their clansmen, so she came out alone and encountered the Scarlet Demon Wolf. She was running away in a difficult situation, and the Crimson Flame Wolf was getting angrier and angrier. It wanted to catch up with her, kill her, and eat her. She was lucky, and it didn't catch up with her. In the end, she ran out of the mountain forest. In the distance, there was a group of adventurers passing by. The Crimson Flame Wolf saw the strong adventurers, and it was unwilling to give up. It growled a few times, and then quickly ran into the mountain forest. She knew that in this place, especially for a beautiful woman, it wasn't a good thing to meet adventurers and mercenaries, so she quickly ran away. The adventurers didn't chase after her, which made her sigh in relief. Luckily, I'm wearing a mask. She was secretly happy because she knew how beautiful she was. If the adventurers saw her face, who knew what would happen? Now that she had gotten rid of the Crimson Flame Wolf and the adventurers, she felt a lot more relaxed. However, she knew that she couldn't relax, she still had many things to do. She roughly remembered the location of a small town. When she fled here, she saw the small town from afar. Now, she needed to find the small town and buy the things she needed. 4 hours later, she saw the small town. Although the town was small, she could find anything here. She first went to buy a lot of food, as well as some fruits, but they were all ordinary fruits. Because she did not have many immortal stones left, she was unable to buy spirit fruits. Furthermore, she had to buy some healing pills later, which many people needed, especially her father, whose injuries were very serious. When she was being chased, she was about to be stabbed to death, but her father appeared in front of her in time. The opponent's war spear pierced through her father's chest. The vitality of cultivators was often stronger, so her father did not die, but his injury was very serious. He had to use some high-level healing pills. Otherwise, he would probably lose his life in 10 days or half a month. We have to save my father. She pursed her lips and tried her best to make herself stronger. The changes in the past few years had really hit her too hard. Many of her relatives, including her grandfather who loved her the most, had been killed. Some time ago, her younger brother had also been killed. Now, her father was also likely to die in order to save her. She was about to collapse, but she knew that she couldn't collapse, she couldn't show weakness. She was the backbone of everyone, if she collapsed, her family would be finished. She checked her own immortal stones, there were still more than 30,000 low-grade immortal stones, there was definitely no way to buy immortal-level healing pills, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Father did not have any immortal-level healing pills, would he be able to survive? But she really didn't have any other choice. She purchased 50 divine-grade pills and 1 emperor-grade pill. Then, she hurriedly left the small town and headed towards the mountain forest. The sky was gradually darkening. The danger level of the mountain forest at night would increase by 10 times or even 100 times. However, she did not plan to wait until tomorrow. She wanted her father and the injured clansmen to take healing pills as soon as possible. That way, they would be able to alleviate some of their pain. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. A cultivator in a black robe was walking out of the forest. When she saw him, her face turned pale. Even though she was also wearing a black robe, she wasn't the same as the cultivator in black robes. The cultivator in black robes was wearing a special black robe, the symbol of her family. You can really escape, but it's over. Don't worry, you won't die immediately because we haven't gotten what we want yet. We can use you to threaten your father. Hee, but after we get what we want, you'll die too. It's time for you to go and see your ancestors. Destroying such an ancient family is a joyous thing. After that, the cultivator in black robe sped up. She turned pale and ran away. But, she had only run a dozen meters when she felt her body being imprisoned. She could not move. Her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She was truly in despair. She could feel an eerie and terrifying aura spreading toward her and shrouding her body. But, that aura suddenly disappeared. This made her very confused. Yudi. A voice came from behind her. When she heard that familiar voice, her body suddenly stopped. She couldn't believe that she would hear that voice in this place. She didn't know when her body had been imprisoned. She suddenly turned around and saw that the cultivator in black robes had fallen to the ground, and a familiar figure appeared in her line of sight. Lin Feng. She took off her veil, revealing a beautiful face that was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. It's me, Lin Feng said. Jiang Yudi ran towards Lin Feng and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Woo-woo. She cried. She began to cry. She cried out all the grievances, sadness, and pain she had suffered all these years. She was tired, really tired, but she had to be strong and not weak. But, now that Lin Feng had appeared, she felt that she had someone to rely on. So, she had shown her weak side. Why are you here? Jiang Yudi raised her head, her pretty face a little red. After all, she hadn't established a relationship with Lin Feng, but she was lying in Lin Feng's arms and crying so sadly. Now, she was more or less embarrassed. Lin Feng said, I met Jiang Yushuan and found out a lot about you guys. I asked around and finally found you. Ah? Yushuan? Isn't my brother already dead? Jiang Yudi asked. Lin Feng took out the soul-nurturing wood. Jiang Yushuan appeared. After seeing Jiang Yushuan, Jiang Yudi immediately became excited. Brother, you. Jiang Yudi couldn't believe her eyes. She asked, what's going on? Jiang Yushuan said, my undead was captured by the underworld's messengers, and they wanted to take me back to the underworld. Luckily, I met brother-in-law on the way back, and brother-in-law saved me. He also taught me some soul-nourishing techniques and fleshly condensing techniques. Big sister, once I master the fleshly condensing technique, I'll be able to condense flesh and blood and be reborn. Hearing Jiang Yushuan call Lin Feng brother-in-law, Jiang Yudi's pretty face immediately turned red. But soon, a huge surprise surged in her heart. Father and mother will be overjoyed if they know. Jiang Yudi shed tears of excitement, because her brother's death was an extremely serious blow to her father and mother. Jiang Yudi also saw this and was anxious in her heart, but what could she do? Now that her parents knew that her brother was alive, they would definitely be very happy. Lin Feng, thank you. Jiang Yudi looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng said, Yudi, since when did we treat each other like strangers? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Yudi's heart was filled with sweetness. Jiang Yushuan said, yes, sister, don't be so polite. Brother-in-law's actions show that he loves you very much. Jiang Yudi's face turned even redder, and she was even too embarrassed to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Okay. Jiang Yudi nodded. Jiang Yushuan entered the soul-nurturing wood, and Lin Feng handed it over to Jiang Yudi for safekeeping. Then, Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a cluster of flames flew out, burning the black-robed cultivator's body to ashes. Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi left together. They entered the forest. Not long after entering the forest, the fiendish scarlet flame wolf that had been chasing Jiang Yudi all this time appeared again. The fiendish scarlet flame wolf's aura was extremely terrifying, and its cold eyes stared at Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi as if they were Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi's prey. The fiendish scarlet flame wolf quickly pounced on them. Be careful. Jiang Yudi cried out in alarm. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't worry, it's just a beast. It'll be our dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a sword chi flew out. Pooh! The sword chi instantly pierced through the fiendish scarlet flame wolf's head, and it died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yudi's face was full of shock. Previously, when Lin Feng killed the black-robed cultivator, Jiang Yudi did not see how Lin Feng attacked. She thought that Lin Feng had ambushed the black-robed cultivator and killed him, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Lin Feng had just killed the extremely powerful fiendish scarlet flame wolf with a flick of his finger. From this, it could be seen how tyrannical Lin Feng's battle prowess was. Even Jiang Yudi was deeply shocked. Lin Feng nonchalantly put away the fiendish scarlet flame wolf's body, then quickly rushed into the depths of the forest with Jiang Yudi. There were many powerful vicious beasts hibernating in the forest, but many of them had seen the scene of Lin Feng killing the fiendish scarlet flame wolf with a flick of his finger. Therefore, when these powerful vicious beasts saw Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi pass by, they did not dare to show themselves, fearing that they would be killed by Lin Feng. "It's in the valley in front of us." Jiang Yudi pointed at the valley in front of them. There were many restrictive spells around the valley, but there was a passage that led into the valley. Jiang Yudi was also quite skilled in spell formations, so she was able to find such a naturally formed spell formation. Ordinary ferocious beasts, even if they discovered that there were people inside, wouldn't know the specific route, so it would be very dangerous for them to enter. Of course, some ferocious beasts with strong senses might discover the route and kill their way in, causing great damage to the Jiang clan members. However, Lin Feng discovered that for now, no ferocious beasts had found this place yet, so they could be considered lucky. But if they waited a little longer, it would be hard to say what would happen. Lin Feng and the others quickly entered the valley. When the clan members guarding the entrance saw that Jiang Yudi had returned, they immediately shouted loudly, "Miss is back, Miss is back." Many people came out to welcome her. When they saw that Jiang Yudi had returned safely, they were very happy. At the same time, many people looked curiously at Lin Feng, who had returned with Jiang Yudi. Soon, their faces were filled with astonishment. They had seen Lin Feng's statue before. So, just like Jiang Yushuan, they recognized Lin Feng. Among the Jiang clan members, there was a private rumor that the relationship between Jiang Yudi and Lin Feng was not shallow. It was very likely that they were lovers. Of course, whether that was true or not, no one knew. "Lin Feng, this is my mother." Jiang Yudi introduced her mother, Wangshi, to Lin Feng. Wangshi looked to be in her 30s. She was dignified and beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to give birth to such a beautiful daughter like Jiang Yudi. However, perhaps because she had experienced too many hardships, she looked very haggard and her face was extremely pale. It seemed that her health was not particularly good. "Auntie." Lin Feng clasped his fist and said, "I've heard of Lin Gongzi's name a long time ago, but I never thought that I would meet Lin Gongzi under such circumstances. Please forgive me, Lin Gongzi." Wangshi said. "Auntie, you're too serious." Lin Feng said. Jiang Yudi said, "Let's go and treat our clansman's injuries." Everyone nodded and stopped reminiscing about the past. He hurriedly walked inside. In a cave residence deep in the valley, there were dozens of injured people. The one with the heaviest injuries was Father Jiang. Father Jiang had completely fainted. Jiang Yudi hurriedly took out some medicinal pills to treat everyone's injuries. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Yudi's medicinal pills and found that they were not very precious. Lin Feng replied, "Use my pills." Lin Feng took out some sage-level pills. These were healing pills refined by a sage expert. Naturally, they were extremely precious. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim after seeing these precious pills. They naturally knew how precious these pills were. So many precious pills were enough to make people go crazy. But now, Lin Feng actually took out so many precious pills to treat everyone's injuries without even blinking his eyes. Everyone looked at Jiang Yudi. Everyone knew that Lin Feng must have taken out so many precious pills for Jiang Yudi's sake. After feeling everyone's gaze, Jiang Yudi was a little happy and shy. After all, although she and Lin Feng had known each other for many years, their relationship had always been very good. It was just that their relationship had not developed to that point. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. He asked someone to feed the injured Jiang clansman the medicinal pills. Lin Feng personally helped Father Jiang dissolve the medicinal power of the pills. After all, these pills were sage-level pills. They were very expensive. Therefore, the effect was very shocking. When all the medicinal power was integrated into Father Jiang's body, he slowly woke up. Seeing that Father Jiang had woken up, Lin Feng's face showed a trace of a smile. "Father, you're finally awake." Jiang Yudi was very emotional. Most of her family members had already died, so she couldn't watch her father die. To her, that was too cruel. Wanshi was also very emotional. She grabbed Father Jiang's hand. At this moment, silence was better than words. Father Jiang looked at Lin Feng. He felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Uncle Jiang, I'm Lin Feng. Do you still remember me?" "So it's Lin Gongzi." Father Jiang also remembered Lin Feng's identity, and immediately showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect to meet Lin Feng here. Besides, it seemed like Lin Feng was the one who had healed him. Otherwise, with his injuries, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Father Jiang was very clear about this. Lin Feng said, "Uncle's injuries are no longer serious. You should be able to fully recover after resting for a while." "Thank you for your kindness, Lin Gongzi," Father Jiang said. "Uncle, please don't be so polite," Lin Feng said. At this moment, Jiang Yudi said, "Father, Mother, I have a surprise for you. You will be very happy when you hear about it." "What is it?" Father Jiang and Wanshi were very curious. After the tragedy of their family, they didn't know what it meant to be happy. In fact, even if they were alive, many times, their hearts were also very painful. To put it bluntly, although they were very sad about the deaths of some of their elders, they were still able to walk out of it. However, their only son, Jiang Yushuan, had died tragically, and his body had fallen into the starry world. This was something that they couldn't let go of. The white-haired had to send off the black-haired. They were destined to live a life of pain. Jiang Yudi didn't say anything. Instead, she took out the soul-nurturing wood. "Jiang Yushuan." Then, he appeared. "Father, Mother." Jiang Yushuan looked at his parents with tears in his eyes. Heavens, how is this possible? Father Jiang and Wanshi couldn't believe it at first. Then, they hugged Jiang Yushuan and cried bitterly. Everyone could understand how they felt. Many of the Jiang family members thought about how their loved ones had died tragically, but they couldn't even collect their corpses for them. For a moment, grief came from their hearts and they all cried bitterly. After a long while, they finally stopped crying. Then, Wanshi asked what was going on. Jiang Yushuan was quite eloquent. He vividly described how he saw Lin Feng in the starry world, recognized Lin Feng, and then asked Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng killed the ghost messenger to save him, and then asked for news about them from various places to find their whereabouts. Then, he saved Jiang Yudi from the hands of the black-robed cultivators. In the end, he met everyone and called Lin Feng brother-in-law left and right. He didn't see Jiang Yudi's pink face at all. Father Jiang and Wanshi didn't expect things to be so complicated. When they looked at Lin Feng again, their gazes had changed greatly. After all, Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi seemed to be a couple. Lin Feng was their son-in-law. However, the more they looked at Lin Feng, the more satisfied they felt. But at this moment, a few of the Jiang family members who were observing the situation outside the valley said with pale faces, "Patriarch, it's not good. Dozens of black-robed cultivators have come. They seem to have discovered us." "What?" All of the Jiang family members' faces turned pale, and they fell into despair because they knew how powerful those black-robed cultivators were. Dozens of black-robed cultivators were enough to annihilate everyone here. No one could escape. Father Jiang said, "I'll lead people to stop them." Lin Gongzi, you guys take the old, weak, women, and children of the family and break out." The Jiang family members who still had the ability to fight had a determined look on their faces. Some people hugged their loved ones, children, parents, and loved ones. They knew that they would definitely die in the next battle. However, they were not afraid of death. They only hoped that their loved ones would be able to escape. Crying sounds could be heard. Many people started crying. Even Jiang Yudi and Madame Wang started crying. The family had undergone a great change, and the family members had died tragically. It had almost completely destroyed their originally strong inner world. They were afraid of death and separation. But they could not stop it. "You guys wait here, I'll go kill them," Lin Feng said. He quickly rushed outside. Lin Feng's cultivation was not ordinary, and everyone knew this. However, no matter how strong Lin Feng's cultivation was, he was still too young. He could not possibly be a match for those black-robed cultivators. There were so many black-robed cultivators, and they were all experts who had transcended eras. If he went out alone, wouldn't that be suicide? "Come with me to help Lin Gongzi. You lead everyone to break out," Father Jiang said and rushed outside with a group of people. Jiang Yudi and the others followed closely behind. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the valley, they saw there were many corpses lying on the ground. They were all black-robed cultivators' corpses. Only Lin Feng was standing there. He was like a god, like a demon, like an immortal, like a saint. How is this possible? Father Jiang and the others were in disbelief. Everything had happened too quickly. There were so many powerful cultivators from the lost eras. They were all killed just like that. Wasn't this too unbelievable? They did not even hear the sounds of fighting or screams. They died just like that. How strong was Lin Feng's cultivation to be able to kill so many cultivators so easily? Father Jiang and the others knew. Perhaps, the Lin Feng in front of them was no longer the young man they knew more than 200 years ago. Lin Feng flicked his finger. The black-robed cultivators' corpses were instantly burned to ashes. Lin Feng returned and casually threw the storage rings of the black-robed cultivators to the cultivators of the clan. He said, "There should be many good things in there, and some powerful magic treasures that should be useful to you." The group of people immediately became very excited. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Uncle, the environment here is too bad. Let's quickly leave and find a more comfortable place to settle down. As for the black-robed cultivators, you don't have to worry. I will make them pay the price." Father Jiang naturally had no objections. Then, everyone boarded the ancient spaceship Xianyuan. Then, the ancient spaceship Xianyuan quickly flew out of the ancient forest. The Jiang clansmen had gone from hell to heaven in such a short period of time. They still could not believe that all of this was real. However, the things that had happened in front of them were, of course, real. They had no choice but to believe it. They were excited and emotional. Perhaps the clan's luck was about to change. When they gathered together, the person they talked about the most was naturally Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng became the son-in-law in their mouths. In a room, Lin Feng was helping Jiang Yudi heal her injuries. Because of all these years of fleeing, Jiang Yudi's injuries had never completely healed. Now that she had new injuries, her body's condition was actually quite bad. Therefore, healing Jiang Yudi's injuries was an urgent matter. 2 hours later, the healing process ended. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Yudi and asked, "How do you feel now?" "I feel much better," Jiang Yudi replied. "All right." Looking at Jiang Yudi's beautiful appearance, Lin Feng was very happy. Jiang Yudi's face had been pale before because of her internal injuries. In fact, internal injuries were the most fatal. This was because internal injuries were accumulated over a long period of time. Moreover, they were not easy to discover or treat. Having internal injuries was too harmful to the body. Lin Feng said, "You will recover soon." Then, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Yudi. Jiang Yudi asked curiously, "What is this?" Lin Feng said, "There are some immortal scriptures, divine abilities, immortal stones, medicinal pills, magic treasures, and other things inside. They will be of great help to you." Jiang Yudi said, "I heard that giving immortal scriptures and divine abilities to others will have a great impact on one's karmic luck. I will take a portion of your karmic luck, but I definitely can't take these things. I just want some immortal stones, medicinal pills, and other cultivation resources." Lin Feng gently scratched Jiang Yudi's nose. This intimate action caused Jiang Yudi's face to turn pink. Lin Feng said, "Silly, so what if you take a portion of my karmic luck? I am willing to do this." Moreover, I have a lot of karmic luck. Even if I lose some of it, I can recover it very quickly. You don't have to worry about me at all. Jiang Yudi asked, why are you so good to me? Lin Feng smiled and said, because I like you. Ah? Jiang Yudi exclaimed, and a huge sweetness welled up in her heart. She had not expected Lin Feng to be so straightforward. However, although she was embarrassed to be confessed to in such a straightforward manner, she was really excited. Jiang Yudi blushed and asked, when did you start to like me? Lin Feng smiled and said, do you still remember when we first met? Jiang Yudi nodded and said, of course I remember. At that time you were only a 16-year-old boy. Lin Feng smiled and said, yes, were you 19 or 20 at that time? I only remember that when I first saw you, I felt that you were beautiful and had a great temperament. At that time I was thinking. Ah, you already had feelings for me at that time? Jiang Yudi said with a red face. Lin Feng smiled and said, yes, a fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's mate. Jiang Yudi was both happy and shy. Many members of the Jiang clan realized that Lin Feng and Jiang Yudi had a very close relationship. This was because Jiang Yudi often went to Lin Feng's place. Moreover, the two of them would often sit on the deck of the ancient starship, side by side, and talk about something. As the sun set in the west, the red clouds in the sky were as dazzling as the burning clouds. Many people looked at this young couple and felt that everything was very good. Tianwen City. It was located in the easternmost region of the great world of Tianji. This was one of the 139 top-tier ancient cities in the great world of Tianji. This city was very powerful. The family of the Castellan was surnamed Zhou. The surname Zhou was extremely extraordinary in the great world of Tianji. This was because it was the surname of the royal family. The great world of Tianji was a great world with centralized power, and the royal family's surname was Zhou. The family of the Castellan of Tianwen City was also considered to be relatives of the royal family. However, their blood relationship with the royal family had become much thinner. After a long time had passed, they were now more like subjects and no longer like a family. In fact, the world of cultivators was like this. After a long time, there was no longer any kinship to speak of. However, the family of the Castellan of Tianwen City was still living quite comfortably. Lin Feng and his group arrived at Tianwen City. The ancient starship, Xianxia, flew over Tianwen City and attracted the attention of many people. In fact, many people did not understand Lin Feng's actions. Shouldn't they be more low-key now? Why was he being so high-profile? Wouldn't this expose their whereabouts? Many people began to feel worried. Actually, Lin Feng had his own plans, because in Lin Feng's opinion, even if the Jiang clansmen were to hide, it would be impossible for them to completely avoid the black-robed clan's detection. Sooner or later, their whereabouts would be exposed, and at that time, the black-robed clan would still come looking for them. Lin Feng couldn't possibly accompany them all the time. Lin Feng's plan was to attract all the black-robed clan's experts in this star field, and then kill them all. After that, Lin Feng would let the Jiang clansmen board the invisible ancient starship and head towards the Undying Realm. They would be safe once they arrived at the Undying Realm. As for the black-robed clansmen, it would be too late by the time the news of the death of a large number of the black-robed clansmen was transmitted back to the clan. By then, the Jiang clansmen might have already arrived at the Undying Realm. The black-robed clan was indeed very powerful, but the Undying Realm was now a monolithic entity. The black-robed clan didn't have the courage to attack the Undying Realm. Second sister, who do you think this is? Riding the ancient starship to our Tianwen city with great fanfare, how arrogant. Do you want to go and take a look? A young man who was drinking afternoon tea in an open-air pavilion of a restaurant said. That young man was called Zhou Tao, and his identity wasn't simple. He was the third-generation great-great-grandson of the current city lord of Tianwen City. He was a direct descendant, and his talent was extraordinary. The one he called second sister was a tall and slender woman with fiery red lips. She had a bit of wildness about her. Her name was Zhou Qi. She was one of the three famous beauties of Tianwen City, a charming and moving goddess. She was the dream lover of countless cultivators. However, those who truly understood her knew that under her charming appearance, there was actually a violent heart. Many of the heaven's proud sons who pursued her were beaten up by her. However, this didn't stop more and more geniuses from pursuing her. In fact, those geniuses didn't lack women because of their own conditions and the huge family background behind them. They were so persistent in pursuing Zhou Qi because of their reputation. This kind of thing was quite common in the world of cultivators and the secular world, so it wasn't too surprising. "Let's go and see who it is," said Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi said. She had been in a bad mood recently. The reason why she was upset was because she heard that someone had proposed to the human emperor, hoping to marry her. Zhou Qi understood the other party's background. The force behind him was very powerful. If the human emperor really granted her a marriage, she definitely would not be able to refuse. Therefore, her temper had been quite fiery recently. Many people trembled in fear when they saw Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao arrived at the public square where the ancient Starry Skies Xianyuan ship was docked. Then, they saw a young master walking out with many onlookers around him. Zhou Tao looked at the young master and said, "Brother, how should I address you? Your ancient Starry Skies ship looks good. Are you selling it? If you're willing to sell it, I'll definitely give you a high price." Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Tao and said, "I'm not selling it." TSK, we can talk about it," said Zhou Tao. He kept looking at the ancient starship Xianyuan. He had an extraordinary background, so he could tell that the ancient starship Xianyuan wasn't ordinary. Lin Feng ignored him. "Your Highness, this kid is a bit arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson?" asked a guard next to Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao pursed his lips and said, "He's a bit arrogant, but I'm not sure about his background, so let's just forget about it." Zhou Tao wasn't a hedonistic son of a rich family. He had to use his brain to do things. He wouldn't offend others easily. He was different from his other cousins. Therefore, Zhou Tao was being groomed by his family, and he had a high chance of becoming the city lord in the future. The rest of the people came out one after another. Zhou Tao was stunned when he saw so many people. He said, "Brother, you brought your family here. Don't tell me you want to settle down here?" Lin Feng said, "I'm staying here temporarily." Zhou Tao said, "You definitely haven't found a place to stay, right? How about this? I have an empty house there. You can bring them to my place." Lin Feng thought about it and said, "All right, I'll pay you 10,000 immortal stones a month. How about that?" Zhou Tao smiled and said, "I don't lack immortal stones, and I like to make friends. If you treat me as a friend, you can stay there. If you want money, I can introduce you to other places." Lin Feng laughed involuntarily. This person was quite interesting. Lin Feng said, "Since we've reached this point, I'll take you as a friend." Ha, that's good. When you're settled, let's have a drink." As Zhou Tao spoke, he even made a drinking gesture with his hand. "Of course," Lin Feng said. Everyone came down from the ancient ship, Xianyuan. Lin Feng put the ancient ship away. Then, the group followed Zhou Tao to his residence. On the way, Lin Feng introduced himself to Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao also introduced his second sister, Zhou Qi, to Lin Feng. Both of them only greeted each other. They did not say anything. Zhou Tao brought Lin Feng and the others to the place he had mentioned. The residence was quite large, taking up about 400 to 500 mu of land. Although Zhou Tao did not live here, there were still many servants who took care of the residence. Zhou Tao smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you just arrived today, so there are still many things to take care of. I'll look for you again tonight." After saying that, he bid farewell and left. After sending off Zhou Tao and the others, Lin Feng and the others left. Lin Feng and the others settled down. Jiang Yudi came to Lin Feng's room and said, "This Zhou Tao is a little too enthusiastic. Could it be a trap?" It was no wonder that Jiang Yudi would suspect Zhou Tao. After all, one had to be vigilant when going out. In the world of cultivators, there were many cases where people appeared to be very enthusiastic on the surface but were actually scheming against others behind their backs. In addition, the Jiang family had encountered many things in the past few years, so Jiang Yudi was very cautious of many things and had a suspicious attitude. This attitude allowed them to live a better life. Lin Feng said, "I didn't sense any hostility from him, so he shouldn't have any ulterior motives." He's probably just a very enthusiastic person. Of course, this kind of enthusiasm also depended on who the person was. For someone like Zhou Tao, who was high and mighty, it was unrealistic to expect him to be so enthusiastic about ordinary people. Zhou Tao could obviously tell that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person, which was why he was so enthusiastic. This was how relationships were handled in the world of cultivators. Cultivators always liked to make friends with people with extraordinary backgrounds or powerful abilities. This was something that everyone did. For example, Lin Feng was not very interested in making friends with cultivators who were not very strong or came from ordinary backgrounds. However, if he wanted to make friends with some top-notch experts, Lin Feng would still be interested. That night, Zhou Tao came to look for Lin Feng again, and his second sister, Zhou Qi, followed him. They did not go anywhere else, and they directly ordered the servants to prepare some dishes and serve them. Jiang Yudi was also called over by Lin Feng. Lin Feng introduced Jiang Yudi to them, and Zhou Tao looked at Lin Feng enviously. With such a beauty, he would have no regrets in life. Zhou Tao said, "I have a jar of good wine here that I stole from my grandfather. Brother, you're in for a treat." Zhou Tao took out a jar of wine and poured a cup for each of them. Lin Feng took a sip. Zhou Tao proudly asked, "Brother Lin, what do you think of the taste of my wine?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's good wine, and I just happen to have some good wine here as well. Brother Zhou, you should try it." Lin Feng took out a jar of wine and poured a cup for Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao did not take it seriously. He took a sip. His eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Then, he gulped down the rest of the wine like a whale gulping down a cow. "How can there be such good wine in this world?" Zhou Tao asked in disbelief. But soon after, Zhou Tao was shocked to find that his realm actually had a kind of restless feeling. Could this wine allow a cultivator to break through their cultivation? Zhou Tao anxiously asked, "Brother Lin, what kind of wine is this? Right now, I feel like I'm about to break through to the next realm." Hearing this, Jiang Yudi and Zhou Qi could not help but look extremely shocked, as if they could not believe their ears. Could there really be such a miraculous wine in this world? Actually, Lin Feng had added some celestial flower nectar into the wine. The celestial flower nectar of the Tai Shi clan was extraordinary. When you added some celestial flower nectar into the wine, it immediately turned into fine wine. Even celestial beings couldn't drink it. The flower fairy elixir itself was too precious, and it could help a cultivator break through. Of course, because it was a blended wine, the flower fairy elixir was diluted by a lot, so it was difficult to directly raise one's cultivation level, unless one was already on the verge of breaking through. However, breaking through required some luck, or some breakthrough factors. If one drank Lin Feng's flower fairy elixir, they might really be able to break through. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This wine is called flower fairy elixir, and it's a legendary wine left behind by the Tai Shi clan." Hiss. Hearing the words Tai Shi clan, Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao could not help but gasp. They knew what kind of clan the Tai Shi clan was. It was a legendary clan that had once ruled the 9-states universe. No one knew how many eras they had been destroyed. The value of the wine passed down by their clan was naturally unimaginable. How could ordinary wine compare to it? Jiang Yudi asked curiously, "What kind of clan is this Tai Shi clan?" Lin Feng explained, "Back then, they were roughly equivalent to the Imperial clan of the Mastermind world. The Imperial clan of the Mastermind world was able to rule the 9-states universe because they overthrew the Tai Shi clan." Hearing this, Jiang Yudi could not help but feel shocked. "I want to try it too." Zhou Qi looked at Lin Feng eagerly. Lin Feng smiled and poured a cup of flower fairy elixir for Zhou Qi. Then, he poured a cup of flower fairy elixir for Jiang Yudi. "Well, Brother Lin, give me another cup," Zhou Tao said with a smile. Zhou Tao said with an embarrassed smile. It was already very rare to be able to taste such a precious wine. Thus, he knew that his request was a bit too much. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I took it out to treat everyone. Don't be shy, let's finish this jar of wine." "Brother Lin, you're so generous." Zhou Tao gave him a thumbs up. Then, he poured himself a cup of wine and slowly tasted it. The next day, Zhou Tao came to Lin Feng's place again. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin, do you still have flower fairy elixir?" Lin Feng looked at Zhou Tao and said, Brother Zhou, do you still want to drink some flower fairy elixir? Zhou Tao smiled and said, if I could try a few cups, I'd be more than happy to. However, I'm here on behalf of my grandfather. Today, he heard about flower fairy elixir from my second sister and hurriedly sent me to ask Brother Lin about it. My grandfather loves wine as much as his life. If Brother Lin has flower fairy elixir, my grandfather is willing to buy it at a high price. Lin Feng smiled but did not say anything. Zhou Tao knew that Lin Feng was not someone who lacked celestial stones, so even if Lin Feng had celestial stones to buy flower fairy elixir, he would not sell it. Zhou Tao said, my grandfather said that we can barter. There are some good things in our Zhou clan's treasury. Perhaps some of them can pique Brother Lin's interest? Lin Feng said, I'm a person who likes to help others fulfill their wishes. Then, I'll have to trouble Brother Zhou to lead the way. I'll have a chat with Senior Zhou later. Zhou Tao laughed and said, my grandfather is known as a miser, but he has a lot of good things. Extort as much as you can from him. When Lin Feng heard Zhou Tao's words, he couldn't help but feel amused. If Zhou Tao knew about this, wouldn't he break Lin Feng's legs? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Lin Feng followed Zhou Tao to the city lord's mansion. Zhou Tao led Lin Feng to the living room. Zhou Qi was there as well. When she saw Lin Feng, she was much more enthusiastic than before. She had probably been bought over by Lin Feng's wine. In fact, the taste of the wine didn't matter to a woman like Zhou Qi. After all, she wasn't a heavy drinker, but she valued the wine's ability to improve her cultivation. A servant served them tea while the siblings chatted with Lin Feng. Their grandfather was called Zhou Tianxiong. When he heard that Lin Feng was coming, he immediately rushed over. When he saw their grandfather, Lin Feng was stunned because he looked very young. He was in his 30s, which was about the same age as them. Lin Feng understood. This was the world of cultivators. Cultivators in the world of cultivators lived for a long time, so they usually looked younger than the others. Grandfather. Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao bowed to Zhou Tianxiong. Zhou Tianxiong nodded and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Prince Lin, I've heard about you for a long time, said Zhou Tianxiong, smiling at Lin Feng. I've heard so much about you, Prince Lin. You're welcome. Lin Feng saluted him. Zhou Tianxiong smiled and said, I'm sure Lin Gongzi already knows the purpose of this meeting. I need some flower immortal wine. Of course, the more the better. Lin Feng knew that Zhou Tianxiong was in such a hurry to get flower immortal wine because he was a heavy drinker. He didn't want to use flower immortal wine to improve his cultivation. For a heavy drinker like him, flower immortal wine was much more attractive to him than magic treasures or magical powers. There were many pursuits in life. Different people had different pursuits. Some pursued immortality, some pursued dying under peonies, and so on. Said Lin Feng. I had 5 jugs of celestial flower wine. I drank 1 jug with Zhou Qi, Zhou Tao, and the others. I also drank 1 jug before that, so I still have 3 jugs left. What a pity, what a pity. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Tianxiong put on a regretful expression. He didn't know if it was because there wasn't enough wine or because 2 jugs of wine were gone. Maybe it was both. I'll take them all. Zhou Tianxiong said, of course, I won't mistreat Lin Gongzi. Later, I'll have Zhou Tao take Lin Gongzi to the treasury to choose 3 items. No matter what Lin Gongzi chooses, he can take it away. Lin Feng nodded. All right. He then took out the 3 jars of celestial flower wine and handed them to Zhou Tianxiong. Zhou Tianxiong opened the cork of the bottle and took a sniff. His face suddenly showed an extremely intoxicated expression, and he kept shouting, good wine. Good wine. Obviously, he was extremely satisfied with the celestial flower wine. Zhou Tao, bring young Master Lin to choose what he wants, said Zhou Tao. Zhou Tianxiong ordered. Yes, grandfather. Zhou Tao replied. I'll go with them. Zhou Qi said. Lin Feng said goodbye and left. Zhou Tianxiong put away the 2 jugs of wine, then took out a wine cup, poured himself a cup, and took a sip. His face. Suddenly, an extremely happy expression appeared on his face. For someone who loved wine as much as his life, tasting a mouthful of fine wine was indeed the happiest thing in the world. Lin Feng followed Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao to the treasury. In fact, if it were a trade, Lin Feng could have traded with Zhou Tianxiong a few more times, because Lin Feng still had some celestial flower wine, but Lin Feng only traded 3 times for a reason. If he traded too many times, the wine's value would be greatly reduced. Besides, Lin Feng felt that it would be difficult to find 3 useful items in the treasury, so trading too many times was meaningless. Zhou Tao looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Lin, are there really only 3 jugs of wine?" It seemed like Zhou Tao had never forgotten about the celestial flower wine. Lin Feng remained calm and collected. "I really only had 3 bottles of celestial flower wine. I gave them all to your grandfather." Zhou Tao's expression immediately turned regretful. Zhou Qi said, "You'd better not have any ideas about my grandfather's wine. I can guarantee that my grandfather will really break your legs." Zhou Tao put on a righteous expression. "Look at what you're saying. Am I, Zhou Tao, such a person?" "Yes." Zhou Qi unceremoniously exposed Zhou Tao's true colors. The siblings' bickering was part of their daily life, and Lin Feng had no intention of participating. Lin Feng followed the siblings to the treasury. It was heavily guarded, and there were 2 elders standing guard here. Ordinary people could not barge in. The 2 elders had probably received orders beforehand. Zhou Tao went up to them and said something, and the 2 elders opened the restriction. Lin Feng's group entered the treasury. The interior of the treasury had the laws of space, so a space was formed inside. Within this space, there were several huge palaces, piled with all kinds of treasures. There were more than 100 such palaces in total. In addition, there were several mountain ranges in the distance. These mountain ranges were not simple. Most of them were immortal stone veins, and there were also some other special veins. Lin Feng was speechless. The Zhou clan's wealth was really thick. Our clan has existed since the end of the chaotic ancient era. Until now, it has existed for more than 1,000 eras. Although there have been some changes during these eras, nothing too serious has happened. Therefore, our clan has accumulated a lot of wealth and treasures. In fact, even my grandfather doesn't know what's inside these treasures. After all, there are too many things here. It's impossible to search through them one by one. Therefore, if you're lucky, you can find a lot of good things here," Zhou Tao said. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. In fact, Lin Feng had accumulated a lot of wealth, and there were many things that even he didn't know about. Lin Feng first looked at the mountain ranges. He wasn't interested in immortal stones, but he was interested in some special veins. Lin Feng asked, "If I take a vein, it should be fine, right?" "Of course," Zhou Tao said with a smile. Lin Feng flew towards the mountain ranges. Lin Feng flew over one mountain range after another. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to those immortal stone veins. His mind was mainly focused on those special mineral veins. Among those special veins, some of them contained many precious ores that could be used to forge magic treasures. Some of them even had stones buried in them, and it was possible to dig out all kinds of treasures from these stones. It was even possible to dig out living creatures. However, at present, Lin Feng hadn't found the vein he wanted to take. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a vein of ore. It was a fire mountain. That fire mountain was rich in fire ores. Those fire ores could be used to make godly weapons. Some fire ores of the highest quality could even be used to make holy weapons. What attracted Lin Feng wasn't the various quality ores in the flame ore, but a dragon spirit that was born in the flame ore. That's right. This flaming mountain range had given birth to its own dragon spirit. Lin Feng was very interested in the dragon spirit. Now, Lin Feng's life source magic treasures had already given birth to spirituality, and these spirituality were evolving towards gods. However, this evolution speed was relatively slow. However, Lin Feng knew that the doomsday battle wouldn't be long. The end of the era was imminent, and it would take at most 100 years. Too short. It was almost impossible to give birth to a powerful and perfect god in 100 years. Then, there was another way, and that was for Lin Feng to find some special things to act as gods. For example, the dragon spirit formed in the flaming mountain range. To be precise, it formed a fire dragon spirit. If this fire dragon spirit was integrated into the life source magic treasure, the power of the life source magic treasure would be greatly increased. In addition, the fire dragon spirit itself was strong enough. It probably wouldn't take too long. It could become a real god. Lin Feng said, I plan to take that flaming mountain range. Zhou Qi said, the dragon spirit of that flaming mountain range is very powerful. It won't be easy to take it. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's fine. He waved his hand, wanting to grab the flaming mountain range. Roar. But at that moment, a dragon roar came from the flaming mountain range. Then, endless flame surged out and swept towards Lin Feng. Clearly, the dragon spirit of the flaming mountain range had made its move. However, Lin Feng's hand shook slightly. All the flames disappeared. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the flaming mountain range and directly put it into his time-space. This? Zhou Tao and Zhou Qi were shocked. Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao were astonished. They didn't know much about Lin Feng's strength, but when they saw how easily Lin Feng had taken the fire mountain range, they couldn't help but be astonished. It seemed like Lin Feng's cultivation level was much higher than what they had imagined. Let's go and see if there's anything good in those palaces. Lin Feng said. Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao came back to their senses. They looked at Lin Feng deeply and then nodded. The siblings and Lin Feng quickly flew towards the huge palaces in the distance. They landed in front of a palace. Zhou Tao pushed open the door of the palace. Then, Lin Feng and the other two entered the palace. P.S. Today's update is completed with 12,000 words. It's equivalent to 6 chapters of content, but it's combined into 3 chapters. Old Man to wishes everyone a happy Children's Day. At the beginning of the month, I'm asking for monthly votes. Thank you for your support. The fastest mobile version of the website, there were too many palaces, so even if Lin Feng wanted to find something good in them, he could only do a simple scan. He couldn't search them one by one. After all, how long would that take? Lin Feng entered the first palace and scanned it with his divine sense. He then left with Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao. I haven't looked carefully yet. Maybe there's something you need, Brother Lin? Zhou Tao said. Lin Feng said, I just scanned it roughly, but I don't think there's anything I need. Of course, because I didn't check carefully, I might miss some treasures, but that's fine. After all, I don't have that much time to find what I need. Zhou Tao nodded. Lin Feng's method was indeed very time-saving. Moreover, there were more than 100 palaces. Lin Feng only needed to use his divine sense to scan them roughly. After all, Lin Feng still had 2 chances to choose treasures, and he could easily use them up. After that, Lin Feng checked one palace after another. He didn't find anything special until he reached the 49th palace. Lin Feng finally found something. In the 49th palace, there was something that attracted Lin Feng's attention. It was a yellowed scroll. Lin Feng took it out and opened it. He was immediately shocked. Immortal God script, Lin Feng was shocked. The script was actually the Immortal God script created by the Immortal clan. In fact, in the long years, some top clans would create their own script. The reason why they did this was because they were worried that the inheritance of the clan would be taken away by others. That way, the inheritance of the clan would be leaked. A clan's foundation in this world was its various inheritances. If the inheritance was taken away by others and flaws were discovered, it would be extremely dangerous for the clan. Especially if it fell into the hands of an enemy, it would be a disaster for the clan. It was precisely because of this reason that many powerful clans created scripts one after another. Since it was the Immortal God script, this scroll must have been left behind by the Immortal clan. However, Lin Feng didn't know what was written on it for the time being. What script is this? It's so strange. Zhou Qi looked at the words on the letter and asked in surprise. Lin Feng said, it's an ancient script. I can't say exactly what it is. Let me go back and study it. Lin Feng didn't tell Zhou Qi the truth because he didn't know if it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Lin Feng was a person who was most afraid of trouble. Lin Feng put away the scroll. There was only one last thing left. Lin Feng chose the last item accompanied by Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao. When they arrived at the 64th palace, the demon lord said, "There is a small black cauldron on the 72nd cabinet in this palace. Bring that cauldron to me." "Okay." Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng would usually try his best to fulfill the demon lord's request because the demon lord could help him a lot. Lin Feng also knew that after the demon lord's reincarnation, he had been working hard to increase his strength. Moreover, the demon lord wouldn't easily ask Lin Feng for things. Anything that the demon lord asked for would definitely be extremely important to him. Lin Feng arrived in front of the cabinet and saw the small black cauldron. The small cauldron was sealed by a powerful restriction. Lin Feng didn't know what was sealed inside, and he didn't ask the demon lord. Lin Feng put away the small black cauldron and said, "I've finished choosing the 3 items. Thank you for accompanying me." Zhou Tao smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, you're welcome." The 3 of them left the treasury. Lin Feng said goodbye and left. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng went into seclusion. He took out the dragon spirit from the Flame Mountain range and tried to fuse it with the soul-suppressing bell. After a round of refinement, the dragon spirit perfectly fused with the soul-suppressing bell. Lin Feng then taught the dragon spirit the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. The 8 notes of the heavenly dragon was an extremely heaven-defying technique. Once the dragon spirit learned the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, it would be able to use it together with the soul-suppressing bell. Lin Feng then took out the letter. He planned to carefully study the contents of the letter. Lin Feng was extremely curious about the letter. Perhaps he could comprehend some extraordinary contents from it. Huh? The Undying King? Lin Feng looked at the 4 words at the top of the letter. His face immediately revealed an extremely strange expression. The Undying King? Was that a person's name? Who was this person? Was it a top expert of the Undying clan? That was a possibility. The Immortal clan had many extremely strong cultivators. Lin Feng remembered that the Immortal clan was one of the few clans that had managed to solve the problem of the epic. Lin Feng had only heard of the Immortal clan in this epic, the 7 saints of the Immortal clan. He hadn't heard of the other experts. As for the other eras, Lin Feng was even more unfamiliar with them. He didn't know what kind of experts existed in those eras. Which era was the Undying King from? Lin Feng continued reading. The Undying King was the king of the human race. Gods and devils retreated, 10,000 immortals bowed. Looking at the introduction, the Undying King was indeed a powerful existence. However, in different eras, the division of cultivation was completely different. For example, the division of realms such as gods, devils, and immortals were different. To give a simple example, the current gods and the previous titled gods weren't the same concept. Although they were all called gods, there were too many differences. This difference wasn't just a difference in strength. There was also a difference in the level of life. If there were godly realm experts in the previous era, it was obvious that the godly realm experts of the previous era were vastly different from the titled gods of this era and the current godly realm experts. Therefore, it was very difficult to determine the current realm of the Undying King from these introductions. However, it should be an existence that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep, right? After all, the term Undying King did sound very awesome. Lin Feng continued reading. He discovered that the letter did indeed record a very powerful divine ability, and this divine ability was called the Human King's Fist. It was a divine ability created by the Undying King in his lifetime. Lin Feng began to try to cultivate the Human King's Fist. However, Lin Feng soon discovered to his shock that the Human King's Fist was too difficult to cultivate. It was even harder to cultivate than the 6 paths of reincarnation. This made Lin Feng gobsmacked. The Human King's Fist should be the most difficult divine ability to cultivate that Lin Feng had ever seen in history. What was so special about this divine ability? Lin Feng tried to activate his undying bloodline. He felt that after activating his undying bloodline, he might be able to successfully cultivate this divine ability with the help of the undying bloodline. It was a beautiful dream, but could it be realized? Lin Feng wasn't sure whether it could be realized or not, but he would know after trying. Lin Feng's undying bloodline began to operate. The undying bloodline immediately shook out a powerful fluctuation. When Lin Feng's undying bloodline was activated, Lin Feng immediately felt that he seemed to have really begun to comprehend the Tao contained in the human king's fist. This was a good sign. Lin Feng faintly felt that he seemed to have entered a mysterious world. In this world, Lin Feng saw a person, a very vague person. Could it be that he was the undying king? Lin Feng was puzzled. The human king. As the king of men, he fought a bloody battle for the human race. Protecting the human race is the human king's belief and responsibility. That existence opened its mouth and said. Lin Feng was startled. This was the so-called human king. The human king actually shouldered this kind of responsibility. This really made Lin Feng feel quite surprised. If the human king of that year was really like this, then the human king was indeed an existence worthy of incomparable respect. However, Lin Feng thought of the current undying clan. The current undying clan seemed to have forgotten that they were the descendants of the human king, right? They also forgot that the human king fought a bloody battle for the human race, right? The current undying clan had an attitude of not caring about anything. However, Lin Feng was too lazy to comment on the undying clan's actions, because Lin Feng himself had nothing to do with the undying clan. Their bloodline had long severed ties with the undying clan. Remember my fist technique clearly. That existence continued to speak. He began to practice his fist technique. His movements were very simple. There were only a few dozen movements in total. It was even simpler than the fist techniques of the secular world. However, Lin Feng felt that every movement of his contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every movement. They all returned to their original state. Although Lin Feng had not yet cultivated the human king's fist, Lin Feng was shocked to discover that the human king's fist was really too terrifying. This was definitely a divine ability that could shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. As time passed, Lin Feng finally began to gradually reach the threshold. The more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. Human king's fist, although each movement looked simple. However, it contained billions of movements. It was truly extraordinary. Besides, Lin Feng also realized something that astonished him. He felt that human king's fist was most likely a divine ability that surpassed the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, the 6 paths of reincarnation was not a pure offensive divine ability. Because the 6 paths of reincarnation mainly elaborated on the 6 paths, the Tao of reincarnation. This divine ability reversed life and death. And the human king's fist was a pure offensive divine ability. In this point, it was somewhat similar to the 6 heavens technique. However, the 6 heavens technique's offensive power was at most comparable to the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was still incomparable to the human king's fist. This made Lin Feng extremely excited, because the stronger the human king's fist was, the more useful it was to him. Moreover, the human king's fist was created by the ancestors of the undying clan. If outsiders obtained the human king's fist, they would not be able to cultivate it to the peak. Only cultivators of the undying bloodline would be able to truly unleash the power of the human king's fist. Lin Feng cultivated in the space of time for a year. During this year, Lin Feng carefully studied the human king's fist. When he cultivated, he was incomparably diligent. Lin Feng's improvement was very obvious. Now, every punch and style already had a trace of charm. Obviously, the human king's fist had gradually revealed its extraordinariness under Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Only a month had passed in the outside world. When Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Jiang Yudi told Lin Feng that Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao had come to visit a few times. However, because Lin Feng was in seclusion, they could only return. In addition, Jiang Yudi told Lin Feng that her clansmen had discovered that there seemed to be someone closely observing the situation of their residence. After hearing this, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Could it be that the cultivators of the Black Robe clan had arrived? Calculating the time, it should be about time. Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. If it was really the cultivators of the Black Robe clan, it would be great. He would be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Next, he sent Jiang Yudi and the others away. Lin Feng said, "Restrain the clansmen and don't let them go out." Jiang Yudi was very intelligent. She asked, "Are those people coming?" Lin Feng said, "Should be." Jiang Yudi nodded. She knew the seriousness of the matter. This time, the other party would definitely come heavily. They could not be underestimated. City Lord's Mansion. Zhou Qiang, who was in charge of patrolling the area, came to report to Zhou Tianxiong about some recent discoveries. This Zhou Qiang was also a member of the Zhou clan. However, he was only from a side branch. When Zhou Qiang arrived at Zhou Tianxiong's residence, he saw that Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao were also there. They were chatting with their grandfather, Zhou Tianxiong, but he did not know what they were talking about. When Zhou Qiang saw the siblings, he bowed to them. Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao returned the greeting. Then, Zhou Qiang knelt on one knee in front of Zhou Tianxiong and said, "Sir, I have something to report." Zhou Tianxiong said, "Stand up and report." Zhou Qiang stood up and said, "Sir, in the past few days, a group of suspicious people have come to Tianwen City." A suspicious person? Tianwen City is filled with people coming and going every day. Why do you think those people are suspicious? Zhou Tianxiong asked. Those people were wearing black robes and bamboo hats. They all arrived late at night in batches, and there were about 300 to 400 of them. But in the end, those batches of people all entered a courtyard late at night, said the old man. Zhou Qiang said. Oh? Black robes? Bamboo hats? Could they be cultivators of the Black Robe clan? Zhou Tianxiong frowned slightly. He naturally knew about some of the factions of the Lost Epic clan. The Black Robe clan was considered one of the stronger clans among the remnant races of the Epic. If they were really cultivators from the remnant races of the Epic, why would they send so many people to Tianwen City? Why would they come? Zhou Tianxiong did not believe that these people were just passing by. If they were, they would not have come in the middle of the night. They had come in groups. These people had come in groups in the middle of the night. Obviously, they did not want to expose themselves. The fastest mobile version of the website, Zhou Qiang replied, "It's indeed the black-robed cultivators, and they seem to be targeting another group of people." Who are they targeting? Zhou Tianxiong asked suspiciously. Zhou Qiang replied, "They're targeting the people living in Third Young Master's residence." What? There's such a thing? Zhou Tao cried out in surprise. Lin Feng and the others were living in his residence, and his relationship with Lin Feng was quite good. Furthermore, he felt that Lin Feng was quite a good person. Therefore, when he heard that the black-robed cultivators were targeting Lin Feng and the others, he was very surprised. Was this news reliable? Zhou Qiang replied, "Third Young Master, this is absolutely true." Zhou Tao continued, "It's really strange. If the black-robed cultivators are targeting them, they shouldn't have been targeted in such a short period of time. Logically speaking, if they're being targeted by the black-robed cultivators, they shouldn't have come to Tianwen City with such fanfare, right? However, if Lin Feng and the others came to Tianwen City with such fanfare, wouldn't they be exposing their whereabouts on purpose?" Zhou Qi nodded after hearing Zhou Tao's words. This was also something she was very puzzled about. After all, the black-robed cultivators were an extremely terrifying race. If they were being targeted by the black-robed cultivators, they would definitely have to live very carefully, right? It would be best for them to hide in the mountains, as that would be safer. However, what about Lin Feng and the others? They didn't have any reservations at all, especially when Lin Feng and the others had just arrived at Tianwen City on an ancient starship. Who knew how big of a commotion it had caused? Wasn't that just exposing themselves on purpose? Weren't they stupid? Zhou Tianxiong narrowed his eyes and said, "The two of you have more contact with that Lin Feng. What do you think of him?" The two of them thought about it, and Zhou Tao said, "Brother Lin seems like a pretty good person. He's also very forthright and generous. He seems harmless to humans and animals." Zhou Tianxiong replied, "You're describing him as a friend. You're not being objective." Zhou Qi said, "This person is unfathomable." Zhou Tianxiong nodded and said, "Although I've only met this Lin Feng once, I can feel that he's not a simple person. His ability and temperament are not something an ordinary person can compare with. Such a person actually brought a group of people to Tianwen City with great fanfare. You know, they are the targets of the black-robed clan. No matter how stupid a person is, he wouldn't do such a thing." "But why did he do that?" Zhou Tao asked. "Grandfather, are you trying to say that Brother Lin did this on purpose?" Zhou Tianxiong nodded. Yes, he did it on purpose, and he is fearless. If my guess is correct, he deliberately let the black-robed cultivators know that they are here. The black-robed cultivators have sent so many experts here. Logically speaking, they should have made their move long ago. Why is that? It's because they don't know the situation on Linfeng's side that they haven't made a move yet. However, they should be making a move soon. Zhou Qi said, then we'll have a good show to watch. I'm quite optimistic about Linfeng's chances. Zhou Tao asked, Grandfather, should we go and inform Brother Lin about the black-robed cultivators? Zhou Tianqiong said, with this person's ability, I'm afraid he already knows about the black-robed cultivators' arrival. However, what he knows is what he knows. We should indeed inform him. We don't have to participate in this battle, but we should let him know that our Zhou clan can be his ally at a critical moment. Zhou Qi thought, Grandfather's words are beautiful, but with his personality, if Linfeng's side is really defeated, he definitely won't help. Of course, Zhou Qi only dared to say this in her heart. She definitely wouldn't dare to say it out loud. After all, this was a serious matter. How could she casually say such things out loud? Zhou Tao didn't think much of it and said, Grandfather, I'll go and tell Brother Lin about this. Zhou Tianqiong thought for a moment and nodded. Go. Come back as soon as you're done. I still have something to tell you. Yes, Zhou Tao replied and quickly left. Zhou Qi thought to herself, Grandfather definitely doesn't have anything to say to Zhou Tao. The reason why he said those words to Zhou Tao just now was because he didn't want Zhou Tao to be involved in this matter. If Lin Feng and the others really aren't a match for the black-robed cultivators, then they won't be too passive. There were many times when Zhou Qi saw things more thoroughly than Zhou Tao. Regarding her grandfather's actions, Zhou Qi didn't comment. She also didn't want to comment because she was still worried about her marriage. As for Lin Feng, for her, he was just a passerby. If they met, she would naturally be very polite and talk to him as if he was a friend. But if they didn't meet, there was no difference between them as if they were strangers. Therefore, no matter what happened to Lin Feng, for her, she was just an outsider. When Zhou Tao arrived at Lin Feng's place, he saw Lin Feng sipping tea in the courtyard. Zhou Tao couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. How could he still be so relaxed at a time like this? Could it be that he didn't notice the black-robed cultivators? After seeing Zhou Tao, Lin Feng smiled and said, Brother Zhou, come and try my tea. This was spirit tea, and although it couldn't be compared to the Enlightenment tea, it was still a famous tea. Lin Feng had obtained it by chance, and it was good for his body and cultivation. Zhou Tao said, Brother Lin, we're in such a dire situation. Why are you still drinking tea so leisurely? Lin Feng smiled and said, It's not as serious as Brother Zhou makes it sound. Zhou Tao said, Brother Lin, what do you plan to do? If you need help, you have to let me know. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhou Tao to say something like this. Zhou Tianqiong wasn't a simple person, and it was already good enough for him to express goodwill. It was impossible for him to make a move, so it seemed like this was Zhou Tao's own idea. Zhou Tao was someone he could make friends with. Lin Feng smiled and said, Brother Zhou, don't worry. This matter is really just a small matter to me. Zhou Tao saw that Lin Feng didn't take this matter to heart, and he was actually worried for Lin Feng. After all, the black-robed race wasn't a race to be trifled with. There were many experts in the black-robed race. Zhou Tao tried to persuade Lin Feng a little more, but he remembered that his grandfather still had something to tell him, so he bid farewell and left. The night was dark. There was no moon or stars, and it seemed like it was a cloudy day. The night seemed to make the entire world feel oppressive. About 350 black-robed cultivators quickly gathered in the courtyard. The leader of the black-robed cultivators said, Everyone, after a few days of investigation, it seems like the other party doesn't have any peerless experts. Today, we will definitely succeed. If we succeed today, we will be greatly rewarded when we return to the race. Hearing the word greatly rewarded, many of the black-robed cultivators were breathing heavily. These people also needed opportunities to increase their cultivation bases. Every time they went on a mission, there would always be some people who would be able to obtain large amounts of cultivation resources as a reward. As for the black-robed cultivators, they were all eyeing those resources. As for who would be able to obtain them, that would depend on their own abilities during the mission. Let's go. At that moment, the leader of the black-robed cultivators said. These people moved in unison and were about to take action. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the courtyard. Everyone, I'm already here. It's better if you don't go. After this voice sounded, a young man walked out of the darkness step by step. This young man was none other than Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng suddenly appear, many people's expressions changed, because they really didn't expect that with so many people gathered here, they still didn't know how Lin Feng appeared. Lin Feng's ability really made them feel a sense of horror. However, these people were also cultivators who had seen great storms and waves, so they quickly calmed down. Moreover, they had so many experts, and Lin Feng was only one person. Could it be that he could deal with so many experts? Wasn't this a joke? Perhaps it was possible to do this while daydreaming. Who are you? The leader of the black-robed cultivators asked coldly. Lin Feng said, I'm protecting the Jiang family. Hearing this, the leader of the black-robed cultivators' eyes suddenly burst out with dense killing intent. He said coldly, I've been wondering before, how did the Jiang family suddenly become so powerful? They even killed dozens of my black-robed cultivators, so it turns out that someone helped them. Brat, since you've come to die today, I don't mind sending you to see King Yama. Is that so? A bunch of motley crew dares to boast so shamelessly? Lin Feng said indifferently. A bunch of motley crew? The hundreds of black-robed cultivators' mouths twitched violently. They were powerful existences, but now Lin Feng actually called them a bunch of motley crew. How could they endure such humiliation? The hundreds of black-robed cultivators were instantly enraged. Of course, these black-robed cultivators had their own dignity and wouldn't rush forward together. However, considering Lin Feng's extraordinary methods, they couldn't underestimate Lin Feng. Thus, the leader of the black-robed cultivators said, use the great inescapable net formation to deal with him. Capture him alive. At this point, the leader of the black-robed cultivators revealed an incomparably cruel expression. In his opinion, directly killing Lin Feng would be letting Lin Feng off too easily. Therefore, he wanted to capture Lin Feng and ruthlessly torture him. Once Lin Feng was tortured to the point where he wished he was dead, it wouldn't be too late to kill Lin Feng. This black-robed cultivator's plan was quite good. Immediately, 8 black-robed cultivators appeared. They took out black chains. These black chains were very strange. They actually combined together to form a net of chains. The net of chains emitted a sharp and ear-piercing sound. This sound was very strange and could cause serious damage to a cultivator's soul. The large net wrapped around Lin Feng. This was one of the black-robed cultivators' trump cards, and it was very powerful. Only the black-robed cultivators of the black-robed cultivators, the Black Demon Army, could use it. This time, these black-robed cultivators were the black-robed cultivators of the black-robed clan, the Black Demon Army. Their battle strength was abnormally strong and terrifying. Of course, what made people feel the most helpless was not their individual battle strength, but their ability to cooperate as a team. It was too terrifying. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Feng's expression was calm. He gently pressed down across the void. Suddenly, a large energy palm appeared in the void. This energy palm fell from the sky and smashed towards the 8 experts and the large net of chains. The 8 powerhouses and the huge net formed by the chains were completely destroyed in an instant. After seeing Lin Feng destroy the 8 experts in an instant, the black-robed cultivators, including the leader, couldn't help but change their expressions. Lin Feng's battle strength was too terrifying. At this time, these black-robed cultivators realized that they had underestimated Lin Feng's battle strength. Together, destroy him. The leader of the black-robed cultivators said coldly. He didn't care about face anymore. The most important thing now was to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng made him feel pressured. Hundreds of black-robed cultivators attacked together. With so many experts attacking together, the divine ability they used was naturally incomparably heaven-defying. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. These people didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand their attacks. Facing the attacks of hundreds of black-robed cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't help but coldly snort. He wanted to test out the power of the human king fist that he had recently cultivated. The human king fist created by the undying human king. It was about to see the light of day again. Human king fist, Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Then, he punched out. A terrifying power poured out. The attacks of hundreds of experts converged into a torrent of attacks and were instantly destroyed. Then, the hundreds of cultivators were terrified when they saw Lin Feng's punch. Their bodies were being crushed one after another. That's right. They were crushed. It was like a porcelain vase being smashed. Hundreds of black-robed cultivators died instantly. Not even a mist of blood was left behind. Hundreds of black-robed cultivators couldn't even withstand a single punch from Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. The power of the human king fist. It was actually so terrifying, it made him incomparably shocked. The fastest mobile version of the website, the night was still very quiet. However, the house had turned into hell. Lin Feng walked out of the house with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the power of the human king fist. In addition, he could send Jiang Yudi and the others to the Undying Realm. However, their strength was destined to be insufficient. Perhaps he could ask the Zhou family to send an army of cultivators to escort them back. As for the reward, he could give Zhou Tao an invisible ancient starship. To others, this kind of ancient starship was incomparably precious, but to Lin Feng, this ancient starship was actually worth about the same as other ancient starships. The only difference was that this ancient starship had some invisible arrays on it. If Lin Feng wanted to draw an invisible array, he could draw one at any time. Lin Feng's figure. Gradually, it disappeared into the darkness. City Lord's mansion. In the main hall, it was eerily quiet. Zhou Tianxiong, Zhou Qi, and Zhou Tao were all here. A mirror floated in front of them, and the scene in the mirror was the house where the black-robed cultivators had lived. However, the house had become incomparably quiet. It seemed like nothing had happened there, but they knew that not long ago, many people had died there. Moreover, the cultivators who had died there were all experts. One punch. Zhou Tao said with a trembling voice. He really couldn't connect the god of death who had killed hundreds of top experts with one punch to the harmless and handsome young master he knew. Even his grandfather and sister had not recovered from the deep shock. Zhou Tianxiong said, "Who is he? Do you know?" The siblings shook their heads. Although they were friends with Lin Feng, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, they had never asked about Lin Feng's identity. Zhou Tao asked, "Do you want to go and find out?" Zhou Tianxiong shook his head and said, "That would be too deliberate, and it would be counterproductive. However, we can contact him normally." Hearing this, Zhou Tao quickly nodded. When he thought about how he had made friends with such a heaven-defying person, he couldn't help but feel extremely excited. The next day, Zhou Qi and Zhou Tao came to Lin Feng's place. In fact, Zhou Tao planned to come by himself, but this time, his second sister, Zhou Qi, took the initiative to come with him. Zhou Tao was a little hesitant in his heart. Previously, when he took the initiative to ask Zhou Qi to come with him, Zhou Qi was always lazy and indifferent. She didn't want to come, but this time, Zhou Qi chose to take the initiative to come. It made Zhou Tao's imagination run wild. Could it be that second sister has seen Brother Lin's display of invincible might and has secretly given her heart to Brother Lin? I'll go. Sure. If I were to really find a brother-in-law, wouldn't it be a good thing for someone as awesome as Brother Lin to be my brother-in-law? However, Brother Lin seems to have a close female friend like Jiang Yudi. Jiang Yudi /B was so beautiful, however, his second sister wasn't that bad either, each had their own merits. He was a man after all. Isn't it normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? This was especially true for awesome men. It was normal to have a few more women. After all, it was difficult for a hero to be charmed by a beauty. Along the way, various thoughts appeared in Zhou Tao's mind. However, Zhou Tao did not tell Zhou Qi about these thoughts in his mind. Zhou Tao was worried that if he said something wrong, he would be beaten half to death by this hot-tempered second sister of his. Since he was young, how many times had he been beaten? His heart was really bitter. Seeing the Zhou siblings arrive, Lin Feng revealed a smile. They had a tacit understanding not to mention the matter of the black-robed clan cultivator. It was fine as long as they were well aware of it. In any case, the matter had already passed, so what was the point of bringing it up again? They talked about a lot of things. Seeing that everyone was almost done talking, Lin Feng decided to bring up the matter of escorting. Lin Feng said, "Brother Zhou, I have something that I hope Brother Zhou can help me with." Hearing this, Zhou Tao's heart immediately became excited. Lin Feng was such an awesome person, and he actually had a use for him? Zhou Tao thought that he had misheard, but he did not mishear. Lin Feng really did have something that he needed his help with. Zhou Tao patted his chest and said, "Brother Lin, if there's anything you need, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Zhou Qi muttered to herself on the side. She really wanted to beat her brother up. No matter how powerful this Lin Feng was, you don't have to be so attentive, okay? A young master of an aristocratic family living like a servant, it was really infuriating. However, Zhou Tao did not think so. Zhou Tao felt that he was doing this for his friend. Lin Feng said, "It's like this. Because I still have some things to deal with urgently, I can't escort you Dai and her clansmen to the Undying Realm. I was wondering if Brother Zhou could mobilize the cultivator army to escort them back." "Haha, that's naturally a small matter," Zhou Tao said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's great, but I won't let Brother Zhou work for nothing. I'll give this invisible ancient ship to Brother Zhou. I hope it will be useful to Brother Zhou," Lin Feng said. He waved his right hand. Then, an ancient ship flew out. It was the size of a palm and floated above Lin Feng's palm. "Ah? Is this an ancient ship that can turn invisible?" Zhou Tao immediately cried out in surprise. Zhou Qi's face was also full of shock because they knew what an invisible ancient ship meant. He also knew how valuable such an ancient starry sky ship was. Lin Feng said with a smile, "There's an invisible array on it. Just activate it." Lin Feng channeled his magic power into the invisible array on the ancient ship. The ancient ship that had been floating above Lin Feng's palm suddenly disappeared without a trace. This scene made the Zhou siblings' hearts beat wildly. Zhou Tao rubbed his hands and said, "This ancient ship is too precious. How can I accept it?" Looking at his expression, he was obviously very tempted. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Although this ancient ship is precious, it's nothing compared to what Brother Zhou is going to do for me." Zhou Tao said, "Brother Lin, don't worry. I promise you that I will send them safely to the Undying World." Zhou Qi asked, "Do you want to go with them?" Zhou Tao said, "Of course. If I don't go, I won't feel at ease." Lin Feng said, "The journey is long, and there might be many unknown dangers along the way. Brother Zhou, it's better if you don't take this risk." Zhou Tao said, "Actually, on one hand, I want to escort them to the Undying World. On the other hand, I've been fascinated by the Undying World for a long time. Therefore, I want to take this opportunity to go to the Undying World and see what kind of world it is." Seeing Zhou Tao's insistence, Lin Feng nodded and agreed. Soon, the Zhou siblings left. On the road, Zhou Qi said, "Even if you send the cultivator army to escort Jiang Yudi and the others to the Undying World, you don't have to go alone, right? As for the reasons you gave, I don't believe them." Zhou Tao said, "Second sister, the apocalypse is coming. How many people are like duckweeds in the mortal world? It seems peaceful now, but who knows what will happen in the future? Therefore, it's better to be prepared early?" As for someone like Lin Feng, I don't need to explain how terrifying and extraordinary he is. If you can form a relationship with Lin Feng, you might be pulled in at a critical moment in the future. Don't underestimate being pulled in by others. Who knows, it might even save your life. Zhou Qi looked at Zhou Tao as if she didn't recognize her younger brother. She said, "I didn't expect you to be able to see things so clearly." Zhou Tao smiled. He didn't respond to Zhou Qi's words. Right now, he felt that life was full of unknowns, challenges, and fun. The next day, Jiang Yudi and the others boarded the ancient starship. Other than Jiang Yudi and her clansmen, Zhou Tao and the 200,000 cultivator army that Zhou Tao had mobilized were also accompanying them. This was an impressive force. There were even experts among them. In addition, they were on an ancient starship that could turn invisible. Therefore, there shouldn't be too many problems along the way. After the fleet left, Lin Feng planned to leave for the Buddhist realm. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Zhou Qi said, "There's something I want to discuss with Lin Gongzi. I wonder if Lin Gongzi is interested?" "What is it?" Lin Feng looked at Zhou Qi in a strange way. He didn't know what Zhou Qi wanted to say, but it seemed like she was talking about something important. Zhou Qi said, "I wonder if Lin Gongzi has heard about me?" Lin Feng asked, "I've heard some things, but I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Zhou." "The marriage alliance," Zhou Qi said. Then, she looked at Lin Feng with her seductive eyes. Her gaze was deep, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Lin Feng said, "I've heard a little about it, but I don't know the details." Zhou Qi said, "The faction you want to form a marriage alliance with is called the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan. It's a clan that has transcended 2 epochs. However, I've heard that something happened to the clan, and their strength fell a lot. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Therefore, even though their strength has fallen a lot, they're still very powerful. Logically speaking, if they want to form a marriage alliance with the Zhou clan, they should let someone like the princess marry the young master of the other party. Miss Zhou, although your bloodline can be considered a relative of the imperial clan, your bloodline is already very thin. Why would they want to form a marriage alliance with you?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Zhou Qi sighed and said, "It's because I used to train with that guy in the outer realms." Zhou Qi didn't say anything else, but Lin Feng roughly knew what had happened. He guessed that the young master of the Nine Heavens Divine King clan had fallen in love with Zhou Qi, so he wanted to form a marriage alliance with her. Lin Feng said, "If you don't want to, you can refuse." Zhou Qi said, "It's not that simple. The clan behind it has a lot of benefits, and I'm just a junior. Do you think I can resist the will of the clan? If I'm selfish, I'll leave the clan and make it so that no one can find me. But if the human emperor gets angry, my entire bloodline will be slaughtered. After all, my bloodline isn't that close to the imperial clan anymore. I can't be so selfish and only care about myself, ignoring my family and clan." When Lin Feng heard Zhou Qi, he understood. Sometimes, some things really made people feel helpless, especially when it came to women. Many times, they didn't have control over their own fate. Lin Feng already knew why Zhou Qi wanted to talk to him, but Lin Feng wouldn't agree so casually, because they weren't that familiar with each other yet. Moreover, this matter could offend a major power. Lin Feng asked, "What can you give me?" Zhou Qi rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. "You're really realistic." Lin Feng smiled, but didn't say anything. Zhou Qi continued, "I know that people like you don't lack all kinds of treasures, but you're probably interested in some special things. Do you know about the 9-leaf grass?" "I don't." Lin Feng replied. Zhou Qi said, "It's a heavenly treasure that can split the soul into a new primordial spirit." Lin Feng was shocked. This was a good thing, and Lin Feng was very interested in it. Although Lin Feng already had 1 primary primordial spirit and 6 secondary primordial spirits, Lin Feng felt that it wasn't enough. Not only could the secondary primordial spirits increase Lin Feng's soul strength, but it could also increase his soul's intelligence. Of course, with a secondary primordial spirit, Lin Feng would be able to use even more abilities and treasures at the same time. There were too many benefits. And now, he had the chance to cultivate a 7th secondary primordial spirit. So, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "You have the 9-leaf grass?" Lin Feng looked at Zhou Qi with a gloomy expression. Zhou Qi smiled and said, "I don't have the 9-leaf grass." "Oh? You don't have the 9-leaf grass, but you're telling me about it. It seems that you know about it?" Lin Feng looked at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi said, "That's right." Lin Feng asked, "What do you want me to do?" Zhou Qi said, "I hope that you can prevent me from marrying that person from the 9 Heavens Divine King's family without ruining our relationship with the imperial family." Lin Feng frowned and said, "That's a bit too whimsical. You definitely have a way, don't you? For example, you can go to the imperial family and tell the human emperor that you've taken a fancy to me and ask him to grant you a marriage. You're so powerful, I'm sure you have a way to make the human emperor agree." Zhou Qi smiled. This charming woman actually had a lot of schemes in her mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. However, this matter could indeed be handled that way. Although it might offend people, it was the simplest way. As for Lin Feng, he wasn't afraid of offending people. He had always been open-minded, and with his powerful methods, so what if he offended people? If they really came to cause trouble for him, they wouldn't be able to leave. In Lin Feng's opinion, the end of the world had arrived, and he had to seize every opportunity to become stronger. Anyone who tried to stop him from becoming stronger was his enemy. There was no need to say much to his enemies. There was only one word to say: kill. Lin Feng said, then it's decided. When the time comes, I'll go to the Imperial City and meet the human emperor. Lin Feng made this matter sound simple, but in Zhou Qi's opinion, this matter wasn't that simple. Moreover, the human emperor wasn't someone who could be met just because they wanted to. However, Lin Feng had agreed, so it was good. Zhou Qi said, the 9-leaf grass is located in the depths of the 9-demon valley. This is the map, Zhou Qi said and handed a sheepskin scroll to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the scroll and found that it was a map of the 9-demon valley. Lin Feng said, what's so special about the 9-demon valley? Zhou Qi said, although the 9-demon valley isn't a place of death, nor is it a forbidden zone for life, this place is incomparably strange. Rumor has it that 9 ancient demons died here. These ancient demons were incomparably powerful when they were alive, so after the 9 ancient demons died, 9 different magnetic fields were formed. When these 9 magnetic fields were superimposed, they formed an extremely special magnetic field. This special magnetic field has a great influence on cultivators. I've heard that under the influence of this magnetic field, Jiuyao Valley has changed a lot. It's becoming more and more evil. Some cultivators who go in often find it difficult to come out alive. Even if they do come out alive, they'll become insane. Lin Feng said, it seems that there's something in this place that can seriously affect a cultivator's soul. However, this kind of place was very strange. Therefore, cultivators had to be very careful. Otherwise, they could easily suffer a calamity. Lin Feng was interested in the 9-demon valley. First, it was because of the 9-leaf grass. He had to obtain the 9-leaf grass to condense his 7th primordial spirit. It was very useful for him. Second, Lin Feng was very interested in the 9 ancient demons. He wondered if they had left anything behind. Although this trip was dangerous, Lin Feng was very brave. He wasn't afraid. Perhaps, other than the opportunity of the 9-leaf grass, there might be some other opportunities. If that was the case, it would be great. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that some things could only be done naturally. He couldn't force it. Then let's meet in the Imperial City. Lin Feng said. Sure. Zhou Qi nodded. Then, Zhou Qi bid farewell and left. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He left Tianwen City and flew in the direction of the 9-demon valley. The 9-demon valley was located in the northern region of the great world of Tianji. The ancient spaceship Xianyuan flew quickly. Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating. Occasionally, he would chat with the demon lord. Why didn't you tell your cheap father-in-law about the investiture of the gods? On this day, when he was chatting with the demon lord mentioned the investiture of the gods. Lin Feng smiled and said, the investiture of the gods is indeed very interesting. However, since the other party didn't mention the investiture of the gods, I can't take the initiative to mention it. Also, I feel that the Jiang family really doesn't have the investiture of the gods. Why do you say that? The demon lord asked. Lin Feng said, the investiture of the gods is very extraordinary. If the Jiang family really had the investiture of the gods, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course. Maybe the Jiang family has a copy of the investiture of the gods, but no matter how good the copy is, it's not the real thing. A fake can never become real. The demon lord said, the Jiang family was so glorious in the past, but now, they've completely declined. They don't have an eternal power. Lin Feng had a deep feeling. He thought about the Sovereign Emperor clan and Lin Qi's bloodline. Hadn't they declined as well? There was also the Taishi clan. They had been so awesome in the past. They had also declined. Lin Feng said, so, although the Mastermind's imperial clan is powerful, they aren't invincible. They will also completely decline at some point in the future. Perhaps, this war will cause them to decline completely, and they might even be exterminated. I hope so. The Demon Lord said. This was the 3000th era. Lin Feng and the others had no way out. Therefore, in the next battle either they would die or they would die. There was no other possibility. The Nine-Demon City was about 300 to 400 miles away from the Nine-Demon Ancient Forest where the Nine-Demon Valley was located. This was the closest city to the Nine-Demon Valley. The scale of this city wasn't particularly large, but it wasn't small either. There were about 30 to 40 million people. Of course, there weren't that many permanent residents. At most, there were about 5 to 6 million people. The rest of the people were the floating population. In fact, this was a common situation in the world of cultivators. In the world of cultivators, there were too few people who lived in a fixed place. This was because in order to improve their cultivation, they had to go to many places to find opportunities. Lin Feng came to the Nine-Demon City. He planned to rest there for a few days, then go to the Nine-Demon Valley to see the specific situation. Lin Feng was determined to get the 9-leaf grass. Lin Feng found an inn to stay in. He still booked a courtyard. This kind of courtyard was quieter and more suitable for him to continue comprehending the human king fist. In fact, during this period of time, Lin Feng had been cultivating the human king fist. The human king fist was indeed incomparably profound and mysterious. Lin Feng had cultivated the human king fist for such a long time and had gained a lot. Previously, when he was dealing with those black-robed cultivators, Lin Feng's human king fist was at most at the beginner level. Now, it had reached the small success level. Lin Feng was a little emotional. The human king fist was a pure attack-type divine ability. It was not something that other divine abilities could compare to. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation was slightly inferior in terms of pure attack. Therefore, from the power of the human king fist, one could see how terrifying this undying person was. Undying person. He was definitely a person who could make heaven and earth pale in comparison. After Lin Feng settled down, he planned to relax. There were naturally many ways to relax. However, Lin Feng's method was to go to the Snow Moon Pavilion to relax. The Snow Moon Pavilion was a bustling place. It was one of the most famous places for romance. Drinking a cup of fine wine and enjoying the beautiful singing of the musicians and the moving dance of the dancers was a great joy in life. As for the next step, Lin Feng would not do it. Because ordinary women. Lin Feng did not like them. When he arrived at the Snow Moon Pavilion, he booked a private room and ordered 20 musicians and 30 dancers to perform. Even the shopkeeper in charge of this shop was attracted over by this single person's generosity. The owner of the shop was called Lady 13. She looked to be in her 30s. She was very beautiful and smooth. She smiled and said, "How should I address you, young master?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "My surname is Lin." "So it's Lin Gongzi." "Young master, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Lady 13 asked with a smile. She was very confident in her charm. Her every move was seductive. Lin Feng sneered. Was she trying to use her charm to get information about him? However, she had chosen the wrong person to use her charm on. Humph, Lin Feng snorted. Lady 13's body trembled when she heard Lin Feng snort. She knew that her little trick had been discovered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's snort was a warning to her. Lady 13 was secretly shocked. This young master looked so young. He was probably not a simple person. "Forgive me, young master. I was rude." Lady 13 looked pitifully at Lin Feng. 9 out of 10 sentences from people like her were lies. Her motive had been discovered. She had to act pitiful. However, she was a woman after all. Since she had apologized, Lin Feng did not continue to criticize her. That would make him seem intolerant. Lin Feng said, "Since you have a good attitude, I'll forgive you. You can leave now." "When will the dancers arrive?" "Yes, young master. I'll go take a look." Mistress 13 nodded and retreated. She realized that her back was drenched in cold sweat. Lady 13 had met many important people before. When had she ever been in such a sorry state? Besides, Lin Feng had not criticized her. This person is really not simple. He's emitting a superior aura. It's unbearable. Lady 13 couldn't help but think. Soon, the dancers and musicians arrived one after another. The musicians played beautiful music, while the dancers danced gracefully. Huh? Lin Feng was surprised. He realized that the girl who was leading the dance looked exactly the same as the girl who was playing the zither. Twin sisters, their temperaments were not bad. They both looked otherworldly. They had an indescribable celestial chi. Thought Lin Feng. Even though it's a brothel, the most beautiful women here are much more beautiful than the holy women of the influential clans and sections. It must be similar to a group like the 10,000 Flowers building. They use beautiful women to attract strong cultivators, said Lin Feng. There were many factions like that. Lin Feng didn't find it strange to see such a faction in this place. While Lin Feng was enjoying the wine and the dancing, Lady 13 came to Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was a bit unhappy. He didn't like to be disturbed. Lady 13 said, Lin Gongzi, someone asked the Wu sisters to accompany them. The Wu sisters should be the twin sisters. Don't you know the rules here? Asked Lin Feng. Lady 13 smiled bitterly. It's the idol prince's youngest son. The idol prince is the younger brother of the current human emperor. He has a high position, and we can't afford to offend him. Lin Feng said, tell them that the Wu sisters already have a guest. Don't disturb me. Lady 13 groaned inwardly. How could this young man be so insensible? Even if he had an extraordinary background and was rich, he shouldn't have offended the idol prince, right? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? However, Lady 13 didn't say that out loud. She didn't want to offend Lin Feng. There were some rules that had to be followed. Lady 13 left. 2 hours later, Lin Feng felt that it was about time to leave. He casually rewarded the dancers with a few thousand celestial stones. Lin Feng walked outside. The dancers looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. They blinked and looked at the celestial stones that had been given to them. They were full of joy. It was rare to meet such a generous guest. Moreover, this young man hadn't bothered them at all. One had to know that many people were very dishonest. Elegant young man, gentle as jade, these words appeared in many people's minds. Even Hua Kuei and the Wu sisters felt that it wasn't impossible for them to get closer to Lin Feng. At this moment, the musicians and dancers heard the commotion outside. They all came out of the private rooms and stood in the corridor outside. They looked down and immediately saw dozens of cultivators surrounding the young master just now. The person in the lead was the famous idol prince's third son, Zhou Tong. He wasn't a good-for-nothing. He had great talent and cultivation, but he was ruthless and unscrupulous. Although he wasn't a good-for-nothing, he was still a thug. Very few people dared to offend him. The dancers asked around and found out that the idol prince wanted the Wu sisters to accompany him, but Lin Feng refused. Because of this, they hated Lin Feng. They didn't leave and waited for Lin Feng to come out. After Lin Feng came out, they surrounded Lin Feng. It seemed that they wanted to get back at him. Many people's expressions changed. They felt that the young man was about to suffer a great loss and couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Once they had a certain amount of power in their hands, some people would think that they were great. They would always use a condescending way of thinking to think about things. These people would always think that they were better than others, and others would need to follow their lead. Otherwise, they would be going against them, and they would not have a good ending. And obviously, Crown Prince Zhou Tong was such a person. While they both had the same surname, it was clear that Zhou Tong's status in the great world of Tianji was much higher than Zhou Tao's. After all, the branch that Zhou Tao belonged to was at most a relative of the royal family. They were not even close. But what about Zhou Tong? He was the emperor's nephew. His name was very famous in the entire Wuji world. There was a reason why he was so famous. Firstly, it was because he was a relative of the royal family. Secondly, it was because this person was very talented. It was said that among the young elites of the Wuji world, he could be ranked as one of the top 10. And with his personality, he was the type that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Therefore, if anyone offended Zhou Tong, they would not have a good ending. An outsider? Zhou Tong stood in front of Lin Feng. He looked very young, but he had already cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Compared to many cultivators, he had not cultivated for a long time. But compared to Lin Feng, he had cultivated for a very long time. Many people did not know what grudge Lin Feng had with Zhou Tong, so they were all discussing it in private. When they found out that it was because of the Wu sisters, many people could not help but mutter to themselves. Some people felt that Lin Feng was too impulsive and should have held back. Some people felt that Lin Feng was not wrong. Men would naturally care about their reputation. The Huakue sisters who were performing for him were called away halfway through their performance. Was that not a slap to his own face? Everyone was paying attention to how things would develop next. Scram. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Tong coldly. He was very domineering, and he did not even bother to say anything else to this person. At that moment, the Snow Moon Pavilion became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Although everyone knew that Zhou Tong stopped Lin Feng to cause trouble for Lin Feng, they would never have thought that Lin Feng would actually directly tell Zhou Tong to scram. How audacious! Now that they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality, there would definitely be a fierce battle between both sides, right? In the eyes of many, Lin Feng's means should be extraordinary, but after all, he was only one person. Moreover, he seemed a little too young. Too impulsive. This was the evaluation that many people had for Lin Feng. You're courting death. Zhou Tong looked at Lin Feng, his gaze cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already kicked him. Seeing Lin Feng's kick, Zhou Tong's expression abruptly changed. He didn't think that Lin Feng would attack without saying a word. He didn't play his cards at all. Both sides were so close, but Lin Feng suddenly attacked. Although Zhou Tong tried his best to avoid Lin Feng's kick, he still failed. Bang! That powerful kick ruthlessly landed on Zhou Tong's chest. How terrifying was Lin Feng's strength! Although Zhou Tong's strength was very strong, the injury he received from Lin Feng's kick was extremely serious. Wah! Zhou Tong's body flew out, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he directly fainted. Lin Feng scolded, "If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the nonsense?" Many people were in a state of confusion. Was this a sneak attack? Zhou Tong was such a powerful person? He was sent flying with a kick just like that, he even fainted. Many people laughed bitterly. They felt that what happened today had really caught them unprepared. Brat, you're despicable. Let's go together and capture this guy. Some of Zhou Tong's friends said fiercely. Immediately, 4 people pounced on Lin Feng, while the others followed closely behind. Lin Feng's expression was calm as he punched the 4 cultivators at the front, sending them flying. The 4 cultivators all spat out mouthfuls of blood. When they fell to the ground, they had already fainted. When the others saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Killing an expert with a single punch? Wasn't this too savage? The other cultivators who were pouncing on Lin Feng hurriedly stopped. They didn't dare to continue provoking Lin Feng, this demon. He was too terrifying, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. Lin Feng arrived in front of Zhou Tong and took his ring. "This is my spoils of war," said Lin Feng, walking towards Zhou Tong. Hearing this, many people laughed bitterly. This guy's guts were really big. He even dared to steal Zhou Tong's things. But when they thought of Lin Feng's powerful battle strength, they immediately understood. With Lin Feng's cultivation level, so what if he stole Zhou Tong's things? He obviously wasn't afraid of Zhou Tong at all. Lin Feng swaggered off. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out Zhou Tong's storage ring. In fact, Lin Feng rarely stole other people's storage rings because Lin Feng felt that it was very difficult for other people to have things that he was interested in. Therefore, he had always disdained to steal other people's storage rings. But this time was different. Why had Zhou Tong come here? Was it just for sightseeing? Lin Feng didn't think so. He had brought a group of experts with him. Obviously, he had his own goals. But what was Zhou Tong's goal? Was the answer in the storage ring? Perhaps he would know after checking. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded Zhou Tong's storage ring. Very quickly, Lin Feng found something. It was a palm bone. A golden palm bone. The reason why Lin Feng noticed this golden palm bone was because this bone was vibrating with an astonishing fluctuation. This meant that this bone was very likely to have a reaction with something. Could it be that it had a reaction with something in the Nine Demon Valley? Lin Feng felt that there was really such a possibility. Lin Feng put the bone away for the time being. Late at night, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng opened the door and found that it was the Wu sisters. Although the Wu sisters were from the Snow Moon Pavilion, their status should be about the same as Lu Huaxian and the others from the 9 Continents 10,000 Immortals house. They had outstanding temperaments and were beautiful. They were goddesses in the hearts of countless people. Lin Gongzi. When they saw Lin Feng come out, the 2 sisters greeted him. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fairies, there's no need to be so courteous. May I know why you've come?" In truth, Lin Feng didn't want to have any further contact with them. Moreover, Lin Feng hadn't come here to find a few beautiful women. One of them said, "Sir, aren't you going to invite us in?" Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, the other person said, "Sir, are you afraid of 2 weak women like us?" Lin Feng thought to himself, "You 2 don't look like weak women." Of course, he was just thinking about it. He said, "What are you talking about? I'm deeply honored that you 2 fairies could come. It's just that it's already late at night, and if word gets out, I'm afraid it'll affect your reputation." The 2 sisters immediately said in unison, "Sir, you don't have to worry about that at all. Besides, we don't care about what others think." Lin Feng said, "Fairies, you 2 are quite open-minded. You're quite amazing." Lin Feng invited the 2 of them inside. The 3 of them sat down in the guest hall. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fairies, you can tell us why you've come." One of the Wu sisters said, "Sir, you don't know much about us, so let me introduce you. I'm the elder sister, Wu Hanjiao. This is my younger sister, Wu Hanmeng. This time, we came to find you because we want to invite you to be our guest," said one of them. When Wu Hanjiao said this, she did not feel embarrassed at all. After all, she was from a brothel. Although she was the kind of person who sold her skills and not her body, she had seen a lot of things. As such, she didn't feel embarrassed to say what she had just said. Lin Feng said, "If I'm not wrong, the Snow Moon Pavilion should be a powerful faction. Even though you sisters are the top courtesans there, your statuses are equivalent to the holy maidens of some factions. With your statuses, there's no need for you to find a guest, right?" Lin Feng said this because he understood people like the Wu sisters quite well. Finding a guest was equivalent to entrusting the rest of their lives to him. People like them were quite special, and there were many things that they couldn't control. Once they made a decision, they would be held back by many people, and it wouldn't be easy for them to make a decision. Therefore, generally speaking, they wouldn't find a guest, as it would be causing trouble for themselves. Of course, some people would find a guest, such as the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, Miao Kuer, who had asked Lin Feng to be her guest. She had first fallen in love with him, then severed her emotions. Lin Feng had entered the emotionless Dao, but she hadn't really been looking for a guest, she had just been looking for someone to use. She had been looking for someone to sever her Dao with, but what about the Wu sisters? Did they have other ulterior motives? Most of the time, beautiful women had dark hearts. They were good at scheming. He had to be careful. At that moment, Wu Hanmeng said, "It's normal for you to suspect that we have ulterior motives. Since we're here, we won't hide anything from you. Actually, if it was in the past, people with our statuses would gradually become the higher-ups of the Snow Moon Pavilion. Our Snow Moon Pavilion isn't simple. The Snow Moon Pavilion in the boundless world is only a branch. The real headquarters is in the heaven world." Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought of that. It seemed that the Snow Moon Pavilion wasn't simple at all. Wu Hanmeng continued, "Things are different now. Because of the apocalypse, we've been cut off from advancing. The higher-ups of the Snow Moon Pavilion will use their peerless women to win over many strong cultivators. We won't be able to resist. Even us sisters won't be able to escape this fate." Hearing this, Lin Feng slightly frowned. He thought about it and felt that what Wu Hanmeng had said made sense. After all, the most important thing now was to survive. At that moment, Wu Hanjia said, "That's why we've come to find Lin Gongzi. We want to talk to Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng asked, "Why me?" "Because we think that Lin Gongzi's character is good." Wu Hanming said. "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked. Wu Hanming said, "Lin Gongzi is very well behaved." Lin Feng said, "That can't be considered evidence, right?" Wu Hanming continued, "When I was playing the zither, I secretly looked at Lin Gongzi's eyes. They were a pair of extremely clear eyes, which surprised us. The eyes are the windows to the soul, so we think that Lin Gongzi is someone we can rely on." Lin Feng said, "Unfortunately, you've come to the wrong person. I'm just a passerby, and I don't want to cause any trouble." "We won't cause trouble for you, sir," the two sisters hurriedly said. "The world is unpredictable. Who knows if there will be any trouble in the future?" "I can't say for sure, and neither can you," Lin Feng said. After being rejected by Lin Feng, the two sisters felt very uncomfortable. They couldn't believe what had happened. How many people dreamed of becoming their guest, however, they could only dream about it. And today, the two of them had personally told Lin Feng about this matter, and Lin Feng actually had such an attitude. This made the two sisters feel even more wronged. Actually, thinking about it, it was true. They had always been dazzling and peerless fairies. Countless people pursued them. Now, however, he was deeply affected. The two of them actually started to cry. Lin Feng had originally planned to send them off, but when he saw the two girls crying, he immediately laughed bitterly. Lin Feng couldn't bear to see women cry in front of him. "Don't cry," Lin Feng said. When the two girls heard Lin Feng's words, they cried even harder. "All right, I'll promise you," Lin Feng said helplessly. Hearing Lin Feng agree, the two girls immediately became extremely happy, but then they were a little depressed. The two of them, at the same time, had Lin Feng become their guest. How many people dreamed of this? Lin Feng was actually a little unwilling, he also reluctantly agreed. This caused the two sisters to gnash their teeth in anger. This guy was too despicable. Mobile version of the website, the fact that Lin Feng had become their guest was something that the Wu sisters had to report to Mistress 13. Then, Mistress 13 would report this matter to the higher-ups. Not everyone had the qualifications to become a guest of these courtesans. They would probably investigate Lin Feng's identity, but this would take time. Therefore, the Wu sisters hoped that Lin Feng could stay in the endless world for a while. Coincidentally, during this time, Lin Feng would be in the endless world. Lin Feng indifferently glanced at the Wu sisters and said, "When I help you settle this matter, you will have to repay me. During this time, I hope that you will be prepared." The Wu sisters' beautiful faces slightly reddened. They knew what Lin Feng meant. In reality, they had already prepared themselves. In a person's life, there would be many crossroads. Everyone had to choose a crossroad. Now, the Wu sisters had chosen the crossroad that they thought was right. In reality, the Wu sisters also knew that this was a gamble. Life was a gamble. They didn't know whether their choice today was right or not, but since they had already made a choice, there was no turning back. The two sisters bid farewell and left. Lin Feng didn't have any intention of forcing them to stay. Everything would develop as they wished. After the Wu sisters left, Lin Feng had a good night's rest. The next day, he continued to practice the human king's fist. In reality, Lin Feng often practiced the human king's fist when he rested. This was related to his personality and his responsibilities. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already stayed in Jiuyao City for 5 days. In these 5 days, besides practicing the human king's fist, he went to eat delicious food, or went to the Snow Moon Pavilion to find the Wu sisters. Mistress 13's attitude towards Lin Feng was not particularly warm. It was probably related to the possibility that Lin Feng would become a guest of the Wu sisters. After all, when the time came, the Wu sisters would very likely leave the Snow Moon Pavilion. This would affect her business here. It would be strange for her to be so warm towards Lin Feng. However, the Snow Moon Pavilion had its own rules. There were many things that a mere pavilion master like her couldn't decide. Therefore, she couldn't stop the Wu sisters from choosing their own guest. After resting for a few days, Lin Feng planned to explore the Nine Demon Valley. This time, he had two goals. The main goal was to find the nine-leaf grass. Naturally, this matter didn't need to be mentioned. The other thing was that Lin Feng had obtained the golden hand bone from Zhou Tong's storage ring. Lin Feng suspected that it had something to do with the Nine Demon Valley. He wanted to see if there would be any changes. If there were changes. Lin Feng was very interested in those opportunities. After Lin Feng came out of the city, he quickly flew in the direction of the Nine Demon Valley. Just as he entered the mountain forest, suddenly, a dense number of arrows shot out from the mountain forest. Those arrows were very terrifying. They were specially made to break through defensive magic weapons and cultivators' defensive magic. Therefore, when facing those arrows, one needed to be very careful. Otherwise, one might die miserably. The other party was obviously scheming against Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly thought of who the other party was. Was it Zhou Tong's people? Recently, except for Zhou Tong, he didn't seem to have offended anyone else. In the face of the other party's attack, Lin Feng's face was full of coldness. The power of the other party's arrows was indeed very powerful. It was more than enough to deal with other cultivators. However, if they wanted to use these arrows to deal with Lin Feng, they were still far from enough. Lin Feng waved his sleeve, and a powerful force shook out. That terrifying force directly swept over the dense number of arrows. Those arrows directly shattered in midair. Then, Lin Feng quickly flew into the mountain forest. There were 400 to 500 cultivators hidden in the mountain forest. When they saw Lin Feng coming, their faces suddenly changed. Many of them quickly activated their magic weapons, wanting to use their magic weapons to deal with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng punched out. Human King Fist shattered the vacuum. Many cultivators' bodies directly collapsed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. After seeing this scene, the others showed incomparable horror. They frantically fled, but they were still unable to escape. The power of Human King Fist destroyed everything. One by one, the escaping cultivators' bodies were directly shattered. Hundreds of people were all killed by Lin Feng in a few breaths of time. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the power of Human King Fist. Ever since he practiced Human King Fist, Lin Feng's attack power had soared. Of course, the power of Human King Fist was strong, but the consumption of spiritual power was also extremely serious. For example, the current Lin Feng's realm was actually very high, and his spiritual power was also very majestic. However, to be honest, Lin Feng even felt that when he performed Human King Fist, 1/10 of the spiritual power in his body was sucked away. In other words, the current Lin Feng could theoretically perform Human King Fist 10 times, but in fact, it was not like this because during the process of performing, a certain amount of spiritual power would be consumed. Therefore, Lin Feng could only perform Human King Fist 9 times at most, or maybe not even 9 times. However, Lin Feng believed that as his realm continued to improve, the number of times he could perform Human King Fist would also continue to increase. After eliminating these people, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly because Lin Feng did not see Zhou Tong. This person was hiding behind the scenes this time. Lin Feng was too lazy to look for his whereabouts. He quickly flew towards Nine Demon Valley. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at Nine Demon Valley. After arriving outside Nine Demon Valley, the fluctuations emitted by the golden palm bone became more and more intense. It seemed that it was as Lin Feng guessed. That bone was related to Nine Demon Valley, perhaps it was related to an ancient demon. However, Lin Feng did not have time to care about that bone for the time being. He planned to find the 9-leaf grass first. Other things had become insignificant compared to finding the 9-leaf grass. Lin Feng walked towards the Nine Evil Valley. It was a gigantic valley. It wasn't made up of 2 mountains, it was made up of 2 gigantic mountain ranges that stretched for dozens of li. The area was vast. Nine Demon Valley was filled with demon aura. Before entering, Lin Feng had already felt the terrifying magnetic field in Nine Demon Valley. Lin Feng had heard a lot of things about Nine Demon Valley before, but he had never seen Nine Demon Valley. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know if he should believe many things about Nine Demon Valley. However, now that he saw Nine Demon Valley, it made Lin Feng believe in some things. For example, some things about the magnetic field inside Nine Demon Valley. Of course, whether the magnetic field inside Nine Demon Valley was really related to the 9 ancient demons was unknown for the time being. After all, Lin Feng had no way to judge whether the news about the 9 ancient demons was true or not. After entering Nine Demon Valley, Lin Feng found that the demon aura here was very strange. The demon aura here seemed to have a life of its own. It kept drilling into Lin Feng's body. When the demon aura drilled into Lin Feng's body, it actually wanted to devour Lin Feng's blood. This surprised Lin Feng. He did not expect the demon aura to be so strange. Lin Feng completely burned the demon aura with the heavenly fire. Then, many runes appeared outside Lin Feng's body. When the demon aura tried to drill into Lin Feng's body again, it was all blocked by the runes in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng continued to walk inside. However, after walking for about a dozen miles, Lin Feng suddenly heard beautiful singing. A look of surprise appeared on his face. How could there be singing in this place? He sped up and continued to walk inside. The singing became clearer and clearer. Not long after, Lin Feng saw more than a dozen beautiful girls singing in front of him. Their singing was pleasant and beautiful. Those girls were singing and waving at Lin Feng, as if they wanted Lin Feng to come over. Lin Feng's body was moving towards those young women as if he couldn't control himself. A black light was flashing in his eyes. He seemed to have fallen into a trap. However, Lin Feng was very strong. Although he had fallen into a trap, Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses. Those girls were still calling Lin Feng with their singing. Something's wrong. Lin Feng frowned. He opened his eye of origin and immediately discovered that there were no girls in front of him. There were more than a dozen demon flowers swaying in the wind. Those demon flowers were very strange. There were many beautiful flowers growing on them. Those flowers looked like roses. However, the branches of those demon flowers were very long. There were dense poisonous thorns growing on them. Those poisonous thorns contained a terrifying poison. That kind of poison was a kind of nerve paralysis poison. Once poisoned, the body wouldn't be able to move. Therefore, this kind of poison was very terrifying. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and directly cut those demon flowers. Strangely, when those demon flowers were cut off by Lin Feng, they instantly turned into demon qi. Those demon flowers were condensed from demon qi. They didn't have a specific shape. It was indeed very strange. After the demon qi dissipated, Lin Feng continued to walk deeper. As he continued to go deeper, Lin Feng discovered that the power of the magnetic field was constantly increasing. The power of the magnetic field was extremely strange. Lin Feng even felt that his soul was greatly affected. All kinds of images appeared in his mind. Those images seemed to want to pull him into a world of illusion. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The magnetic field here was really not simple. Because the magnetic field was a kind of invisible power, it was extremely difficult to dissolve. Once affected by the magnetic field, the situation would often be worse. However, for Lin Feng, it didn't seem particularly difficult to dissolve the magnetic field's attack. This was because Lin Feng had mastered the domineering aura. Lin Feng used the 5 times domineering aura. When Lin Feng used the domineering aura, he immediately resisted the influence of the magnetic field here. This made Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. When Lin Feng came to the central area of the 9 Demon Valley, he found the 9-leaf grass. He originally thought that the 9-leaf grass would appear in the deeper area. He didn't expect that it would appear in the central area. The 9-leaf grass had a total of 9 leaves. It was very rare, so it was very easy to recognize. The leaves of the 9-leaf grass were a little strange. They were a kind of blue leaf. These blue leaves contained some special substances, and these special substances were the key to the completion of the division of a cultivator's primordial spirit. The 9-leaf grass grew on the cliff. Lin Feng flew towards the 9-leaf grass. Just as he was about to pick it, the mountain rock next to the 9-leaf grass suddenly split open. Then, a golden spider flew out. The golden spider was the size of a palm and was extremely fast. It flew towards Lin Feng with its sharp claws directly grabbing at Lin Feng. Golden spider. After seeing this golden spider, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed an extremely shocked expression. This golden spider was extremely extraordinary. Lin Feng had heard some things about the golden spider from Du Zhu before. Du Zhu said that the golden spider was one of the most poisonous things in the world. The poison extracted from 10 golden spiders could kill an expert who had surpassed the realm. Although there was only one golden spider here, considering the terrifying nature of the golden spider's poison, the poison of a golden spider was probably not a problem to kill an expert who was infinitely close to surpassing the realm. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't confront the golden spider directly. He used the heaven patching technique and disappeared in an instant. Then, Lin Feng took out the heaven devouring jar. The heaven devouring jar flew over and swallowed the golden spider. Then, Lin Feng suppressed the golden spider. When the time came, he could extract the golden spider's poison. It might be of great use at a critical moment. Lin Feng immediately picked the 9-leaf grass and temporarily put it away. It wouldn't be too late to refine the 9-leaf grass later. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed that the golden palm bone was emitting more and more violent fluctuations. Whoosh, in the next moment, the golden palm bone unexpectedly flew out of Lin Feng's spacetime. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but change slightly. After the golden palm bone flew out, it quickly flew towards the depths of the 9-demon valley. Lin Feng knew that the golden palm bone must have sensed something specific. No matter what that thing was, it should be extremely extraordinary. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly chased after the golden palm bone in front of him. The fastest mobile version of the website, no matter what it was, Yi Shiwen finally saw the hope of obtaining it. Not long after, the golden palm bone arrived at the depths of the mountain. When it reached the depths, a rock wall suddenly collapsed, revealing a cave. The cave was deep and serene, leading to the depths. The golden palm bone flew into the cave. Lin Feng followed closely behind and entered the cave. The cave exuded a gloomy and cold aura, causing Lin Feng to frown slightly. In addition to the gloomy and cold aura, this place seemed to be the place where the magnetic field was the most concentrated. It seemed that this place was very likely the place where ancient demons had fallen. However, Lin Feng didn't know how many ancient demons had fallen here. Not long after, Lin Feng followed the golden palm bone to the depths of the mountain. The area of the mountain was very large. After arriving here, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. This was because he saw that there were 10 dead cultivators in the mountain. Obviously, 9 of them were in a group. They were holding various kinds of magical weapons, such as battle swords and battle spears, piercing through the body of another creature. The other creature was extremely strange, ugly, and terrifying. Its body was like a spider's, but its head was that of a human's. It also had 9 scorpion tails. The 9 cultivators had been killed by those scorpion tails. To be more precise, they were heavily injured and poisoned. That was how they died. Lin Feng thought, it seems that the 9 dead cultivators should be 9 ancient demons. What kind of monster did they kill together? A foreign creature? Or some other kind of creature? Because the other party had died for a long time, the aura of their race had long disappeared. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't determine the race of this dead being. Judging from its appearance, it did look like a foreign creature, but this couldn't be used to determine the race of this being. For example, if a race looked exactly like a human, could you say that it was a human? Of course not. To determine what race he was, one had to judge from his bloodline or aura. The golden palm bone flew toward a demon race cultivator. Lin Feng looked at the ancient demon and realized that the ancient demon's palm was missing a piece. It seemed like the golden palm bone was a part of his body. The golden hand shook violently, and the world in front of Lin Feng changed drastically. An ancient world appeared in front of Lin Feng. Initially, it was a bustling and lively world, but because of a terrifying creature, the world had been destroyed. Many ancient cities had been destroyed, and many cultivators and ordinary people had died tragically. The world had changed greatly. This originally bustling world had turned into a world of death in an instant. Seeing such a scene, Lin Feng frowned slightly. The terrifying existence that appeared here was the monster he saw in the belly of the mountain. That monster destroyed this world, turning the once bustling and lively world into a purgatory on earth. This existence was obviously not a good person. After destroying this world, he went to many other worlds and destroyed them one after another. Countless living beings and even the world essences of those worlds were all devoured by this monster. This monster continuously devoured the bloodlines of cultivators and the world essences to increase his cultivation base. However, one had to admit that this method was very effective because his combat strength increased very quickly. When this monster came to a new planet, he began to destroy this planet and devour the cultivators on this planet. At this time, 9 experts of the demon clan passed by here. They were probably existences like the space travelers. Seeing how ferocious this monster was, the 9 experts of the demon clan flew into a rage and fought with this monster. Their battle was extremely tragic. The 9 experts of the demon clan joined forces to fight with the monster, but in the end, both sides were injured. Although they joined forces to kill the monster used 9 scorpion-like tails to stab the 9 experts before it died. If the 9 experts were at their peak, it would not be a problem for them to dodge this attack. But now, the 9 experts were too exhausted and no longer had the energy to dodge this attack. Therefore, the 9 experts were killed by this monster's final counterattack. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. This world was too cruel. Good people did not necessarily live long and bad people did not necessarily die early. Everything depended on one's fate. The scene disappeared. Lin Feng's godly awareness came back to his body. He realized that he was still in the middle of the mountain. Lin Feng didn't see the rest of the story, but he could guess what had happened. After a long time, the 9 Animal Valley had become famous, but outsiders didn't know what had happened back then. For example, they didn't know how the 9 strong cultivators of the Beast clan had died and why they had died. Lin Feng intended to go forward and take a look, but at this time a cracking sound was heard. The monster turned its head. The sound just now was the sound of the monster turning its head. The monster looked at Lin Feng with a glint in its eyes. Seeing this strange scene, Lin Feng was immediately startled. After all, the other party had been dead for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Now, its head suddenly turned towards him, and its pair of evil, sinister, and terrifying eyes were staring at him. Anyone who saw such a scene would be scared out of their wits. Lin Feng was no exception. Keek keek. The monster laughed. Its laughter was like the sound of death drifting from hell. After hearing the monster's strange laughter, Lin Feng's mind could not help but tremble slightly. This monster came back from the dead. It was really strange. Fortunately, I swallowed a reincarnation pill back then. After death, it was said that there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of reincarnation. I thought it was just a trick. Who would have thought that it would actually succeed? The monster said. Damn. What a scam, Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. This was indeed a scam. After all, the monster had such a small chance of reincarnation. Wasn't his luck too good? The monster's tail pulled out from the bodies of the 9 experts of the demon clan. The 9 experts of the demon clan fell to the ground. Actually, after such a long time, their bodies had already dried up. Not only their bodies, but even the monster who had just reincarnated was now as thin as a bag of bones. Of course, its cultivation level had also decreased, but it was a relative drop because Lin Feng could still sense a suffocating and terrifying qi from the monster. It was really terrifying. It was hard to imagine how strong it had been in the past. Huh? Something's wrong. You're a dead spirit, not a real living creature. Lin Feng suddenly realized that something was wrong. If a dead spirit came back from reincarnation, it would be a real living creature. The qi of a living creature was completely different from that of a dead spirit. For example, the monster in front of him was releasing an extremely powerful qi of death. Normally speaking, living beings would emit vitality instead of death aura. Of course, some cultivators who were about to die would emit death aura, but the death aura would be very weak and almost undetectable. But what about this monster? It didn't look like it was about to die, and the qi of death in its body was so strong. If it wasn't a dead spirit, then what was it? It was trying to hide its qi. Was it trying to deceive someone? Shut up, said the monster coldly. When Lin Feng heard the monster, he immediately understood that he was right. that monster was indeed an undead spirit. When Lin Feng had pointed out that it was an undead spirit and not a living creature, the monster had become flustered and exasperated. It meant that the monster couldn't accept that fact. It seemed that the monster wasn't satisfied with its current situation. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. You're deceiving yourself, thinking that you're still a living creature, but in reality, you're just a dead spirit. According to legends, there are many kinds of dead spirits. For example, when you were alive, you were kind, and when you died, you turned into a dead spirit and didn't suffer. But when you were alive, you were evil, and when you died, you turned into a dead spirit and lived a life worse than death. Obviously, you were an evil person. Even though you've turned into a dead spirit, you're living a life worse than death. That must feel good, right? I'm different, the feeling of being alive is really good. When the monster heard Lin Feng's sarcastic words, it was furious. It said furiously, "Little brat, you're about to die and you still dare to provoke me. You really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Later, I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood." After saying that, the dead spirit quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Human King Fist. Lin Feng's ice-cold voice suddenly resonated in the air. The Human King's Fist, a supreme fist technique, was being used by Lin Feng. The Human King's Fist exploded with a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The Human King's Fist transformed into a fist shadow. It fiercely bombarded the monster's body, and the monster was sent flying by Lin Feng's fist. However, what Lin Feng couldn't believe was that although the monster was sent flying, it didn't suffer any serious injuries. At most, it only suffered some light injuries. This made Lin Feng reveal an extremely shocked expression, because Lin Feng knew how tyrannical the Human King's Fist was, but this monster was actually fine after receiving such a terrifying punch. It was truly inconceivable. The monster once again rushed towards Lin Feng. It sneered and said, "Little brat, you must be very curious as to why your attack is so powerful, but it can't hurt my body, right? That's because I've long since refined my body into a powerful magical weapon. Back then, even though my body was as powerful as a magical weapon, it still had weaknesses. After all, I'm a living creature, and my organs are my weaknesses. Now, I am already a dead spirit, and I have no weaknesses. In the past, if you hurt my internal organs, it could cause me extremely serious injuries, but now, it doesn't exist at all. Even if my internal organs are seriously injured, I will still be safe and sound because this is the body of a dead spirit, and internal organs are dispensable to this body." Hearing this, Lin Feng slightly frowned, but then he immediately sneered. The monster increased its speed, and when it was about to attack, Lin Feng waved his hand and the Book of the Dead flew out. Then, all the dead spirits inside the Book of the Dead flew out. 96 dead spirits, as well as 255 dead spirits, surrounded the monster in a flash. The monster's mouth twitched violently. What was going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a one-on-one fight? How come so many strong dead spirits suddenly appeared? Wasn't this a gang fight? It wasn't fair. The monster almost burst into tears. "You're acting shamelessly." The monster looked at Lin Feng angrily. The situation was very unfavorable for it. It was very strong, but it couldn't fight against so many dead spirits. Besides, the monster had the feeling that the dead spirits weren't what it feared the most. It was the Book of the Dead, even though it didn't know the history of the Book of the Dead. However, it had just seen that all the dead spirits had come out of the Book of the Dead, and it had the feeling that the Book of the Dead was the nemesis of these dead spirits. Acting shamelessly? I like that phrase. Your young master is acting shamelessly. Let's attack together and kill it," ordered Lin Feng. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the dead spirits surrounded the powerful monster. It didn't take long for the monster to be suppressed by the dead spirits. Then, Lin Feng urged the Book of the Dead to devour the monster. The monster was extraordinarily strong. Lin Feng felt that it was even stronger than Huang Daxian, the Emperor of Rotten Corpses, and the female zombie. The monster wasn't willing to be devoured by the Book of the Dead. It was still struggling, but it couldn't resist the fate of being devoured. In the end, the monster was devoured by the Book of the Dead and became Lin Feng's most loyal servant. Lin Feng sensed his strength and was surprised to find that the monster was extremely strong. He was much stronger than Huan de Xian, the emperor of rotten corpses, and the female rotten corpse, who had almost surpassed the strength of their cultivation level, because that monster was a cultivator who had fallen from the strength level of a cultivator who had surpassed the strength level. He shouldn't have been that strong. Originally, it was at most equivalent to Huang Daxian and the others. However, after it became a dead spirit, its body no longer had any flaws, so it rose by one level. However, it was still far from its peak strength. When it was at its peak, it tried to break through to the Transcendence realm. Although it failed, it survived. This was also a fortuitous encounter. In addition to some other fortuitous encounters, it was one of the few existences that could contend with cultivators who had just entered the Transcendence realm. Lin Feng was in a good mood now that he had subdued such a strong cultivator. Afterward, Lin Feng put all of the dead spirits into the Book of the Dead. Then, he walked towards the corpses of the 9 experts. These 9 experts didn't turn into dead spirits. Lin Feng admired them a lot, but it was a pity that they died too miserably. Perhaps this was their fate. Lin Feng wanted to check their storage rings to see if there was anything good inside. However, the space inside the rings had collapsed. After seeing the collapsed space, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like he was destined to have no fate with the treasures inside. But then again, so be it. Fortunately, he had obtained the dead spirits of that powerful monster. As for the weapons of the 9 experts, perhaps it was because they had been corroded by the monster's poison for a long time, so their weapons weren't very valuable anymore. Lin Feng thought about it and collected the corpses. Then, he dug a hole in the mountain. He chopped some wood and made 9 coffins. Then, he placed the corpses in the coffins and buried them. Since he didn't know the names of the 9 experts, he could only erect a nameless tombstone for them. Oh right, it said that the 6 paths of reincarnation can bring people back to life. Although it sounds unbelievable, I can give it a try. I won't lose a piece of flesh anyway. With that thought, Lin Feng used the 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 mysterious black holes appeared and floated above the tomb. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation poured into the tomb, but there was no change inside. Lin Feng thought, it seems that the legend of bringing people back to life can't be taken seriously. Of course, it could also be because my cultivation isn't high enough. Lin Feng didn't linger and quickly left. After Lin Feng left, he found a quiet place in the forest. Then, Lin Feng went into seclusion. He took out the 9-leaf grass. Lin Feng swallowed the entire plant and tried to refine it. The medicinal power of the 9-leaf grass was very strong and its effects were very shocking. However, the pain that the 9-leaf grass could inflict on a cultivator's soul was unimaginable. In order to condense out a new secondary primordial spirit, this pain was something that must be endured. Only by enduring the hardest of hardships could one rise above others. Everyone knew this, including Lin Feng. Lin Feng's endurance was incredible, but even so, the pain was excruciating. In the world of cultivation, cultivators who could condense a secondary primordial spirit were extremely rare. First, it was because precious materials were hard to find. Second, the most important reason was that the process was too painful. Many people couldn't bear it. In the end, their will would be destroyed. At that time, their entire body would be finished. Some serious cases even had their souls shattered and they died on the spot. After the inhumane torture, Lin Feng finally condensed his 7th origin spirit. Lin Feng's spiritual energy began to increase crazily. After half a month of seclusion, Lin Feng completely grasped the power of his 7th origin spirit. At this time, Lin Feng felt that his 6 senses had become stronger, and his thoughts were clearer. He was much smarter than before. This was one of the benefits of condensing an origin spirit. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. As soon as he came to the forest, a golden bone flew out and floated beside Lin Feng. After seeing this golden bone, Lin Feng was shocked. Wasn't this the golden palm bone that he and the 9 ancient demons had buried together? Why did this golden palm bone come out? Could it be that the golden palm bone had given birth to its own spirituality? A 6,000-word chapter is equivalent to 3 chapters. At the beginning of the month, please give me a recommendation vote. Monthly vote, everyone can join the group. Group 1, 4263938872. Group 2, 5939222637. Looking at the golden bone, Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Lin Feng hadn't sensed much from it before, and he had only treated it as a token. But now, it seemed that there was something different about it. He grabbed the golden bone and tried to sense it again. After sensing it carefully, Lin Feng was astonished. This golden bone wasn't ordinary at all. It was emitting a powerful spirituality, and it had really given birth to its own spirit. Earlier, the spirit of the golden bone hadn't released its qi on purpose. Was it observing him? Maybe that was the case. "What's your name?" asked Lin Feng, looking at the golden hand. "My name is Gu Shaoling," said a voice from the golden bone. It was the voice of a little girl. Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought that the spirit of the golden bone would be a little girl. Judging from her voice, it seemed that she was quite intelligent. Lin Feng sighed. "I didn't think that a golden bone could give birth to its own spirit. The world is so big, nothing is too strange," said Gu Shaoling. "Even a leaf, a grass, a flower, a tree, and so on can give birth to their own spirit. This golden bone is so extraordinary," asked Lin Feng. "Who are the strong cultivators of the 9 bestial clans?" said Gu Shaoling. "They were extremely powerful. They were the 9 monstrous beasts who had accompanied the Eastern Emperor Tai in the past. They had supported him for a very long time, but unfortunately, they died at the hands of that monster." The Eastern Emperor Tai was referring to the monstrous beast Emperor Tai. He was an extremely powerful figure, and a legendary figure. He had created the heavenly court in the past, and his methods were terrifying. Of course. At that time, he had joined forces with Di Jun to create the heavenly court. This heavenly court wasn't referring to the heavenly court of the undying world. The heavenly court of the undying world was created later. Although it was created by the Eastern Emperor Tai and the demon sovereign Di Jun, it could only be called a small heavenly court. The real heavenly court was the heavenly court of the heaven world, standing at the peak of the 33 heavens. It represented the pinnacle of power in this era. The heavenly court was created by gathering the luck of an epoch. Back then, the mastermind, the royal family, had wanted to destroy it, but they had suffered heavy losses. Until now, the heavenly court still existed in the world. However, it was a pity. After the heavenly court changed hands many times, its nature gradually changed, especially after the 33 heavenly lords took control of the heavenly court. Now, the world only knew about the 33 heavenly lords. Who still remembered the immortal might of the heavenly court? Therefore, when Lin Feng learned about those 9 strong cultivators, he was astonished. He hadn't thought those 9 strong cultivators would be so extraordinary. If they hadn't died back then, they would have become even more powerful cultivators in the future. "Do you know much about the heavenly court back then?" asked Lin Feng. "Not much. I only have a small part of my memories," said Gu Shaoling. Gu Shaoling said. She seemed somewhat vexed because she felt that memories were extremely important to a person. Even for her, it was the same. Grasping more memories might be able to provide her with assistance in many situations. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. It seemed like she couldn't force things to happen. Lin Feng didn't ask about the past. Instead, he asked about Gu Shaoling's plans. "There's a voice in my head. I want to go to an unknown place. It seems like there's something waiting for me there." Lin Feng's heart shook. Could it be that Gu Shaoling also has a fortuitous encounter? Said Lin Feng. "I wish you luck." "Thank you," said Gu Shaoling. Said Gu Shaoling with a smile. She then continued, "I came to find you because I want to tell you something." "What is it?" asked Lin Feng curiously. "The Eastern Emperor Tai reincarnation tribulation has returned," said Gu Shaoling. "Oh? The Eastern Emperor Tai reincarnation tribulation has returned? There's such a thing?" Lin Feng was astonished. The Eastern Emperor Tai was an extremely terrifying existence. If he returned, it would cause a series of changes. Lin Feng wondered how the Eastern Emperor Tai reincarnation tribulation would be like. Also, would the monster race be unified again? Therefore, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi reincarnation tribulation was no small matter. Why are you telling me this? Asked Lin Feng. Said Gu Shaoling. Because I have a secret. I only know you, so I can only tell you. What a lame reason. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Said Gu Shaoling. I'm leaving. We'll meet again. After saying that, Gu Shaoling flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Gu Shaoling left, Lin Feng stood in the forest, frowning slightly. He wondered if the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi reincarnation tribulation would affect the Great Ping King, the Peacock King, and the others. He hoped that it wouldn't. However, he had never heard of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi reincarnation tribulation. Is this news accurate? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Actually, the world did not know much about Dong Huangtai. Back then, Dong Huangtai had kept a low profile. He had been very low profile until he disappeared. In the eyes of the world, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi was very mysterious. Of course, there were also rumors that the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi didn't disappear. Instead, he was killed by the sovereign Di Jun, who wanted to monopolize the monster race. Who knew which rumor was true? Lin Feng was worried that after the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi reincarnation tribulation, he would use some ruthless methods to subdue the monster race. Bloodshed would definitely occur. Lin Feng thought to himself. If the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi reincarnation tribulation really subdued the monster race and didn't attack the Great Ping King, the Peacock King, and the others, then it's fine. If he attacks them, no matter who they are, I'll definitely kill them. Lin Feng wasn't a nobody anymore. Even in the face of a legendary existence, he didn't have much fear. This was built on his own strength. This was how the world was. After thinking about this, Lin Feng didn't stay any longer and quickly flew towards Nine Demon City. After Lin Feng returned to Nine Demon City, he washed away the dust on his body. The Wu sisters came to visit. After not seeing them for a while, the Wu sisters were as beautiful as ever. When they saw Lin Feng return, they were obviously very happy. How are things going on your side? Lin Feng asked. Mistress 13 has already reported the news. In a few days, they'll probably send someone over, Wu Hanmei replied. Alright. Lin Feng learned about the Snow Moon Pavilion in the Everlasting World from the Wu sisters. The Snow Moon Pavilion was one of the most important branches of the Snow Moon Pavilion. There was a main pavilion in the Boundless World. The main pavilion was the link between the Snow Moon Pavilion in the Boundless World and the Snow Moon Pavilion in the Heaven World. It was said that every few years, the Snow Moon Pavilion in the Heaven World would send experts down to take away the top courtesans in the mortal world. Of course, they could also be considered holy maidens. These women's figures, appearances, temperaments, talents, cultivation, talents, and so on were all top-notch. Even in the Heaven World, they were all proud daughters of the heavens. In the past, if someone chose to enter the pavilion as a guest, the Snow Moon Pavilion would agree. But now, things were different. This was what the Wu sisters were worried about. Who knew what would happen in the future? The world was unpredictable. Lin Feng said, wait patiently. When the time comes, send someone to inform me. The two sisters hurriedly replied, yes. However, they did not leave immediately. Since they had decided to entrust themselves to Lin Feng. Naturally, they had to communicate more. This way, they could increase their relationship. In fact, the Wu sisters had originally planned to ask about Lin Feng's background, but after thinking about it, they did not do so in the end. In their opinion, if Lin Feng wanted to say something, there was no need for them to ask. When the time came, Lin Feng would naturally say it. If Lin Feng did not want to say it, even if they asked, Lin Feng would probably not say it. Furthermore, this would make everyone lose face. Talking to the Wu sisters was a very relaxing and joyful thing. After all, talking to such beautiful women was something many people dreamed of. The Wu sisters also performed for Lin Feng. One of them played the zither while the other one danced gracefully. They had a very good chemistry. No wonder they were twins. Their hearts and minds were connected. Anything they did, they had a very good chemistry with each other. No matter what they did, they had a very good chemistry. After about 3 days, a servant girl came to Lin Feng's place in a hurry. Lin Feng saw this servant girl and discovered that she was one of Wu Hanjiao's servants. This servant girl told Lin Feng that the people from the Snow Moon Pavilion had come and imprisoned the two young ladies. She had sneaked out. After hearing this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Lin Feng followed the servant girl to the Snow Moon Pavilion. The brothel's business was excellent regardless of day or night. In a guest hall, Lin Feng saw Lady 13. When she saw Lin Feng, she hurriedly said, "Lin Gongzi, the people from the Snow Moon Pavilion said that they want to send Hanjiao and Hanming to the heaven world. Actually, even though I don't want them to leave with the prince, I'm extremely happy to see that they have a good home. But now it seems that things don't go as planned. Those people are too strong, and they have connections to the heaven world. Lin Gongzi, don't provoke the people behind them. I naturally know that Lin Gongzi has an extraordinary background and a powerful cultivation base, but we're just mortals, and the heaven world is a higher world. How can we afford to provoke them?" Aunt 13 was obviously telling the truth, but Lin Feng didn't know how much she was telling the truth. But regardless of whether she was telling the truth or not, it was clear that the people above her wouldn't let the Wu sisters go. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "Lady 13, I've already promised the Wu sisters, so I'll keep my word. Take me to see the people above you. I'd like to see their attitude." Lady 13 looked embarrassed. At that moment, a cold snort sounded. Tens of cultivators walked in. The one who let out the cold snort was a rather young cultivator. "Did the Wu sisters choose you to be their guest?" asked the cultivator indifferently, looking at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng while nodding. "I've heard that if the top courtesan of the Shuiyu Pavilion chooses a guest, she can leave the Shuiyu Pavilion. Of course, I know that there are many conditions and restrictions, but tell me your conditions. I hope that we can resolve this peacefully," said the young man indifferently. "The rules have changed." "What do you mean?" Lin Feng frowned. Said the young man. "Chaos is coming. The Snow Moon Pavilion has its uses for the courtesans," said Lin Feng indifferently. "So you're saying that you're going to break the rules you set?" "Hee, so what if we are?" "You better know who you are. The Shuiyu Pavilion is the leader of the Shuiyu Pavilion. An outsider like you has no right to interfere. Hurry up and leave, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite," said the young man coldly. "Impudent. You're just a cultivator from a mortal world. How dare you talk so big in front of me?" said Lin Feng, standing up. His face suddenly sank. A terrifying chi spread out from Lin Feng's body. That terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Thump, thump, Lin Feng's chi was too strong. They couldn't resist it at all. Everybody, including the leader of the group, was kneeling down on the ground. They all looked terrified as they looked at Lin Feng. "Mistress 13, bring them here." Lin Feng looked at the trembling Mistress 13. Lin Feng didn't deliberately target her, so she didn't kneel on the ground. Yes. Mistress 13 didn't dare disobey Lin Feng's orders. She quickly went to bring them here. The leader of the group hated Lin Feng because he had an incredible social status. He was the son of the leader of the Snow Moon Pavilion in the everlasting world, and now he was kneeling down in front of Lin Feng. How humiliating! It was a great humiliation for him. However, Lin Feng was too strong. He knew that now wasn't the time to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Lin Feng. He could only suppress the hatred in his heart. "I'll tell you the truth. In the mortal world, Shuiyu Pavilion submitted a list of the most beautiful women in the mortal world. Someone from the heaven world took a fancy to the Wu sisters. You should know what will happen if you take the Wu sisters away," said Shuiyu. Said the young man angrily. "Big shot from the celestial world? Who is this big shot you're talking about?" Lin Feng looked at the young man in surprise. The young man sneered. He felt that Lin Feng was afraid. He said coldly, "This big shot is none other than the famous ancient godly king, Qin Haoyan." "Ancient godly king Qin Haoyan? Is he very famous?" asked Lin Feng. He had never heard of ancient godly king Qin Haoyan's name because Lin Feng didn't know much about the heavenly world. The corner of the young master's mouth twitched. Lin Feng had never heard of ancient godly King Qin Haoyan's name? What an ignorant person. Such a person. How could he be so strong? God, you're really blind. The young master felt that he needed to teach Lin Feng about the heavenly world's experts. When Lin Feng learned about the heavenly world's experts, he would know fear. Offending ancient godly King Qin Haoyan was no different than courting death. Ancient godly King Qin Haoyan is one of the 4 godly kings under the 33 celestial lords. His cultivation is unparalleled. Although you're very strong, you're nothing in front of ancient godly King Qin Haoyan, said the leader of the group coldly. He looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. He wanted to see if Lin Feng was scared, but unfortunately, he didn't see any fear in Lin Feng's eyes. He was disappointed. Lin Feng asked, "Are the 4 godly kings stronger than the 36 heavenly generals?" 36 heavenly generals? The young master was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to mention the 36 heavenly generals at this time. He recovered and said, "Of course, the 4 godly kings are stronger. Their status isn't something the 36 heavenly generals can compare to." Lin Feng said, "I see. I met a few heavenly generals in the past. They boasted that they were invincible, but I killed them with a single palm strike. Like I said, how could the heavenly world's experts be so weak?" The young master's mouth twitched when he heard Lin Feng's words. Although the 36 heavenly generals couldn't compare to the 4 godly kings, there were still some top experts among them. Had this person killed a heavenly general before? At this time, Aunt 13 brought the Wu sisters over. When they saw Lin Feng, they were very excited. They hadn't trusted the wrong person. "You didn't suffer any grievances, right?" asked Lin Feng looking at the Wu sisters. They were as beautiful as before, but they looked a lot more haggard. They must have been very worried during the time they had been imprisoned, right? "Thank you for your concern, young master. We didn't suffer any grievances," said the Wu sisters. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at the young cultivator kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, "I'm taking him away. If anyone wants to cause trouble, they can come and find me, but I can guarantee that the next time they come, they'll die a horrible death." After Lin Lin's pavilion, he asked the godly king's palace. Lin Feng's. That night, the Wu sisters fulfilled their promise. It was a night they would never forget. The next day, Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was a picture on the left arm of the Wu sisters. Lin Feng? Lin. How could they have appeared overnight? It was extremely strange. Lin Feng was puzzled. The Wu sisters also had puzzled expressions on their faces. Pictures that looked like tattoos suddenly appeared on their bodies. Anyone would be puzzled. Lin Feng carefully observed them and realized that the 2 drawings on the Wu sisters' arms, even though the movements were different, they were the same person. It was a woman. Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. Lin Feng thought that the 2 pictures were similar. Lin Feng studied them carefully. He realized that the 2 pictures contained countless images. It seemed like a woman was cultivating, but the countless movements were integrated into the 2 pictures. However, Lin Feng couldn't understand the specific movements. How strange. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked at the 2 sisters and said, "Try to sense the 2 pictures." The 2 sisters nodded. However, they were still a bit embarrassed to cultivate in front of Lin Feng. Their faces turned slightly red. Soon, they were able to communicate with the 2 paintings. After communicating with the contents of the 2 paintings, the 2 of them instantly opened their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Lin Feng asked. The Wu sisters said at the same time, "This is the Empyrean Maiden technique. It's a legacy passed down by the Empyrean Maiden." "What? A legacy passed down by the Empyrean Maiden?" Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He understood the meaning behind the Empyrean Maiden's name. Putting aside the enmity between the Empyrean Maiden and the sovereign clan, just the enmity between the Empyrean Maiden's reincarnations, such as Su Yueshi and Huangfu Xian'er, and Lin Feng, was extremely deep. Logically speaking, the Empyrean Maiden's legacy shouldn't have appeared on the Wu sisters. But now, the Empyrean Maiden's legacy had appeared on the Wu sisters. This was very intriguing. Could the Wu sisters be the Empyrean maiden's descendants? But the Empyrean maiden didn't seem to have any descendants. Then there was only one explanation, and that was, the Wu sisters were also the reincarnations of the Empyrean fairy. After all, the Empyrean maiden had 9 reincarnations. It wasn't strange that the Wu sisters were the reincarnations of the Empyrean maiden. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the ancient godly king, Qin Haoyan. Ancient godly king Qin Haoyan was an incomparably terrifying existence. What kind of peerless beauty couldn't he find? Why did he want the Wu sisters? Was it because, had Qin Haoyan discovered the Wu sisters' identities, that was very likely. After all, the strong cultivators of the celestial realm might have some extremely powerful techniques that even Lin Feng didn't know about. Prince, do you think we're the reincarnations of the Empyrean maiden? Wu Hanjiao asked at this time. They were very knowledgeable people and knew a lot of things. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that Wu Hanjiao and her sister Wu Hanming might be the reincarnations of the Empyrean maiden. Lin Feng said. It's possible. Wu Hanming said with a pale face. I heard that the reincarnations of the Empyrean maiden will devour each other. In the end, the 9 of them will become one, and the Empyrean maiden will return. Doesn't that mean that sister and I will kill each other in the future? Wu Hanjiao's expression changed. She and her sister Wu Hanming depended on each other and grew up together. They were very close. She absolutely could not accept the scene of them killing each other. She couldn't help but be extremely worried. The 2 sisters looked at Lin Feng. They were very worried about the future. It was normal for them to be worried. Lin Feng could understand how they felt at that moment. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry too much about this. The reincarnations of the Empyrean maidens devouring each other isn't what outsiders think. Many people think that they have to devour each other, but that's wrong. Whether or not they devour others depends on their own heart. So, if the 9 of them want to be themselves, they don't need to devour others. The reason why they devour each other is because some people want to increase their cultivation by devouring others. You 2 sisters support each other and love each other. How could you possibly kill each other?" The 2 sisters were relieved when they heard Lin Feng's words. They had been worried about killing each other, but now that the danger had been resolved, they felt much better. Because of all kinds of things, the Wu sisters were exhausted both physically and mentally. Lin Feng let them rest for 2 days. Because the Wu sisters didn't have human cauldron constitutions, dual cultivating with them wouldn't increase his cultivation. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. But most of the time, one couldn't ask for too much, right? Lin Feng suddenly thought of Su Yueshi. Lin Feng felt that Su Yueshi was a relatively big threat right now. He didn't know where Su Yueshi was right now, but Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could spread the news of the Wu sisters. Once Su Yueshi got the news, she would definitely think of a way to deal with the Wu sisters. When the time came, he would be able to capture Su Yueshi and get rid of this big problem. Lin Feng and the Wu sisters headed to the Imperial City together. Half a month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Imperial City. The Boundless World was a centralized world, and the Imperial City was the first ancient city. It was majestic and majestic. After arriving at the Imperial City, Lin Feng found a place to settle down. Not long after they settled down, Zhou Qi came to find Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that Zhou Qi knew his whereabouts. She still had some connections. Lin Feng brought Zhou Qi to the living room. When Zhou Qi saw the Wu sisters, she was clearly stunned. She didn't expect Lin Feng to have such beautiful twin sisters here. Zhou Qi looked at the way the 2 girls looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of affection. She knew that the relationship between the 2 girls and Lin Feng was not simple. Zhou Qi felt a little uncomfortable for no reason. Although Zhou Qi herself didn't know why she felt uncomfortable. Lin Feng introduced Zhou Qi and the Wu sisters to each other. Zhou Qi wasn't enthusiastic about the Wu sisters. She just nodded coldly. The Wu sisters were also proud and arrogant people. Seeing Zhou Qi's attitude, they naturally weren't too enthusiastic about Zhou Qi. Both sides didn't see eye to eye with each other. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Once women gathered together, it seemed that fighting was inevitable. No wonder the women in the Imperial Palace fought so fiercely. Now, Lin Feng had seen it for himself. Zhou Qi looked at Lin Feng and asked, "When do you plan to meet the human emperor?" "Tonight." Lin Feng replied. Imperial Palace. Yangxin Palace. Although it was already late at night, the human emperor was still dealing with memorials. The reason why the Wuji world could become a centralized world was mainly because of the current human emperor's diligence. Of course. As the human emperor, he had also received many benefits from the unification of the Wuji world. For example, he had complete control over the Wuji world source energy. Another example was using the Wuji world to collect the fate of the world and the endless power of faith. These powers. They were all the foundations that could greatly increase the human emperor's strength. Many things had happened recently. The first was the marriage alliance with the Nine Heavens Divine King clan. This clan was incomparably powerful. The human emperor naturally knew about it. To be able to have a marriage alliance with such a powerful clan was a good thing for the Zhou dynasty. The only pity was that the person they had chosen was only a girl from the side branch of the Zhou clan. If it was a princess or a princess, it would be the best choice. However, the person to marry was chosen by the other party. This was something that the human emperor could not change. Right now, the human emperor was considering whether he should confer Zhou Qi the title of princess or infanta. Princess, princess. Although there was only a difference of one word, it was very particular. The second matter was what happened in Tianwen City. It was said that many experts from the black-robed clan came, but they all disappeared. Not even their corpses were left behind. This matter was very strange. Zhou Tianxiong's secret report said that the experts from the black-robed clan were killed by a young cultivator. However, how was that possible? A young cultivator was able to kill several hundred black-robed clan cultivators. This was a joke, right? However, the spies he had planted in Tianwen City did not discover anything. This was what made the human emperor angry. Those spies had disappointed him too much. As for how those experts from the black-robed clan disappeared without a trace, the human emperor was very suspicious. Could it be that Zhou Tianxiong's side did it? If that was the case, then was Zhou Tianxiong's side already so powerful? Wasn't he hiding too deeply? What was his goal? It had to be said that those in power, even if they were the human emperor of a great world, were often very suspicious. The third matter was the matter that happened in Nine Demon City. This matter was reported by his nephew, Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong said that in Nine Demon City, someone had snatched a treasure from his body. He hoped that he could mobilize the experts in the Imperial Palace to deal with that person. Zhou Tong's personality, Ren Huang could still be considered to have quite an understanding. Therefore, he did not want to care about this matter at all. The human emperor was thinking about the first and second matters. After thinking for a while, he wrote an imperial edict, conferring Zhou Qi the title of Princess Chongping. After he finished writing, he took a look at it before stamping it with his seal. He was waiting for the next day to issue the edict. At that moment, Ren Huang seemed to have sensed something. He abruptly lifted his head and saw a young man sitting on a stool not far away. Human emperor sprang to his feet. His expression began to fluctuate. The other party actually appeared in his Yangxin Palace hall without making a sound. Firstly, they had to hide it from the imperial guards outside, and secondly, they had to hide it from him. This method was truly powerful. After all, Ren Huang was also someone who had seen the world. After a brief shock, he regained his composure. The human emperor cupped his fists and asked, "May I know your name, young master?" "My surname is Lin, and my name is Feng." Lin Feng stood up and walked to the table. He picked up the imperial edict that Ren Huang had just written and started reading it. Ren Huang frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. He had a very strong intuition, and that intuition was telling him not to provoke this young man. Or else, the consequences would be terrifying. This strange feeling made the human emperor almost unable to believe it. However, Ren Huang had always been very confident in his intuition. In his life, he had always relied on his extremely sharp intuition to make a decision. In the end, he had won a great victory. That was how he had achieved his current status. Conferring Zhou Qi the title of Princess Chongping? Asked Lin Feng in surprise. Ren Huang thought, what does this person mean by mentioning Zhou Qi? Could it be, the human emperor thought of a possibility? However, this wasn't what he wanted to see. Smoothly marrying Zhou Qi off to the Nine Heavens Divine Royal Clan was the best option. He did not want to cause any more trouble. However, the young man in front of him was also an extraordinary person. Ren Huang naturally did not want to offend him. He said, yes, because Zhou Qi is going to marry an elite from the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan. The Nine Heavens Divine King Clan is a clan that transcends 2 epochs, so I conferred the title of princess to Zhou Qi. The human emperor didn't put on airs in front of Lin Feng. He used I instead of I or anything like that. However, Lin Feng did not deny it. He just smiled. He naturally understood the meaning behind Ren Huang's words. Now that Ren Huang had mentioned the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan, it was obvious that he wanted to make Lin Feng wary. However, Lin Feng did not fear the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan too much. Said Lin Feng. Let's get straight to the point, said Lin Feng. Ren Huang did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, I've taken a liking to Zhou Qi. If it's a marriage alliance, let's find someone else. Ren Huang said, the other party has already decided to marry Zhou Qi. Furthermore, that kind of power is not something we can easily offend. Lin Feng smiled and said, there's no need for you to offend the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan. When the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan comes, I'll personally discuss this matter with them. Ren Huang frowned. In the end, he nodded and said, all right. Then let's leave it at that for now. Lin Feng said, then turned and left. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. What a powerful technique. Who is this person? Ren Huang's expression was gloomy. He quickly summoned the Imperial Guards outside and ordered them to do everything possible to investigate Lin Feng's identity. The next day, Zhou Qi came to Lin Feng's place again and asked Lin Feng about what had happened when he had met Ren Huang. Lin Feng told Zhou Qi about what had happened the previous night. When Zhou Qi heard this, she was somewhat happy. If Lin Feng could convince the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan, she would not have to marry him. However, how could the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan be so easily convinced? Zhou Qi was very clear about this, so when she thought about this, she could not help but worry about Lin Feng. Would Lin Feng completely offend the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan because of this? Logically speaking, when she and Lin Feng made a deal, Lin Feng had already expected that he would offend the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan because of this matter. Zhou Qi had long since expected this, but when it was about to happen, Zhou Qi began to worry about Lin Feng again. Zhou Qi felt that she should not be worried about Lin Feng, right? After all, he was not related to her. However, the thoughts in her heart seemed to be out of her control. Zhou Qi sighed and said, will this matter have a great impact on you? Lin Feng smiled and said, are you worried that the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan will cause trouble for me after this? Yes. Zhou Qi nodded. Lin Feng smiled and said, are you worried about me? Don't tell me you've fallen for me? However, someone as handsome and promising as me is indeed very popular with girls, so it's normal for you to fall for me. Lin Feng seemed to have hit the nail on the head, and Zhou Qi's pretty face blushed slightly. She had a shrewish personality, and it was rare to see her act like a little girl. She was born beautiful, so when she showed such a little girl's attitude, it was also quite unique. Zhou Qi naturally would not admit this, and her gaze quickly became fierce. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She said, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't think that just because you're strong, you can talk nonsense in front of me. In the next second, she returned to her tigress state. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't be angry, it's just a joke. 3 days later. A group of people from the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan arrived. There were about 100 of them, and it was very lively. It seemed that the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan also attached great importance to this marriage. Lin Feng also had some understanding of the cultivator who was about to marry Zhou Qi from the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan. That person was called Luo Kuan. He was also a direct descendant of the Nine Heavens Divine King Clan, and his talent was extremely powerful. It was said that he was very handsome. After Luo Kuan came to the imperial city, he went to visit Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi had probably guessed this, so she secretly ran to Lin Feng's place and occupied Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng said, aren't you afraid that others will spread some rumors? This will damage your reputation. Now that the news about us has already spread, what am I afraid of? If you want to act, you have to act to the end. Zhou Qi said. Lin Feng said, so you're saying that you're the one who spread the news about us? Zhou Qi smiled and said, yes, I don't know if Luo Kuan will be angered to death when he hears about it. However, even if he doesn't die from anger, those people from the Nine Heavens Divine King clan will be quite angry. Lin Feng said, I already said that I will help you solve this matter, why do you have to do this? Zhou Qi said, I have my own plans. Lin Feng was speechless. He felt that he had underestimated Zhou Qi. Previously, this woman was still worried about whether or not he would be hated by the Nine Heavens Divine King clan, but in the blink of an eye, she played such a trick. Now that everyone knew about this matter, the Nine Heavens Divine King clan was not prepared at all. It would be strange if those people did not hate him. Women. As expected, they were more scheming. He had to be wary of these women, or else he would be tricked to death by them. Lin Feng glared fiercely at Zhou Qi, causing her to feel a little scared. What are you trying to do? Zhou Qi's voice could not help but weaken a little. Lin Feng said, if you weren't Zhou Tao's sister, I would have already served your family with the family law if you dared to do such a thing behind my back. Hearing the words serve the family law, Zhou Qi felt her heartbeat quicken. The way she looked at Lin Feng seemed to have changed. She quickly regained her calmness and said with a smile, even now, I can still serve the family law. Demon. Lin Feng saw Zhou Qi blinking her big watery eyes and looking at him with an innocent expression. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. This woman usually looked like a tigress, but obviously, she could also act pure and charming. If this was not a demon, then what was she? Lin Feng could not be bothered to pay attention to her. That afternoon, someone came to Lin Feng's place. It was a man. He was very handsome. He was tall and slender, with a jade-like face. His clothes were as white as snow, and he wore some makeup. That's right. This man was also wearing makeup. He looked a little like those men Lin Feng had seen on the Great Xianing planet. Because the Great Xianing planet was a world where women were superior to men, those men had to put on makeup to make themselves look prettier. That was the only way to gain the favor of their benefactor. On the Great Xianing planet, all men were feminine. As for some other worlds, there were quite a number of men who looked feminine as well. Of course, in other words, they could be described as feminine. Brother, you must be the Lin Gongzi that's rumored to be out there, right? Let me introduce myself. My surname is Luo, and my name is Kuan. Luo Kuan covered his mouth and laughed. Me? Lin Feng mumbled as goosebumps broke out all over his body. This guy was the one who wanted to marry Zhou Qi, no wonder Zhou Qi was so unwilling. Given Zhou Qi's personality, it would be strange if she did not hammer this guy to death. Come in and talk. Lin Feng said. In the living room, the guest of honor sat down. Luo Kuan smiled and said, where's little Chi-Chi? Why don't you come out and meet us? Just then, Zhou Qi walked out. When Luo Kuan saw Zhou Qi, he was extremely happy. He hurriedly stood up and wanted to hug Zhou Qi. Little Chi-Chi, I've missed you so much all these years. Zhou Qi did not give Luo Kuan any face. Why aren't you dead yet? Also, stay away from me. Otherwise, my darling will not be happy. Luo Kuan said, little Chi-Chi, your words are so mushy. Zhou Qi said, Luo Kuan, you're always causing trouble for me. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have saved you back then. Then, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It was only then that Lin Feng found out that Zhou Qi had saved Luo Kuan during her training. Back then, Luo Kuan was in a rather pitiful state. Because of his average talent, he was bullied in his family, and many people looked down on him. He was extremely disappointed. After Zhou Qi saved him, she treated him well, so Zhou Qi was completely imprinted in his heart. Later, his talent awakened and he became one of the cultivators with the strongest talent in the family. Naturally, his status also underwent a huge change. As for him, he still could not forget Zhou Qi, even though there were many holy maidens from large families who wanted to marry him. However, he rejected all of them. He only wanted to marry Zhou Qi. He felt that he would no longer be jealous of others, but today, he realized how wrong this thought was. When he saw Zhou Qi call Lin Feng darling, a deep jealousy arose in his heart. Luo Kuan said, I once swore that if I had the ability, I would definitely marry you. You should forget this oath as soon as possible. Feelings are not one-sided, but mutual love. I treat you as a friend, so don't become someone I hate, okay? Zhou Qi looked at Luo Kuan and said. Luo Kuan's expression was unsettled. He said, if you love someone, you have to fulfill her wishes. Perhaps I should choose to let go. Lin Feng thought to himself, although this Luo Kuan looks a little feminine, his personality doesn't seem to be bad. Unfortunately, his personality is destined to not be liked by Zhou Qi. It's fine if he's a friend, but if he's a lover, Zhou Qi will definitely not agree. Lin Feng felt that he was quite good at judging people. He felt that Luo Kuan was not bad, and there were not many young cultivators who could be worthy of his evaluation. However, matters of the heart were more complicated. Just because the other party had a good character did not mean that someone would like him. There were also various other factors involved. At this moment, after hearing Luo Kuan's words, Zhou Qi's expression became better. In fact, she had not seen Luo Kuan for many years, so she did not know what Luo Kuan had become. In her impression, Luo Kuan seemed to be timid and had an inferiority complex. Later, she heard that Luo Kuan had risen to prominence and was abnormally powerful. He had even killed a few clansmen who had provoked him. Zhou Qi had originally thought that Luo Kuan's temperament had changed greatly after becoming powerful. This was actually very normal. After being oppressed for so long, how could his temperament not change after suddenly turning the tables? It was precisely because of this that Zhou Qi was worried that the marriage alliance would be difficult to resolve peacefully. However, after seeing Luo Kuan today, she realized that Luo Kuan's temperament did not seem to have changed much. At this moment, Luo Kuan looked at Zhou Qi. He continued, however, I need to see if this person has the ability to make me let go. If he doesn't, I still won't let go. I just want to keep you by my side and protect you well. Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly moved. Was this guy a good man? Lin Feng looked at Zhou Qi and realized that her expression was completely different from before. Her hostility toward Luo Kuan had disappeared. However, that was all. There was nothing else. That's good too. It saves us a lot of trouble, Lin Feng said. Yes. Luo Kuan nodded. He took a step forward. At that moment, Luo Kuan's temperament changed greatly. The original Luo Kuan looked very feminine. But the current Luo Kuan. In an instant, he became like a god of death from hell. And his aura was restrained very well. Lin Feng was shocked. This Luo Kuan was so powerful. He was probably much stronger than the likes of Xiaxia. He didn't know how Luo Kuan cultivated. 100,000 hells. Luo Kuan's cold voice rang out. He punched out. Immediately, the 100,000 hells appeared. His control over his sacred art was very good, only locking onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately felt it. It was as if he had been pulled into the world of hell. Because it was the 100,000 hells, it was impossible for him to struggle out of it. This is the legendary holy demon body of hell. It is comparable to the undying bloodline and the physique of the sovereign bloodline. The demon lord was shocked. Author's note, 6,000 words, please recommend, subscribe. Luo Kuan is a very important person in the later stages of the war. He's one of Lin Feng's most important comrades. Mobile version of the website, from the demon lord's exclamation, one could see how terrifying the holy hell devil body was. But since it was on par with the immortal bloodline and the sovereign imperial body, it naturally couldn't be an ordinary body. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that it was so powerful. His 100,000 hells technique probably had something to do with his own body. Lin Feng was a strong cultivator, so he could naturally sense how powerful the 100,000 hells technique was. It was indeed a heaven-defying technique. People couldn't help but be astonished. Moreover, Luo Kuan had cultivated this technique to an extremely profound level. This was the terrifying part of Luo Kuan. The technique itself was already powerful enough. Moreover, it had been cultivated to an extremely profound level. One could imagine how terrifying the power would be once it was unleashed. Human, King, Fist. Lin Feng attacked, exploding with a peerless fist. Lin Feng could obviously use other techniques to deal with him, but Lin Feng didn't. This was because he wanted to use his most violent attack to completely subdue this guy. That would save him a lot of trouble. Bang! In the next moment, there was a violent sound of collision. Lin Feng and Luo Kuan's fists fiercely collided. There was no violent energy pouring out because the violent energy had been restrained by Lin Feng and Luo Kuan. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but Luo Kuan took 3 steps back. Outsiders didn't know what this collision meant, but the people involved knew that Lin Feng had used his full strength in that punch, but it seemed that he had only gained a slight advantage. Lin Feng was very surprised. He hadn't seen such a powerful person in a long time. Even when he had fought against Xiaxia, Lin Feng hadn't felt this way. Luo Kuan's face was gloomy. It seemed like he couldn't believe it, but it also seemed like there were some other emotions. Very quickly, his aura, which was like that of a ruler of hell, was withdrawn, and he became feminine again. He really looked like a sissy. He said, "Little Feng Feng, I didn't think that you would be so strong." Little Feng Feng? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This guy was really asking for a beating. Lin Feng had the urge to give him a good punch, but Lin Feng endured it. Lin Feng said, "I was lucky. If we really fought without holding back, I might not be able to beat you. Little Feng Feng, you're too modest. Now I know why little Chi-Chi chose you and not me. You're really an extraordinary person. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, little Chi-Chi will have your protection in the future. I'm very relieved," Luo Kuan said. He then looked at Zhou Qi and said, "Little Chi-Chi, I'm afraid we won't have many chances to meet in the future. You have to protect yourself well." "I will," Zhou Qi said. After a pause, she continued, "You have to protect yourself as well." Luo Kuan revealed a smile. Then, he bid farewell and left. After sending Luo Kuan off, Lin Feng returned and said, "Looks like this matter will be resolved smoothly." "Yes," Zhou Qi sighed. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Although this Luo Kuan is a little sissy, he's really a good person. Do you want to consider him?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Qi said angrily, "You bastard, do you believe that I won't kill you? Why are you so angry? Don't tell me you really like me? That's why you have such a big reaction." Lin Feng said. "Who likes you? I'm going to chop you up." Zhou Qi shouted fiercely. "Are you trying to murder your husband?" Lin Feng shouted. "Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Qi gritted her teeth. Lin Feng said, "At least in name, this is indeed the relationship between you and me. You still dare to say that? Do you really think that I won't dare to chop you up?" Zhou Qi's voice was filled with anger and shyness. Outside the courtyard, Luo Kuan looked at Lin Feng's courtyard, his arms trembling slightly. "My body has fused with the blood of an expert who has surpassed my cultivation level. The blood allowed me to undergo a complete transformation. Since then, I have become almost invincible. I can even defeat enemies who are several cultivation levels higher than me. But against him, I actually lost. He shouldn't have had such a fortuitous encounter like me, but why is he so monstrous?" Luo Kuan's voice was low. But soon, the corner of his mouth revealed an indifferent expression. "Is it the apocalypse or the chaotic world that creates heroes? Or is it the heroes that create the apocalypse and the chaotic world? Since ancient times, there have been debates, but one thing is for sure. With the apocalypse, this world has become much more interesting, isn't it? Lin Feng, I look forward to the next time we meet. I'll be able to fight you." The members of the Nine Heavens Divine King clan left the next day. This matter was resolved rather perfectly. It was even smoother than Lin Feng and the others had imagined. Lin Feng didn't like troublesome matters. To be able to resolve this matter so easily, Lin Feng was naturally happy. This also made Lin Feng look at Luo Kuan in a higher light. This person was someone who could pick up and let go. This Luo Kuan will definitely become one of the most eye-catching figures at the end of this era, the Demon Lord said. He had a very high opinion of Luo Kuan. Lin Feng also felt the same. A person like Luo Kuan was indeed not simple. Although he acted like a sissy, this didn't hinder his future achievements. Lin Feng planned to leave. He told Zhou Qi about this matter. After hearing this, Zhou Qi's heart suddenly felt empty. The Wu sisters would leave with Lin Feng. Thinking about how the Wu sisters could stay by Lin Feng's side, she couldn't help but envy them. When are you leaving? Zhou Qi asked. Tomorrow. Lin Feng said. I'll send you off. Zhou Qi said with a smile. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Lin Feng and the others went to the square. Lin Feng summoned the ancient starship Xianyuan. Lin Feng and the Wu sisters boarded the ancient starship Xianyuan. They waved goodbye to Zhou Qi and quickly flew into the sky. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. After the ancient starship Xianyuan entered the starry sky world, it continued to fly along the ancient starry sky path towards the Buddhist world. The following journey through the starry sky was different from before. After all, there were the Wu sisters. Traveling together with a man and a woman was much more fun. 1 year later. Wu Hanming shouted outside, young master, look at that world. Is it the legendary Buddhist world? Lin Feng heard her and walked out with Wu Hanjiao. They looked into the distance and saw that in the depths of the starry sky world, there was an incomparably huge world. Faint sounds of chanting Buddhist scriptures could be heard from that world. That world, it should be the legendary Buddhist world. They finally saw the Buddhist world. Lin Feng estimated that they would be able to reach the Buddhist world in a month or 2 at most. He wondered if Du Zhu and the others had already reached the Buddhist world. Buddhist world. Great Thunderclap Temple. This was the holy land of Buddhism, where countless eminent monks cultivated. The master of Buddhism was the present Buddha. He was also Mahavairakana. In fact, whether it was the present Buddha or Mahavairakana, they were both titled gods. The master of the Buddhist world had 2 titles. Over the long years, the Buddhist world had changed masters many times. However, the current Mahavairakana was a titled god from the ancient era. He was a powerhouse from the ancient era. He had gathered the luck of Buddhism and had cultivated an indestructible golden body long ago. Now, Mahavairakana wanted to break through to a higher realm. He had been making the final preparations. To the left of Mahavairakana was the future Buddha. To the right of Mahavairakana was the past Buddha. In addition, there were many bodhisattvas, such as the number 1 Guanyin Bodhisattva. The Guanyin Bodhisattva worshipped in the temples outside were all female bodhisattvas, but the Guanyin Bodhisattva here was a male bodhisattva. As the saying went, without the self, without the appearance of all beings. Bodhisattva. She could manifest all kinds of Dharma manifestations, and there was no distinction between male and female. Therefore, Guanyin Bodhisattva also had many Dharma manifestations. Although it was unknown why the Guanyin Bodhisattva was a female bodhisattva, in reality, Guanyin Bodhisattva had indeed manifested a female Dharma manifestation. Although, most of the time, she was a male Dharma manifestation. It was probably the folklore that defined Guanyin Bodhisattva as a living bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. The image of a female bodhisattva was easier to accept than a male bodhisattva. Suddenly, an endless amount of black chi flew over from the sky. As the black gas rolled, it seemed to be able to swallow the sky and starry sky. Within the black gas, there were a large number of demons and evil spirits gathered. At the very front was a lotus flower. It was a 5-colored the magic lotus. If Lin Feng saw that lotus flower, he would definitely be very surprised. Because that lotus flower was very similar to his the magic lotus. In fact, that was the magic lotus. However, that the magic lotus was very special. There were 5 different runes flashing on it. Those runes represented 5 different types of power. There were 9 the magic lotus in the world. It was rumored that the 9 the magic lotus could be completely merged. When they were completely merged, they would become 1 the magic lotus. And now, this was the fusion of 5 the magic lotus. The magic lotus. The power of this 5-colored the magic lotus was many times stronger than Lin Feng's the magic lotus. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, this 5-colored the magic lotus was the fusion of 5 the magic lotus. The magic lotus was formed by the fusion of the 5 magic lotuses. the power wasn't as simple as a direct addition. The fusion of the magic lotus would produce many changes. And these changes could make the magic lotus even more extraordinary. On the magic lotus, a very young man sat cross-legged. He wore a loose black Buddhist robe and wore a Buddhist bead necklace. He also held a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. That man was actually also a monk. However, he was a demonic monk. Outside the Tempest Temple, the temple's divine monks saw the demons invading and shouted angrily, "How dare you demons invade the Tempest Temple? Stop immediately!" The demons didn't have any intention of stopping. The 500 divine monks all attacked, trying to stop them. These divine monks had 10 rings of light behind their heads. They were all high monks. Their strength was naturally very strong. However, the demonic monk sitting on the magic lotus sent out a palm strike. The 500 divine monks were annihilated. Terrifying, too terrifying, this demonic monk's cultivation was so strong that it made humans and gods tremble. They were unimpeded all the way until they arrived outside the Tempest Temple. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. The 5-colored demonic lotus disappeared. In the next moment. Tempest Temple. Great Strength Hall. Many ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and 500 arhats were cultivating here. The magic lotus of 5 colors flew out from the void. The demonic monk sat on the magic lotus of 5 colors, facing the ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and arhats. But he wasn't afraid. Mobile version of the website, "Brother, I trust you've been well since we last met?" asked the demon monk sitting on the magic lotus. He looked at Mahavairakana and smiled. He was the junior brother of Mahavairakana, the ruler of the western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. How shocking, however, this demonic monk was truly powerful. His methods could be described as unfathomable. "Brother Redian, I didn't think we'd meet again," said Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana opened his eyes and looked at the demon monk expressionlessly. "I miss the past. We were young once, but unfortunately, we can't go back," said the demon monk. "Besides, I've changed my name. Redian is dead. I'm called Mietian now. Everybody is an ant in front of the great path of the heavens. My goal is to destroy the great path of the heavens and destroy the world. Brother, you're too stubborn. If you have a Buddha in your heart, you can do good. Repent and you'll see the shore." "It's a good thing," said Mahavairakana. "Ha ha ha ha." Mietian burst into laughter. But as he laughed, a bitter expression appeared on his face. He said coldly, "Things are really simple. In the eyes of you bald donkeys, good and evil are just what you think. You can't change what other people think. Today, I'm going to destroy you bald donkeys. From now on, there won't be any more hypocrites in this world who talk about righteousness. Die," said Mietian. He threw a punch at Mahavairakana. "How dare you," shouted the 500 arhats furiously. They all attacked, wanting to kill Mietian. "A bunch of ants dares to be so impudent?" Mietian sneered. The 5-colored demonic lotus that Mietian was sitting on emitted boundless 5-colored demonic light. The 5-colored demonic light was extremely powerful. It instantly devoured all the arhats' attacks. Then, the 5-colored demonic light enveloped the 500 arhats. They wanted to disperse the arhats, but they couldn't. In the end, the 500 arhats were swallowed by the 5-colored lights. "This demon is ferocious." The ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas turned pale with fright. Destroyer Sky's combat strength was too terrifying. It made them shudder with fear. The 5-colored demonic light continued to surge out and shrouded the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Namo Amida. At this moment, Mahavairakana chanted Buddhist mantras. He attacked with a palm strike towards Sky Destroyer. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, he and Mietian fiercely slammed their palms together. Mietian was too terrifying. Even Mahavairakana was no match for Mietian. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned as pale as paper. Buddha. Many ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were shocked and furious when they saw this scene. At the same time, they were extremely worried about Mahavairakana's injuries. "My good senior brother, you're too weak. Mietian said sarcastically as he struck out another palm strike. Quick, stop that demon! Shouted some ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Many ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas attacked together, trying to stop Mietian's attack. However, they couldn't do it. Mietian's attack was too powerful. In a flash, dozens of ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were killed. He surpassed a cultivation level. Mahavairakana's expression changed drastically. Even though he was very close to that cultivation level, he was destined to never break through. However, Mietian had already broken through. Mahavairakana and the other ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas all knew what it meant to break through to that cultivation level. Mietian burst into laughter and said, "You can't understand what I've been through all these years. It's hatred that has kept me alive until now. It's my motivation to break through. Therefore, I want to completely destroy Buddhism. You people should all die." As soon as he finished speaking, Mietian was about to attack again. Mahavairakana's body was shining with Buddhist light. He walked towards Mietian step by step. At the same time, he said to the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas around him, "Hurry up and leave. Buddhism cannot be destroyed." The Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the future also attacked Mietian. The three giants of Buddhism joined forces and fought against Mietian. The other ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas wanted to help, but Mahavairakana released a powerful spatial energy that enveloped everyone. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas quickly disappeared. Endless demonic light surged out of Mietian's body. In an instant, the Buddhist light engulfed the entire Great Strength Hall. Netherworld. Underworld. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. The Dieting Beast, who was lying beside Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, suddenly raised its head. The Buddhist world seems to be in trouble. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression turned ugly. He hurriedly divined. Wah! Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's breathing was chaotic. The Dieting Beast bent down to listen. Its expression changed greatly, and it said, "He's come out, yes, he's come out. I didn't expect that the Forbidden God World's celestial soldiers and flying swords couldn't kill him. I'm afraid this is Buddhism's tribulation." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed. What happened back then completely turned him from a Buddha to a devil. This time, there's really going to be a big mess. We can't stay here any longer. Once he's done with the Buddhist world, he'll definitely kill us. The Dieting Beast's voice trembled. Let's go. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva gritted his teeth and said. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the Dieting Beast disappeared. Lin Feng naturally didn't know about the changes in the Buddhist world. Now that they were about to reach the Buddhist world, Lin Feng was in a good mood. But on this day, in the distance, Lin Feng saw a huge change in the Buddhist world that was enveloped by the dazzling Buddhist light. The Buddhist light disappeared. In its place, was demonic light. What's going on? The Wu sisters also saw this scene. Wu Hanjia said in surprise. Wu Hanming said, "Could it be that something big has happened in the Buddhist world?" Lin Feng nodded solemnly. He felt that this was really the case. It was very likely that something big had happened in the Buddhist world. Otherwise, the demonic light wouldn't have shrouded the Buddhist world. Lin Feng didn't care about what had happened in the Buddhist world. After all, it didn't have much to do with him. Lin Feng was more concerned about whether he could successfully enter the heavenly realm from the Buddhist world. After all, who knew what was going on in the Buddhist world? Lin Feng could only hope that everything would go smoothly and that there wouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances. A month later, the ancient starship Xianxia arrived at the outer region of the Buddhist world. Looking at the Buddhist world from the starry sky, one could see that the Buddhist world was completely sealed by demonic qi. It was easy to enter the Buddhist world now, but it was more difficult to leave. Young master, what should we do now? The Wu sisters were very worried. After all, everyone knew how powerful the Buddhist world was. Now that someone had turned the Buddhist world into such a state, it was obvious that this person wasn't a good person. If they went to the Buddhist world now, they would be very worried. Lin Feng said, even if something has happened in the Buddhist world, it's a grudge between the invaders and the Great Laying Temple. It has nothing to do with us, so there's no need to be too worried. In fact, Lin Feng didn't say anything. The Buddhist world's change. Even if it would affect them and threaten them, Lin Feng still had to go to the Buddhist world to take a look. For Lin Feng, entering the heavenly realm was extremely important. He couldn't give up halfway just because something had happened in the Buddhist world, right? That wasn't Lin Feng's style of doing things. Lin Feng wasn't particularly clear about the Buddhist world's current situation. If he brought the Wu sisters with him, he might not be able to take care of them. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to temporarily send them into the space-time continuum. The Wu sisters were Lin Feng's women. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't worried that the Wu sisters would know about the secret of the space-time continuum. Lin Feng told the Wu sisters about this matter. The Wu sisters also knew that if they continued to follow Lin Feng outside, they wouldn't be of much help. They might even bring some trouble to Lin Feng. Therefore, after hearing Lin Feng's suggestion, the sisters agreed without much thought. Seeing the Wu sisters agree to this matter, Lin Feng was naturally very happy. Before entering the Buddhist world, Lin Feng sent the Wu sisters into the spacetime continuum. At the same time, he also put away the ancient starship Xianyuan. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the Buddhist world. As soon as he entered the atmosphere of the Buddhist world, a dense swarm of black mosquitoes flew over from a distance. These black mosquitoes were very terrifying. They were extremely rare blood-sucking mosquitoes. These mosquitoes wanted to deal with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng burned them to ashes with his heavenly fire. Lin Feng continued to fly towards the Buddhist world. Soon after, he saw a few Buddhist monks flying towards the sky in the distance. They looked hurried, as if they wanted to escape from the Buddhist world as soon as possible. But at this moment, a large number of blood-sucking mosquitoes flew over quickly. The number was dozens of times more than what Lin Feng had seen before. After those blood-sucking mosquitoes flew over, they surrounded those Buddhist monks. Those Buddhist monks only resisted for a moment. They all suffered a calamity. Not even their bones were left behind. Those mosquitoes had eaten them clean. Damn it. A furious roar rang out and a young-looking cultivator flew over from afar. When he saw what was happening, he grew infuriated. The cultivator must have wanted to save the monks. However, he was too late. He quickly flew towards the swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Within the swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes, there was a woman floating in the air. She was wearing fiery red clothes, and her body was like a human body. She was extremely beautiful, but her arms and legs were very strange. Her legs were like two sharp sickles, and her hands were like sharp swords. There was even an awl-like sharp weapon growing on her forehead, and it was extremely sharp. She was an extremely powerful blood-sucking mosquito queen. "Evolve, evolve, I want to eat him and evolve," said the blood-sucking mosquito queen gloomily. After receiving the order of the blood-sucking mosquito queen, the blood-sucking mosquitoes blotted out the sky and covered the earth and quickly flew towards that cultivator. "Heavenly fire!" shouted the cultivator coldly. He directly took out a powerful flame and burned those blood-sucking mosquitoes. It was a kind of purple flame. After being enveloped by the purple flame, a large number of blood-sucking mosquitoes were burned to death. Heavenly fire! Lin Feng was astonished. That purple flame was actually a kind of heavenly fire. Could it be the 39th ranked Raging Purple Heart Skyfire? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Raging Purple Heart Skyfire was only in the middle of the rankings. However, these heavenly flames were too powerful. Therefore, even the heavenly flames ranked in the middle were usually unimaginably powerful. Moreover, the cultivator in front of him clearly had great control over the heavenly flames. It seemed that he majored in heavenly flames. He wasn't like Lin Feng. Lin Feng only used the skyfire as a support, so he didn't really cultivate it. But this cultivator was different. Because he specialized in skyfire, he often used the skyfire to cultivate his techniques. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes were powerful, but they had met their nemesis. After all the mosquitoes were burned to death, the bloodthirsty mosquito queen appeared. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress looked at the cultivator coldly and said, "You have celestial fire, and you're quite strong. You're indeed a threat, but my master, Mietian, is a man who cherishes geniuses. If you swear allegiance to my master, you might be able to live. If you don't, you'll die. Lin Feng heard the bloodthirsty mosquito queen from afar. He was surprised because Lin Feng heard the words Mietian. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Xiaxi's master. Xiaxi's master seemed to be Mietian, right? He seemed to be the ruler of the wasteland. Could it be that the changes in the devil world had something to do with the ruler of the wasteland? The ruler of the wasteland usually paid little attention to the matters of the outside world. If the destroyer heaven mentioned by the bloodthirsty mosquito queen was the ruler of the wasteland, then it was really puzzling. Why would the ruler of the wasteland attack the Buddha world? Even though the Buddhist world was very powerful, it was still a little weak in front of the ruler of the wasteland. Humph, the cultivator coldly snorted and didn't answer the invitation. Clearly, he didn't intend to join Destroyer Heavens. A fireball condensed in his palm. This was originally a fire divine ability, but because it fused with the power of the heavenly fire, its power increased by more than 10 times. Therefore, his attack power was very violent. The fireball flew out and locked onto the bloodthirsty mosquito empress. However, the bloodthirsty mosquito empress flapped her wings. She was very fast and agile, so she was able to dodge the attack. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress said sinisterly, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The bloodthirsty mosquito empress quickly charged at the cultivator. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress was probably better at close combat, so she wanted to get close to the cultivator quickly. The cultivator probably knew this as well, so he threw out fireballs one after another. Although the bloodthirsty mosquito empress dodged dozens of fireballs, the bloodthirsty mosquito empress still managed to dodge several dozen fireballs. However, she was still hit by a fireball. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress was sent flying. The cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up. However, a moment later, his expression became unsightly. The energy dissipated, and the bloodthirsty mosquito empress reappeared. She was completely fine. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress was very strong. The cultivator was obviously shocked by the bloodthirsty mosquito empress' strength, but then he showed a high fighting spirit. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're very strong. You're much stronger than those bald donkeys. Your blood is also much stronger than theirs. I can't wait to suck all your blood." The bloodthirsty mosquito empress attacked the cultivator again. Swoosh, swoosh. Her hands were like sharp swords. They continuously slashed out and locked onto the cultivator. The cultivator was shocked and quickly dodged, but a few of the cold lights still left a few wounds on his body. Blood immediately gushed out of the wounds. What a powerful attack. The cultivator took a deep breath, and a large amount of flame surged out from his body. Heavenly flame sacred armor. His deep voice rang out as the heavenly fire transformed into an armor that protected his body. Lin Feng was surprised. This person's proficiency in using the heavenly flame was truly shocking. Even Lin Feng was surprised. With the protection of the heavenly flame sacred armor, the cultivator took the initiative to attack the bloodthirsty mosquito empress. He successfully dodged most of the attacks from the bloodthirsty mosquito empress. A few of the attacks landed on him, but they were blocked by the armor on his body. Needless to say, that sacred flame armor was truly extraordinary. It contained an extremely powerful defensive power. He placed his hands in front of him, and an enormous fireball was instantly formed. That fireball was still expanding. Not much. The fireball expanded into a fireball with a diameter of 100 meters. "Go," the cultivator shouted and took out the 100-meter diameter fireball. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress's expression changed when she saw the huge fireball flying towards her. The bloodthirsty mosquito queen's expression suddenly changed. She turned around, wanting to escape, but she couldn't. The fireball exploded, drowning the bloodthirsty mosquito queen inside. Success! The cultivator's chest heaved up and down as he panted violently. Obviously, unleashing the ultimate technique just now had consumed a great deal of his energy. However, a smile appeared on his face. Because he believed it. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress had to take that attack seriously, even if she didn't die. When the energy dissipated, the bloodthirsty mosquito queen appeared. At that moment, the bloodthirsty mosquito queen looked quite pitiful. One of her arms and two of her legs were gone, and half of her body had exploded. Her injuries were too severe. Despite such serious injuries, the bloodthirsty mosquito empress hadn't died. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress glared fiercely at the cultivator and said coldly, "I'm very puzzled. Why did you go against Master Destroyer Skies?" The bloodthirsty mosquito empress was choked with emotion. The cultivator said, "I'm not going against Destroyer Heavens. I just want to destroy you evil people and save the innocent." The bloodthirsty mosquito empress was stunned. The bloodthirsty mosquito queen was slightly taken aback. She then burst into laughter and said, "How laughable! How laughable! Do you think you're a messenger of justice? I only do what I think is right." "That's all," the cultivator said coldly. Then, he charged at the bloodthirsty mosquito empress again. He wanted to get rid of her once and for all, but at that moment, an unforeseen event happened. A large amount of blood chi gushed out of the bloodthirsty mosquito empress body. The blood chi was extremely terrifying. After the blood chi enveloped the bloodthirsty mosquito empress, her aura became incomparably powerful. Anyone who sensed the bloodthirsty mosquito empress aura would probably tremble in fear. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress said coldly, "I haven't used my final evolved form yet. Wait until I do. Then you'll know how laughable you are." As soon as she said that, her body exploded and merged with the blood chi around her. However, cracking sounds came from within the blood chi, as if a new life was being born. A moment later, all the blood chi was withdrawn, and the bloodthirsty mosquito empress reappeared. This new bloodthirsty mosquito empress had a purple-red body. Moreover, her body had completely recovered without any injuries. This evolution had not only healed her injuries, but it had also increased her combat strength by who knew how many levels. The current bloodthirsty mosquito empress was completely incomparable to the previous bloodthirsty mosquito empress. Sensing the terrifying aura of the bloodthirsty mosquito empress, the cultivator didn't dare hesitate. He condensed another huge fireball. 8 huge fireballs flew towards the bloodthirsty mosquito empress and exploded, instantly swallowing the bloodthirsty mosquito empress. However, a moment later, the bloodthirsty mosquito empress flew out of the center of the explosion, completely unharmed. After seeing this, the cultivator's face became extremely ugly. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress speed had reached the extreme. She quickly arrived in front of the cultivator and launched a crazy attack on him. Whoosh 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 whoosh, cold light flashed. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress sword-like arms and sickle-like legs swept out one terrifying attack after another. The cultivator struggled to block it, but the bloodthirsty mosquito empress scorpion-like tail circled behind the cultivator's back. Then, the tip of the tail was as sharp as a dagger, ruthlessly stabbing towards the cultivator. It didn't have a tail before, but after the bloodthirsty mosquito empress evolved, it grew such a tail. Pooh! The tail pierced through the heavenly flame sacred armor. Then it pierced through the cultivator's body. "Ah!" He cried out in pain. At the moment of life and death, he grabbed the bloodthirsty mosquito empress tail and broke it, then quickly retreated. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress tail quickly regenerated. A terrifying beam of light shot out from the awl-like spike on the bloodthirsty mosquito empress forehead, instantly bombarding the cultivator's body. The cultivator flew backwards as if struck by lightning. In midair, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Then his body was imprisoned by the bloodthirsty mosquito empress. He struggled to break free from the bloodthirsty mosquito empress's restraint, but he couldn't do so. He knew. This time, he was doomed. "Now, you can die." The bloodthirsty mosquito empress's cold voice rang out. She flew towards the cultivator, wanting to devour his blood. At that time, the cultivator would die without a doubt. The situation. It was very dangerous. But at this moment, a cultivator walked over. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress and the cultivator were somewhat astonished. This was because they realized that the cultivator who looked very young was walking over without any hesitation. Was he stupid, seeing the situation here? Why didn't he hurry up and run? Was he courting death? The cultivator shouted loudly, "Run." "Why should I run?" Lin Feng asked in return. "Ha ha ha ha, you can't really be an idiot, right?" The bloodthirsty mosquito empress laughed loudly. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, have you thought about how you want to die?" She quickly flew towards Lin Feng, obviously wanting to kill Lin Feng first before dealing with the cultivators she had imprisoned. Lin Feng said, "We haven't even fought yet, and you think you'll win?" The bloodthirsty mosquito empress looked disdainfully at Lin Feng and said, "You want to fight with me? How laughable. I only need one move to kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, the bloodthirsty mosquito empress immediately attacked Lin Feng, her sword-like arm slashing towards Lin Feng. Human King Fist. Bang! As the powerful punch swept out, Lin Feng's punch directly hit the bloodthirsty mosquito empress's body. The bloodthirsty mosquito empress's body instantly exploded, and her body and soul were destroyed on the spot. What was going on? The cultivator was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. He knew how powerful the bloodthirsty mosquito empress was, but now, she had been killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. This was too inconceivable. Lin Feng muttered, "So weak? You've made me happy for nothing." After hearing Lin Feng's muttering, the cultivator wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to shout, "Brother, it's not that the bloodthirsty mosquito empress is weak, it's that you're too strong." Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." The cultivator hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. "You're welcome." Lin Feng waved his hand and continued flying towards the Buddha realm. The cultivator hurriedly chased after him. He said, "My name is Wu Gang." "May I know your name, Senior?" "Wu Gang. The dew under the laurel tree smells of love." "Are you Wu Gang, the one who dug holes in the Moon Palace?" Lin Feng asked with a half-smile. Wu Gang was speechless. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm just joking with you. My name is Lin Feng. I seem to be much younger than you, so don't call me Senior. It sounds awkward. Why don't I call you Master?" Wu Gang said excitedly, as if he really wanted to take Lin Feng as his master. "Don't. I don't plan on taking any disciples," Lin Feng said and increased his speed. Lin Feng was like a beam of white light as he quickly flew towards the Buddha realm. So fast? Wu Gang was shocked. However, he also quickly followed. Huh? Lin Feng was surprised when he saw Wu Gang chasing after him. Although he didn't use his full speed, he was still very fast. Wu Gang was able to catch up. This was indeed beyond Lin Feng's expectations. However, Lin Feng didn't deliberately shake off Wu Gang. In the end, Lin Feng landed in a forest. Wu Gang followed closely behind and landed beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the black fog that filled the sky. He looked at Wu Gang and asked, "What happened in the Buddha realm?" Wu Gang said, "The great thunderclap temple has been destroyed by heaven-destroying demon monk. Many ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats have fallen. Even the past, present, and future Buddhas have fallen." "What? There's such a thing?" Lin Feng's expression immediately changed. Lin Feng knew that something had happened in the Buddha realm, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Even the great thunderclap temple had fallen. This unforeseen event was truly too terrifying. This heaven-destroying demon monk was too strong. Was he really the heaven-destroying ruler of the wasteland world? Thinking of this, Lin Feng asked, "Could this heaven-destroying demon monk be the heaven-destroying ruler of the wasteland world?" Said Wu Gang. "It's not exterminate the celestial ruler, they have nothing to do with each other. Exterminate the demonic monk used to be a strong cultivator of Buddhism. He's the Vairocana Buddha, the younger brother of the previous ruler of the Buddhist world. His Buddhist name is Ru Tian, but it's said that he made a mistake and was imprisoned in the forbidden divine world. However, he didn't die there, instead, he soared and became a strong cultivator who surpassed his cultivation level. He brought a group of terrifying demons out of the forbidden divine world and destroyed the Great Laying Temple. Now, he sealed the Buddhist world. Exterminate the celestial ruler changed his name, but nobody knows why. Since he changed his name, he must have his reasons." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. Since exterminate the demonic monk had nothing to do with exterminate the celestial ruler, it meant that he had nothing to do with Xianxia. However, even if he wasn't exterminate the celestial ruler, he was still a strong cultivator who had surpassed his cultivation level. That was terrifying, thought Lin Feng. Before, there was only a small gap in the forbidden divine world, but now it's completely opened. I wouldn't have thought that such a terrifying cultivator would be born in the forbidden divine world. It's incredible. Lin Feng didn't know much about the forbidden divine world, but he knew a little about it. He knew how terrifying it was, but the forbidden divine world was a place where many strong cultivators were imprisoned. Cultivation resources were scarce there, so it was extremely difficult to survive there. Therefore, the cultivators in the Forbidden God realm would often experience a drastic drop in their cultivation base. It was already very difficult for them to maintain their cultivation base, let alone increase their cultivation base. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to increase one's cultivation base. Moreover, the other party had broken through to the Transcendence realm. Nobody knew what this heaven-destroying demonic monk had experienced in the Forbidden God realm to be able to increase his cultivation base to such a terrifying level. In an epoch, how many powerhouses were born that surpassed their realms, choking with sobs, chi-chi-chi-chi-chi-chi www. Even though this era was special and there were more strong cultivators than other eras, the number of strong cultivators was still very small, especially after the end of the Immemorial era. The environment of cultivation had changed and it was even more difficult to break through. The demonic monk was probably the first strong cultivator to break through to a higher cultivation level after the Immemorial era. Lin Feng saw some hope after the demonic monk's breakthrough. After the demonic monk broke through to a higher cultivation level, there might be others who continued to break through. However, Lin Feng felt that the demonic monk's breakthrough might have a lot to do with the changes in the world. After all, since the great changes in the world more than 100 years ago, the current world of cultivators had become a golden age for cultivation. Now was the stage of the final radiance of the setting sun in the world of cultivators. During this period of prosperity, countless opportunities would appear. The demonic monk must have seized such an opportunity and obtained a great opportunity to break through. Lin Feng looked at Wu Gang and found that he was no longer bleeding. However, he still needed time to recover from his injuries. He said, "Let's find a place to heal first." Wu Gang looked at Lin Feng gratefully. The two of them found a secluded valley. Lin Feng set up a few restrictions to seal the valley so that Wu Gang could heal. Once Wu Gang recovered, Lin Feng could ask him about some things, such as the path to the celestial realm. Wu Gang spent 6 hours to recover from his injuries. When he saw that Wu Gang had woken up, Lin Feng asked, "Do you know where the teleportation path to the celestial realm is?" Wu Gang nodded. "I do." He then asked in surprise, "Sun. Teacher, are you planning to go to the celestial realm?" He had wanted to address Lin Feng as senior, but when he recalled what Lin Feng had told him, he changed the way he addressed Lin Feng. However, since Lin Feng had not accepted him as a disciple, he did not address Lin Feng as teacher. Instead, he addressed Lin Feng as teacher. The meaning of teacher in this world was probably a form of respect. When you met someone you respected, or someone older, you could address them as teacher. Lin Feng did not hide anything from Wu Gang. He said, "Yes, I'm planning to go to the celestial realm." Wu Gang said, "I'm afraid this won't be easy. The teleportation path is in the Tempest Temple." Lin Feng could not help but frown. This was indeed troublesome. Heaven Destruction demonic monk was overseeing the Tempest Temple, so it was impossible for him to go there. He did not have any enmity with Heaven Destruction demonic monk at the moment, but if Heaven Destruction demonic monk saw him, he might discover many of his secrets. At that time, Heaven Destruction demonic monk would definitely attack him. Lin Feng was very sure of this. Therefore, going to the Tempest Temple was not an option. It had not been easy coming to the Buddhist world. Would it be a wasted trip? Lin Feng asked. Is there another teleportation path? Wu Gang thought for a moment and said, "I heard from an old cultivator that there is another hidden teleportation path apart from the one in the Tempest Temple. However, there are some problems with that teleportation path. If you want to activate it, you'll have to repair it." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He was the best at repairing things. Lin Feng asked, "Where is that hidden teleportation path?" Wu Gang said, "I don't know where it is exactly, but some of the higher-ups in the Buddhist world should know. For example, the past, present, and future Buddhas. However, the 3 Buddhas have fallen, so some ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas might know about it. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Are there any ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas still alive?" Wu Gang said, "Recently, many ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have been captured, and some have even been executed. There are probably still some ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas hiding in other places. If we can find them, we might be able to obtain some information." Lin Feng scratched his chin. That was a good idea. He stood up and said, "Thank you very much for telling me that. By the way, even though I understand that you're a righteous person, when it comes to saving people or destroying evil forces, you have to act according to your own strength. Therefore, don't put yourself in danger again because you're not always lucky." Lin Feng then disappeared without a trace. Wu Gang said, "I was careless. If I had used my ultimate technique, I definitely wouldn't have lost to the bloodthirsty Mosquito Queen." However, Lin Feng was destined not to hear these words. Tempest Temple Great Strength Hall Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk sat cross-legged on top of the magic lotus. On both sides of him were many experts who had submitted to him. There were immortals, demons, Buddhas, devils, ghosts, humans, and so on. There were even otherworldly beings, lost epics, cultivators from the world of the mastermind, and so on. Although it was a mixed army, their strength was terrifying and couldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a great loss. A Minotaur walked into the hall and knelt on the ground. He said, "Master, we captured 10 ancient Buddhas and 20 Bodhisattvas. Please punish them." Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk smiled and said, "Persuade them to surrender. If they are willing to become my slaves, I will spare them. Otherwise, kill them without mercy?" Yes. The Minotaur hurriedly replied and retreated. At this moment, the 5-colored magic lotus that Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk was sitting on suddenly shook violently. Even the heaven-destroying demonic monk was shocked by this scene. The 5-colored magic lotus rarely moved. Unless, when he thought of this, Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk became excited. He formed a series of seals that turned into demonic light that surged into the 5-colored magic lotus. Following that, the 5-colored demon lotus emitted a beam of light. That beam of light formed an image. The image was of an ancient forest. Above the forest, a cultivator was flying quickly. It was a very young and handsome cultivator. At this time, an expert said, "Master, the 5-colored magic lotus is acting strangely. Could it be that this cultivator has the magic lotus?" "That's right. He should have the magic lotus." Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk nodded. At this time, Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk saw that the young cultivator flying quickly above the forest seemed to have sensed something. The young cultivator waved his hand, and the image disappeared without a trace. What a vigilant kid. After seeing this, Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was as if he didn't expect this young cultivator to have such an ability. Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk said, "Go and capture this kid. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The first person to bring him here will be greatly rewarded." The eyes of the group of subordinates lit up when they heard Heaven-Destroying Demonic Monk mention the great reward. This was because they knew very well how amazing the great reward that Heaven-Destroying Demonic Monk mentioned was. Such a great reward was enough to make people go crazy. This subordinate will definitely bring this kid to see Master. The group of subordinates hurriedly replied. Then, they all left to organize their own people and prepare to capture the young cultivator. Above the forest. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Who was spying on me just now? Generally speaking, there were very few cultivators who could spy on his whereabouts now. Since the other party was able to do so, it was obvious how strong the other party was. Soon, Lin Feng thought of a person. Could it be that Heaven Destruction Demonic Monk who was spying on him? If he was targeted by an expert who surpassed his cultivation level, it wouldn't be a good thing. At that time, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng naturally knew this very well. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't help but become a little more serious. But then, Lin Feng sneered. What hadn't he seen before? So what if he was targeted by an expert who surpassed his cultivation level? An expert who surpassed his cultivation level was indeed very strong. This was something that Lin Feng admitted. However, he wasn't weak now either. He wasn't a small fry that could be bullied by others. If an expert who surpassed his cultivation level wanted to capture him, it wouldn't be that easy. He would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Of course, the most important thing right now was to find the whereabouts of Duzu, the evil sovereign saint, the broken god, and the cursed god, as well as some ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. It was naturally right to leave the Buddha world as soon as possible. Lin Feng didn't want to care about the changes in the Buddha world. He also didn't have the ability to do so. After all, the one who led all of this was a true expert who surpassed his cultivation level. On the peak of a mountain stood a cultivator with 2 sabers on his back. This cultivator was masked and had a sharp gaze. His name was Lin Feng. He was the successor of the assassin dynasty, Devil Prison. There were many assassin dynasties in the world. However, this Devil Prison was a relatively special one. This was because the assassins of Devil Prison were passed down from one generation to the next. In other words, each assassin only had one successor. This was obviously extremely different from other assassin dynasties. However, each generation of Devil Prison assassins was extremely terrifying. This generation of Demon Prison assassins had been born since 142 years ago. His master, who was also his father, sent him out to gain experience. Therefore, he became a starry sky traveler. He had been looking for powerful experts to sharpen his cultivation. Some time ago, he temporarily rested in the Buddha world. But then, there was a big change in the Buddha world. He originally planned to leave after a few days. However, because of this change, he stayed. With so many powerful experts appearing, he planned to use them to sharpen his cultivation. At this moment, there was a huge battle going on in the forest ahead. A few monks who were hiding in the forest were discovered by a group of evil spirits. Then, they were surrounded and attacked. However, Lin Feng had no intention of helping. He had been watching everything coldly. He was just an assassin. He had no obligation to save people. Although those monks were pitiful, there were too many pitiful people in this world. Under the attacks of the evil spirits, the monks were killed. Then, Lin Feng appeared. He quickly charged towards the evil spirits. There are still people who aren't afraid of death. The leader of the evil spirits revealed a sinister smile. He waved his hand and a group of powerful evil spirits charged towards Lin Feng. Swift slash. Swoosh, 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 he pulled out a treasured saber. His speed was as fast as lightning. Those powerful evil spirits didn't even have time to react to what was going on. They were killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly arrived in front of the leader of the evil spirits and slashed his saber. Clang, the body of the leader of the evil spirits was too tough. It was like a rock. When Lin Feng's saber landed on the body of the leader of the evil spirits, there was only a clang. It didn't hurt the evil spirit at all. The leader of the evil spirits burst into laughter. My body is made of Taishu celestial rock. It's invulnerable. You can't hurt me. As the sound of his voice faded, the evil devil directly punched out towards Lin Feng. His strength was extraordinarily strong. After he punched out, a terrifying sonic boom rang out. Lin Feng looked indifferent when he heard the sonic boom. He quickly retreated and dodged the punch. You can't dodge. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my Taishu celestial fists, said the evil spirit. Punch after punch, the evil spirit struck out at Lin Feng. Dense fist shadows were formed in the void, and every single fist shadow was extremely frightening. The evil spirit laughed out loudly. Lad, how dare you challenge your daddy here with just that little bit of strength of yours? I'm one of the strongest warriors under Mia Tian's command. Spells can't hurt me, and weapons can't break through my defense. Let's see how you'll die. His fists were all locked onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, You're too slow. Swoosh, after saying that, Lin Feng leaped into the air. Every time he leaped, he would be able to dodge the incoming fist shadows. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Therefore, none of the fist shadows were able to touch his body. Lin Feng once again arrived in front of the fiend. The fiend was extremely shocked. He didn't expect his innate technique to be ineffective against Lin Feng. But soon after, the fiend sneered. He was incomparably confident in his body. In his opinion, so what if Lung Feng could get close to him? He still couldn't hurt him. But he only needed to seize an opportunity to kill this arrogant fellow in front of him. Die, said the evil spirit with a cold smile. Avicii 3 blades. Lung Feng's cold voice rang out. He executed one of the strongest secret arts passed down from the devil prison. The Avicii 3 sabers was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying secret arts. Although it looked simple, it was extremely powerful. After using the Avicii 3 blades, it was as if he could kill gods and Buddhas. Slash, with a tearing sound, Lung Feng chopped off the powerful evil spirit's arm with a single slash. Impossible. Because of his physique, his body was the most powerful magical weapon. Therefore, he had always been incomparably confident in his body. But now, his arm was chopped off by a blade. How could he accept this? Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Therefore, he was infuriated. He wanted to kill Lung Feng with his other hand. Slash, the saber in Lung Feng's hand chopped off his other hand. Then, Lung Feng slashed at the evil spirit's neck. The evil spirit couldn't take the attack, and his head was cut off. He died. Just like that, this powerful demon was slain by Lung Feng. Weak and despicable, said Lung Feng's face. He looked. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Stop, said Lung Feng coldly when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng landed on the ground and asked, "What can I do for you?" Asked Lung Feng. "Did you see me use the Avicii 3 blades?" Thought Lin Feng. Was that the Avicii 3 blades? It's quite powerful. He nodded. I saw it. Lung Feng's face was filled with killing intent. He said, "No one has ever survived after seeing my Avicii 3 blades. You won't be an exception." You want to kill me? Asked Lin Feng with a strange expression. Lung Feng smiled coldly. It seems like you're not that stupid. You can only blame your bad luck for seeing me use the Avicii 3 blades. If you reincarnate in your next life, don't casually watch other people fight. Lung Feng moved quickly. Lung Feng's silhouette flickered. He knew that Lin Feng wouldn't be easy to deal with, but that was all because he had absolute confidence in himself. Lung Feng turned into a series of afterimages. Said Lung Feng coldly. Don't worry, kid. I won't let you die so easily. I'll use the Avicii 3 blades to kill you. You should count yourself lucky that you're able to die under the Avicii 3 blades. Avicii 3 blades, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. Suddenly, he arrived above Lin Feng and grabbed his blade with both hands. Immediately after, he used the Avicii 3 blade technique. He descended from the sky and moved straight towards Lin Feng. Human King Fist. Bang, Lin Feng punched out, instantly breaking Lin Feng's Avicii 3 blades. Then, he punched Lin Feng's chin. Lin Feng's chin was broken by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's body was sent flying like a broken kite. I lost? How is this possible? He only used one punch. I can't lose. Lin Feng wailed inwardly. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried to gather his strength. But to his dismay, Lin Feng's punch had seriously injured him. His dermic powers had been scattered. He couldn't fight back anymore. Was he going to die? Lin Feng didn't want to die. There was a thump. Lin Feng fell to the ground. What a mess. Devil Prison's descendant can only die standing, not live kneeling. I can still fight. Lin Feng struggled to get up. But as soon as he got up, he fell to the ground again. But he still tried to get up. You're crazy, Lin Feng was speechless. He looked at Lin Feng and ignored him. He turned around and flew away. Lin Feng planned to find an ancient city to ask about the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. He wanted to find Du Zhu and see if he could find Du Zhu and the others. After Lin Feng left, Lung Feng's expression changed. Everything that had happened today was too much for him, but he didn't think that he was that weak. He struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he said fiercely, "Just you wait. I will defeat you. The successor of Devil Prison is invincible." Then, he dragged his tired body and left Tianzhu City. It was a famous ancient city in the Buddhist world. It was one of the top 10 ancient cities in the Buddhist world. Originally, there were many temples in Tianzhu City, but they had all been demolished. On the ruins of the original temples, there was a shrine dedicated to the heaven-destroying demonic monk. The changes in the Buddhist world had overturned the traditions of the Buddhist world. Many people were afraid that they would end up like the Great Laying Temple. Fortunately, the heaven-destroying demonic monk hadn't done anything to them. Maybe it was because he didn't want to do anything, or maybe it was because he didn't want to do anything to them. Or maybe it was because he didn't want to do anything to them. Or maybe it was because he didn't want to do anything to them. Or maybe it was because he didn't want to do anything to them. They didn't even dare to talk about Buddhism in private. So when Lin Feng came to Tianzhu City to ask about the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, he didn't find anything. Lin Feng didn't know anything about the poison ancestor and the others either, which annoyed him. Lin Feng planned to find a place to stay first. After that, he would think of a way to ask around. After all, he had only inquired about a few businesses. There were many businesses in Tianzhu City that he hadn't inquired about yet. If he went to all the businesses, he might be able to get some information. When Lin Feng went to look for a place to stay, Lin Feng found that many soldiers in Tianzhu City had begun to post things on the walls or bulletin boards. Many people went to take a look. Lin Feng was curious and went over to see what was going on. When Lin Feng went over, he suddenly showed an extremely surprised expression. The content posted by these soldiers was actually a wanted poster, and the person on the wanted poster was him. The reason why Lin Feng was surprised wasn't because he was wanted, but because there were portraits of him on the wanted posters. Those wanted posters hadn't been destroyed. Lin Feng was surrounded by luck, so those portraits couldn't exist. Even if someone had made a portrait of him, it would have been destroyed immediately. However, these portraits were not destroyed. Instead, they were preserved and posted by the other party. This was a little strange. What was the reason for all of this? Lin Feng was very puzzled. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that heaven-destroying demonic monk was behind this? After all, heaven-destroying demonic monk was an expert beyond the realm. It was normal for an expert of this level to want to suppress his own luck. Even if he couldn't suppress his own luck, there must be some other way to make his appearance appear on the paper. It seemed that his previous guess was right. The person secretly spying on him was really heaven-destroying demonic monk. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. After all, heaven-destroying demonic monk was notorious. Being targeted by this existence, he naturally had to be more vigilant. Now that the others weren't paying attention to him, Lin Feng used a transformation technique to change his appearance. This way, even if others saw the portrait, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Lin Feng quickly left and found an inn to stay in. The next day, Lin Feng continued to inquire about ancient Buddha, Bodhisattva, Duzu, and the others. However, he still didn't find any information. On the fifth day, when Lin Feng was inquiring at a place called Yongfeng Trading Company, a group of terrifying evil spirits suddenly rushed to Yongfeng Trading Company. These evil spirits were all experts under heaven-destroying demonic monk's command. These evil spirits directly came to Lin Feng's room and surrounded him. Seeing these evil spirits suddenly appear and the elders of Yongfeng Trading Company quickly distancing themselves from Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Obviously, these evil spirits were attracted by the people of Yongfeng Trading Company. Yongfeng Trading Firm's actions were very unscrupulous. After all, Lin Feng had come to their trading firm to gather information, but these fellows had snitched on him. Their actions were too disgusting, and Lin Feng was speechless. Therefore, he didn't need to be polite to these people. He would tear them apart later. Is this the person who is gathering information about the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? The leader of the demons looked at the elder of Yongfeng Trading Firm. Yes, sir. The elder of the Yongfeng Trading Company immediately revealed an extremely humble look. He was really a lackey. The leader of the demons looked at Lin Feng coldly and asked, "Brat, who are you? Why are you gathering information about the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? Could it be that you are their accomplice?" Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, Yongfeng Trading Firm doesn't know anything about the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Do you know anything about them? The leader's face sank when he heard Lin Feng's question. This guy was surrounded, and he still dared to ask him if he knew anything about the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? Was he looking down on him? Was he looking down on the people around him? Lin Feng had thoroughly infuriated the leader of the demons. He said coldly, Brat, I think you're courting death. However, I won't kill you immediately. Perhaps I can gather some useful information from you. After saying that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng slapped out with his palm. A powerful force slammed into the bodies of these demons across the void. Bang, the demons' bodies instantly exploded, and they died on the spot. The leader's face changed when he saw this scene. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so powerful. Shua, with a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared in front of the leader as if he had teleported. He placed his right hand on the head of the leader of the sinister devils and began to search their souls. Let me go. The leader of the demons roared furiously. He wanted to struggle, but the formidable aura radiating out from Lin Feng's body suppressed him. Thus, no matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to break free. Lin Feng went through all of his memories. It was a pity. Lin Feng didn't get what he wanted. What's the point of keeping you alive? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with an ice-cold light. A terrifying power burst out from his right hand. Bang, next. The body of the demon exploded instantly. The leader of the demons died on the spot. You. Seeing so many powerful demons being killed, the elder of Yongfeng Trading Company turned pale and started to tremble in fear. Spare me. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and began to beg Lin Feng for mercy. But how could Lin Feng let him go? If you do something wrong, you will be punished. A demonic expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. He raised his right hand and struck out with a palm. Bang, the body of the elder of Yongfeng Trading Company exploded, and he died on the spot. Many people saw the commotion here, so many people gathered outside. The people of Yongfeng Trading Company were trembling in fear when they saw Lin Feng's ferocity. Some people who had come to discuss business and buy things also left. After all, many demons had died here, and those demons were the subordinates of the heaven-destroying demonic monk. Who would dare to have anything to do with this place? Thus, it was best to leave. After Lin Feng came out of Yongfeng Trading Company, many demons flew over from all directions. Obviously, the demons stationed in Tianzhu City had already received the news, so they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in the air with an indifferent expression. He struck his palm toward Yongfeng Trading Company. There was a loud boom. The huge Yongfeng Trading Company instantly collapsed. This ancient trading company that had existed for millions of years was destroyed by Lin Feng just like that. Who is he? No matter who he is? Now that he is surrounded by the experts under the heaven-destroying demonic monk, he will definitely die. Many people were talking about it. The cultivators who were watching the show did not dare to go forward. They only dared to watch from afar, afraid that they would be implicated. If that happened, they would be in trouble. Lin Feng looked coldly at the group of demons surrounding him. There were many demons, about 2,000 of them, and many of them were experts. After all, since they were stationed in Tianzhu City, they were naturally the elites under the heaven-destroying demonic monk. After seeing these demons, Lin Feng's face turned cold. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you come to Tianzhu City and behave so atrociously? Let me see who you are. The leader of the evil cultivators sneered. This was a creature from another world. It looked like a giant lizard that walked upright. However, it had wings and an incomparably thick tail. It looked incomparably ugly and ferocious. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Clearly, it was a powerful figure. A light flashed in his hand, and a Dharma treasure flew out. It was a mirror. He held the mirror in his hand and pointed it at Lin Feng. Immediately, Lin Feng returned to his original appearance. It's you. The leader of the demons immediately recognized Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was wanted everywhere. The rest of the demons also recognized Lin Feng, and they became extremely excited. This was the person that their master wanted. If they caught Lin Feng, they would be able to receive a great reward from their master. Just thinking about it made them extremely excited. Therefore, these evil cultivators were extremely excited. In their opinion, Lin Feng would not be able to escape even if he had wings. They felt as if they had seen countless treasures and were about to reward him. So it's him. Many cultivators who were watching the show also recognized Lin Feng. Many people were very surprised. After all, Lin Feng was wanted everywhere. Lin Feng actually dared to come to a big city like Tianzhu City. He was really audacious. You recognize me? That's not easy. It seems that I have to kill you all. Lin Feng said indifferently. Everyone was slightly stunned. The cultivators who were watching the show looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. This guy, is he for real? Is he going to kill these people? Is he daydreaming? The demons also found it hard to believe what they had just heard. Following that, the evil cultivators began to laugh unscrupulously. Ha 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 ha, boy, are you stupid? How dare you say that you'll kill us? You're about to die, and you still dare to boast shamelessly. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. The demons immediately mocked and looked at Lin Feng with ridicule and disdain. Capture him alive, the leader of the demons said. Yes, sir. Immediately, a small leader of the demons led hundreds of people and charged towards Lin Feng. Although they looked down on Lin Feng, when they really attacked, they still took Lin Feng seriously. Firstly, it was because Lin Feng had killed more than 10 demons earlier. Lin Feng still had some ability. Secondly, in their opinion, Lin Feng might have some hidden escape methods. They had to be on guard against this. Here, they surrounded Lin Feng. That was a gift from the heavens. They didn't want to let Lin Feng go so easily. So, they sent out 100 people to deal with Lin Feng. No matter how strong Lin Feng was. Could it be that he could deal with so many of them? The demon's wishful thinking was extremely good. Boy, are you ready to be a prisoner? You overestimate yourself. Today, I'll let you know how powerful we are. The group of demons laughed strangely. These demons were not simple. Most of them had followed the heaven-destroying demon monk to fight in the Forbidden God realm. A place like the Forbidden God realm was so dangerous and cruel. To be able to survive there, the demons were naturally not to be underestimated. However, that would depend on who their opponent was. Their opponent was Lin Feng. The fate of these demons was sealed when the hundreds of demons charged over. Lin Feng punched out, bang, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Everyone saw that the bodies of hundreds of cultivators were directly smashed into pieces. Although those evil cultivators were strong, they were so weak in front of Lin Feng. The main reason was that Lin Feng's battle strength was too strong. Lin Feng had yet to use the human king fist. If he used it, it would be even more terrifying. So strong. Many of the surrounding cultivators cried out in alarm. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was indeed too strong, deeply shocking the surrounding cultivators. However, the battle seemed to have just begun. What would the result be? It was hard to say. Damn it! Attack together and suppress him. The leader of the demons said fiercely. There were still about 2,000 demons left. After all, only about 100 of them had died. The remaining demons attacked together, condensing all kinds of divine abilities and attacking Lin Feng. Swoosh, everyone saw a light flash, and Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. All the demons' attacks missed him. Where is he? Many people were puzzled. Above, someone shouted after discovering Lin Feng's traces. The group of people looked up. Sure enough, they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng was above them. 2,000 demons condensed their divine abilities and attacked Lin Feng again. This time, the divine abilities were even stronger and more terrifying. Can he still dodge? Many of the spectators had grave expressions. In their opinion, Lin Feng's method of dodging the demons' attacks wasn't normal. He probably couldn't use it continuously, right? Therefore, it was hard to say whether he could dodge this attack or not. However, in the next moment, they realized that Lin Feng wasn't dodging at all. Instead, he threw out a punch. Lin Feng was using the human king fist. He threw out a punch. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Everyone saw the bodies of the evil cultivators shatter one by one, including the leader of the evil cultivators, who was the strongest among them. His body was also shattered into pieces. In just a breath's time, 2,000 powerful demon cultivators were all killed. How is this possible? He killed so many demon cultivators with a single punch. Is he still human? It's too terrifying. Who is this person? Countless people were shocked and couldn't believe it. However, everything happened in front of everyone's eyes. Even if they didn't dare to believe it, they had to believe it. That man, he really killed 2,000 demon cultivators with a single punch. He couldn't stay here for long. Lin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. Lin Feng looked up at the sky. He saw it. Above the sky, a demon monk was sitting cross-legged on a five-colored the magic lotus. A pair of ancient, cold eyes were looking at him coldly. Lin Feng knew that the demonic monk that had appeared was none other than heaven-destroying demonic monk. Lin Feng's expression became extremely gloomy. Who didn't know about heaven-destroying demonic monk's ferocity? Who didn't know, so many experts of the Great Lightning Tune Temple had been killed by heaven-destroying demonic monk. Therefore, one could imagine how dangerous it was for Lin Feng to be trapped here. Of course, even though he knew that the situation was not good, Lin Feng didn't lose his head out of fear. After all, Lin Feng's methods were extremely powerful. Lin Feng looked at the magic lotus of 5 colors. He could feel that the magic lotus in his body was acting strangely. Lin Feng's heart trembled. The magic lotus was acting strangely. Could it be caused by the magic lotus of 5 colors? The magic lotus of 5 colors is indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the magic lotus of 5 colors is formed by the fusion of several other the magic lotus? Lin Feng was very shocked when he thought of this possibility. Controlling the magic lotus of 5 colors was an extremely difficult matter. For example, Lin Feng's the magic lotus of 5 colors was something that Lin Feng had painstakingly obtained. Gongziyu also had the magic lotus of 5 colors, but Gongziyu had yet to obtain a second the magic lotus of heaven-destroying demonic monk. The magic lotus of heaven-destroying demonic monk should be formed by the fusion of 5 the magic lotus of the magic lotus of 5 colors, right? In other words, heaven-destroying demonic monk had obtained 5 the magic lotus. It was a great fortune for a single person to obtain 5 demonic lotuses. However, there was nothing to be envious about. After all, everyone had their own opportunities. Since this person had obtained so many demonic lotuses, this was his opportunity. There was no point in being envious about it. All he had to do was to grasp his own opportunity. At this time, heaven-destroying demonic monk looked at Lin Feng and said, "You are a talent. I've always cherished talents. If you submit to me, I won't kill you. What do you think?" "In your dreams." Lin Feng replied with a sneer. Heaven-destroying demonic monk said, "That's a pity. Actually, I don't really like killing geniuses. I don't even want to kill the innocent." Lin Feng sneered. Naturally, he didn't believe heavenly destruction demonic monk's words. So many people from Buddhism had died. Regardless of the grudge between heavenly destruction demonic monk and Buddhism, there was no need to implicate so many innocent people, right? The Buddhist realm had long since become a river of blood. The corpses of the dead monks were piled up like mountains. What kind of terrifying massacre was this? Heaven-destroying demonic monk said, "Let's talk somewhere else." Heaven-destroying demonic monk waved his sleeve. Divine light flickered. Heaven-destroying demonic monk and Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. When they reappeared, they were already in a mountain forest. They could still see Tianzhu City in the distance. This should be the mountain forest outside the city. Heaven-destroying demonic monk was still sitting cross-legged on the magic lotus. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "You don't seem to agree with what I said before?" Lin Feng coldly replied, "I only believe what I see." Heaven-destroying demonic monk said, "My target is Mahavairakana and the others, not the other monks. In fact, even after I killed Mahavairakana and the others, I only gave the order to capture the monks and not kill them directly. If they submit, they can live. Only those who are stubborn will be killed. As for the innocent, they are rarely implicated. Let me ask you, when 2 major powers are fighting, has anyone ever forbidden their subordinates from wantonly slaughtering a city? Actually, there was a reason why massacres happened so often. Part of the reason was that after a great battle, the evil aura would be too heavy. Naturally, they would burn, kill, and plunder to release the evil aura in their hearts. Another reason was that they wanted to intimidate other powers. Massacring a city was naturally a good method. However, Lin Feng didn't comment on heaven-destroying demonic monks' words. Many monks had died, and many people who were related to the monks had suffered as well. How could such a massacre not be serious? When heaven-destroying demonic monks saw that Lin Feng didn't say anything, he said, "Do you want to hear a story?" Lin Feng frowned and nodded. "If you're willing to tell me, I'll listen." Heaven-destroying demonic monks said, originally, there was a monk who wholeheartedly followed Buddhism. He was one of the most important disciples of the Buddhist Lord. Apart from him, the Buddhist Lord also thought highly of his senior disciple. The Buddhist Lord wants to choose one of them to inherit his legacy, but both of them are very outstanding, so who should he choose? It was a very troublesome matter. Therefore, the Buddhist Lord discussed with the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and they decided to let the two of them go out and gain experience. Because at that time, the world was in chaos. Countless living creatures died tragically, and 100 ghosts roamed the night. The evil cultivators suppressed the righteous cultivators. The senior disciple's mission was to release the souls of the dead. It was an extremely difficult mission because many of the souls had already turned into terrifying evil spirits. The junior disciple's mission was to save those extremely evil people. He hoped that they would be kind. So, the senior disciple and the junior disciple set off. In the beginning, their mission went smoothly. One day, the junior disciple arrived at a place called Xianxia town. There was a group of bandits there, and their leader was called Xianxia. She was an extremely beautiful female bandit. The junior disciple wanted to lead those people to be kind, but this time, it didn't go well. Xianxia's heart was as hard as iron. She wasn't moved at all. He tried to persuade her many times, but it didn't work. Xianxia also seemed to have feelings for him. Heaven-destroying demonic monk remained silent. Lin Feng said, "Feelings are the most difficult thing to understand." Heaven-destroying demonic monk sighed and said, "Indeed, feelings are the most difficult thing to understand." Heaven-destroying demonic monk paused for a moment before continuing, but the junior disciple's Buddhist heart is firm. Even though Xianxia likes him, he hasn't been moved. He's always tried to persuade her. Until one day, another group of extremely vicious people came here to burn, kill, and loot. Xianxia led some people to attack them. Xianxia and her brothers were extremely strong. Many evil people were killed, and there were only a dozen left. Xianxia wanted to kill them all. At that moment, the junior disciple came. He hoped that Xianxia would let them go. Xianxia asked why. The junior disciple said that saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Letting people go was also a way to accumulate good karma. Xianxia said, "Because I like you, I'll agree to anything." Xianxia let those evil people go. It's almost time for the exam, so he decided to leave. Xianxia saw him off. She said, "I like you, so I'll always wait for you. My body, my heart, everything is yours. No matter how long you wait, I'll wait for you." The junior disciple looked at Xianxia's beautiful face. He didn't know what to feel in his heart. It was bitterness, helplessness, and something else. In the end, he left and went back to report to his superiors. Actually, he wasn't really interested in becoming the sole heir. On the way back, he kept thinking about Xianxia. But his heart was firm, and he quickly stopped thinking about her. He focused on Buddhism, he didn't ask for anything else. But on the way, he heard that someone was trying to kill Xianxia. When he heard that, he decided to go back. When he arrived at Xianxia town, it was already a mess, said Lin Feng. He saw those evil people. Some of them were the ones he had begged Xianxia to let go. He initially thought that those people would turn over a new leaf, but he was wrong. Those people attracted even more evil people, and they started massacring people. Only now did he realize how important Third Lady Qi was in his heart, said Lin Feng. He ran to Xianxia like a madman. He saw that Xianxia, who had been defiled, had decided to kill herself. He ran over and hugged Xianxia in his arms. He shouted hysterically and wept. I'm an unclean person. I can't let my body belong to you. I really like you. I've been looking forward to watching the sunrise together, having children together, doing many things together. But now, it's impossible. You have to live well, for you and for me, okay? She tried to reach out her hand to his face, but she couldn't touch his face. Her hand fell. He cried bitterly, he screamed, he laughed, he seemed to have gone crazy. It wasn't just because someone important had died. It was also because his faith had been shaken. Buddha led people to do good. Buddha didn't kill. But was it really true? Kill, kill, kill. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill those evil people. Therefore, he killed for the first time, causing that place to flow with rivers of blood. All the evil people were killed by him. He buried Xianxia. Then, he returned to the great thunderclap temple. His master, the Buddha Lord, and many ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas knew about what had happened in Xianxia town. He received an extremely severe punishment. He was stripped of his title of Arhat. He was punished to go to the cliff of reflection. He faced the wall for 1,000 years. Until he admitted his mistake. But he never admitted his mistake. Never regretted it. He didn't think that he had done anything wrong. Later, he heard that it was an ancient Buddha by his senior brother's side who was secretly manipulating all of this. Even those evil people were under that ancient Buddha. He didn't know if his senior brother was involved in this matter, but it wasn't important anymore. He left the cliff of reflection and went to find that ancient Buddha. That ancient Buddha had already set up an ambush, waiting for him to come. Only when you die can we truly be at ease. Do you understand? That ancient Buddha said with a sneer. It turned out that justice and evil in this world were relative. There was no absolute justice, and there was no absolute evil. Even among evil, there were good people. Even in Buddhism, there were some extremely evil people. He was very angry and wanted to kill that ancient Buddha. Because the other party was well prepared, he fell into a bitter battle. However, he was still extremely extraordinary. He used some trump cards and finally killed the ancient Buddha who had planned all of this. And he finally couldn't hold on and was suppressed by the monks who besieged him. He was supposed to be executed. However, a bodhisattva who was very kind to him arrived in time and saved him. He was brought before the Buddha Lord to be judged. Everything had already been decided. He had been thrown into the heavenly prison to await his punishment. Not long after, he knew his fate. He was going to be sent to the Forbidden God realm. Everyone knew what kind of place the Forbidden God realm was. It was very difficult to come out alive after being sent there. The Bodhisattva arrived. The Bodhisattva said, no matter where you are, don't give up. Just like when you were young, don't ever give up. He thought back to when he was young. He was only 4 or 5 years old, and he had just started to remember things. However, because of the chaos of the world, countless people died tragically, including his family. Everyone died. How could a 4 or 5-year-old child like him survive? There was no food, no water. However, he didn't know what kind of faith he had, but he managed to survive in such a harsh environment until he was found by the Bodhisattva who brought him to the Tempest Temple. Later, his spirit root was discovered, and he became the Buddha Lord's disciple. Although his life was short, he had experienced too much. I won't give up, he said. The Bodhisattva was gone, and he was sent to the God-forbidden realm. Naturally, the God-forbidden realm was incomparably dangerous. Countless times, he had been on the brink of death. Many times, he would recall the words of Xianxia and the Bodhisattva. He had never given up. Many years later, he met another monk who had been sent to the Forbidden God realm. He was sent to the Forbidden God realm. In fact, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Some evil people deserved to be killed, didn't they? The monk he met had entered the path of evil and killed the innocent. In the end, he was sent to the Forbidden God realm to fend for himself. He learned a lot from the monk. For example, the Bodhisattva who had been very good to him was killed not long after he was sent to the Forbidden God realm. As for who killed him, there was no clue. Another example was his senior brother, Tathagata, who had inherited the position of Buddha Lord and changed his name to Mahavairakana. Was he killed because of me? He muttered, but his eyes became colder and colder. Time passed. Later, he fought in the Forbidden God realm and finally rose to prominence. He became one of the most terrifying existences in the Forbidden God realm. Lin Feng listened to heaven-destroying demonic monk's story. He looked at heaven-destroying demonic monk and asked, "This monk is you, right?" Heavenly extermination demonic monk revealed a bitter expression as he said, "I once faced the Buddha. Incomparable reverence. I thought I'd spend my whole life with Qing Deng, but the world is unpredictable." Lin Feng said, "Anyone who has experienced what you have experienced will hate you. In fact, I quite understand you. How about this? Let's just be a pair of good friends. Why do we have to fight and kill each other? That would be really boring. Only children would shout and kill all day long. Don't you think so?" Heaven-destroying demon monk smiled coldly and said, "Here, there are only enemies and slaves. There are no friends. You can choose to be my enemy or my slave. Then we can only fight." Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. "Since that's your choice, I'll send you to the Western Paradise," heaven-destroying demon monk sneered and threw a punch at Lin Feng. "Humph," Lin Feng snorted coldly. Without fear, he threw a punch at heaven-destroying demon monk. Bang! Lin Feng and a celestial extermination demon monk collided violently. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. However, heaven-destroying demon monk, who was sitting cross-legged on the magic lotus, was also shaken. "You're not the main body." Lin Feng was extremely surprised. Then, he became happy. If the guy in front of him was the main body, then the pressure on him was too great. After all, Lin Feng didn't really understand the methods of those who had surpassed their cultivation level. Of course, even though he didn't know much, he knew how strong and terrifying those cultivators were. He was at a disadvantage when facing those cultivators. Although he had some powerful methods to escape, who knew if heaven-destroying demon monk had more powerful methods to prevent him from leaving, he had to be on guard against that. Now, if it was just a clone, then the situation would be different. After all, no matter how strong a clone was, it was still far from the main body. "It's formed from my origin chi," said Lin Feng. Heaven-destroying demon monk said. Lin Feng was shocked. A clone formed from his origin chi was already so powerful? Wasn't that too terrifying? If the main body attacked, how terrifying would it be? It was hard to imagine, and he didn't dare to imagine, then, "This body formed from your origin chi is destined to be destroyed by me." Lin Feng sneered. "Is that so? Let's see how strong you are." Heaven-destroying demon monk looked indifferent. He had been through too many battles, too many killings. No matter what kind of situation he was facing, he could deal with it calmly. It was the same even when he was facing Lin Feng. To him, Lin Feng was just a relatively strong junior. It wasn't that heaven-destroying demon monk was arrogant, but his strength was there for all to see. He was confident. Heaven-destroying demon monk attacked. He threw a palm at Lin Feng. A swastika appeared on heaven-destroying demon monk's palm. It was a swastika. It was a swastika surrounded by demonic light. It contained a terrifying evil power. The power of the swastika was unimaginable. Although heaven-destroying demonic monk was only formed from a mouthful of origin chi, it was still extremely powerful. However, his fighting strength was shocking. That was why heaven-destroying demon monk was so terrifying. That was why a surpasser was so terrifying. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Pangu's seal, ruler's armor, true dragon rune, holy bone, the magic lotus, golden dwarf, stone golem clone, and celestial lotus were all added to Lin Feng's strength. With the help of these treasures, Lin Feng's strength reached the pinnacle. This was Lin Feng's peak state. Human. King. Fist. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. When Lin Feng's voice faded away, Lin Feng threw a punch at the celestial destruction demon monk. This was Lin Feng's peak punch. Bang, the two sides collided fiercely. Because the battle was too intense, they did not deliberately restrain the power that was dispersing. Dense cracks appeared in the void, and the forest was shattered in an instant. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. After the first collision, it was the second collision. After the second collision, it was the third collision. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng continued to exchange 5 blows with his opponent. It had to be said that heaven-destroying demon monk's fighting strength was terrifying. It was really terrifying. Lin Feng had already used his strongest fighting strength, but he still couldn't do anything to heaven-destroying demon monk. However, Lin Feng had already expected this situation, so when he was fighting heaven-destroying demon monk, Lin Feng was already condensing a space-time gate. After the 6th collision, the space-time gate was already condensed. Space-time gate, not bad at all. You can condense a space-time gate in the middle of a battle with me. Your strength is really shocking. Lin Feng said, you're even more shocking. It's just a breath of origin energy, but it's so strong. It seems like you're much stronger than ordinary surpassers. Otherwise, the body formed by origin energy wouldn't be so strong. After saying that, Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He directly entered the space-time gate. In the next moment, the space-time gate disappeared. From the beginning to the end, heaven-destroying demon monk didn't stop Lin Feng from leaving. After Lin Feng left, heaven-destroying demon monk's lips curled into a faint smile. He's quite an interesting person. Unfortunately, he's still a little weak. Then, heaven-destroying demon monk's body quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. After heaven-destroying demon monk left, the place returned to silence. It seemed like nothing had happened. However, the completely destroyed forest seemed to tell the story of how intense the battle was. Since Lin Feng was wanted in all the major cities, Lin Feng didn't go to the major cities to gather information. Instead, he went to the nearby towns to gather information. Lin Feng really did manage to gather some information. Lin Feng's information wasn't about the ancient Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, but about the plague god. It turned out that some time ago, the plague ancestor under heaven-destroying demon monk seemed to have heard that a cultivator with the power of plagues had come to the Buddhist world. Thus, the plague ancestor personally took action to eliminate this person. This plague ancestor was an extremely terrifying figure. He was a foreign creature and one of the earliest followers of heaven-destroying demon monk. He was highly regarded by heaven-destroying demon monk. His battle strength was extremely heaven-defying. Some people saw the plague ancestor and the cultivator with the power of plagues fighting in the ancient forest. The cultivator with the power of plagues couldn't defeat the plague ancestor and was injured by the plague ancestor. Then, the cultivator fled all the way to the overseas world. The plague ancestor chased after him. After hearing this news, Lin Feng knew that the cultivator targeted by the plague ancestor must be the plague god. It seemed that the plague god had already reached the Buddhist world. However, he didn't know how the plague god was doing. Was he really killed by the plague ancestor? However, the plague god's battle strength was still extremely terrifying. Although the plague ancestor was extremely powerful, it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill the plague god. When Lin Feng heard about the plague god, he quickly flew towards the sea. He wanted to find the plague god first, then he would go and find the poison ancestor and the others, as well as the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Ocean-gazing town. This was a small town near the outer sea world. Looking from afar, one could see the outer sea world rippling with blue waves. Lin Feng planned to rest in ocean-gazing town for a day before leaving. At the same time, Lin Feng wanted to inquire about the plague god and the plague ancestor. Lin Feng successfully inquired about the plague god and the plague ancestor. Previously, when they passed by this place, they were locked in a fierce battle. However, the plague god was at a disadvantage and the two of them entered the outer sea world. Lin Feng also obtained an extremely important clue. It turned out that the Buddhist world's outer sea world was very different from the outer sea world. This was because the Buddhist world's outer sea world was sealed by extremely powerful restrictions. These restrictions weren't just offensive restrictions, they also included many illusory formations. It was said that a heavenly master had arranged these restrictions in the past. After receiving this information, Lin Feng was shocked. The heavenly master's ancestor arranged all kinds of restrictions here. why did he arrange these restrictions? Lin Feng didn't think that the ancestor was bored and arranged these restrictions. There must be a deeper reason. Therefore, Lin Feng inquired about it. However, no one knew why the Heavenly Master's ancestor arranged these restrictions to seal the outer sea world. More or less, there were some rumors. For example, there was a saying that a certain expert of the Celestial Master's bloodline was being hunted down by a powerful enemy. Because he needed time to heal, he set up those terrifying restrictions in order to slow down the enemy's footsteps and delay as much time as possible for the enemy to find him. He thought that he could buy more time for his recovery. This saying made sense. Moreover, this rumor was the one that most people believed. Of course, there were other rumors. For example, the Heavenly Master's ancestor found a supreme treasure in the outer sea world and wanted to take it for himself. However, that treasure wasn't easy to obtain. It required a lot of experience and time to obtain it. Therefore, the Heavenly Master's ancestor sealed the outer sea world. He slowly plotted to obtain this treasure. There were other theories as well. For example, there was a theory that the family of the ancestor of the Celestial Master lineage lived in the sea realm. He did not want his family to be disturbed, so he set up these restrictions. Now, there were all kinds of sayings. Because it was too long ago, it was impossible to determine which sayings were true and which were false. Perhaps the later generations didn't care about how those restrictions were formed. They only cared about whether they could get benefits from the sea area world. This was the most real thing. Later on, for some unknown reason, these restrictions underwent certain changes. A few years later, some maps appeared and were snatched away by the experts of the major powers. Those maps could allow one to avoid many dangers and successfully pass through areas covered by restrictions to reach areas not covered by restrictions. Some cultivators who were skilled in formations didn't think much of those restrictions, but in the end, they all died miserably. Therefore, there were fewer and fewer cultivators who passed through the restrictions themselves. After all, no one dared to say that they could definitely pass through those terrifying restrictions. Moreover, even if they managed to pass through those terrifying restrictions, they would still be able to do so. It would also take a lot of time. It would be better to follow a ship that knew the route. Although it would cost a lot of immortal stones. It would save time. Immortal stones were just external objects. Time was life. Lin Feng obtained a lot of information, and most of it was quite useful to him. Lin Feng didn't plan on passing through the restrictions in the outer regions of the sea realm. Although he was very confident in his methods, passing through those restrictions would indeed take a lot of time. There was no need for that. How simple would it be to spend some immortal stones? Therefore, Lin Feng planned to find a ship that had set off recently and take it through the restrictions. Lin Feng inquired about where to register. After getting the specific location, he walked towards the street. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and they were basically shops that attracted customers. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, he was pulled back by a young cultivator. The young cultivator had a shifty-eyed appearance. Although he was a little ugly, his eyes were very intelligent. One look and Lin Feng could tell that he was the kind of person who knew how to do things. He asked, "Young master, are you going out to sea?" There was nothing to hide, so Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I'm planning on going out to sea." The cultivator said, "Young master, you should choose our Blackbeard merchant ship. It's definitely the best choice." "Is your Blackbeard merchant ship very strong?" Lin Feng asked. The cultivator said, "It's actually quite average." Lin Feng looked at the cultivator with a smile that wasn't a smile. "You're honest and didn't lie." The cultivator said, "How would I dare lie? Besides, I can easily find out the strength of these merchant ships if I ask around. If I lied, I would have been skinned alive countless times by those passing by." Lin Feng said, "Since you said that the Blackbeard merchant ship's strength is average, you still say that it's the best choice? Aren't you asking for a beating?" The cultivator said, "Young master, don't be anxious. Please wait for me." Lin Feng nodded. The cultivator continued, "Although the Blackbeard merchant ship's strength is average, our captain is a flower. She's one of the top beauties in the Buddhist world. When you're on the ship, you can admire our captain's soul-stirring beauty. That's one of life's greatest pleasures." Lin Feng was speechless. Isn't your captain supposed to be Blackbeard? You're actually saying that your captain is a beauty? The cultivator said. Blackbeard was an old captain, but he passed away a few years ago. After saying this, the cultivator wiped away a few tears. Was he sad because of the old captain's death? It could also be an act. After wiping away a few tears, the cultivator continued. After the old captain died, the young mistress inherited the Blackbeard merchant ship. However, because she missed the old captain, she didn't change the name. Instead, she continued to use the name. I see. Lin Feng nodded and asked, when are you leaving? Tomorrow at noon. We'll leave on time. The cultivator said. Then let's take your ship. Lin Feng said. Young master, please follow me into the shop. Our merchant ship is divided into many different prices. See which price you'd like to choose. Lin Feng and the cultivator entered the shop. The cultivator gave Lin Feng a price list. Ordinary hard seats, 300 immortal stones. Ordinary soft seats, 500 immortal stones. 3-person rooms, 1,500 immortal stones. 2-person rooms, 2,000 immortal stones. Single rooms, 3,000 immortal stones. Luxurious single rooms, 5,000 immortal stones. Suite, 8,000 immortal stones. High-class suites, 10,000 immortal stones. Top-class suites, 15,000 immortal stones. Supreme suite, one and only 30,000 immortal stones. Looking at the dazzling array of prices, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The prices were really meticulous. However, this was how business should be done. One had to be serious and not be careless. Lin Feng asked, has the Supreme Suite been booked yet? When he heard Lin Feng ask about the Supreme Suite, the cultivator's eyes lit up. The price of 30,000 immortal stones for a Supreme Suite wasn't low. Normally, very few people would be willing to book a Supreme Suite. Could it be that this young master wanted to book a Supreme Suite? He really knew how to enjoy life. What made the cultivator happy was that if Lin Feng booked a Supreme Suite, he would be able to get a lot of rewards. The cultivator said enthusiastically, young master, the Supreme Suite hasn't been booked yet. Does young master want to book a Supreme Suite? Lin Feng said, yes, I want to book a Supreme Suite. After saying that, Lin Feng took out 30,000 immortal stones and handed them to the cultivator. The cultivator hurriedly took out the ticket for the Supreme Suite. These tickets were specially made and had special runes on them, so there was no need to worry about them being faked. If they were faked, it would be very easy to tell them apart. After Lin Feng received the ticket, he left and found an inn to stay for the night. Late at night. In the sea, a terrifying fluctuation could be vaguely felt, waking Lin Feng up. He frowned slightly. It seemed to be a fluctuation from an extremely powerful being, but it was hard to tell what it was. However, since the fluctuation was so intense, it was very likely that the being that was emitting the fluctuation had reached an extremely high realm. It seemed like the Buddha World Sea was an extremely dangerous place. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the restrictions in the sea, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Back then, could the ancestor of the Heavenly Master bloodline have set up those restrictions to seal something? Lin Feng felt that it was possible. But if it was true, what was the ancestor of the Heavenly Master bloodline trying to seal? What a pity, it had been too long. There were many things that were destined to be unexplainable. The next day, Lin Feng heard some people talking about the fluctuation last night, but the natives here didn't seem to find it strange. This was because the sea world was like this. Every once in a while, there would be terrifying fluctuations. At the very beginning, the people outside were anxious, afraid that some terrifying creature would rush out from the sea world. But later on, they discovered that although the fluctuations in the depths of the sea realm were terrifying every time, no powerful creatures charged out. Thus, everyone felt relieved. 2 hours before noon, Lin Feng arrived at the shop. There were many people gathered here, and someone led everyone to the Blackbeard pirate ship. Some cultivators were talking about the captain of the Blackbeard pirate ship. Many people actually wanted to see the peerless face of the Blackbeard pirate ship's captain, so they took the merchant ship just now. Lin Feng was a little emotional. Beautiful women, whether in the secular world or the world of cultivators, would always be the focus of attention. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the seaside, they saw many merchant ships docked at the seaside. A large number of cultivators boarded the different merchant ships one after another. Lin Feng and the others went to the Blackbeard pirate ship. The flag of the Blackbeard pirate ship was painted with the image of a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man had a full beard, and the beard even covered his original appearance. That must be Blackbeard. At the bow of the ship, a woman was standing there. She was about 1.76 meters tall and extremely tall. Her face was very delicate, especially her pair of eyes. They were bright and spirited, leaving a very deep impression on people. Perhaps it was because she had been overseas for many years, but her skin wasn't white. Instead, it was a kind of wheat-colored skin. However, this kind of skin didn't affect her beauty. Instead, it gave her a wildness. That woman should be the current captain of the Blackbeard pirate ship. Lin Feng vaguely heard someone mention her name. She seemed to be called Wu Lingxian. It was a very pleasant name. TSK, she really lives up to her reputation. This female captain is really beautiful. Hee, if I can get close to her, I'll be happy. Forget it, I heard that this female captain isn't easy to get close to. It's hard to get close to her because the people who try to get close to her aren't very good. If it were me, I would definitely be able to capture her heart. Some cultivators were whispering to each other. Lin Feng was speechless. These people were actually thinking about this. Lin Feng boarded the Blackbeard pirate ship and immediately gave his ticket to a sailor. When the sailor saw Lin Feng's supreme suite, he immediately smiled and said, "Young master, I'll arrange for someone to bring you to the supreme suite." They probably knew that the price of a supreme suite was not cheap, so after hearing the sailor's words, many cultivators looked at Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng was so young, but he was so generous, many people thought that Lin Feng was most likely the successor of a big family or a big force. That was why he was so rich and overbearing. Even the female captain looked at Lin Feng. However, she quickly withdrew her gaze. A servant girl walked over and led Lin Feng to the supreme suite. The Blackbeard pirate ship was divided into 8 floors. The supreme suite was on the 8th floor. In addition to the supreme suite, there was another room, which was where the female captain lived. As for the other rooms, they were all below. The area of the supreme suite was very large. There were about a dozen rooms. There was a living room, a cultivation room, a hot spring room, a bathroom, a refining room, a spirit formation room, and so on. The rooms were really well equipped. Of course, the decorations were very luxurious. Originally, Lin Feng wanted the Wu sisters to come out and accompany him, but Lin Feng found that they were in closed-door cultivation. After all, there were many good things in this space, and the Wu sisters had eaten a lot of heavenly treasures during this period of time. Their cultivation was progressing very quickly, so they were in closed-door cultivation in order to find a bigger breakthrough. Since the Wu sisters were in closed-door cultivation, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't disturb them. The Blackbeard merchant ship quickly set off. The vast sea was surging with magnificent waves. He wondered how the plague god was doing. If the plague god met other cultivators, then Lin Feng wouldn't have to worry about him. After all, the plague god's methods were very powerful, and it would be very difficult to kill him. However, the plague god met the plague ancestor. The plague ancestor was a creature similar to the plague god, and its current battle power was much stronger than the plague god. Thus, the plague ancestor knew all of the plague god's weaknesses. The plague ancestor could make use of these weaknesses to deal with the plague god. This was the most terrifying thing. Thus, there was a high chance that the plague god would die to the plague ancestor. However, Lin Feng knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to pass through the restriction first. Lin Feng believed in this. With the plague god and the plague ancestor's abilities, it wouldn't be a problem for them to pass through the restriction. Once he passed through the restriction, he would be able to find them. At that time, he would be able to work with the plague god to deal with the plague ancestor. If the plague god could devour the plague ancestor, then his battle power might greatly increase. He might even complete a very important transformation. This was something that Lin Feng was looking forward to. While the Blackbeard ship was moving, Lin Feng observed the deployment spells. Lin Feng realized that the deployment spells had probably been created by an ancestor of the Celestial Teacher's branch, because many of the deployment spells had been created by the Celestial Teacher's branch. That was the best proof. Lin Feng didn't purposely investigate why the ancestor set up these restrictions. The truth might have been buried by history and time. In the first 10 days of entering the sea, they could still see some ancient ships. However, not long after, they couldn't see any other ancient ships. This was because different forces had different roadmaps, and everyone would gradually separate. Then they would go on their own routes without interfering with each other. Thus, most forces wouldn't have any friction between them. After all, everyone was trying to make a fortune. However, there were also some forces that had conflicts because of some things. If they really encountered each other, then a war was inevitable. On this day, a large amount of white fog appeared in front of them. There was a loudspeaker on the merchant ship. This was something refined by alchemists. It was very convenient to use. The female captain Wu Lingxuan's voice came out from the loudspeaker. "Everyone, we're about to enter the territory of the Soul Demon clan. The Soul Demon clan is a very special clan among the sea tribes. This clan is most proficient in soul attacks. Now that the defensive restrictions on the merchant ship have been activated, they can block most soul attacks. In addition, there are also defensive restrictions in each room. Now that they have been activated, the double defensive restrictions will protect everyone. You don't have to worry about being affected. However, during this time, don't run around outside. Once you run around outside, you'll lose a layer of protection. It's very likely that you'll be discovered by the cultivators of the Soul Demon clan and become their main target. It'll be very dangerous." After hearing Wu Lingxuan's voice, many people's hearts trembled slightly. They quickly returned to their rooms and waited obediently. Soul Demon clan? It's actually that clan? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to see the legendary Soul Demon clan in this place. Lin Feng knew about the Soul Demon clan because he remembered that his ancestor, the heaven-devouring demon lord, had a disciple called the Soul Demon Sacred Lord. He seemed to be a cultivator of the Soul Demon clan. Although the sky-devouring demon lord wasn't the strongest ancestor of the sovereign imperial clan, he was still one of the 9 great titled demon lords back then. His battle prowess was extremely terrifying. He had once been revered in his era. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know much about this ancestor. The ancient ship sailed quickly. It was obvious that Wu Lingxian wanted to leave as soon as possible. She was probably worried about the dangers of this place. The Soul Demon race was indeed a difficult race to deal with. After about 2 days, Lin Feng heard a very special sound. It sounded like someone was singing, but it also sounded like someone was crying. After hearing that special sound, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this special sound came from the Soul Demon race? It was possible. Lin Feng went outside and stood on the 8th deck. He glanced around and saw some silhouettes in the white fog, but those silhouettes were extremely cautious and didn't show themselves. "You shouldn't have come out. It's very dangerous outside." At that moment, a voice came from behind him. Lin Feng turned around and saw Wu Lingxian. She was tall, even taller than the average man. Therefore, she gave people a very strong pressure. However, Lin Feng didn't feel that way. He looked away and said, "It's fine. These Soul Demon race cultivators can't hurt me." Wu Lingxian said, "It seems that you're very confident." Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Confidence comes from strength." Wu Lingxian frowned slightly. She had seen many cultivators who had some strength but were full of themselves. In front of her, those people would always pretend to be very powerful in order to attract her attention. Therefore, Wu Lingxian had never had a good impression of such people. However, for some reason, when Wu Lingxian faced Lin Feng, she didn't feel any disgust. This made Wu Lingxian feel strange. Was it because of his calm expression when he said those words? Did he make her feel that he was different? Or was it because of his calm expression when he looked at her? It was completely different from the way other people looked at her. "What's your name?" Wu Lingxian asked. Lin Feng turned to look at Wu Lingxian. He smiled and said, "You're inquiring about a man's name for no reason. Did you fall in love with me at first sight?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Lingxuan's face darkened. How could this guy be so thick-skinned? How could he have the nerve to say such words? Yes, I fell in love with you at first sight. Do you want to come to my room? Wu Lingxian looked at Lin Feng and said. He saw the cold light flashing in Wu Lingxuan's eyes. Lin Feng knew that this woman was not someone to be trifled with. If he really went to her room with Wu Lingxian, Lin Feng was sure that he would be beaten up by Wu Lingxian until half of his body was paralyzed. Of course, Lin Feng was only joking with Wu Lingxian. Not all beauties were suitable for joking. If he met someone with a good temper, joking with them would be harmless, but if he met someone with a bad temper and joked with them, it would definitely cause them to explode. Well, let's not go to your room. Why don't we chat here? Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu Lingxian ignored Lin Feng. It seemed that she was still holding a grudge against Lin Feng for his words. Lin Feng did not feel awkward. After all, he had already trained himself to be thick-skinned. Lin Feng said, "My name is Lin Feng. To be able to meet the famous Blackbeard merchant ship's female captain on this journey, this trip has not been in vain." Wu Lingxian said, "Your words are too frivolous. You don't seem like a good person." Lin Feng said, "I can actually live like a gentleman, but I don't." Do you know why? Wu Lingxian asked, "Why?" Lin Feng sighed and said, "Because my temperament can't hide my brilliance." Pfft. Wu Lingxian could not help but chuckle. She said, "You can just say that you look like a scoundrel. You only know how to find good adjectives for yourself. Aren't you ashamed?" Lin Feng said, "Have you ever seen a scoundrel as handsome as me? I'm handsome, elegant, and elegant. I look like Panin." "Stop," Wu Lingxian said with a darkened expression. She felt that Lin Feng was praising himself. At that moment, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had noticed that there was a cultivator observing him and Wu Lingxian on the third deck. The cultivator was at a corner, and Wu Lingxian could not see him from her position. However, Lin Feng could see him from his position. If he did not carefully observe the deck below, he would not have noticed the cultivator. Lin Feng said, "Someone keeps looking at us. Do you know him?" "Who?" Wu Lingxian asked. "Come here. You'll know when you see him," Lin Feng said. Lin Feng took a step back, and Wu Lingxian walked over. When the cultivator saw that Wu Lingxian had changed her position, he quickly hid his figure, but Wu Lingxian still saw him. Wu Lingxian frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. "Do you know him?" Lin Feng asked. She nodded and said, "Yes, he's a crew member on our merchant ship." Lin Feng said, "You can't let your guard down." After saying that, Lin Feng walked back to his room. Wu Lingxian thought about Lin Feng's words. The strange sound was getting louder and louder, and the effect it had on the cultivators was getting worse. Fortunately, the passengers on the ship knew that the situation outside was dangerous. Therefore, they would not take advantage of this time to go out. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Feng saw that the crew had begun to throw a large amount of vicious beast meat into the sea. After seeing this, Lin Feng was a little surprised. He did not know what this meant. When he saw Wu Lingxian come out, Lin Feng looked at her and asked, "Why are you throwing a large amount of vicious beast meat into the sea?" Wu Lingxian said, "Rumor has it that the soul demons are a cursed race. They can't leave the sea, so their food is relatively scarce. Our area is already considered a place where the soul demons are more concentrated. Throwing in a large amount of vicious beast meat is to prevent them from attacking us. Is this method very effective?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "Look behind you," Wu Lingxian said. Lin Feng looked behind him and immediately saw a lot of vicious beast meat being swept into the sea. "Is it a soul demon cultivator?" Lin Feng asked. Wu Lingxian nodded and said, "Actually, after being cursed, this race underwent a great change. Their intelligence deteriorated greatly. Many soul demons can't even take human form anymore. Therefore, they can't be called cultivators." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "What kind of creature cursed the soul demons?" Wu Lingxian said, "I heard that it was the previous Buddhist lord." When he heard this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Lin Feng thought of the demonic sky-destroying monk. he was the disciple of the previous Buddhist lord. Lin Feng did not know much about the previous Buddhist lord, but based on how he had handled the matter of the demonic sky-destroying monk, Lin Feng did not have a good impression of the previous Buddhist lord. Lin Feng asked, "What kind of person is this Buddhist lord?" Wu Lingxian said, "You know about the changes in the Buddhist world. Many of the disasters originated from the previous Buddhist lord, including the destruction of the Great Thunderclap Temple." "Yes." Lin Feng sighed. Wu Lingxian continued, "It said that the previous Buddhist lord was a very ambitious person. And this person is very calculative. He's also very suspicious." Lin Feng frowned slightly. From Wu Lingxian's words, he could tell that she did not have a high opinion of the previous Buddhist lord. Wu Lingxian continued, "I heard that the demonic sky-destroying monk felt that many of the teachings of Buddhism needed to be changed. That was why he was attacked and thrown into the Forbidden God world." Lin Feng knew that Wu Lingxian's words were not correct, but one thing was true. After experiencing all kinds of painful things, the demonic sky-destroying monk did feel that many of the teachings of Buddhism were wrong. Wu Lingxian continued, "The Buddhist lord felt that his disciples' thoughts were too active, and that it would be difficult to control him in the future. That was why the demonic sky-destroying monk had such a tragic life." Lin Feng thought to himself, how could someone like the Buddhist lord not have noticed that the demonic sky-destroying monk had been plotted against? But he still threw the demonic sky-destroying monk into the Forbidden God world. It seemed that Wu Lingxian's words were not without reason. Perhaps the Buddhist lord felt that the demonic sky-destroying monk was difficult to control, so he decided to sacrifice him. As for Tathagata, he was more disciplined and obedient. Tathagata was his ideal successor. Actually, that was how power changed. Some people would rather retreat behind the scenes than give up power. Obviously, the previous Buddhist lord was such a person. Lin Feng asked, "Then why was the Soul Demon clan cursed by the Buddhist lord?" Wu Lingxian said, "It all started with the Soul Demon clan and the demonic sky-destroying monk. It said that in the early years, Mia Tian Mo Sing, of course, at that time, he was still a celestial arhat. When he went out to practice, he saved a little girl. That little girl grew up and became the empress of the Soul Demon clan. After that, Tathagata was persecuted. That little girl was already very strong, so she wanted to avenge him. The Soul Demon clan was extraordinary. Even though the Tempest Temple wanted to destroy the Soul Demon clan, they were unable to do so. So, the Buddhist lord cursed them." Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Sanctimonious? You're talking about people like the previous Buddhist lord, right?" It was no wonder that Lin Feng would describe the previous Buddhist lord like that. After all, the previous Buddhist lord had always been merciful, but had he ever been merciful and merciful? Had he ever been merciful and merciful? He hadn't. Of course people would criticize him. Wu Lingxian had a mocking smile on her face as she continued, "After cursing the Soul Devil clan, the previous Buddha lord also suffered a backlash, and the situation seemed to be quite serious. He returned to the Tempest Temple, and not long after, news spread that the previous Buddhist lord had passed away, and Tathagata had succeeded him." Lin Feng frowned. "That's interesting," said Wu Lingxian. Lin Feng guessed that the previous Buddhist lord had been plotted against by Tathagata, who had been hiding his strength and biding his time. Everyone was scheming against each other. Everyone was fighting for power and authority. It wasn't limited to the ordinary world, nor was it limited to the great groups of the world of cultivators. Even the Tempest Temple, which represented holiness and selflessness, couldn't escape. It was difficult for them to escape such a fate. It was really sad. Since the heaven-destroying demon monk has taken control of the Buddhist world, maybe he'll help the Soul Demon clan get rid of the curse, said Lin Feng. Wu Lingxian said. Perhaps, but it won't be easy. After all, this clan has been cursed for too long. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to remove the curse in a short period of time. Of course, nothing is absolute. After all, heaven-destroying demonic monk is an expert who has surpassed his cultivation level. An expert at such a level is too powerful. Perhaps he has some heaven-defying means to do all this? Lin Feng said, that's true. The heaven-destroying demon monk's methods are really terrifying. Lin Feng thought back to when he had fought with the heaven-destroying demon monk's clone. He frowned slightly. If the heaven-destroying demon monk was really determined to help the Soul Demon clan get rid of the curse, he might be able to do it. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about these things. At night. In the sea, a strong wind blew. Huge waves rolled and torrential rain poured down. A group of cultivators gathered together and went to the 8th floor of the merchant ship. The leader was a middle-aged cultivator who only had one eye left. The middle-aged cultivator led about 200 people. After sealing the 8th floor of the merchant ship, he led a large group of people to Wu Lingxuan's room. These people all had ominous looks in their eyes. Lightning flashed in their eyes. Under the illumination of the lightning, their expressions looked extremely gloomy and terrifying. Mobile version of the website, perhaps because they felt they had everything under control, those people did not deliberately conceal their auras. Just like that, they swaggered toward Wu Lingxuan's residence. Moreover, they directly kicked open Wu Lingxuan's door. The group of people rushed in. After they rushed into the suite, they rushed towards Wu Lingxuan's room. The door of Wu Lingxuan's room opened on its own, and countless poisonous needles flew out of the room. Those poisonous needles flickered with a blue luster. It was an extremely terrifying poison. Once the body was poisoned, the meridians in the body would quickly necrotize. After the meridians necrotized, the other parts of the body would also gradually necrotize. It could be said that once a cultivator was poisoned by this poison, he would slowly wait for death. If they were killed directly, the pain might be less. However, the feeling of waiting for death was too horrible. No one wanted to experience this feeling, as it made many people feel like they were going crazy. Out of more than 200 people, about 130 to 40 people were affected. All of these cultivators fell to the ground, their bodies twitching violently as they slowly waited for death to come. They suddenly regretted, why did they rebel together with the second boss? If they didn't rebel together with the second boss, they wouldn't have died. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Wu Lingxian walked out of the room. She looked coldly at the dozens of cultivators who were still alive. In the end, her gaze landed on the one-eyed cultivator who was their leader. She coldly said, "Uncle Song, you've disappointed me." The one-eyed cultivator angrily looked at Wu Lingxian and said, "I knew that you weren't easy to deal with, but I didn't think that I would still be tricked by you." Wu Lingxian coldly said, "I thought that I treated you well. Why did you choose to betray me?" The one-eyed cultivator coldly said, "Betray you? That's ridiculous. I'm just taking back what originally belonged to me." "This Blackbeard merchant ship? My father left it to me," Wu Lingxian said. "Including the route map and the businesses here, they were all left to me by my father." The one-eyed cultivator coldly said, "This route was fought for by our brothers who risked their lives. Even the route map was fought for by our brothers. Although your father was the captain, this ancient ship and these businesses didn't belong to your father. They were the property of our brothers. Why should they be passed to you? This wealth should be shared among us brothers." "That's right, it should be shared," many cultivators said. Benefits moved people's hearts. To put it bluntly, the reason why these people chose to rebel with the one-eyed man was because of benefits. They wanted to gain more benefits. Wu Lingxian said coldly, "You said so much because you felt that you deserved more benefits. That's why you chose to betray us. As for you, Uncle Song, now I find it very laughable. The reason why you chose to instigate everyone to rebel is because you think that you should be the head of the family and not me. Your heart is filled with jealousy. This is the fundamental reason why you took action. So, since you chose to take action, why find so many high-sounding reasons? This will only make my niece look down on you." The one-eyed man's expression was extremely gloomy. Since things had reached this point, there was no way out. The one-eyed man said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we have no way out now. Even though some of our brothers have been tricked by this bitch, we still have the advantage in numbers. Killing her won't be a problem at all. Kill her." Many people had fierce looks in their eyes because it was just as the one-eyed man had said. They had no way out now. If they wanted to live, they had to kill Wu Lingxian. Wu Lingxian said coldly, "Do you know why I didn't deal with you in advance? It's because I still hope that you won't do what you did today. Most of you were my father's old subordinates, and I grew up on this ship. Many of you even watched me grow up. If you hadn't done what you did today, I wouldn't have cared about your little tricks. However, your actions today have greatly disappointed me. However, when I think of my late father, I still want to give you a chance. If you choose to surrender now, I won't kill you. This is the last chance I'm giving you. The cultivators who were about to besiege Wu Lingxian immediately stopped after hearing Wu Lingxuan's words. They became hesitant. Looking at this scene, the one-eyed dragon's face became more and more unsightly. He knew that Wu Lingxian might forgive others, but she would never forgive him. Even if she forgave him temporarily, she would certainly quickly control him and then secretly execute him. After all, he was the mastermind of this matter. How could she allow others to sleep soundly on her bed? The one-eyed man naturally understood this principle, so he absolutely couldn't let these cultivators choose to surrender. If they did, then he would be completely finished. The one-eyed man said, "Everyone, don't believe her words. Think about it, we're rebelling today. No one would forgive us for such a serious crime. Do you think this bitch will forgive us? Of course not. Her words are just to make us numb. When those who are loyal to her arrive, we'll definitely die. That's right. Don't be fooled by this woman. Let's attack together and kill her," said some cultivators who were loyal to the one-eyed man. Wealth came from danger. There were so many of them, so killing Wu Lingxian should be an easy task. At least, that was what many people thought. Therefore, some people still chose to take the risk. As long as they killed Wu Lingxian, the whole ship would be theirs, and the business there would also be theirs. A group of people rushed towards Wu Lingxian. Many cultivators who were still hesitating seemed to have made up their minds. They all rushed towards Wu Lingxian, wanting to kill her. "Since you want to die, I'll help you," said Wu Lingxian coldly. Wu Lingxuan's voice was cold as she engaged in a fierce battle with a group of people. Wu Lingxian was indeed not simple. After all, she was the master of a ship. The combat strength she displayed was extremely terrifying. People were constantly being killed by her attacks. However, there were still many people on the other side. Therefore, it wasn't easy for Wu Lingxian to kill everyone quickly. In the process of fighting, Wu Lingxian also suffered some injuries, but they weren't particularly serious. In fact, she was quite lucky. If she was unlucky, she would have already died. While the two sides were fighting, suddenly, Lin Feng's door opened. Lin Feng walked out and said, "Disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night. How abominable." Then, he looked at Wu Lingxian and asked, "Little Lingxian, do you need my help?" "Little Lingxian?" Wu Lingxuan's pretty face turned slightly red. It was the first time someone had called her that. It sounded a little too intimate. Wu Lingxian glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She thought to herself, this guy is really not a good person. She said fiercely, "No need. I can take care of these people myself." Lin Feng nodded and leaned against the door. He was watching the battle with great interest. "Kill her with all your strength," said the one-eyed man. Said the one-eyed man glumly. He didn't pay too much attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so young, even if he was strong, how strong could he be? The most important thing was to get rid of Wu Lingxian. After dealing with Wu Lingxian, getting rid of that young cultivator would be easy. He wouldn't need to spend too much effort. The one-eyed man and the group of cultivators attacked with all their strength. Wu Lingxian was in danger. Her pretty face became colder and colder. She said coldly, "Now, I'll show you how strong I am." As soon as she said that, Wu Lingxian started chanting an incantation. It wasn't clear what incantation she was chanting. However, after she finished chanting, a ball of darkness appeared behind Wu Lingxian. Within that ball of darkness, a mysterious existence appeared. No one knew what kind of creature that mysterious existence was. Only a pair of green eyes could be seen. He was so sinister and terrifying. Demon of darkness. Some cultivators cried out in fear. "Die! Die! Die!" The existence in the darkness let out a sinister voice. That existence flew towards the group of cultivators who were attacking Wu Lingxian. A large amount of dark energy filled the air. All the cultivators were enveloped by the dark energy. Miserable cries rang out one after another. Many cultivators died on the spot. Great boss, please spare our lives. We were all bewitched by the second boss. We really didn't want to betray you. Leader, please give us another chance. We'll definitely listen to you. Many cultivators started begging. You only have one chance. Unfortunately, you've already missed it. Wu Lingxian said coldly. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This Wu Lingxian was really a decisive person. Women were usually more gentle and soft-hearted. If it were any other woman, she might have been soft-hearted and let them go when she saw so many people begging for mercy. However, Wu Lingxian had no intention of letting them go. A large number of cultivators died. That mysterious existence in the darkness was too terrifying. It was like the Grim Reaper harvesting lives. Some of the remaining cultivators wanted to escape. However, none of them were able to escape. All of them were killed. Including the one-eyed man. He was also killed by that mysterious existence in the darkness. The fastest mobile version of the website, end of chapter 6137. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.